Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 11 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto as a branch Hyuga and awakened the Tenseigan. Let the tale begin. Chapter 431. Seeing the squirming buds under Shinsuke's skin, Kuroto's heart shuddered. Those wriggling buds are undoubtedly the product of yang chakra contained within the Hashirama cells, and Kuroto understands that if these buds were to sprout past the cortices, then Shinsuke's body will be immediately swallowed by Hashirama cells and become nutrients for the growth of many trees. And yet, it doesn't seem that Shinsuke is able to stop it. Frustrated, Kuroto shouted, "What are you doing? Suppress them with your visual prowess." At the same time, he injected another capsule of fusion solution into Shinsuke's bloodstream to help him take control of the cells. Overdose of fusion solution is very harmful to human bodies, as that would lead to the fusion of various organs. 2 capsules are already exceeding the limit of what a human's body can bear, but Kuroto obviously can't care about this detail at the moment, because if Shinsuke is unable to suppress the Hashirama cells until complete fusion, he will die in the phagocytosis of Hashirama cells even before he is killed by the fusion of organs. Therefore, Kuroto had no choice but to inject the second capsule. As soon as the fusion solution was injected, the writhing of Shinsuke's body intensified. Araf. From a single glance, Kuroto can judge that Shinsuke's consciousness is blurring, saliva is foaming out of his mouth, and only the sclera of his eyes was visible. It seemed as if the pupils have rolled upwards, and blood and pus started coming out of various orifices, and the intensity of twitching in Shinsuke's body is increasing every 5 seconds. From Shinsuke's current state, it wouldn't be wrong to say that Shinsuke has completely lost control of his body as well as his consciousness. Worried, Kuroto checked the reading on various monitors to check Shinsuke's vital signs, and Kuroto was absolutely baffled by the data he read. Blood pressure, 180 mm of mercury systolic blood pressure, and 115 mm of mercury diastolic blood pressure, and still increasing. Heartbeat, 300 plus heartbeats per minute, and is still increasing. With this heart rate, he is entering the range of atrial fibrillation. He might even die due to a heart attack. Cell activity has further increased by 700% and is still increasing. This is too dangerously abnormal. Kuroto can't help but exclaim. The values on the monitors even made Kuroto think for a moment that he is hallucinating or that the devices are malfunctioning, because, at these readings, the chances of Shinsuke's survival are decreasing with every increasing digit. Come on, Shinsuke, it's not yet time to kick the bucket. Kuroto telepathically projected his thoughts into Shinsuke's mind as a bad premonition started to take birth in his heart. To be honest, Kuroto has been very optimistic about the success rate of the operation. After all, if Obito with just a single 2-tomo Sharingan and in a half-dead state can make it through, so why Shinsuke, in his prime condition and with a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan, can't make it through? There is no reason for him to die. But it doesn't seem that Kuroto's optimism is going to bear fruit, as the roots and stems of trouble and death started to break out of cortices, pierced through Shinsuke's skin, and started to grow bigger and bigger, visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the branches grew into a big tree, and with Shinsuke's body as the foundation, it quickly took root in the operating room and shot up, breaking past the roof and passing through the surface of the forest of death. Outside the secret laboratory, Itachi and his guys was sitting cross-legged on a tree, watching the surroundings carefully. The Hashirama cell implantation operation is not that big of a secret for the After all, many documents regarding these experiments are stored up in the archives, and the someone has access to them. Not to mention, when the news of Toby being able to use would release was released, these experiments were even highlighted to be the possible cause. Therefore, Itachi is very much aware of the casualties that took place in the Hashirama cell's implantation operation. As such, Itachi understands how dangerous this operation is. Additionally, before Shinsuke came to the forest of death for the operation, Shinsuke had already entrusted him with the funeral, should Shinsuke not make it out of it alive, which again nerved Itachi, who has always been calm and composed, to inevitably feel anxious and overwhelmed. I hope Shinsuke-san will be alright. Just as Itachi thought, an intense tremor came from under the ground and shook the entire enchantment. Boom! Itachi was alarmed and immediately stood up. He looked towards the ground. and he thought with an anxious expression, was there an accident during the operation? Boom, 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 boom. Immediately afterward, accompanied by the shaking of the forest, big trees with strong roots started to emerge out of the ground. Itachi's eyes condensed, and various thoughts were flooding his mind. But Itachi had to temporarily suppress all his complicated thoughts and calm down the chaotic state of mind. Immediately after doing so, he weaved the hand signs, and facing the trees that came out of the ground, Itachi shouted, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." Generally, in the face of any situation, Itachi maintains his meticulous chakra control and only consumes the minimum amount necessary, but this time seeing the gigantic trees continuously coming out of the ground, Itachi was not at all scrupulous, and without any reservations, he poured his chakra into the flames and immediately flooded the forest with scorching hot flames. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Just as the trees were lit with fire and started to burn, another team of Umbu rushed over. Observing the surroundings vigilantly, the captain of the Umbu team asked Itachi, who was also in his Weasel Umbu disguise, "Report your Umbu code and the team you are part of." "Weasel, Team Ro," Itachi said coldly. Umbu captain's eyes narrowed. "Team Ro?" Regular Umbu members may not know Team Ro very much, but the captains of Umbu squads are somewhat aware of Team Ro. Although the identities of the specific members of Team Ro are unknown even to him, he still knows that the members of Team Ro are all elite shinobi. So, without meddling much into the exact details that Team Ro is dealing with, the Umbu squad captain asked, "Are you the one responsible for the movements here?" Itachi nodded lightly. If it was in the past, some movements in the Forest of Death wouldn't have been enough to alert a squad of Umbu, but the current situation is different. Afraid of Akatsuki's retaliation, the village is on a state of high alert. As such, the sealing squads and sensory squads are working 24/7 to make sure that nothing related to Akatsuki escapes their senses. That is why, because there were some problems in the sealing node present in this area, it immediately attracted the attention of the sensory squad that dispatched an Umbu squad to check the situation. Being in the Umbu, Itachi obviously expected this. He knew that the movements earlier would be noticed by the sealing squads, and that is why he decisively used fire-style jutsu, which not only burned the trees coming out of the ground but also linked movements here to his fire jutsu, providing a good cover. Of course, the four crows sitting on various tree branches and casting slight jinjutsu on all four Umbu made the cover more believable. After recovering from a dazed expression, the captain of the Umbu squad asked, "Why are you using jutsu here?" With the three tomo still spinning in his eyes, Itachi answered, "I was testing a new jutsu." The Umbu captain nodded, but also advised, "All right, but you had better practice at the designated training fields, and I am sure I don't need to tell you the reason for this." "All right, I will keep it in mind." Itachi nodded and deactivated his Sharingan. The Umbu captain said, "Also make sure to clean up the mess." And without waiting anymore, he along with the rest of the squad left. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the trees that, at some point, had already stopped burning. During the entire talk, the Umbu squad was totally focused on Itachi, and they did not even look at the trees that have already stopped burning because of the new ones that sprouted out of the ground. After making sure that no hole was left in the ground, Itachi looked in the direction of the entrance of the secret laboratory with a thoughtful expression. Itachi can obviously figure out that something must have happened in the operating room, but he suppressed his urge to rush down there because he knows that even if he rushes down there, he wouldn't be of much help. So instead of causing chaos there, it is better to stay here and prevent others from disturbing the operation. Sigh, Kuroto-san, please make sure that nothing happens to Shisui-san. Back to the operating room. Toyotama, maintain this steady transfer of neutral chakra, said Kuroto to Toyotama inside his subconscious plane, all while he, himself, was transferring Yin chakra to Shisui. The Yang chakra in Shisui's body had exceeded the limit of what he could bear, as such Kuroto decided to slowly give him Yin chakra to balance out the Yin and Yang chakra. All right. Toyotama nodded and also started to transfer her refined chakra of neutral nature that would induce healing in Shisui's body and also synergize Yin-Yang balance. The fact that Obito managed to survive must also be related to the presence of Zetsu clones who helped Madara suck out the extra Yang chakra in Obito's body. This was Kuroto's conclusion. Sucking out extra yang chakra to maintain yin-yang balance or transferring yin chakra to maintain yin-yang balance are almost one and the same thing. The key is yin-yang balance. This is the only way Obito could have survived. Chapter 432. Shisui doesn't seem to be able to suppress the phagocytosis caused by Hashirama cells in his body. As a result, unconquerable trees that are a product of Hashirama cells consuming Shisui's vitality are continuously rushing out of Shisui's body. But this thing changed when Kuroto started transferring his chakra to Shisui. Hashirama cells are still as uncontrollable as before, but now they are consuming Kuroto's chakra for their growth. Of course, Shisui has not yet regained control over himself, and it doesn't seem likely that he will be able to, but Kuroto did not give up. The only reason is that the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Shisui's eye sockets is still active and spinning, which means Shisui is still insisting. He is fighting and trying to regain control over himself, and if Shisui has not given up, then how can Kuroto give up? So obviously, Kuroto calmed himself, and while continuing to transfer his chakra to Shisui, he thought of countermeasures that would help Shisui. The Hashirama cells are acting like gluttony, as they are devouring all the given chakra at an extremely fast speed. Even the neutral chakra of Ryumyaku is being consumed at an extraordinary speed. This is still under the condition that Ryumyaku chakra is extremely pure and dense, as well as has a satiating effect on the hunger of unstable Hashirama cells. If it was something other than a Bija-type chakra, I am afraid it would have been completely swallowed along with Shisui's body. What is the cause of all this? What's preventing Shisui from being able to take control of Hashirama cells? Kuroto thought as he observed the spinning eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Shisui's eye sockets. Are these eyes responsible? Was a momentary thought, but then Kuroto shook his head because he could perceive the yin chakra in the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is trying to counter the yang chakra in Hashirama cells. No, wait! The eyes are countering yang chakra in Hashirama cells. Countering will consume both spiritual energy and physical energy in Shisui, and in the end, Shisui will perish. So instead of countering, Shisui will have to prompt the eyes to actively merge with the yang chakra. After all, the yang chakra may have been provided by Hashirama cells, but Hashirama cells are ultimately using Shisui's vitality to grow, and with constant fighting of yin and yang chakra, both physical energy and spiritual energy in Shisui is being consumed. As a result, it is natural that he will perish. Realizing the main problem that is hindering Shisui, Kuroto telepathically spoke to Shisui. Shisui, your yin chakra is conflicting with yang chakra in Hashirama cells. Instead of conflicting, proceed for active fusion. Consumption will be high and both will get damaged, but this is the only way. There was no response from Shisui, whose consciousness already seemed to have blurred. Kuroto is also not sure whether Shisui had heard his words, but Kuroto can only choose to trust Shisui. After all, Shisui is not known as the most genius shinobi of the Uchiha clan for nothing. Boom boom boom, there was still no decline in the growing speed of trees, if not for the fact that it was Kuroto's chakra being consumed as the fuel for the trees instead of Shisui's. Shisui might have already perished by now. The growing trees have already messed up the entire operating room. It is only because the truth-seeking orbs are constantly shedding and destroying the trees that the trees have stopped breaking out to the surface, else they might have caused a commotion in the forest of death. The same thing continued, and soon 5 minutes passed. And in these past 5 minutes, Kuroto continued to supply yin and neutral chakra to Shisui and also maintain the truth-seeking orbs. I don't think that I can keep this up for too long, thought Kuroto, as he has already noticed that the Hashirama cells inside Shisui's body is trying to devour Kuroto's hand too. If his own chakra overdraft is too severe, he may not be able to get rid of the erosion of Hashirama cells and will fall into the same passive situation as Shisui's. 5 more minutes. If Shisui is unable to take control of Hashirama cells within these 5 minutes, then he will die. This was Kuroto's conclusion. Time passed second by second, and minute by minute. These 5 minutes may as well have been the longest 5 minutes of his life, but there was still no change in Shisui. By the time 5 minutes were completely over, Kuroto had a disappointed expression and a tinge of sadness. By now Shisui's entire body had turned white like that of a white Zetsu clone, and his breathing had also stopped. Looking at this state, Kuroto can't help but think, Failed, huh? But just as Kuroto was about to give up after determining that the operation was a failure and stop the supply of chakra, the scene started to reverse. It was as if a reversal in time. The whites that had taken over Shersue's entire body started to reverse in the same way that they spread and soon completely disappeared. At the same time, the trees that were wildly growing out of Shersue's body also withered away and turned into ashes. Then the bulge in Shersue's veins and arteries also subsided. As a result, the state of his body soon returned to normal. Huh? Kuroto was obviously taken aback. These changes illustrate that Shersuei succeeded and conquered the Hashirama cells. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Kuroto hurriedly observed the reading on various monitors. Blood pressure is returning to normal range. Heartbeat is also returning to normal. Body temperature has also started to return to normal. Cell activity is also decreasing, but I suspect that there will be an overall increase in Shersue's cell activity due to the fusion of Hashirama cells. Water levels need to be replenished as the consumption of water was too much during the operation. Only about 20% of water is present in his body. It needs to be replenished. The readings displayed in all the monitors prove that Shersuei has finally succeeded, but Kuroto still did not stop the infusion of chakra. After all, Shersue's current chakra levels are too low, so low that Shersuei doesn't even have the energy to be able to murmur anything, and even the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan was deactivated on their own. Anyway, the truth-seeking orbs were deactivated and vanished, and Kuroto started to observe the changes in Shersue's body, all while keeping a steady supply of chakra. A while later, when enough chakra was replenished, Shersuei finally regained consciousness and muttered weakly, "Kuroto-san, did I suck, EED?" Kuroto smiled slightly, and nodded, "Yes, you did manage to make it through, and conquered Hashirama cells." Shersuei was tired, but he had a relieved smile. "If it wasn't for you to give me chakra, I wouldn't have been able to persist. No, it was my mistake." After shaking his head, Kuroto said, "I should have made the part about fusion clearer to you." But Shersuei shook his head, and denied, "That's not the case. The thing is, in the starting, I was going for active fusion too, but that wasn't working as my Yin chakra and the Yang chakra from the implanted cells were at constant war, trying to overpower and dominate each other but not willing to work together for active fusion. As a result, my own chakra started to deplete, but the Yang chakra in Shodame-sama's cells continued to extract vitality from me and did not give up. Ultimately, I was overwhelmed as my spiritual energy was unable to keep up because of the consumption, as well as bearing otherworldly pain. During this process, I came to understand that only when my entire chakra is depleted, and when the Shodame-sama's cells have also depleted their energy, which means when both of us are at our weakest point, only then will the fusion take place. That's why the consumption was necessary, and I did not resist the consumption. But my chakra alone was not enough to completely consume the Yang chakra, so it only became possible because you were giving me chakra. Is that so? Kuroto muttered in a surprised tone. Is the Yin-Yang fusion so difficult? Now that I think about it, this does make sense. After all, if Yin-Yang fusion was so easy, then Black Zetsu wouldn't have struggled for eons. Shersuei nodded, and said, "Yes, in fact, there are certain changes in these eyes too." Shersuei's words broke Kuroto out of his thoughts, and he asked eagerly, "What changes?" Shersuei said, "The pattern of the eyes seems to have started to change a little and visual prowess is also increasing, so I am not exactly sure. Perhaps you can judge the changes better than I can." Kuroto nodded. "All right, show me." Shersuei nodded, and using the chakra given to him by Kuroto, he activated Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Kuroto focused on these eyes and noticed that although very subtle, there are indeed some changes in the pattern. The original pattern has started to distort, although the distortions are not very obvious. Kuroto with the inside of his Tenseigan can see that there are indeed some distortions. At the same time, a ripple-like pattern has started to emerge. As Kuroto continued to transfer his chakra, the ripple-like pattern became more and more obvious. The distortions of the previous pattern increased nanometer by nanometer, and the visibility of the ripple pattern increased nanometer by nanometer. Are they going to evolve into the Rinnegan? Was Kuroto's thought after observing these changes. And with this thought, he increased the chakra transfer, hoping for the Rinnegan to awaken. prompted by Kuroto's chakra. The ripple pattern and the previous pattern was almost indistinguishable by now, but for some reason, the changes started to slow down, and a few seconds later they became extremely slow, as if something is hindering them to be able to break through the threshold. A failure, muttered Kuroto with a bit of disappointment, but he did not let this affect him much. After all, Kuroto can judge that these eyes have gotten a step closer to the Rinnegan. Chapter 433. Looking at the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Shusui's eye sockets, Kuroto had a thoughtful expression for a while, then clearing up the thought he said to Shursui, "You should take a good rest. At present, your body has just gone through genetic changes, which is undoubtedly a very tiring process, so plenty of rest is necessary. Additionally, there are chances of unstable elements to appear, so you have to be aware of them too." According to Kuroto's estimation, even if the implantation operation is completed, it won't be considered truly completed until all the hidden dangers are eliminated and the genetic change is completely stabilized, which will take at least 2 weeks to a month of recovery and analysis. Shursui was already in an exhausted state, so after listening to Kuroto's words, he nodded, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. The implantation operation, even with a 100% success rate, was no short of a life-and-death battle for him. Perhaps it was even more tiring than any life-and-death battle he has participated in up to now. As such, he really needed a short nap to be able to recover the bare minimum before he goes back to his home. Kuroto did not disturb Shursui, and while Shursui was sleeping, Kuroto cleaned up the messy operation room, realigned the fallen devices and monitors, and then reconnected them to Shursui's body. And while recording the data displayed on various monitors, Kuroto started analyzing the result of the operation. Without a doubt, after the successful implantation of Hashirama cells, Yin and Yang chakra in Shursui's body have fused, and the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is currently in Shursui's eye sockets and has also entered a state of evolution. But perhaps because the stimulation for evolution wasn't enough, this state of evolution did not continue and stopped midway. As per Kuroto's speculation, there may be 3 reasons for the failure in evolution. First is the lack of Otsutsuki Indra's chakra. It is stated that Hagoromo's chakra is necessary for awakening the Rinnegan. The chakra of Asura was obtained from Hashirama cells, and if, for the awakening of Rinnegan, the chakra of both Asura and Indra are really needed, then the reason for failure this time was the lack of Indra's chakra. The second speculation is that Shursui is not the original owner of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eyes. The original owner of this pair of eternal Manjikyu is Uchiha Ryota. Perhaps Uchiha Ryota's body must be used as a breeding ground for the evolution of this pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into the Rinnegan. After all, Madara's Rinnegan evolved from his own eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. And the third speculation in Kuroto's mind is the lack of chakra as a whole. This speculation of Kuroto is not without a reason. It must not be forgotten that the Battle of the Valley of the End took place when both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were probably in their 30s, so in a way, both of them were in their prime. At the end of the war, Madara faked his death with his Izanagi through a time transcription seal, managed to obtain Shodame's cells, and later implanted them into his body. But he did not awaken the Rinnegan until his old age, when he was near death. As such, he had no choice but to foster the Rinnegan in Nagato, who has the Uzumaki blood and hoped to be later revived by the Samsara of Heavenly Life Jutsu. From this point, it can be confirmed that Madara did not awaken the Rinnegan until decades later in the Battle of the Valley of the End. So, what took Madara such a long time to awaken the Rinnegan? Kuroto speculates 2 possible reasons for such a long delay. First is that because Madara has used his Izanagi, so he completely lost the visual prowess of one of his eyes. Therefore, even if Madara has Otsutsuki Indra's chakra along with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, with just the visual prowess of a single eye, the Yin chakra in his body was not enough. He had to wait for years for his visual prowess to be restored because of the Hashirama cells, then further wait for the Yin and Yang in his body to merge to finally awaken the Rinnegan when he was closer to death. The second speculation is that the evolution of Rinnegan from the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan takes a very large volume of chakra in addition to right stimulation, so the reason why he stayed in the dormancy even after the death of Shodame Hokage was to continuously accumulate chakra. It can be assumed just how huge would be the volume of chakra if a powerhouse like Madara took several decades to accumulate. Of course, It's also possible that both reasons are correct. But anyway, even if a single conjecture of Kuroto is correct, then it can be judged that the evolution of Eternal Manjikyu into Rinnegan is still a very far sight in the future, and when reaching this conclusion, Kuroto can't help but think, awakening Rinnegan might really be not as simple as I had assumed initially. But Kuroto was not disappointed. Kuroto's main objective is the Project Godhood, everything else is just some side hustle or hobby that Kuroto occasionally takes interest in. If they succeed then well and good, but if not, then he will not delve too much of his time into them unless these side hustle and hobbies are related to his Project Godhood. About 2 hours later, Kuroto and Shisui slowly walked out of the secret laboratory. Of course, Shisui couldn't walk on his own because of weakness, thus Kuroto helped him. Itachi, who had been keeping watch over the surrounding for all this while, noticed the arrival of the two. At the same time he also noticed that although Shisui looks weak and tired, he was still smiling and talking a bit cheerfully with Kuroto, which means that implantation operation was successful. This was Itachi's conclusion, and after understanding this, he hurriedly greeted the two with a joyful expression. I knew you would successfully make it, Shisui-san. Shisui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He wanted to tease Itachi for worrying too much but did not have enough energy to do so. At the same time he did not disclose how closer to death he was in this operation. Kuroto said to Itachi, Shisui's current state is very weak, let's not talk about missions, Shisui won't even be able to fight or defend himself in this period. If the enemy were to notice this weakness of Shisui, they will definitely take advantage of it, so I am assigning you the mission of protecting Shisui until he fully recovers. You are to stay by his side all the time and make sure that Shisui remains safe, understand? Itachi quickly nodded, understand, Captain. Then Kuroto said to Shisui, make sure to follow the training regimen I gave you and do not overexert yourself for the next month, until you are fully recovered. Additionally, don't forget to send me daily reports regarding the changes in the body and eyes that you experience. This data will be very crucial. Shisui nodded, don't worry Kuroto-san, I will keep it in mind. Then Shisui with the help of Itachi went to his home, and Kuroto also went in the direction of his home, but not before making sure that no traces of the secret laboratory being present here were left after that short accident. On his way home, Kuroto also felt that he was unusually exhausted today, but fortunately, Shisui successfully survived the operation. Compared to this result, his fatigue was not worth mentioning. Reaching home, Kuroto ate a random cup of ramen, and while lying on the bed he thought of his next move. Most importantly, the next clone he should focus upon. The pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Shisui's body did not evolve into the Rinnegan, however, the visual prowess increased a lot. Additionally, with the mastery of Enten, Ashihome, the requirements of the standard Fire Chakra clone are finally progressing, and this clone will be complete sooner or later. The progress of Water Clone 2 is on the right track when Kuroto completely masters Sannin mode with the Suijin clone. The strength of Suijin clone will be nothing to scoff at. Then there is also Okami mode and Kurokami mode. Kurokami mode was inspired by the Yamata no Jutsu of Orochimaru, and it certainly is a nice jutsu to battle Bijou class opponents. Overall, Kuroto doesn't have to focus much on Water Nature Clone and Fire Nature Clone aside from the continuous training, so now he must direct his attention toward the third clone. Which element to choose, and whose cells to use for the clone becomes the next major issue Kuroto must focus his attention on. Chapter 434. With a thoughtful expression, Kuroto muttered, next, which clone should I choose? At present, Kuroto has 4 clones left to create. These 4 include Earth Nature Clone, Wind Nature Clone, Lightning Nature Clone, and Yang Nature Clone. Because of a lack of confidence in being able to create the Yang Nature Clone due to immature cloning technology, Kuroto has postponed the creation of Yang Clone for the time being. Therefore, the choices in front of Kuroto are only limited to Earth Nature Clone, Wind Nature Clone, and Lightning Nature Clone. Compared to the other 2 chakra natures, Earth chakra nature is most stable, so the difficulty of creating Earth clone should be less when compared to the Wind Nature Clone and Lightning Nature Clone, and it is also a good choice when it comes to the matter of Kekii Genkai of Earth chakra nature. In Kuroto's impression, the Kekii Genkai related to Earth release is Wood release, Mud release, crystal release, lava release, explosion release, steel release, and magnet release, and there is also the Kekkai Toda dust release. Although wood release is without a doubt the strongest of all the aforementioned Kekkai Genkai, it is also influenced by the Yang Chakra. The stronger the Yang Chakra of the user, the stronger the effect of the wood-style jutsu, so in a way, wood release can be regarded as semi-Kekkai Toda of the Yang nature because of the influence of Yang Chakra on this Kekkai Genkai. The others too are good and simple Kekkai Genkai, although each has its own advantages, the shortcomings are also quite clear. However, the Kekkai Toda, dust release related to the Earth Chakra nature makes him somewhat interested and can be regarded as the goal for the Earth nature clone. But the problem is that in the current shinobi world, only Sandaime Tsuchika Jinoki has mastered dust release, and obtaining his cells as well as information on dust release would be an extremely difficult task. It is necessary to know that even in the Fourth Great Shinobi War that happened 10 years later in the canon, the old and frail Inoki was still a force to be reckoned with, so it is conceivable how strong he would be currently when he has just started to go downhill. So even after thinking for a while, Kuroto couldn't make up his mind, and because of being really exhausted, he failed to reach a conclusion as he went to sleep unknowingly. 1 week later. Today the Konoha village is decorated all over, and there is a bit of a celebratory spirit in the village. The reason for such an occasion is the Grand Alliance ceremony that the village is hosting to officially finalize the alliance with the nations surrounding the Land of Fire. Kuroto's team Ro, except for Itachi, was also participating in the alliance ceremony. They were responsible for taking care of the defenses in the ceremony. Of course, they were not in their Umbu disguises, but rather in general shinobi vests. So, currently, Kuroto was dressed in his newly obtained Jonin vest, while the 3 of his subordinates were also in their Konoha shinobi vests, watching the incoming people. Standing on the roof of a house, with one hand on her waist, Kurenai muttered with a frowned expression, "Is it really safe to allow so many foreigners to enter the village all at once?" Hei coughed a little, then replied, "The purpose of holding this alliance ceremony is to deter the Akatsuki organization and Amatsukami. Of course, the bigger the ceremony the better, therefore, the participation of so many people is unavoidable." Hyuga nodded with Hei. "Yes, as long as this alliance ceremony is successfully completed, we will have allies in the northwest and southwest of the Land of Fire, so there would be no need to deploy so many shinobi to watch out for possible attacks from those specific directions. As such, more shinobi can be deployed into other tasks, such as locating the Akatsuki base." Kurenai shook her head and said, "That's not what I meant. What I mean is, what if there are spies present in this crowd? Any one of them could be a spy and we won't know for sure, not to mention there is no guarantee that these villages don't hold ill will towards Konoha. There is also a possibility that Akatsuki will take advantage of this ceremony to launch an attack on the village. What do you think, Kuroto-san? Your opinion, as the person in charge of the security?" Kuroto nodded to Kurenai's words. "It's possible and something that is very likely to be true, but as Hokage-sama stated, we don't have very many options. As such, instead of talking and discussing, focus on the crowd and keep an eye for any sort of unusuality. Should you find anything unusual, immediately report it to Inoichi-san and let Shikaku-san and other shinobi handle them discreetly." Kurenai, Hei, and Hyuga nodded and kept a watch on the crowd. And Kuroto too focused his attention on the crowd, quietly observing the comers. This time, there are 5 villages involved in the alliance ceremony. Konoha is one of the 5, and in addition to Konoha, there are Sunagakure, Kusagakure, Takigakure, and the newly formed Otogakure. Sandaime also wanted to let Yugakure participate, but that village has regressed into a hot spring town from that of a shinobi village. Amagakure no longer exists officially because the daimyo of the Land of Rain has disbanded the village. As for the other shinobi villages, they have their own internal matters to deal with. As such, they didn't have enough time to participate in such a fruitless alliance ceremony. At least those are some official statements issued by various shinobi villages. Kuroto wasn't much surprised about this alliance thing. Even in the canon, during Chunin exam arc, several shinobi villages participated in the Chunin exams, and all of them were allied to Konoha, even if that alliance was forced upon them. So anyway, it wouldn't be wrong to say that even if the threat of Akatsuki and Amatsukami did not exist, Sandaime would have still made some efforts to win the alliance of several shinobi villages in the countries around the Land of Fire. After all, the lesson of the Third Great Shinobi War is too profound to be forgotten. Konoha was besieged from all four sides, and had it not been for the Yondaime Hokage to single-handedly turn the tides of the war at all the four battlefronts, there is no telling where would Konoha be now. So, the alliance ceremony is not just a measure against Akatsuki, but also a measure against other great shinobi villages. Although, how serious these villages are going to be when it comes to the matter of alliance is not that hard to figure out. Kuroto is not really interested in it, as they would make no difference in the end anyway. While Kuroto was pondering over these things, suddenly his expression changed. This is because he caught the sight of a few familiar figures in the crowd. The leader of the representatives from Odogakure is a young man in his 20s, with long brown hair tied in a ponytail and a gentle smile plastered on his face. The facial features of this young man exude a calm and wise demeanor. Most of all, he seems to be a patient man of gentle nature. But those eyes, he is most definitely Orochimaru-sama, thought Kuroto. Orochimaru may be able to fool anyone with that disguise of his, but not Kuroto, because Kuroto can literally recognize him at a glance. He came here in person for the alliance ceremony? Does he intend to cause trouble? Thought Kuroto. Then he focused his gaze on the three shinobi following Orochimaru. That's undoubtedly Yamato, then Kimimaro, and finally Haku. The three shinobi following Orochimaru were all recognized by Kuroto, and this also made him feel surprised because Kuroto didn't expect Orochimaru to be courageous enough to bring Yamato to the village. Does he really intend to cause trouble? After all, why else would he bring Yamato of all people to Konoha if that's not the case? I think I will have to have a conversation with him, muttered Kuroto, because he is in no mood to deal with Orochimaru when the threat of Akatsuki is constantly lingering in his head. After making up his mind, Kuroto's gaze eased up and he moved his gaze to Kimimaro at the end of the line. Looking at Kimimaro, a thought flashed in his mind. Since Kuroto made the Yondaime Mizukage, Yagura a subordinate of his, he has read a lot of documents hidden in the archives of Kirigakure. A lot of them even involve Shikatsumiyaku's/Dead Bone Pulse, the Kekkai Genkai of the Kaguya clan. The documents seized from the Kaguya clan before their annihilation even record a millennium-year-long history of the Kaguya clan, and it has been explicitly stated multiple times that Kaguya clan has existed since the founding of ninjutsu and ninja sect, or maybe even before that when ninshu was prevalent. According to Kuroto's own impression from Canon, Otsutsuki Kaguya has a Kekkai Mora technique called all-killing ash bones. It is a certain kill technique where she uses her bone structure. And it wouldn't be wrong to assume that Dead Bone Pulse, that is the Kekkai Genkai of the Kaguya clan, is derived from Otsutsuki Kaguya's ability to manipulate and weaponize her own bone structure, coupled with the name of the clan, that is the Kaguya clan. It is very likely that the Kaguya clan is closely linked to Otsutsuki Kaguya. Otsutsuki Kaguya had two biological children. The descendants of the elder of the two, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's, are fairly known, which include the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, and the Uchiha clan. There is also some inexplicable linkage to Kinkaku and Ginkaku, but there is no clear evidence in Kuroto's hand at the moment. But even if we take just the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clan, then the Senju and Uzumaki inherited Rakuto Sennin's body of sage, while the Uchiha clan inherited the eyes of the sage. Therefore, if Kaguya clan is also a descendant of Otsutsuki Kaguya, then it is very likely that they are the descendant of the younger brother of the two, that is the descendant of Otsutsuki Himura, similar to that of the Otsutsuki clan of the Moon, and Hyuga clan. On a bolder hypothesis, if Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan on the Moon inherited the eyes of Himura, then Kaguya clan most definitely inherited the body of Himura. Chapter 435. Kimimaro should be one of the last two survivors of the Kaguya clan, thought Kuroto as he focused his gaze on Kimimaro. Because of the information provided to him by Yagura, Kuroto knows more details about the Kaguya Takashi. As such, he knows that Takashi is a shinobi of the Kaguya clan. But even if that's the case, Kuroto still prefers Kimimaro for extracting the cells of the Kaguya clan. After all, Kimimaro is extremely talented and almost undefeatable. In the canon, there are not many records of Kimimaro's battle, putting aside the doubtful battle where he helped Orochimaru in the assassination of Yondan Kazekage. The mere statements about him make him an extremely strong character. As a child, Kimimaro was kept in prison because the patriarch of the Kaguya clan feared him. When released to Kirigakure, he was able to continuously kill the shinobi of Kirigakure and still managed to survive, whereas the rest of his clan save for Kakashi was annihilated. Trained personally by Orochimaru, Kimimaro's strength further increased by leaps and bounds. Later he became the leader of Sound 4, and it was stated that he defeated all 4 of Sound 4 alone, the same Sound 4 who defeated the Konoha Special Mission Platoon, provided that the Konoha Special Mission Platoon was probably tired from their mission, but even then, their strength is nothing to scoff at. Not to mention, Kimimaro in his terminally ill state, the state where him being able to move alone was considered miraculous. In that very same state, he not only obliterated more than 300 of Naruto's Kyuubi chakra enhanced shadow clones, but even went on to fight a weakened Rock Lee and the Jinchuriki of Ichibi, Gaara, and in fact, he not only fought them but nearly killed them both before dying of his terminal illness. He may have had the advantage of being older and more experienced of the three, but that advantage can be put aside considering his terminally ill state where he was only a step away from death. And the next part comes in the 4th Great Shinobi War, where he without even using his curse mark was able to match up to Kyuubi chakra mode Naruto's shadow clone and still remained undefeated. Even the samurai of the Land of Iron were unable to do anything to him. Not to mention, he was and is still probably Orochimaru's first choice as a vessel after Uchiha Itachi. So overall it won't be wrong to assume that Kimimaro is most definitely as talented as Itachi. The same kind of talent, if allowed to bloom, will put down all. So, it's no wonder that Kishimoto-sensei decided to put the bud in the nib before it could bloom into a flower. A fine choice indeed, muttered Kuroto. At this moment, perhaps it was because Kuroto wasn't trying to be discreet while observing Kimimaro, the kid noticed someone watching him. He raised his face to look in the direction of the watcher, and his expression instantly turned cold. At the same time, Orochimaru in his disguise also followed Kimimaro's gaze and looked in the direction of Kuroto. Looking at Kuroto dressed in his Jonin vest, the corners of Orochimaru's lips quivered, revealing a smile that wasn't really a smile. Kuroto did not bother to entertain Orochimaru, but noticing Kimimaro's look, he muttered, "Very sharp indeed." Kuroto may not have been discreet, but this does not mean that he was being explicit, so the fact that Kimimaro noticed him alone speaks volumes about him. But contrary to Kuroto's attitude towards the disguised Orochimaru, the reaction of his subordinate was completely different. Kurenai had subconsciously reached out for a kunai in her shinobi bag. She didn't know the specific reason, but her instincts were screaming at her to be very careful of that Otogake nin. Kuroto immediately put his hand on Kurenai's shoulder and stopped her midway, and said, "Otogake is going to be an ally of Konoha, so we can't make any move on him. Take a deep breath and calm your nerves. For now, he isn't an enemy, at least, I hope he isn't." As instructed by Kuroto, Kurenai took a deep breath and let go of the kunai she had almost drawn out. "I am fine, thanks." Kuroto nodded and looked back in the direction of Orochimaru. At the same time, Hate asked, "Captain, that shinobi of Otogake is very strong, probably stronger than an elite Jonin level. We would better keep a watch on him." Kuroto nodded. "Hyuga, inform Inoichi-san about him. Also have Shikaku-san instruct someone to keep a watch over him. The watcher need not be hostile towards him, just remain in close proximity to make him understand that he is under surveillance, to keep his actions limited." "Yes, Captain." Hyuga nodded and passed Kuroto's instruction to Yamanaka Inoichi. At this time, Kurenai said, "That kid with gray hair, he also doesn't seem to be ordinary, especially that cold expression towards us." Kuroto smiled and didn't say anything, because Kuroto understands that Kimimaro is someone fiercely loyal to Orochimaru, and values Orochimaru's interest above everything, even himself. It didn't take long for Kuroto's instructions to be followed, and the village sent someone to not only keep a watch over him but also act as a guide for the Otogake shinobi. Coincidentally enough, the one who came was none other than Mitarashi Anko, and Kuroto can't help but sigh upon looking at her. Of course, it had to be Anko of all. After a brief greeting to the Otogake team, Anko led them in the direction of the Hokage building. Of course, Anko is not that bad of a choice. She might have been chosen for the task while keeping in mind that she can keep a watch over them, at the same time not make them feel uncomfortable because of her carefree attitude. Obviously, with the passage of time, Anko has gradually walked out of Orochimaru's shadow, and these days the girl has become almost similar to what she was in the canon, loud, stubborn, and prone to acting without thinking. While leading the Otogakure team, she even went on to boast about Konoha's power to the disguised Orochimaru in an attempt to give them a good understanding of who's the boss here. But everything she is talking about is quite useless because the one listening to her is none other than Orochimaru, who had a mocking expression as he paid great interest in Anko's boasting. At this time, Kimimaro also stopped looking at Kuroto and he seemed to have reached some sort of determination. Looking at Kimimaro, Kuroto also remembers a piece of information that he learned about the Kaguya clan from the confidential archives in Kirigakure. The document states that all the members of the Kaguya clan, without any exception, have wind nature as their main chakra attribute. This fact is quite similar to the Uchiha clan, as all the members of the Uchiha clan have fire chakra as their primary chakra nature. This fact also shows that Kaguya clan, quite similar to the Uchiha clan, is not only a very powerful shinobi clan, but also has a stable bloodline. If the Kaguya clan are really descendants of Himura, then using Kimimaro's genes for creating the wind clone is a very viable option, thought Kuroto. And if Kuroto creates the wind clone using Kimimaro's cell, then that would mean his main body has the eyes of Himura, and wind clone has the body of Himura. Additionally, the fire clone has the genes of the Uchiha clone, which is equivalent to possessing the eyes of the sage, and then the yang clone he will create in the future will inevitably be chosen from either the Uzumaki descent or the Senju descent, so the yang clone will have the body of sage. In this way, when these four clones are fused together using the Chimera Jutsu, they will gather the body and eyes of both Himura and Hagoromo, and when thinking of such a thing, Kuroto can't help but wonder, if this is achieved in the final fusion, wouldn't it mean that I will be the closest to Otsutsuki Kaguya in terms of bloodline? Ads by PubFuture. What are you mumbling, Kuroto-san? Kurenai asked from the side. However, Kuroto was too busy to listen to Kurenai's question and didn't reply. At a secret training field in Konoha. Kakashi was breathing heavily as he wiped off the sweat from his forehead. I wonder how long has it been since I trained so fervently, muttered Kakashi as he remembered the past month during which he has been training almost sleepless, without any care for the food or rest. When he was young, because of his talent and desire to prove certain things, Kakashi graduated early from the academy without much effort. Later, as the years progressed, he soon became a chunin from a genin and then a jonin. By the age of 11 or 12, even managed to develop a Class A lightning ninjutsu, Chidori. Kakashi's talent has always been superior to those of the same generation. Even those of Four Noble Clone couldn't compare to him. Sarutobi Asuma, Hyuga Kuroto, and Uchiha Obito were no exception. However, after experiencing several tragedies one after another, which included the suicide of his father Tsukumo, the sacrifice of his friend Obito, the death of his other friend Rin at his own hand, then finally the death of his sensei Minato and Kushina, whom Kakashi was supposed to protect as per the mission assigned to him, Kakashi lost all motivation he once had and became to grow darker and gloomier. The companionship from Guy, Kuroto, and Shursui indeed helped him in the past few years, but he is still far from overcoming it. But even so, the dark and decadent in him was still the best, at least until some time ago. Gradually Kakashi noticed that whether Guy, Kuroto, or Shursui, all three of them seems to have surpassed him. Kakashi too became strong, but those three were stronger than him, but he never felt any urgency, even if he knew that the target of Akatsuki and Amatsukami was Uzumaki Naruto, the son of his sensei whom he has to protect, because Kakashi never truly believed that these two organizations would be able to overpower entire Konoha. Well, that used to be the case until the War of Summit. His entire perception of strength and power was broken at Amagakure. After witnessing the level of power of the leaders of the two organizations, Kakashi realized just how wrong he was, and how insignificant and powerless he is. At the same time, he understood that with the way he is, he would never be able to protect the village and Naruto, and then a long-lost desire to grow stronger burned in his heart. He was determined to work harder than ever. This is why when given the offer by Sandaime to join the special tactical team, Kakashi didn't refuse and readily accepted. Looking at the broken tree in front of him, then at his hand, Kakashi muttered, "I have still too much to learn to match up to Minato-sensei." Kakashi sighed and put the kunai in his shinobi bag. "If I am not wrong, then today is supposed to be the alliance ceremony. Let's see if I can find something interesting there," muttered Kakashi while stretching his tired body and left the training field. He was going to go home, take a bath, then walk around the village for a while. At least that was the plan, but for some reason that Kakashi himself didn't understand, he was on the outskirts of Konoha, more specifically at the Konoha cemetery. "Why did I come here?" muttered Kakashi in wonder, as he looked at the bouquet of flowers in his hand that he unknowingly bought at the Yamanaka flower shop. But Kakashi didn't really care too much and proceeded ahead. Kakashi spends much of his free time either at Konoha Cemetery or at Memorial Stone, and he would often stay here for as much as a whole day telling all kinds of things to Obito and Rin. Sighing slightly, Kakashi slowly walked in front of Rin's tombstone and habitually prepared to clean up the growing weeds, burn incense, and add a few flowers and talk about his life. But when he arrived here, he found that her tombstone was already cleaned, and even a bouquet of fresh flowers, similar to his, that Rin particularly liked, was also present here. Kakashi looked around but noticed no one in the immediate vicinity. He couldn't help but wonder who came to visit Rin, not to mention they even knew about Rin's preference when it comes to flowers. Kakashi's question was a valid one, because Rin was an orphan just like him. As such, it is hard to imagine someone other than him coming to visit Rin, at the same time being aware of her likes. Perhaps it was just some coincidence, and perhaps someone else also remembered Rin. "I guess I should try to find who that person is," muttered Kakashi as he too lit incense and put the flower on Rin's tombstone, then proceeded to tell her all that has been happening in the village and the shinobi world for the past few months, along with the things he has been doing all this while, and at the same time apologized for not being able to come more often. While Kakashi was busy talking to Rin, he did not notice the figure of a swirl-masked individual sitting on the trunk of a tree and silently watching him from the distant forest. Chapter 436. The one watching Kakashi from the woods was none other than Toby Jr. He was sitting on the tree trunk, his figure hidden in the shadow of the tree, and looking at Kakashi with an indifferent expression, as if what he is looking at is nothing more than a dead body. Suddenly, his black eye turned scarlet with 3 black tomos spinning in them. This is not the first time that the two are in this situation, Kakashi sitting by the grave of Rin, and Toby watching Kakashi from the dark, but this time it's different from the past. This time Toby sneaked into the village not only to pay Rin a visit but also to get back something that was his but given to Kakashi as a present, his left eye. Toby doesn't care what the state of his left eye is, whether it is in 2 tomo or 3 tomo, it doesn't matter to him at all. Because he knows that once he kills Kakashi after retrieving his left eye, it too would turn into Manjikyu Sharingan. "Let's start," muttered Toby as he disappeared in a swirling whirl. In front of Rin's tombstone, Kakashi sat still talking about various things, but for some reason, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine as an unknown fear swept him. Kakashi felt that he was being stared at by someone, and most of all, his left eye, which is covered by his forehead protector, was acting inexplicably restless. Such a situation has happened only twice before. One was at the moment when Rin died at his hands, and the other moment was at the Valley of the Land of Lightning when the Manjikyu Sharingan unknowingly activated without him even realizing it. As an experienced shinobi, Kakashi never neglects his intuition and muttered with a sullen expression, "Today is the alliance ceremony held by the village. Is something bad going to happen today? If the village was to face some sort of predicament, then he can't stay here for much longer." Bidding goodbye to Rin, Kakashi was about to get up, but then from the corner of his right eye, Kakashi noticed that his shadow on the ground was abruptly longer. Kakashi then looked in the direction of the sun, and based on the position of the sun, he estimated how long his shadow should have been, and it didn't take him too long for him to realize that something was amiss. "Someone is present behind me, but how and when did they appear behind?" Kakashi immediately realized that the extra length of shadow was not his but of someone present behind him, and much to Kakashi's horror, this someone appeared behind him without him even realizing this. He may not be a full-time sensorin, but Kakashi's perception is extraordinary. Most of all, his nose should have detected the extra scent, but it didn't, and the opposite party is still standing behind him must mean that they are extraordinarily strong and extraordinarily fast. Understanding this, Kakashi chose not to look back as that would alert the enemy. Instead, he maintained his ignorant attitude and put his hand in his pocket. In his pocket lies a kunai. At the same moment he put his hand in the pocket, Kakashi felt a numb feeling from his left shoulder. This numb feeling gave him an inexplicable horror, at the same time an inexplicable familiarity. It has to be him, Tobi, thought Kakashi, but he was not panicked. Instead, he took a deep breath and calmed his nerves. For the past month or so, Kakashi has been training with all but one purpose in mind, intending to deal with Tobi. As such, Kakashi has stimulated countless battle situations between him and Tobi. In fact, not only has he stimulated countless battles but has even started learning a new jutsu under the orders of Hokage-sama. Only space-time jutsu can deal with space-time jutsu, thought Kakashi, as he instantly turned around and stabbed the kunai in Tobi's shoulder, and at the same time, since the presence of the few markings, he has left all over the village. Flash. And instantly, with a silver flash, Kakashi's figure disappeared into thin air. Tobi, who was almost certain of being able to deal with Kakashi, was taken aback by the abrupt attack and disappearance of Kakashi. His expression stagnated for a second when looking at the kunai piercing his shoulder, then soon realized just what exactly happened. Was that what I think it was? Tobi removed the kunai from his shoulder, threw it on the ground, and disappeared in a spiraling whirl with a chuckle. Ma, this only makes things interesting. Show me Itachi Kakashi. How much do you compare to Konoha's yellow flash? At the secret training field. Flash. Plop. With a silver flash, Kakashi appeared at the secret training field and touched the formula on the ground that he marked a few days ago. The reason for marking the formula here on the ground was so that he can directly teleport here from his house to avoid the sight of any and all when he comes here to train, so as to keep the information about him learning this new jutsu a secret. Hokage-sama did not want even a single soul to be aware of him learning this jutsu, because only then would this jutsu be able to take Tobi by surprise. This is also the reason why Kakashi did not inform even a single soul, not even the former members of his Umbu Team 11, about what he has been learning for the past month or so. Akatsuki's retaliation came too suddenly. I haven't yet mastered it completely, thought Kakashi as he watched his surroundings vigilantly and took out a signal flare from his shinobi bag. Kakashi knows that with his incomplete familiarity with this jutsu, he may not be able to kill Tobi, so he must send out the signal flare to alert the village of Akatsuki's incoming attack. Kakashi didn't even think of the possibility that he was the target of the enemy. According to him, it is very likely that the entire Akatsuki organization plans to take advantage of the alliance ceremony and launch a full-scale attack on Konoha as an act of revenge for what happened at Amagakure. So, him being targeted a few moments ago was just a prelude to a full-scale attack. Just as Kakashi held the signal flare high and was about to fire it, his wrist was grasped and the whole body was turned over. Shot, wistfully. The signal flare that was supposed to have been shot into the sky was fired towards the ground because Kakashi's body was turned over. The shining signal flare bounced and jumped on the ground, and finally hit a tree not far away, instantly igniting it. Crap! Kakashi cursed when he glanced at the burning tree in the distance. He was not worried about the tree, he was worried about the village. He is currently at the secret training field, and this secret training field has already been registered on the sensory team as a special zone. Which is to say, even if Sensorin were to sense intense chakra fluctuations from here, or even if they sense high-intensity fires, they would ignore it unless the degree of damage is extraordinary. Which is to say, no help is coming for him. And no one in the village would be prepared for an incoming retaliation from Akatsuki. That is why Kakashi was worried. Sigh, I must calm myself. Hokage-sama must have taken measures, in which case I must do my part too. Even if I cannot kill him, I must not allow him to go to the village. Else that would be devastatingly damaging considering his abilities, thought Kakashi, and steeled himself for the toughest fight of his life. Kakashi understands that only someone who has mastery over space-time jutsu will be able to match up to Tobi. This is also one of the reasons why he teleported here, to make sure that Tobi remains occupied here. Just as that numbing feeling again started to come, this time from his hand, Kakashi again disappeared with a silver flash and appeared a little distance away from Toby. Toby looked at his left hand that held Kakashi's wrist only a moment ago, and muttered, as I thought. Flying Raijin Jutsu, huh? At this time, the panting Kakashi stood up, looking at Toby before him, then asked, Akatsuki organization intends to ruin the alliance ceremony held by the village? Toby did not speak in his usual cheerful voice, but spoke in a heavy Madara tone. Who knows? Does it really matter? 1 shinobi village? 2 shinobi villages? Or all the shinobi villages? At the end of the day, it's all one and the same. Kakashi frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Does he mean that, even if the entire shinobi race stands up against Akatsuki, it would make no difference? This means they don't care about Konoha's alliance at all, so why attack us? No, he is using wordplay, and trying to divert my attention, thought Kakashi as he lifted his forehead protector covering his left eye. Staring at the tree tomos spinning in Kakashi's eyes, Toby nodded to himself, as I thought, it's a 3-tomo Sharingan. At this time, Kakashi asked again, what is your true purpose for sneaking inside Konoha? Is it the Kyuubi? Toby chuckled, defeat me, and I shall answer all your questions. Chirp. Dazzling thunder shone in Kakashi's right hand, as he dashed forward. Konoha is not your playground that you can come and go as you please. Toby chuckled again as Kakashi phased right through him. Entire shinobi world is my playground. I can come and go as I please. What makes Konoha so special? Then Toby turned around instantly and attempted to use Kamui on Kakashi's back, but just at the moment when Kakashi was about to be sucked, he again disappeared with a silver flash and appeared right behind Toby, flying Raijin, Chidori. Futile, muttered Toby as Kakashi's carefully planned Chidori phased right through Toby again. Why struggle for this accursed world? After the kind of life you have lived, after the kind of suffering you have endured, isn't death a relief for you, Hatake Kakashi? Fear not, Hatake Kakashi, I shall give you a painless death. The way he speaks, he seems to know quite a lot about me. Is he here specifically targeting me? Thought Kakashi, as he tried to find the hidden meaning behind Toby's words. Toby's words distracted Kakashi a little, and Toby did not miss that opportunity. He weaved his hands together, and in an instant, trees rose from the ground at an extremely high speed and entangled around Kakashi, absorbing his chakra. Because of the absorption of his chakra, even the lightning of Chidori disappeared from his right hand. After making sure that Kakashi could not weave hand signs, Toby walked toward Kakashi step by step. Kakashi, who was completely restrained by the trees, shouted, "Just who the hell are you? Why do you know so much about me? Why do you hold enmity towards Konoha? Why do you want to harm Konoha?" Toby only muttered, "For the peace of the shinobi world." Then without any hesitation, he stretched out his right hand towards Kakashi's left eyes and said lightly, "I shall take this eye for myself." But the moment Toby's right hand touched Kakashi's left eye, another Kakashi broke out of the ground and fiercely waved his lightning-covered right hand to stab through Toby's heart, all while saying, "A shinobi must always endure, no matter how much suffering, he must endure. We live to endure this pain. Death is nothing but an escape." Boom! It's just that the right hand did not do what it was intended for. It passed right through Toby just like all the previous attacks. Now Toby stretched out his hand at Kakashi's back again with the intention of using Kamui on him. The sneak attack failed. Kakashi did not give Toby any chance to take advantage. He again disappeared in a silver flash, and at the same time, the Kakashi who was bounded by the tree turned into lightning and exploded on Toby, paralyzing him for a moment. On the other hand, the real Kakashi, who appeared a little distance away from the Toby, did not let the opportunity go to waste and instantly threw 3 kunai at the momentarily paralyzed Toby. The kunai, however, did not do anything and just phased right through Toby, similar to all the previous attacks. As I stated earlier, your attacks are futile. Even if you have learned Flying Raijin Jutsu of 9-name Hokage, you are not fast enough, and nowhere near as fast as the Yellow Flash," said Toby in an indifferently amused tone. Without paying attention to Toby's words, Kakashi questioned, "Your goal, it's the Sharingan in my eye?" Chapter 437. Toby did not deny Kakashi's question, "I shall take your Sharingan, before ending your life Hatake Kakashi." He wasn't really annoyed for being deceived by the Lightning Shadow clone. After a pause, Toby asked again, "A Lightning Shadow clone, use of Flying Raijin Jutsu several times, then Chidori 2 times, not to mention the continuous drainage from the Sharingan, how much chakra do you have left Hatake Kakashi?" The manner in which Toby spoke wasn't as if he was asking a question, rather he seems to be pointing out a fact. And Kakashi's expression was gloomier upon hearing Toby's words because he knew that Toby is absolutely right. Kakashi has already consumed a lot of his chakra in the training a while ago, coupled with the heavy consumption now. Kakashi knows that he is really low on chakra. I must hold on until I kill him, even if I overconsume my chakra and die. If anything, I must at least take him down with me, thought Kakashi as he resolved himself to at least kill Toby along with himself. At this time, Toby looked at the various kunai with the flying Raijin seal scattered around the training field and marked their exact positions one by one with his Sharingan. As a former subordinate of Yondaime Hokage, Toby is also quite familiar with the flying Raijin jutsu of Yellow Flash. On the night of Kyuubi's attack, Toby even fought against Yondaime Hokage, although he was educated on the spot by the sensei and was forced to withdraw. However, he had garnered experience in actual combat against someone more proficient in the use of Flying Raijin Jutsu than the current Kakashi. Flying Raijin Jutsu, developed by Senju Tobirama, is different from Toby's space-time dojutsu Kamui, which uses his eyes as the center point for spatial travel. With Kamui, he can travel to almost anywhere within the shinobi world as long as he knows where he wants to be. Flying Raijin is different in this regard. It requires coordinated positioning for spatial travel. And the Flying Raijin formula imprinted on these scattered kunai as well as other positions are the coordinates. Therefore, as long as Toby has mastered the exact positions of all the coordinates, Kakashi won't be able to escape his eyes even if he managed to dodge the attacks of Kamui to a certain extent. After taking note of all the positions of the kunai scattered around the training field, Toby said, "Who would have thought that the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi will even copy the Flying Raijin Jutsu? I certainly never expected you to become a variable. But I suppose I underestimated you. Being a disciple of Yellow Flash, it certainly is no surprise that you follow in his footsteps, but everything ends here. You too will die the same death he died." Kakashi's face was bitter upon hearing Toby's words. Since he has just started to learn Flying Raijin Jutsu not very long ago, so even though he has worked harder than ever, Kakashi knows that he is still a far cry from his sensei Minato. Flying Raijin is not a jutsu that can be mastered so easily, and even with his talent, even if he has devoted all his time and energy to learning and mastering this jutsu, Kakashi knows that he is still a beginner, coupled with his lack of chakra at the moment. If I were to run away, then there is no telling what he will do in the village. Nobody in the village can even come close to touching him, not to mention that if Akatsuki organization is planning to attack the village today, then him being present in the village will only add more chaos. I have no choice. I will give it one more try. If that doesn't work, then only last option. After reaching this conclusion, Kakashi stood up and drew a kunai in his hand, ready for round 2. At this moment Toby was also prepared. A gust of wind blew by, swaying the petals of grass and circling the broken leaves. The moment the leaf touched the ground, both Toby and Kakashi shot. Whoosh whoosh. While in mid-run, Kakashi thought, he deactivates his intangibility at the moment of attacking, that will be my chance, and threw 3 flying Raijin kunai towards Toby, then observed the track of these 3 kunai and Toby with his Tree Tomo Sharingan, waiting for the perfect opportunity, waiting for the moment Toby will manifest himself. The 3 kunai thrown by Kakashi phased right through Toby. The moment 3 kunai phased through Toby, a high-intensity lightning chakra of Chidori gathered in Kakashi's right hand. Looking at the set of tactics used by Kakashi, Toby smirked. As to be expected from a sensei and disciple pair, their method of trying to deal with me is completely the same. After having suffered a loss against the Yondaime Hokage, how can Toby not see through Kakashi's plan? But Toby also believes that the current Kakashi is, as he stated previously, not fast or reactive enough to the sudden change in spatial shift. As such, he is not worried and continued toward Kakashi. He drew his hand to touch Kakashi. Just that touch alone would be the end of Kakashi. At the very same moment, Kakashi locked the kunai closest to Tobi's back and activated the flying Raijin Jutsu. Flash. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site. He disappeared with a silver flash and appeared in midair above Tobi, caught the kunai and waved his lightning-covered right hand towards Tobi's back. It's just as Tobi expected, Kakashi's timing wasn't perfect, and Tobi was already a step out of the range of Kakashi, so the attack used by Kakashi hit no one and faded away. Hearing the disappearing sound of Chidori, Tobi had a smile. Flying Raijin, second step used by Yandame Hokage, is extremely difficult to counter because the speed is so fast that even he with his Sharingan is unable to catch, but Kakashi has not reached that stage yet. Therefore, Tobi is confident in being able to avoid Kakashi's attack even with his eyes closed. Not to mention, Tobi didn't really intend to materialize this time, as he wanted to use this opportunity to trap Kakashi. Just as Kakashi realized that he failed the attack, trees emerged from Tobi's back and entangled Kakashi in midair. Crap, that was a trap all along. Kakashi only realized it now. Tobi turned around and looked at bounded Kakashi, then said, "You realized it, but it's a little too late." As Tobi said, it was already too late. The current state of Kakashi is haggard. That last flying Raijin Jutsu consumed most of his chakra, and now he barely has any left, not to mention these trees and Sharingan are draining his chakra. In such a state, even maintaining consciousness is difficult, not to mention fighting back. "It's over now," said Tobi, then held Kakashi's shoulder and activated his dojutsu, Kamui, as a spiraling whirl appeared over Kakashi and Kakashi's figure started to distort. At this moment, Kakashi with his ragged breath sensed that familiar feeling of distortion, and he knew that there is only one option left in his hands. "I can't escape this time. I don't have enough chakra to use flying Raijin anymore, and even if I use, it would be useless." Knowing that escape is no longer an option, hopeless Kakashi decided to use the only trump card he has left, although this trump card of his will most definitely kill him too, so while trying to resist the effect of the spatial pull of Tobi, Kakashi said, "Yes, you are absolutely correct, it's really over." As Kakashi said that, the three Tomo Sharingan in his eye morphed and changed into the Manjikyu Sharingan. In the past few years, Kakashi has tried to open the Manjikyu Sharingan several times, but without exception, every time he opens his Manjikyu Sharingan he will be overwhelmed by the chakra consumption and lose consciousness. Although he is gradually adapting to the headache and chakra drainage caused by the Manjikyu Sharingan, it is still far from reaching the point where he can use it in combat. So Kakashi knows that if he were to use the Manjikyu Sharingan in his current state, then he would more than likely die of chakra drain. But given that nothing else he has in his hands, Kakashi decided to bet on the Dojutsu Kamui, with which he will be able to rip off the head of Tobi from his body before dying himself. "You! The Manjikyu Sharingan?" Tobi was taken aback upon looking at the familiar pattern in Kakashi's left eye. Kakashi used the shock of Tobi to his advantage and instantly activated the Dojutsu Kamui. Instantly, another spiraling whirl appeared out of thin air. This one engulfed Tobi's body and both of them disappeared from Konoha and the shinobi world. Chapter 438. Kamui Dimension. Kakashi and Tobi suddenly appeared in the Kamui dimension and collapsed on the ground. Because of the linkage of Kamui, Kakashi was still able to maintain a degree of consciousness and was taken aback when he noticed Tobi too appearing in the same dimension as him. At the same time, Kakashi realized that the dojutsu he used and the jutsu that the other party uses are almost similar, or rather they are both the same dojutsu, which means that Tobi also uses Kamui, but how is this even possible, was Kakashi's thought as he tried his hardest to stand up. He needs some answers and Tobi is the one who is going to give them to him. Unfortunately for Kakashi, neither did he have enough strength, nor did he have enough opportunity, as he was suddenly kicked in the face and lost consciousness. "Ha ha," Tobi let out a sigh of relief. Had Kakashi continued to fight, he might have been able to figure out the true identity of the person behind the mask, and Tobi obviously doesn't want that to happen. Who would have thought, on that accursed day, not only my right eye but even the left eye turned into Manjikyu Sharingan? This was far beyond even my expectations. thought Toby as he started to walk towards Kakashi, who had rolled over a little further because of the kick he received in the face. No wonder my right eye feels restless sometimes. The original problem lies here. Whenever he tries to activate the Manjikyu Sharingan, it causes some sort of induction in my right eye, muttered Toby as he looked at the fainted Kakashi. If ordinary people are subjected to Kamui and transferred into the Kamui dimension, then because of the shift of time and space, the body becomes temporarily paralyzed and the person experiences short-term blackout in consciousness. This is also the reason why he doesn't need to put too much effort into dealing with his targets. Once they are thrown into Kamui dimension, it's all over for them. After all, in the fight between shinobi, even a small mistake or inadvertent daze is equivalent to life and death, not to mention a short-term blackout in consciousness which will almost certainly result in death. The only reason why Kakashi did not immediately lose consciousness after the shuttle through space-time was because of the protection provided by Kamui. Therefore, Toby was certain that the dojutsu of the Manjikyu Sharingan in Kakashi's eyes is also Kamui. At this time, Toby removed his spiral mask, revealing his true face, forehead covered with a bandage, and several scars on the left side of his face. This is his true face, the true face of Uchiha Obito. Clang clang. Obito tossed aside the mask, then bent down to reach out for his left eye in Kakashi's left eye socket. Without even a shred of hesitation, Obito dug out the Sharingan that he once gave to Kakashi as a present, then proceeded to directly put that eye into his own left eye socket without even bothering to clean up the blood. After putting them back into his own eye socket, Obito entered a trance state and staggered a little. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, and this time both of his eyes had returned to where they truly belonged and where they will show their true potential. Sharingan was activated and then turned into Manjikyu Sharingan. Obito raised his hand to cover his left eye and muttered in a realization, so that's how it is. Kamui is the dojutsu of both of his Manjikyu Sharingan, but their specific roles are quite different. The Kamui of the right eye is a short-range version where the user needs to personally touch the object or person he wants to transfer to the Kamui dimension. In a way, it can be said that this Kamui is heavily focused on defense, as it also grants the user intangibility, making the user immune to all physical and spiritual attacks in the intangible state. Short-range Kamui is the true ultimate defense. While the Kamui of the left eye is different, it is the long-range version. With the Kamui of the left eye, the user need not be in close touch with the targeted object or person. The target needs to be in the field of vision of the user and he will be transferred to the Kamui dimension. In a similar way, it can be said that this Kamui is heavily focused towards attack, as it allows the user to attack, shred, tear, and distort the objects in their field of vision, be small or large, as well as transfer them to the Kamui dimension. Long-range Kamui is the true ultimate attack. Unexpectedly, the attack power of Kamui is in the left eye that I gave to Kakashi, muttered Obito in understanding, then closed his eye. Having achieved his purpose for coming to Konoha this time, Obito then glanced at Kakashi, who lay on the ground unconscious and bloody-eyed. Obito drew out a kunai from under his sleeve and squatted next to Kakashi. Kunai's cold light reached Kakashi's throat, as Obito said indifferently, "Kakashi, this time I won," and then started to slowly cut Kakashi's throat. "You have lived a life of hell, Kakashi. I shall give you peace." As blood started to come out of the cut, Obito remembered Kakashi's words from their battle some time ago. "What was it that you said?" "A shinobi must always endure, no matter how much suffering, he must endure. We live to endure this pain. Death is nothing but an escape," were your words, Kakashi. Speaking so, Obito stopped the kunai, and shouted while clutching Kakashi's collar with both of his hands, "You broke your promise to me, Kakashi. You did not protect Rin. There was only one thing I entrusted to you, but you failed to do just that. Heck, even I failed to reach there in time. Now tell me, Kakashi, how am I supposed to endure this reality?" "Why are you silent, huh? Answer me, Kakashi, answer me." "Ha, ha." After venting out a little, Obito calmed down, then put away the kunai and said, "You said that we live to endure, then I shall allow you show me." Then, without waiting for even a second, he threw the unconscious, bloody-eyed, and bleeding Kakashi back to the training field. "Show me how you live in this accursed reality, Kakashi." you have until I have gathered all the 9 bijou and resurrected Jubi. If you don't show me anything worth it, I shall reflect the light of infinite Tsukuyami on the moon and cover this accursed reality in the Genjutsu world for all eternity. In Konoha. As the alliance ceremony was about to finally begin, Konoha's citizens were gathering near the Hokage Tower one after another. On the roof of the Hokage building, Sandaime Hokage in his Hokage cloak held his tobacco pipe in one hand and the other over his chest and was looking at the bustling village in front of him with a mild smile. According to the new plan that he has devised to deal with the Akatsuki organization, the alliance with the surrounding village is very important. Alliance with the surrounding villages will not only decrease the hostility with the nations around the Land of Fire but also reduce the pressure on Konoha to deploy more shinobi on the border of the Land of Fire. This way, much of the manpower can be withdrawn from the border and deployed in important areas within the Land of Fire. Standing behind Sandaime Hokage are the 2 Konoha Council advisors, Elder Hamura, Elder Koharu, as well as Jonin Commander Nara Shikaku. For important diplomatic matters such as the alliance ceremony, members of the council are bound to attend, but the 4th advisor, Elder Danzo from the Umbu, did not show up for certain reasons, but no one truly minded his absence. In the large square below, Uchiha Sasuke followed his father, Uchiha Fugaku, captain of the Konoha military police force, with a look of excitement on his face. His black eyes kept looking around and his face was full of curiosity. Looking at Sasuke's excited look, his mother Makoto sighed, "Sasuke-kun, don't run around carelessly." But Sasuke paid no attention to his mother's words. This is the first time he has seen an event such as this one. As such, he was very curious about many things, and said to his father, "Oda-sama, the village is very lively today." "Yes." Fugaku nodded with a distracted tone. His gaze was directed towards a few figures standing at the entrance of the Hokage building. The people Fugaku was looking at were not Hokage and his advisors, but rather 4 kunoichi standing at the entrance of the Hokage building. Fugaku was looking at none other than the slug Sannin Tsunade and her 3 female apprentices. According to the agreement with Senju Tsunade, Uchiha Izumi of the Uchiha clan was accepted as an apprentice by Tsunade. This is another step taken by the Uchiha clan toward reconciliation with the Hokage faction. The decision of choosing Uchiha Izumi out of the many kunoichi was made by the clan after much deliberation, especially after considering her closeness and relationship with Itachi. Over the years, Fugaku, or rather his wife Makoto, has come to understand that their elder son Itachi holds romantic feelings towards Izumi. Itachi may not have been explicit about his feelings, but nothing escapes the eyes of a keen mother. So, after considering various angles, the Uchiha clan council finalized Uchiha Izumi to be their future marriage partner for Itachi. The news hasn't been made public yet and very few people know of this decision, but both Itachi and Izumi are aware of it, and both did not pose any opposition. Suddenly, Sasuke pulled the cuff of Fugaku's shirt, and said, "Look, Oda-sama, the Hyuga clan is here too." Sasuke's words pulled Fugaku out of his thoughts, and he turned towards the direction pointed by Sasuke only to notice the Hyuga brothers as well as their children, Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Hinata, and the little Hyuga Hanabi along with her caretaker, Hyuga Natsu. The Hyuga brothers also noticed Fugaku's gaze and nodded in greeting. Fugaku and Makoto nodded back toward them. At this time, Sasuke asked again, "Oka-san, that kid with long brown hair and Byakugan is Hyuga Niji, right?" Makoto looked in the direction of the child pointed by Sasuke, and nodded lightly. "Yes, he is said to be a very gifted child." "So that's Hyuga Niji." Fugaku thought with a bit of interest because he too has heard of the rumors about the prodigal talent of Hyuga Niji, but it was just some degree of interest because when it comes to talent the Uchiha clan is no short of geniuses. Aside from Uchiha Shisui, who is undoubtedly one of the most geniuses shinobi in the history of Konoha, there is also his elder son Itachi, whose talent is almost equivalent to or perhaps even superior to Shisui. Listening to his mother's words, Sasuke muttered to himself, "Is he really that gifted?" Chapter 439. Although Sasuke suffered at the hands of the leader of Amatsukami and was almost kidnapped by Orochimaru disguised as Oda Yume, a low-level member of the Akatsuki organization, Sasuke is undoubtedly one of the best among his peers. Among the peers of the same age group, almost no one has been Sasuke's opponent and will be defeated within 1 to 3 moves. Had it not been for his elder brother Itachi to be very talented, so talented that anyone would fade away from the limelight of his brother, Sasuke would have already been shrouded with the aura of a genius long ago and would have gotten famous all over Konoha just like Hyuga Neji. Therefore, Sasuke was a little jealous of Neji for being regarded as an unremarkable genius. It wasn't anything offensive or anything, just a child's desire to attract his father's attention. Humph, I can defeat him within 10 moves. Sasuke deliberately snorted, all while looking at his father from the corner of his eye. But Fugaku was too busy in his thoughts to be able to pay attention to Sasuke as he glanced at the other faces of the people on the square. Sasuke was a little disappointed at his failure and pouted. Uchiha Mikoto giggled at her younger son's antics and while ruffling his hair, she said, "Sasuke-kun, rather than defeating him, why don't try to be a friend with the child of the Hyuga clan? Maybe then you will have a friend and rival who is just as talented and strong as you." Sasuke pondered over his mother's words with a tough-thinking expression, like he was seriously considering whether to give it a try or not. Mikoto shook her head with a smile while Sasuke pondered over her words, then she too looked at the square. Aside from Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, almost all the other major clans have appeared here for the alliance ceremony, which isn't strange considering that it was Hokage's personal order. With just a casual glance, Fugaku noticed the current patriarch of various clans, and all these current patriarchs without any exception also had had their next generation accompanying them, probably to start their training as the next patriarchs. So Sasuke too noticed several children of his age group, including potato chips-loving Akimichi Choji, flower-loving Yamanaka Ino, and a tired and forcibly dragged-out Nara Shikamaru. These 3 children were accompanying Akimichi Choza, as both the Yamanaka Patriarch and Nara Patriarch couldn't accompany them because of their respective duties. Then there was a quiet Aburame Shino with his father, a short-tempered and impulsive Inuzuka Kiba with his mother and sister. And there were a few other civilian children too, but before Sasuke could pay them any attention, he was attracted by his father's voice, who said, "Sasuke, you see these children, they are probably going to be enrolled in the academy at the same time as you." Sasuke immediately said with a confident smile, "Oto-sama, you just wait and see, I will surpass each and every one of them, and just like Nai-san, I too will hold the top position in the academy and graduate at the top of the class I enroll in. I will not allow the reputation of the Uchiha clan to be trampled upon by any of them." Fugaku just smiled slightly but did not say "that's my boy," the sentence he often uses to praise Itachi. Sasuke then asked, "By the way, Oto-sama, why did Nai-san not come to participate in the alliance ceremony today?" Putting away his smile, Fugaku returned to his serious expression and stated, "Itachi is taking care of Shisui." Fugaku noticed the sudden illness and weakness of Shisui and was reminded of how Shisui's father too became ill after having lost one of his legs in the previous Great Shinobi War and died soon after. Therefore, Fugaku is a little worried about Shisui, but because of Shisui's continued insistence that he will soon be alright, Fugaku decided to believe him and allowed his son Itachi to take care of Shisui, who volunteered to do so, to make sure that no accidents happen. Frankly speaking, Fugaku is very satisfied with Shisui and Itachi's brother-like bond. If nothing strange happens, Itachi, his eldest son, will become the next patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Itachi is certainly capable of the task, therefore, Fugaku is also quite happy about the close friendship of Shisui and Itachi. Because Shisui's support for Itachi will maintain the stability of the clan at the same time also stabilize Itachi's position as the next patriarch. At this moment, Sasuke pointed at the Otoge and his party walking towards the square, and asked, "Oto-sama, which shinobi village are those shinobi from? Their forehead protector has a symbol I have never seen or heard before even in the various scroll. Are they some secret shinobi village?" Fugaku looked over in the direction of Otoge, then said, "They are shinobi from a newly established shinobi village called Otoge, a small shinobi village in the nation adjacent to the Land of Fire and Land of Hot Water." Sasuke responded with an "oh" and looked in the direction of Otoge shinobi who were being led by Mitarashi Anko. As if feeling the gaze of Sasuke on him, Kimimaro slightly raised his head and looked over. And immediately his sight landed on the eye-catching red and white Uchiwa fan printed on Sasuke's high-neck black t-shirt. After recognizing that fan, Kimimaro raised his eyebrow and his face showed an eager expression. Kimimaro is very well aware of Orochimaru-sama's obsession with the Sharingan and body of the Uchiha clan shinobi, but Orochimaru has never been able to get his hands on them, therefore, Kimimaro especially hated Uchiha clan and their Sharingan. Moreover, Kimimaro also wants to understand what is it that the Uchiha clan has that Orochimaru-sama is so obsessed with them. In Kimimaro's opinion, the Uchiha clan should just offer themselves to Orochimaru-sama. What greater honor will there be for the Uchiha clan than to become the vessel of Orochimaru-sama? When the Otogakure team crossed the square under the leadership of Anko and approached the area where the patriarch of the Uchiha clan stood, Kimimaro suddenly stopped. Under the frown gaze of all the spectators, he went up to Uchiha Sasuke, and after a bit of silence, he asked, "Are you an Uchiha?" Seeing the eyes of everyone on him, Sasuke straightened up his waist immediately, and said proudly, "Yes, I am an Uchiha, Uchiha Sasuke. Who are you, and what do you want from the Uchiha?" Kimimaro said indifferently, "Who I am is irrelevant. What I desire is to challenge the Uchiha. Since you are an Uchiha, then accept my challenge." Sasuke was stunned by the words of the other party. He did not expect the strange gray-haired red spot on forehead guy from the small shinobi village Otogakure to suddenly come and challenge him, not to mention the other party does not even have the basic manner of speaking his name as an introduction. However, Sasuke soon recovered from his stunned expression, because he found that this is a very good opportunity to showcase his strength and impress his father. But Sasuke also knows that he must maintain the majesty of the Uchiha clan, so calming down his excitement, he quirked his eyebrow, and said coldly, "Why should I accept the challenge of some no-name individual from an unknown shinobi village?" Kimimaro was unperturbed by Sasuke's cold attitude, and said, "Because I want to challenge you." "Huh?" Sasuke frowned then replied with a snort, "Just because you want to challenge me does not mean that I have to accept it, but you are in luck because I am a generous one. Since you have such a strong desire to taste defeat and see the power of the Uchiha clan, then I will let you experience it firsthand." Anko, who was in charge of escorting the Otogakure team to the Hokage building, frowned at the two kids. "You two, no one's challenging anyone, we don't have time for such farce, the alliance ceremony will soon begin." Kimimaro did not even bother to pay any attention to Anko, and just said lightly, "Don't worry, it won't take very long." Sasuke also did not care about Anko, and said while matching the gaze of Kimimaro, "Yes, I will let him have a taste of defeat within 1 minute." Anko was speechless at the attitude of the two children. "Don't give me a headache, you two, no one is fighting anyone." But seeing that her words were not getting through the two children who were itching to go at each other, and have sparks between their eyes, Anko looked at the parent and guardians of the two. The disguised Orochimaru said with a gentle smile, "It would be wonderful to let the two children compete. I too have heard of the mighty reputation of the Uchiha clan throughout the shinobi world. It would be an honor for me to be able to witness their power." "Wait, what?" Anko did not expect the leader of Otogakure to be so unreliable, then looked at Uchiha Patriarch, hoping that Uchiha Patriarch will at least deny the request, but unfortunately, she had to be disappointed. Fugaku with his hands crossed over his chest stated, "Since the allies of Otogakure are so interested in seeing the skills of the Uchiha clan, then obviously we can't disappoint them." "Huh?" Anko was again speechless that Uchiha Patriarch agreed. But before she could speak anything further, Anko suddenly received a telepathic communication from Kuroto. "Anko-chan, let Uchiha Sasuke and the boy of Otogakure have a duel." Anko asked, "But will that be alright?" Kuroto nodded, "Yes, Hokage-sama has given the approval. It will serve as a form of entertainment for Daimyo-sama who wishes to see the battle. Moreover, it will also give us a better understanding of the strength of Otogakure." "Alright." Anko agreed, since the Hokage-sama has personally given the approval, so she has no authority to raise an objection to this duel anymore, and nodded, "Alright both of you, you are in luck, Hokage-sama has given his approval." The crowd immediately cheered, "Great!" Even the faces of many young children were very excited. Soon the crowd consciously dispersed and gave space for the two children to battle each other. Uchiha Mikoto asked Fugaku with a slightly worried expression. Anana, is this really a good idea? From the appearance of that boy, he seemed to be a remnant of the Kaguya clan, and they were known for their savage character. Fugaku nodded, but looking at him, his character seems to be slightly different. Besides, Sasuke has already faced worse, whether Yama of Amatsukami or Oda Yume of Akatsuki, both were undoubtedly more savage people, so Sasuke should have enough mental fortitude to face the child of the Kaguya clan. And this will also be a good experience for Sasuke. After thinking over the words of her husband, Mikoto nodded and said to Sasuke, Sasuke-kun, don't let your guard down, okay? Sasuke hurriedly nodded, don't worry Oka-san. Uchiha Fugaku also said, Sasuke let the other party experience the skills of an Uchiha, firsthand. Sasuke nodded, yes, Oda-sama. On the other side, the disguised Orochimaru said to Kimimaro, Kimimaro dear, don't be too hard on him, will you? Yes, I just want to see what Uchiha clan is capable of, I am not going to kill him. Kimimaro nodded. After some pep talk with their parents and guardians, both Sasuke and Kimimaro stood at the center of the ring, and the entire crowd's eyes gathered on the two. Anko had to temporarily act as the referee, so standing in the middle of the field, she said the basic instructions, we will follow the rules of traditional shinobi sparring. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu are allowed, throwing tools are also allowed, but no exploding tags, we don't want explosions in the middle of the village. The duel will end when one party is knocked unconscious or admits defeat. Additionally, I have the authority to call off the duel should I find it necessary, understand? Although most of the things are allowed, however, Anko didn't really believe that these two children will use any ninjutsu or jinjutsu. At most, it will be a battle of taijutsu, coupled with a bit of shuriken jutsu, along with 3 basic skills if they can use it. Got it. Sasuke's lips curled, as he raised his left hand forming the hand seal of confrontation. Kimimaro also nodded, as he too raised his right hand forming the hand seal of confrontation. Receiving the 2 nods, Anko waved her hand, alright, begin, signaling to begin the match. Chapter 440. Just as Anko waved her hand, Sasuke threw a pair of shurikens toward Kimimaro at the same time rushed towards Kimimaro with a kunai in his hand. The pair of shurikens were easily countered by Kimimaro with a bone protrusion. At the same time, he easily countered all of Sasuke's offensive with his excellent taijutsu skills. Sasuke soon noticed that he won't be able to gain an advantage in taijutsu, so he threw another pair of shuriken and leaped backward, all while reading hand signs. Snake, ram, monkey, boar. Looking at the hand signs used by Sasuke, Anko's face sank and she muttered in surprise, the kid from the Uchiha clan has already mastered the Uchiha's signature fireball jutsu? Just how old is he? If I am not wrong, he isn't even at the age of starting the academy. How is he able to sue fire style? Outside the circle, even the disguised Orochimaru licked his lips in anticipation. Tsk, Uchiha Sasuke has mastered a C-rank jutsu at such a young age. He truly is the younger brother of Itachi. On the other end of the field, Uchiha Mikoto had a proud smile framing her face upon seeing Sasuke's use of fire-style jutsu. She already knows that Sasuke has mastered the C-rank jutsu of the Uchiha clan. After all, she daily saw Sasuke going by the lake and practicing there day and night, only to come home with several burns on his mouth. But opposite to Sasuke, Kimimaro still had a plain look on his face. He easily cut the 2 shurikens with his bones, then continued to look at Uchiha Sasuke. He was waiting for Uchiha Sasuke to use the Sharingan. He wants to see what the Sharingan is capable of. Horse, tiger. Sasuke, who had almost completed the hand signs by the time he landed back on the ground, smiled to himself. Let's see how you take the Uchiha clan's fireball jutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. And instantly, scorching flames appeared out of Sasuke's mouth and rushed towards Kimimaro. From the distance it appeared as if these flames will completely swallow Kimimaro. Oh no, he won't die, right? Anko was acting as the referee, suddenly panicked upon looking at the intensity of the flames, and her heart was almost in her throat. When she thought about it, the kid from Otogakure is barely 10 years old. How can he resist the fireball jutsu at such a close range? Even she, when at this age, probably didn't have the ability, and at that age, she had only graduated from the academy. Feeling the scorching heat from the fireball, the surrounding villagers felt their lips being, and all of them had a stunned expression on their faces. While the adults all had serious expressions on their faces. No one had expected that Sasuke, who is only about 7 years old, could perform a Class C fire-style jutsu. Being able to use this jutsu alone makes him on the same level as mid-class Genin. Even the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, had a serious expression. Ads by PubFuture. Compared to Uchiha Sasuke of the Uchiha clan, who can already perform Class C fire-style jutsu, his own daughter Hinata's progress is very slow. Hinata still makes mistakes in the basics of Hyuga's gentle fist. Niji's face was calm. He was analyzing Uchiha Sasuke and Kimimaro. Hisashi said to Niji, "Niji, pay attention to Uchiha Sasuke, he may become your rival in the academy." Niji nodded earnestly. "Yes, Oda-sama, his strength is much stronger compared to many." Because Hyuga Hisashi did not die, therefore, Niji is not so dark or angered at his fate for being a member of Branch House. He was indeed affected upon realizing what that cursed seal meant, but there was not so much anger, only a bit of sadness and silence. Anyway, back to the matter of Uchiha Sasuke's fire-style jutsu. The use of ninjutsu not only requires a sufficient amount of chakra but also a good level of chakra control. And chakra control is exactly what the children find difficult to master because of their immature minds and restless attitude. This is one of the main reasons why Uzumaki Naruto sucks at using jutsu, although he has abundant chakra because of his Uzumaki lineage and the presence of Kyuubi inside him. However, his chakra control is extremely poor. This especially affects him and makes it difficult for him to master even the basic three-body techniques of the E rank. This is the reason why everyone was highly surprised by the fact that Uchiha Sasuke can already use a C rank jutsu. After using the jutsu, Sasuke looked in the direction of his father and mother from the corner of his eyes. He saw his mother smiling, but his father did not have a smile. Rather, he was looking in the direction of Kimimaro with a serious expression, and only thought was raised in Sasuke's mind: why is Oda-sama looking at him, instead of me? On Kuroto's side. Kuroto currently sat on the edge of the roof of a tall building, and behind him stood Kurenai. Both of them were obviously watching the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Kimimaro. After seeing the fireball jutsu used by Sasuke, Kurenai said with an impressed tone, "He is Itachi's brother, all right, no doubt about it." Then after a pause, Kurenai continued, "The kid from Odogakure is going to suffer if he does not do something." Kuroto just smiled and shook his head at Kurenai's judgment. Uchiha Sasuke is indeed a very talented child, and indeed nobody amongst his peer can match up to him, but unfortunately, Kimimaro is not ordinary either. Not to mention his older age compared to Uchiha Sasuke. Kimimaro has been personally trained by Orochimaru for many years now, and Orochimaru is not the type of person who would be lenient to you in training, which is why there was no way Kimimaro would be hurt by a mere rank C jutsu. Back to the battlefield. Accompanied by the howling wind, the fireball quickly covered the distance between Sasuke and Kimimaro, burned the ground black, and rushed straight towards Kimimaro. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Kimimaro. They were all curious about how this 10-or-so-year-old kid is going to deal with the crisis in front of him. Of course, Konoha ninjas on the side were also ready to make their move to rescue Kimimaro should that become necessary. After all, Kimimaro is a shinobi from Odogakure, and both villages are going to be forming an alliance, so they can't have any casualties at the moment, else it would leave a bad taste in the mouths of everyone. However, what caught everyone's eyes was the unperturbed and calm face of Kimimaro. Does he have some trick up his sleeve? Was the thought in everyone's mind. Whoosh! Boom! Soon the fireball collided at the position where Kimimaro stood, but just an instant before it, many shinobi witnessed Kimimaro's figure disappearing from the position with the sound of breaking past the wind. Wait, what happened? He did not dodge that. Is he dead? Villager 1. He has to be. No one can survive something like that. Villager 2 and Villager 3 said in a panic. Calm down, he is alive and well, and dodged that fireball at the right opportunity. A shinobi answered, then thought, although that jutsu the boy from Otogakure used. The body flicker jutsu was the thought in the minds of all shinobi. Unlike the ordinary villagers who were at a loss for what happened and if the kid from Otogakure was still alive or not, the shinobi at the field recognized the jutsu used by Kimimaro at a glance and soon locked Kimimaro's new position. Soon everyone's eyes turned towards Sasuke, and feeling the gaze of everyone on him, Sasuke quirked his lips in a triumphant expression. Because of the fire burning in front of him, Sasuke's vision was obscured, and since he has yet to awaken the Sharingan, as such Sasuke was unable to see the disappearance and reappearance of Kimimaro at the last instant because the speed of Kimimaro was too fast for Sasuke's motor skills to the process. He only felt a gust of wind, but that was caused by the resulting impact caused by the collision of the fireball with the road. As such, Sasuke assumed that the kid from Otogakure was swallowed by his fireball jutsu. But soon Sasuke realized that something is wrong because his mother was not smiling, rather she was looking at him with worry, and at this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. "Why are you standing in a daze?" "What? How?" Shocked Sasuke soon realized that his attack was somehow dodged. He instantly tried to use substitution jutsu, but he was too late. Smash! As Sasuke was suddenly punched in the face and he flew out. At this moment, Kimimaro walked forward towards the collapsed Sasuke, and thought to himself, he is still not activating his Sharingan, but why? Is it because I am going too easy on him? Sasuke quickly got up from the ground, and muttered in shock, "But how? That jutsu was supposed to defeat you." Whoosh! Smash! Sasuke did not get his answer. Instead, he got another punch in the face by Kimimaro, who again used body flicker jutsu to appear Sasuke in less than an instant. This time the punch was harder than before, and Sasuke rolled over more distance and collapsed on his butt. As Sasuke was again knocked to the ground, sounds of murmurs spread on the square. All the shinobi, whether of Konoha, Suna, Taki, or Kusa, all focused their eyes on the 10-year-old Kimimaro. Kimimaro's use of body flicker jutsu twice in a row not only stunned Sasuke, who was full of confidence, but even the referee Anko was also shocked. Uchiha Fugaku's face was serious, but he said nothing. Even before the match began, Fugaku could see that the kid named Kimimaro was extremely strong for his age. But even then, he allowed Sasuke to fight. There are several reasons for doing so. One of them is the hope that Sasuke will overcome that something that has been preventing Sasuke's growth. Uchiha Mikoto was also worried, but upon looking in the eyes of Sasuke, which clearly showed that he has yet to give up, she chose to remain silent too. On the Hokage building, Sandaime, who was also observing the battle, asked Nara Shikaku, "What is the name of that child of Otogakure?" Shikaku went through his memories, and stated, "According to the intelligence gathered by us in the short period, he seems to be one of the last two surviving members of Kaguya clan from Kirigakure. His name is Kaguya Kimimaro of Shikatsumiyaku." Kaguya Kimimaro? What is a child of the Kaguya clan doing in Otogakure? Mumbled Sandaime to himself as he focused back on the field. Chapter 441. Back to the field. Sasuke got up from the ground again. His cute baby face was swollen red from both sides, and he looked at Kimimaro as if he was going to chew Kimimaro alive, but even then Sasuke did not pounce on Kimimaro and took a deep breath to strategize his next move. Kimimaro this time chose not to attack again, and instead asked, "Hey, are you really an Uchiha?" Sasuke was stunned, and said with an annoyed tone, "Didn't I already tell you before? I am an Uchiha." Is he really an Uchiha? But if so, why is he not using his Sharingan even now? Have I still not forced him enough? Thought Kimimaro to himself, then slammed his bone-hardened fist in Sasuke's gut. Vomit. Sasuke vomited out the snacks he ate in the afternoon, and knelt on the ground. At the same time, some sort of fear that had been buried deep inside his heart for several years suddenly woke up again. This is how you punch someone, kid. Is he going to kill me? No, Nisan, please, help me. Overtaken by fear, Sasuke froze and couldn't even move. He only hoped to see his elder brother Itachi at this moment, who can save him. Fugaku narrowed his eyes looking at his state of Sasuke. So, the fear of Yama and the other one has finally come out. Now Sasuke, show me that you can overcome this fear. But Sasuke's thought process was too jumbled up to be able to realize the intentions and expectations of his father. "Please, someone, help. I don't want to die, please someone," was all Sasuke could think as his eyes also lost their focus and he seems to be trying his damn hardest to not cry at this moment. The crowd was murmuring, many people had a frown on their faces because they too noticed something wrong with Sasuke. Kimimaro looked at the collapsed Sasuke and asked, "Why don't you use the Sharingan? Aren't you an Uchiha, so why not use the Sharingan?" But Sasuke was too lost to be able to reply to Kimimaro. And just when it seemed that the match was almost decided, a young boy with blonde hair, blue eyes, and 3 whiskers on both sides of his cheek jumped up and down on the roof of a close-by building all while shouting, "Hey Sasuke, are you just going to get beaten up without even fighting back? What are you, a scaredy cat?" This shout of the blonde child was not very inconspicuous, and hardly anyone paid attention to this taunt of his, but for some reason, Sasuke heard it, and as soon as he heard it, the eyes that had lost focus had regained their light. Listening to Naruto's taunt, Sasuke, who had almost given up, clenched his fists and secretly swear, "Damn it Naruto, do you think I don't want to fight back? But this guy's movements are too fast for me to be able to react." Although Sasuke thought so, there was still a slight smile framing his face, and this slight smile was noted by very few. "Thanks, Naruto," thought Sasuke and started to analyze how to turn the tables on Kimimaro. "I can't let fear get the best of me, I must do something to defeat this kid." This is the first time Sasuke has felt this kind of despair among peers around his age. The speed of the opponent is too fast for him to even be able to react. Sasuke knows that his taijutsu skills are not too bad, he can even fight back and forth with Itachi and Shisui, but in the face of Kimimaro's taijutsu skills, Sasuke has not been able to take even the slightest advantage. "How should I defeat this guy?" thought Sasuke. Receiving no reply from Sasuke, Kimimaro turned around and moved in the direction of the Otogakure party. Kimimaro may hate Uchiha clan very much, but he had no intention of humiliating Sasuke, who was even younger than himself. Upon realizing that Sasuke is far weaker than expected and probably doesn't even have the Sharingan, Kimimaro completely lost interest in this fruitless battle that would do nothing except for wasting Orochimaru-sama's time. Seeing Kimimaro going away, Sasuke suddenly gritted his teeth. "Hey stop, where do you think you are going?" Compared to his fear and verbal provocation of Kimimaro, Sasuke couldn't really stand the indifference of the other party towards himself, because this indifference reminds Sasuke of Yama. Kimimaro did not even bother to look at Sasuke and just stated, "You have lost already." "No!" Sasuke abruptly stood up and shouted, "I have not lost yet." Kimimaro continued to walk towards the other end, all while saying, "You are not strong enough, and I have also come to understand that you do not have the Sharingan, so I don't care whether you have lost or not. If it makes you feel any better, then I give up because I have no interest in fighting a weakling." What the hell, was the thought ringing in Sasuke's head as he looked at the indifference of Kimimaro towards himself, which made Sasuke feel humiliated. The murmurs of the crowd only fueled this humiliation within Sasuke. His face was flushed. The burning sensation was not only from the swelling and pain caused due to being beaten by Kimimaro but also because of the huge sense of humiliation that Sasuke has never felt before. As soon as Sasuke thought that he would bring shame to the name Uchiha not only in front of Konoha villagers but even in front of shinobi from many different nations, Sasuke felt despair. In fact, the ordinary villagers may laugh at Sasuke, but shinobi will not, whether of Konoha or of other villages. On the contrary, the more powerful a shinobi, the less he would laugh at Sasuke because the strength of Kimimaro is seen by everyone. Even many of the older shinobi do not have enough confidence to be able to dodge Kimimaro's strikes, so how can they mock Sasuke, who is a kid even younger than Kimimaro? The young Uchiha obviously did not understand this. At this time, he was shrouded in boundless shame. Sasuke dared not look at his father and mother, afraid that he would see their disappointed expression. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I am weak, why am I always too weak?" was the thought raging in Sasuke's mind. Intense anger and humiliation made Sasuke enter an inexplicable state. And in this state, Sasuke's chakras started to flare up and suddenly he felt that his vision had become unreasonably clearer, as if a window to the soul was opened. he could even see the wings of an insect far away, and see the dust particles in the air. At the same time, Sasuke could feel that his chakra has grown a lot. Kimimaro also sensed the flaring chakra of Sasuke. He stopped, turned around, and looked at his scarlet eyes of Sasuke. Everyone on the sidelines was also surprised, even Fugaku's stoic face changed upon noticing the change in Sasuke. Mikoto muttered in shock, "The Sharingan, at such a young age?" Ads by PubFuture. This was really beyond Fugaku and Mikoto's expectations. It must be known that even their eldest son Itachi, who is an unusual genius, only managed to awaken the Sharingan at the age of 7.5, and that too on a battlefield. Yet Sasuke, who is only about 7 years old, awakened the Sharingan in a meager duel. Although it's still not the earliest awakening, as that goes to Uchiha Izumi, who awakened her Sharingan at the age of less than 6, Fugaku and Mikoto were shocked nonetheless, because Sasuke, without even witnessing the death or loss of someone close, awakened the Sharingan, that too at such a young age. While many people were murmuring in shock and confusion, a ray of greed flashed in the eyes of the disguised Orochimaru. He was staring at Sasuke like prey and smirked slyly while licking his lips. "Another Uchiha genius, is it?" At this moment, following Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and the dead Uchiha Tsukihei, the name Uchiha Sasuke was also added to the list of Orochimaru's future prey. On the side of the Hyuga clan, seeing the eye-catching Tomo in the scarlet eye wheel of Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, then thinking of his own daughter who has a mediocre aptitude, Hayashi felt bitter. When thinking of the genius child of the Uchiha clan, Hayashi looked at the immature and serious face of Neji, and thought to himself, perhaps the future of the Hyuga clan will depend on the shoulders of Neji. On the building in the distance, Kuroto was also taken aback by the change of Sasuke, but not much surprised at the same time, and thought to himself, already awakened the Sharingan? TSK, the talent of Indra's reincarnation has always been amazing. At this time, Sasuke also finally figured out the change in Sasuke's eyes, and muttered in surprise, "Huh? I awakened the Sharingan? The Sharingan?" Kimimaro muttered, then asked, "Is this the Sharingan?" After awakening the Sharingan, Sasuke's confidence was regained, and nodded, "Didn't you want to see the Sharingan? This is it. Sharingan is the best dojutsu in the shinobi world. With these eyes of mine, I can see all of your movements. None of your actions will be hidden from me now." Listening to Sasuke, Kimimaro turned around and said, "Come on then, I want to see what the Sharingan can do." Although Sasuke has yet to adapt and master the use of Sharingan, his confidence was reignited. In order to return back the shame to the other party, Sasuke was ready for round 2. At the same time, Sasuke remembered the words of Itachi, "The flow of enemies' chakra, and the slightest of tension in their muscles is the prelude to the enemy's attack." And in the vision of his Sharingan, the flow of chakra in Kimimaro's vision was visible, so Sasuke could judge what moves Kimimaro will make. As Sasuke observed Kimimaro with his Sharingan, he discovered that the chakra was converging in the legs of the other party. At the same time, the muscles of Kimimaro's legs started to converge slowly. He is going to use that fast-moving jutsu, was the thought in his mind, but before he could prepare any countermeasures, Kimimaro's figure in front of him disappeared. Bang! Huh? How? Sasuke exclaimed in shock as he collapsed on the ground again, and this time, even one of his teeth was knocked out. Sasuke unwillingly got up, and panicked, "Damn it, why was I unable to react?" It was Kimimaro's straight punch in Sasuke's stomach that responded to Sasuke's question. This punch of Kimimaro directly blasted out Sasuke. Although only about 20 to 30% of base strength was used, Sasuke was knocked down, nonetheless. Arg! The pain in the stomach caused Sasuke to curl up like a shrimp. He was at a loss. Looking at Sasuke in pain, Kimimaro looked surprised, and muttered to himself, "There is no difference. Is there even a benefit that Sharingan provides?" Chapter 442. Sasuke, who was curled up like a shrimp, and was in great pain, tried to get up, but his immature body was hit too heavily this time, so he couldn't make any movement as he wanted. "There is no difference. Is there even a benefit that Sharingan provides?" Kimimaro's self-mutter reached Sasuke's ears, making him feel aggrieved. "It's not like this. It shouldn't be like this. the Sharingan is the ultimate Kekkei Genkai. With this unwillingness and anger, Sasuke's chakra became more chaotic and powerful. Pressing his discomfort aside, Sasuke got up from the ground again. Kimimaro said with a cold tone, "Do you think I will not kill you with the way you are acting?" Sasuke retorted, "I would rather die than the name of Uchiha clan be trampled by the likes of you." Speaking so, Sasuke controlled all his chakra and printed hand seals. Perhaps because of having awakened the Sharingan, this time his speed in making hand signs was significantly faster than before, and in just a few breaths he completed the hand seals. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. In an instant, a huge fireball that was much larger, hotter, and faster than the previous fireball was exhaled by Sasuke. The heat generated by the huge fireball forced the villagers on the outer circle to hide their faces in fear of being burned. The provisional referee, Anko, had tick marks on her forehead. As she was fuming, "I should have known that this wasn't a very good idea. These two kids are just abnormal." On the side of the Hyuga clan, Hisashi looked at the fireball and muttered, "His potential is terrible, not any less than yours, Niji." This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site. Niji nodded with a more serious expression. If it was before Uchiha Sasuke awakened the Sharingan, Niji didn't really care much, but now, he had to take Uchiha Sasuke a bit more seriously. Although Niji is still confident in being able to defeat Uchiha Sasuke very easily, Niji had to acknowledge that Uchiha Sasuke might just become a rival in the future. On the side of the team row, Kuroto rolled his eyes at the larger fireball. He knows that it still won't change the battle situation, but he had to praise Sasuke for being able to amplify a rank C jutsu to such an extent. Whether hand seal speed or the amount of chakra used, all of them are remarkable, almost reaching the limit of what a 7-year-old child is capable of. Kuroto himself could never achieve something like this at such a young age, therefore, he genuinely praised Sasuke. Even Kurenai looked at Sasuke with an odd expression. "This kid is really talented, reminds me of Kakashi during our academy years." In the eyes of the people of Kuroto's generation, Kakashi was the most impressive child in the academy during their time, and Uchiha Sasuke seems quite similar. At the entrance of the Hokage building, Tsunade held up her majestic bust with both of her hands, all while paying attention to the battle at the square. Different from the others who were awed at Sasuke's ninjutsu, Tsunade was not so impressed, and said to her 3 disciples, "No matter how high-end of a ninjutsu you use, it would make no difference if your attack doesn't connect with your target." The strength and speed of the kid from Otogakure far surpassed the brat from the Uchiha clan, so the situation would still remain the same. This is the reason why I have always said that the 3 of you must never stop your taijutsu training. Yes. The 3 disciples, namely, Shizune, Hyuga Yui, and Uchiha Izumi, nodded again and again. Among the 3, Izumi looked worried for Sasuke. And soon Tsunade's words were proven correct, as Kimimaro, with his superior strength and speed, easily avoided the fireball jutsu by sliding under it, and arriving closer to Sasuke, he raised his leg and kicked Sasuke. Kimimaro's kick connected with Sasuke's chin, causing Sasuke to fly high into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. After suffering another blow, Sasuke's whole world was turned upside down. He was unable to accept what was happening in front of him. Kimimaro glanced at Sasuke, who was dizzy and could not get up, then turned around and started to walk toward the Otogakure team. There was no change in his expression from the beginning to end. He had no excitement about defeating an Uchiha with the Sharingan. To him it was nothing more than a trivial thing. To be more honest, Kimimaro was in fact a little disappointed. The disguised Orochimaru smiled at Kimimaro's indifference and asked, "How do you feel?" Kimimaro looked up and said in a respectful tone, "He was unexpectedly weak. It would have been much better had he been 3 to 5 times stronger. That way maybe he could have made me try a little bit." "Is that so?" Orochimaru's smile deepened, and he asked casually as Orochimaru shifted his gaze towards Sasuke, "Kimimaro dear, do you really think that Uchiha Sasuke is very weak?" Kimimaro firmly believes that every word of Orochimaru-sama holds profound meaning, so he immediately recalled the one-sided fight a few moments ago and tried to think up Uchiha Sasuke's good points in the battle. But even if he thought for a long time, Kimimaro could find nothing worth praise, so he said with a bit of a cautious tone, his taijutsu and ninjutsu were all messed up, even shuriken jutsu was not as proficient as I expected, so he was indeed very weak. The disguised Orochimaru smiled and said nothing more. Kimimaro is his second most satisfactory work, and one of his prominent choice as a spare vessel, therefore, Orochimaru knows better than anyone that Kimimaro is the kind of pure genius in the truest sense. Coupled with the fact that Kimimaro possesses Shikatsu Myaku, so his Kekkei Jinkai is not so much inferior to the Sharingan. However, the potential of the Uchiha clan should not be underestimated. After all, Kimimaro is 3 years older than Sasuke. If this duel takes place 10 years later, then the outcome of the battle may change. Kimimaro did not know Orochimaru's doubts and started to walk in the direction of the Hokage building. At this time, Sasuke in the field got up again and roared. He wanted to pounce on Kimimaro again. "Enough, Sasuke!" But Fugaku, who was standing on the side, stopped Sasuke. Sasuke turned his head blankly and shouted, "Oda-sama, I can win!" Fugaku sighed and explained gently, "Come back, you have done enough. A momentary victory or defeat cannot determine anything." From the beginning, Fugaku has known that the strength of the child of Oda Geikure far surpasses the level of a high-level chunin, so no matter how much Sasuke tries, with his current strength he would not be able to defeat Kimimaro, even with careful planning and tactics. The only reason he allowed Sasuke to battle Kimimaro was so that Sasuke can overcome the fear within his heart. Although the fear in Sasuke's heart has not been eliminated completely, it has improved quite a lot, not to mention Sasuke even awakened the Sharingan. Therefore, Fugaku did not want Sasuke to continue to suffer mental trauma, as that would be detrimental to Sasuke's growth in the future. Listening to his father's words, Sasuke burst into tears. Fugaku sighed, "This kid." Sasuke rubbed his tears and turned in the direction of the Oda Geikure team. "I lost today, but I will remember this defeat and get back to you in the future." Kimimaro didn't even bother to look in the direction of Sasuke, and it didn't seem that he paid any attention to Sasuke. Noting Kimimaro's indifference, Sasuke became anxious and shouted, 3 years. I will get back to you in 3 years and win back the honor of the Uchiha name." There was still no response from Sasuke. His expression was indifferent and he continued to walk away. Haku on the other hand glanced at Sasuke from time to time and also passed a gentle smile signaling that Sasuke's words are acknowledged. Nobody noticed a young girl with pink hair in the crowd looking at Kimimaro with an expression of worship and admiration. Back on the side of the crowd, Sasuke looked aggrieved, and the physical pain he had been suppressing due to his emotions finally broke out, making him feel agonized. Makoto crouched down, checked up on Sasuke's injuries, and after making sure that Sasuke did not have serious injuries, she sighed in relief. Afterward, she dusted off and tidied Sasuke's clothes, and also wiped away the tear marks from Sasuke's face. After Makoto was done, Fugaku said, "Sasuke, stand straight." Listening to his father's words, Sasuke immediately straightened his waist. Fugaku nodded and continued, "You may have lost today, but your performance was very good. Despite being young and inexperienced, you did well. Most of all, you did not give up. The spirit to not give up and endure is what makes a shinobi truly exceptional, understand?" Sasuke immediately nodded, although he still had a frustrated look on his face. Fugaku smiled, and said, "Now then, that's my boy, don't let this defeat get to you. If you feel frustrated, then work hard and you are bound to soar high." Hearing his father's praise, Sasuke felt that all the pain in his body had suddenly disappeared and there was boundless joy in his heart. Makoto just smiled at Sasuke and ruffled his hair lovingly. Chapter 443. The duel between the two children Sasuke and Kimimaro was only a small episode before the alliance ceremony. The noise and chatter on the square soon recovered and everyone talked and laughed. Many were talking about the duel and were amazed at just how amazing the kid with the whitish-gray hair is. However, careful people will find that whether it is the host Konoha or the representatives from other villages including Suna, Taki, and Kusa who participated in the alliance ceremony, their eyes will occasionally look at Kimimaro and the Oda Geikure team. Prior to this duel, everyone, including Konoha, felt that the newly established Otogakure wouldn't have much talent or masters because its roots are too weak, and being able to participate in this alliance ceremony is just Konoha's generosity. But Kimimaro's performance surprised everyone. And it also made the newly established Otogakure very mysterious in the eyes of everyone. As a result, several gazes were looking at the disguised Orochimaru and the 3 Otogakure following him from time to time. Everyone had the intention of probing out any intelligence they can about the other 3 nin as well as the captain of the Otogakure team. On the side of Team Ro, Kuroto's gaze flickered as he looked at Kimimaro. After watching the duel just now, Kuroto realized that he seems to have underestimated Kimimaro's talent before. As such, Kuroto had made up his mind now, even if his theory about the origins of the Kaguya clan is incorrect, he would still collect DNA samples of Kimimaro for test and research. It would be a waste otherwise. Soon, the alliance ceremony began. On the long table in front of the Hokage building, there was an exquisite crafter alliance contract. Sandaime stood in front of the contract, waiting for the representatives of the various shinobi villages. It didn't take long for the representatives to walk toward the Hokage building under the guidance of their respective escorts. The representatives from Sunagakure are Elder Chiyo and Elder Ebizo. Because of their ongoing treatment under Senju Tsunade's watch until a few days ago, Elder Chiyo and Elder Ebizo were staying in Konoha. So the Godame Kazekage Pakura instructed the Sand siblings to be the representative of Sunagakure for the alliance ceremony as she couldn't dispatch additional manpower. Then the representative from Takigakure is the current leader of Takigakure named Hyuga and is the only person to know the location where the hero water is hidden. Then the representative from Otogakure is the disguised Orochimaru, who directly walked in front of Sandaime Hokage and wasn't worried in the slightest about being identified by his sensei. The representative from Kusagakure is Yamana, the one Kuroto is quite familiar with as he was the person responsible for helping Kuroto find the location of the Rorin tribe back he created Ryumyaku chakra source. After Sandaime read the particulars of the alliance contract to everyone by the use of an amplification device, he then bit his finger then pressed his hand to the contract. Immediately afterward, Elder Chiyo, Hyuga, Yamana, and the disguised Orochimaru also did the same on the contract on the behalf of their respective villages. The moment alliance contract was completed, fireworks covered Konoha's sky. As the representatives of all the 5 villages pressed their hands in the alliance contract, the alliance led by Konoha was officially established and the alliance ceremony was officially completed. Following the completion of the ceremony, various celebrations started in the square. And the entire village became a sea of joy, filled with chattering and laughter of adults and sounds of children traversing from shop to shop in search of something interesting and fun to do. Sasuke, who had been frustrated by his defeat at the hands of Kimimaro, couldn't stand the joyous atmosphere and left the square. Suddenly, the blonde kid Uzumaki Naruto squeezed out of the crowd and appeared in front of Sasuke. Sasuke, why didn't you fight back against him? Being defeated that badly was really embarrassing. Sasuke, whose cheeks were still red and swollen, said with a furious tone, Naruto, you big fool, what do you know? That guy is a real master. I had wanted to fight back but couldn't. He was just too fast. Naruto was surprised, and asked curiously, is that white-haired guy really that strong? Since that night when both Naruto and Sasuke were kidnapped and taken out of the village by the 2 different members of Akatsuki, and coincidentally met up while escaping, both Sasuke and Naruto have become good friends. Of course, generally, it is Naruto who takes the initiative to pester Sasuke. After all, Sasuke, who has the whole family and clan caring for him, is not short of friends, but Naruto, who is always alone, is different. But Sasuke has never refused Naruto, and never given him a cold eye unlike the other villagers. This is because after spending a lot of time with Naruto, Sasuke has also come to see the village's treatment of Naruto. Not understanding why Naruto is treated as such, Sasuke asked his brother Itachi the possible reason, but Itachi just said, do not let others' thinking and treatment of Naruto-kun affect your friendship with him. If you feel that Naruto-kun is a good person, then be his friend. And Sasuke followed his brother's advice and has, therefore, maintained his friendship with Naruto. When Sasuke thought of Kimimaro, his eyes were filled with anger, and said to Naruto, Naruto, do you know Uchiha Shui, the strongest shinobi of the Uchiha clan? Naruto shook his head with a blank expression. Less than 7 years old, Naruto's mind is filled with ramen and ways to prank the villagers in an attempt to attract attention to him. Where does he have time to learn the name of the strongest Uchiha shinobi? Besides, even if Naruto knows who Uchiha Shisui is, he doesn't know the exact name of this person. Sasuke sighed, then said with a gloomy tone, "It doesn't matter if you remember or not, just know that Uchiha Shisui is the strongest in the Uchiha clan, and is renowned as Shisui of the body flicker because of his extreme speed. When I fight against Uchiha Shisui, I am able to fight back and forth and won't be so helpless, sometimes even win against him. But that guy Kimimaro was even faster, even with the Sharingan I couldn't do anything against him, such a thing is simply unheard of. Sharingan is the strongest Kekkei Jinkai, and with it, I should have been able to defeat Kimimaro very easily but couldn't. Doesn't that mean that Kimimaro is a real strong shinobi?" Naruto's eyes widened, not at the fact that Kimimaro is a real strong, but at something different. "Sasuke, you awakened the Sharingan? What does the Sharingan look like? Let me see." Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan, and while pointing at his eye, he said with a light blush, "This is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. I heard someone in the clan say that Sharingan is the strongest Kekkei Jinkai." Naruto has also heard of the Sharingan, of course from Sasuke, so looking at the scarlet eye and the single black tomo spinning in Sasuke's eye, Naruto said with an amazed tone, "It's really amazing." Sasuke nodded with a triumphant look, then said with a depressed tone, "I awakened the Sharingan during the battle, therefore, my strength suddenly became much stronger than it used to be. But even so, I still couldn't react to Kimimaro. Doesn't that mean he is extremely strong?" Naruto nodded again and again. He does sound amazing, but Grandpa Hokage should be able to defeat him, right?" Sasuke thought a little, then nodded maybe, but it would be an extremely difficult battle. One thing is for sure, Kimimaro might be the natural enemy of the Uchiha clan. At this time, Naruto put his arm on Sasuke's shoulder, and said, Okay, since Grandpa Hokage can defeat him, then I think we don't have much to worry about. Now come on, let's go to Ichiraku Ramen. You got beaten up, so you must be hungry too. I found 2 special coupons in my room today, it will be my treat." But Sasuke immediately tossed away Naruto's arm and said coldly, "I am not interested in eating ramen. I must practice and devise a strategy to be able to defeat Kimimaro. I have to win back the honor that I lost today. This is what I, as an Uchiha, must do." Naruto asked, "Does that mean you are not going to eat with me?" "Obviously not. I have to train to be able to defeat Kimimaro," said Sasuke as he folded his arms over his chest. "I must bear this heavy responsibility on my shoulders. This is a mission given to me by Oto-sama." "Well, I guess if you don't want to eat, then I can eat for both of us," said Naruto as he folded his hand at the back of his head, then swaggered towards the Ichiraku Ramen. But just before he left, he also said to Sasuke, "By the way, Sasuke, maybe Uchiha Shisui just let you win against him. I don't believe that the strongest shinobi of the Uchiha clan will not be able to defeat that white-haired kid." Naruto wasn't exactly sure, but this was just his instinctive feeling. Sasuke retorted, "How can that be possible? Whenever we practice, Shisui-san fights against me very, very seriously." Chapter 444. By the evening, the celebration ended smoothly, and the flow of people on the street gradually became thinner. During the entire alliance ceremony, except for the episode of Kimimaro and Sasuke's shinobi spar, there was no other accident, to which Kuroto was a bit surprised that the alliance ceremony went smoothly. Kuroto was quite that from the wicked smile Orochimaru had given him while entering Konoha, he had something planned that might have caused some sort of chaos. It must be known that when the alliance contract was being signed, Orochimaru was at the center of the village, and surrounded by high-ranking authorities of all the villages. Not to mention the crowd that had gathered only a little distance away. So, if Orochimaru had made any trouble at that time, it could have caused chaos within the village. Just the use of exploding tags alone might have caused heavy casualties, reaching up to 4 digits, but since he didn't do anything, so Kuroto was relieved. After finishing everything, and assigning Umbu to keep watch over the representatives of the 4 villages, Kuroto returned home for a short while. It wasn't very long since he returned home, that a knock sounded. Knock knock. Kuroto quirked his eyebrows as to who could be visiting him. After opening the door, Kuroto found that it was none other than Niji standing at the door with a box. "Oh, it's Niji, what brings you here?" Looking at Kuroto, Niji held up the box and said, "Good evening, sensei. Fumeo-san asked me to deliver this bento box, since Yui-san is extremely busy and won't be relieved until midnight." Although Niji has yet to be taught by Kuroto, formally at least, Niji still prefers to refer to Kuroto with the term sensei because of Kuroto's promise to accept Niji as a disciple in the future. "Oh, Okasama sent it?" Kuroto asked, to which Niji nodded. Then Kuroto said, "All right, come on in." Translator's note: Hyuga Fume is Hyuga Yui's mother. After receiving the lunch, Kuroto led Niji inside his house. When Kuroto opened the bento box, a rich fragrance was diffused out of the box and tickled Kuroto's nostrils. Kuroto couldn't help it anymore and immediately used the chopsticks on the side to have a taste. On the other hand, Niji sat opposite Kuroto, and his immature face was full of seriousness. Kuroto could see that something was bugging Niji and he wanted to talk about it, but didn't know how to bring it up. So, while eating slowly, Kuroto took the initiative to start a conversation with Niji. "What's wrong, Niji? Did you not have fun today?" Ads by PubFuture. Niji did not expect that Kuroto would suddenly ask such a question, so he was stunned, then immediately recovered and said, "I had a great time. It was my first time seeing so many people from so many different villages." Kuroto smiled and said, "That's good then. Don't always stay cooped up at home. Training is extremely important, but keep in touch with others too. That would help you grow as a person." Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are the reincarnations of Asura and Indra, as well as the children of prophecy. If Niji comes in contact with the 2 of them early, and develops a friendship with them, then the benefits are endless. At the very least, Niji will have someone as a rival, and that will be very good stimulation for Niji's growth and strength. Niji nodded at Kuroto's words, then asked, "Sensei, are you aware of the duel at the square today?" Kuroto glanced at Niji, then said, "So the reason why you feel troubled has to do with this?" Niji nodded. "Sensei, the duel at the square today gave me a lot of insight and also made me realize how strong a shinobi can be. Whether it was the white-haired boy of Otogekure or Uchiha Sasuke of the Uchiha clan, both of them showed talent and strength far beyond my imagination." Kuroto said, "To be honest, Niji, if it's about talent, then your talent is no worse than the 2 of them. As for the matter of strength, given the fact that you have been trained rigorously by Hisashi-sama for the past 4 years, so your strength should be quite higher than the current Uchiha Sasuke. As for the kid of Kaguya clan, his situation is quite different." Niji asked eagerly, "Is it different? In what sense, sensei?" Kuroto thought a little as to how to make Niji understand while not revealing any detail about Orochimaru. "It's because of growth environment, Niji. The growth environment is quite a vague concept and generally doesn't determine everything, but it has quite a bit of influence on the strength of a shinobi. The environment that Kimimaro grew up in is much more dangerous than you have faced up to now. Not to mention he is also being personally taught by one of the best shinobi in the world, so that's a factor. Another important point is that he is also older than you and has had more time training and experience. But there is nothing to worry about. By the time you are an adult, your strength may as well be superior to Kimimaro if you keep working hard diligently. Kimimaro is a relatively simple-minded person. All he wants is to be useful to Orochimaru, and this desire of his is extremely strong, and precisely because of this single-minded purpose of his, Kimimaro has no other distractions. As such, he is not an ordinary child. He does have any materialistic desire, nor does he have any greed in his heart. Not to mention, Kuroto doesn't think that Orochimaru would have ever considered Orochimaru to be a child. As such, the training Kimimaro has gone through might just be the most hellish and grueling training someone can go through. Coupled with Kimimaro's own talent, after all, Kimimaro's talent is also one of the best in the shinobi world. Among the peers his age, Kimimaro can be regarded as the second strongest, with the strongest being Otsutsuki Tonari on the moon. Kuroto continued, Then, if we talk about Uchiha Sasuke, well, currently he may not be shining the brightest of all, but in the near future, he too will become one of the strongest shinobi Konoha has ever seen. He has already awakened the Sharingan, and it would only take a few years for the Sharingan to develop into the fully matured Sharingan. At that point, if you want to be able to overpower him, then you must have complete mastery over the Hyuga Gentle Fist art. Neji was a thoughtful look upon hearing Kuroto's words, and he whispered lightly, "I understand, sensei." Kuroto said with a bit of a smile, "Talent can only take one so far, after that it all comes down to hard work and luck, and I am telling you Neji, your luck is not too bad, so, don't get discouraged and keep working hard." Neji nodded, "I will, sensei, I just don't want Oda-sama and Hayashi-sama to feel that the Hyuga clan has lost." Kuroto sighed silently. He could imagine the feeling of Hayashi and Hisashi after observing Kimimaro and Sasuke's duel today. The current Hinata seems to be timid, and not fit to be a kunoichi, not fit to be the next patriarch, far weaker and far less talented when compared to Kimimaro, and even Sasuke. So, they feel that the Hyuga clan has lost even before the fight began. In a way, they are not wrong, but they are not completely right either. In Kuroto's opinion, Hinata might as well be one of the most courageous girls out there, it's just that her courage hasn't been manifested yet. Seeing Kuroto sigh, Neji asked with a bit of hesitation, "Sensei, I have heard many people say this, but I want to know what you think about the matter. Is the Hyuga clan really inferior to the Uchiha clan? Is Byakugan not as good as the Sharingan?" Kuroto chuckled at Neji's question. Rather than even bothering to give out his opinion on the matter, Kuroto just said, "This is not an issue you need to be worried about now." Neji's cheek inflated in a pout. "Then, when can I be worried about this issue?" "After defeating me," said Kuroto with a smirk. "When you defeat me and become the strongest within the Hyuga clan, at that time you are free to worry to your heart's content whether Hyuga clan is superior or Uchiha clan is superior, whether Byakugan is better or the Sharingan is better. At this point in time, you haven't even reached the peak of the Hyuga clan. On what basis are you going to judge which clan is superior?" Neji keenly perceived something from Kuroto's words and asked with a shocked tone, "Kuroto-sensei, does that mean currently you are the strongest in the Hyuga clan?" From what his father has told him, Neji knows that his sensei is undoubtedly one of the strongest in the Hyuga clan, but subconsciously, Neji, similar to all other Hyuga clansmen, believes that the patriarch, Hyuga Hayashi, is the strongest within the clan, which is why he was really shocked by Kuroto's words. Kuroto of course did not deny Neji's question and nodded casually while continuing to eat. Kuroto doesn't claim to be the strongest in the entire shinobi world, because who knows what sort of existences are hidden out there. At least there is Nagato, whose strength is almost equivalent to Kuroto. But when it comes to Konoha, and more specifically the Hyuga clan, without a doubt, Kuroto is the strongest. Neji hurriedly sat up straight and asked with an expectant look, "Sensei, can I start formal training with you now?" Kuroto shook his head. "Don't get impatient, Neji. At this point, when you are learning the Hyuga Gentle Fist art, I may not be able to teach you as proficiently as Hisashi-sama given the nature of my work and duties. But you don't have to worry. By the time you graduate from the academy and formally become a genin, at that time I will train you personally." "Oh!" Neji dropped his head, somewhat dejected. Kuroto said from the side, "Besides, not just anyone can become my disciple. If you don't graduate at the top of your year, then even if you graduate, I will not accept you as a true disciple." Listening to the heavy requirement for being accepted as a disciple, Neji was not panicked or shocked, but nodded. "Please rest assured, sensei, I will not let you down." Kuroto smiled. He, of course, knows that with Neji's talent and hard work, he will graduate at the top of his school year, but giving the kid a temporary goal that he can work for is a good approach, as it will keep Neji focused and not waste his time on tasteless rumors all the time. Whoosh! Before either of them could say anything more, someone suddenly appeared at his house and rushed inside without even bothering to knock on the door. Kuroto frowned, more so when he noticed who the person was. Why would Guy be so panicked? Guy looked at Kuroto, but given the emergency of the situation, he didn't notice the other kid, and hurriedly said, "Kuroto, something happened. Kakashi was attacked." Kuroto quirked his eyebrow, then looked at Neji. Niji didn't need to be reminded by Kuroto, as even before Kuroto had looked up, he had already stood up, and was about to say, "Sensei, I will take my leave, good night." Then bowed and left Kuroto's house. Niji has been informed by his father that his sensei's work and duties are extremely important and secretive to the village. Even the patriarch of the Hyuga clan is not aware of the exact particulars, which is why Niji knew that he should not be present at this time and left. After Niji was gone, Kuroto prompted Guy to sit down and patiently explain what exactly happened, take a deep breath and explain slowly what exactly happened, and who attacked Kakashi. Guy sat down in front of Kuroto with a gloomy face, and said, "About an hour ago, Umbu found Kakashi bloodied and unconscious in one of the training fields." Kuroto asked quickly, "Is he okay now?" Guy shook his head. "Kakashi was almost dead because of the blood loss and chakra loss. I am not aware of the exact particulars about what happened, but his life was in grave danger and required Tsunade-sama to direct all her effort into his treatment, else he would have died. What's more worrisome is that the Sharingan in his left eye has been stolen by the attacker." Chapter 445. After Kakashi had joined the special tactical team, his whereabouts became more secret than even the whereabouts of the Hokage. Everything about him became a secret. Where he goes, what he does, what he's learning, etc. are all secret that not even Kuroto was aware of until he personally investigated Kakashi for many days. The training field where Kakashi was learning, training, and perfecting flying Raijin Jutsu was a secret training field that very few were aware of. Because of this, it wasn't until a few hours ago when Sandaime personally visited the training field to check up on Kakashi's progress that he found Kakashi bloodied, with only one eye, and only a step away from death. Immediately, Kakashi was secretly transferred to the Konoha hospital by Sandaime's orders, where Senju Tsunade and her 3 disciples personally took care of Kakashi's treatment, somehow managing to save Kakashi from the brink of death. Guy briefly talked about what he knew about Kakashi's situation. After listening to Guy, Kuroto supported his chin with his left hand and had an extremely solemn expression. The enemy attacked Kakashi inside the village, pressed Kakashi enough that he was unable to even fire the signal flare, at the same time, defeated Kakashi, but did not immediately kill Kakashi, just left him bloodied to die and only stole the Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye. No matter how Kuroto thinks about it, there is only one person who is capable of doing this in the Akatsuki, that is the original owner of that left Sharingan in Kakashi's eye, Uchiha Obito. How is it possible? Why did Obito take the left Sharingan back? Upon realizing the implication of this information, Kuroto was seriously taken aback, and completely caught off guard. Even in the canon, until the very end of the 4th Great Shinobi War, Obito did not take back the eye from Kakashi. If not for the fact that Madara took it from Kakashi to enter the Kamui dimension, then that I would have been with Kakashi all his life. Obito went after Shinsuke's eye that was with Danzo, but not after his own left eye that Kakashi had. Kuroto knows that had Obito wanted, he could have easily taken that eye, but Obito never even attempted to do so, which is why Kuroto was completely defenseless in this regard. Guy continued, "As soon as Kakashi regained consciousness, he asked to see me, you, and Shinsuke. He said that he has a few questions from us." Kuroto no longer wasted any time in thinking, and nodded, "All right, let's go to Shinsuke's home." Guy nodded. Then Kuroto no longer cared about the leftover food in front of him, left it half-finished and went to the Uchiha clan along with Guy. Shinsuke's home. Shinsuke and Itachi were exchanging their personal experience in the use of Manjikyu Sharingan, as well as developing theories as to how to improve their various abilities to be able to counter Akatsuki. Suddenly, Sasuke, who had been playing with Naruto for the whole afternoon, rushed in and asked the two of them, "Ni-san, Shinsuke-san, when you both fight with me, do you both intentionally release water, and let me compete with you on an equal footing?" Naruto's unintentional words during the day even made Sasuke realize that something is wrong, and he was worried about it until now. Itachi noticed the redness and swelling on Sasuke's cheeks, and asked curiously, "What's wrong with your face, Sasuke?" Sasuke pursed his lips. "Today I fought a duel against a kid, and lost to him." Shinsuke also became curious. "Who did you lose to?" Normally, when Sasuke plays with Itachi and Shinsuke, both of them naturally let out a whole lot of water, otherwise, given the strength of these two, it would be impossible for Sasuke to even be able to see them, much less touch them or fight them. But even so, both of them are very clear about Sasuke's strength. Among the peers his age, Sasuke is undoubtedly one of the best, which is why both of them were surprised that Sasuke lost against a kid. Sasuke said with a bitter expression, "It was a kid named Kimimaro from Otogakure. When fighting him, I even awakened the Sharingan, but I still couldn't defeat him. I brought shame to the Uchiha clan." Rather than focusing on the fact that Sasuke was defeated by a kid called Kimimaro, both Itachi and Shusui's attention was directed towards another fact. "Sasuke, did you just say that you awakened the Sharingan?" Both Shisui and Itachi were taken aback. Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan and said, "I awakened the Sharingan in the middle of the duel, but I still couldn't defeat him." "This is completely different from our usual practice. Does that mean he is even faster than you two?" Shisui stared at the single tomo in Sasuke's eyes and said with some emotion, "Sure enough, it's the Sharingan. If I am not wrong, Sasuke is only 7 years old, right?" Itachi nodded, and his eyes were also looking at Sasuke's one-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke said with a frustrated tone, "Nisan, Shisui-san, did you hear what I just said?" Before either Shisui or Itachi could answer Sasuke, Kuroto and Guy appeared at Shisui's house and Kuroto briefly told the two about what actually happened. Of course, Sasuke couldn't understand because the information was very concise. Hearing that Kakashi was attacked and even the Sharingan was stolen, even Shisui was taken aback, because he is one of the very few people actually aware of the fact that the Sharingan in Kakashi's left is not a fully matured Sharingan, but a Manjikyu Sharingan. The secret of Kakashi's Manjikyu Sharingan was only known to the 4 members of Team 11, and, of course, Itachi. Other than these 5, not even Sandaime was aware of Kakashi's Manjikyu Sharingan. Because Manjikyu Sharingan is too sensitive, once the other members of the Uchiha clan know of this information, it would be impossible to remain indifferent to the Sharingan in Kakashi's eye. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Shisui did not dare to delay any longer and said, let's go and see Kakashi-san." Itachi also asked Kuroto, "Kuroto-san, can I come too?" Kuroto groaned for a while then nodded, "All right, come with us." Soon, the 4 of them left the Uchiha clan in a rush. Looking at the few people who left in a hurry, and didn't even bother to pay attention to him, Sasuke muttered in annoyance, "Humph, I have obviously grown up, even awakened the Sharingan and mastered the fireball jutsu. And yet Nisan still treats me like a child." It didn't take long for the 4 to arrive at Konoha Hospital. When approaching Kakashi's ward, the 4 of them encountered the 3 disciples of Tsunade and hurriedly asked about Kakashi's condition from them. They learned that Kakashi's situation was critical, but he is alive, although it will take at least 2 weeks for Kakashi to fully recover. After a nod, 4 of them proceeded to Kakashi's ward, and several people happened to meet Sandaime and Senju Tsunade at the door, who had just walked out of Kakashi's ward. So, they stood by the door and greeted Sandaime and Tsunade. Sandaime glanced at the 4 people, his gaze stayed at Itachi for a moment, then nodded, "Go in." Sandaime knows that except for Uchiha Itachi, the other 3 are the former members of the Umbu team Kakashi was the captain of, and given the fact that Kakashi had wanted to see them the first as soon as he regained consciousness, it was reasonable for them to visit Kakashi. As for Itachi, Sandaime thought a little, then allowed Itachi to go in as well. Sandaime knows that he would have to talk with Fugaku on this matter anyway, so the fact that Itachi is here only made things a bit easier for him. Having said that, Sandaime and Tsunade walked away with great concern. After several people entered the ward, they finally saw Kakashi lying on the hospital bed, and a depressed look was clearly visible on his face. "Everyone is here," said Kakashi weakly upon noticing the arrival of 3, no 4. Kuroto did not wait for Kakashi to speak anything and hurriedly asked, "Who was the attacker Kakashi?" Kakashi glanced at Itachi at the end. Noting Kakashi's doubts, Kuroto said, "Don't worry about Itachi, he is in my team, and can be trusted." After a short pause, Kuroto asked again, "Who was the attacker Kakashi?" Kakashi lowered his eyes, and instead of answering Kuroto's question, he asked Shisui lightly, "Shisui, can two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan have the same dojutsu?" As soon as Kuroto heard Kakashi's question, his guess on the identity of the attacker was already confirmed. Shisui and the others, on the other hand, were a little confused, and asked, "Why ask such a question?" "It is because the one who attacked me is the member of the Akatsuki organization, the masked man named Toby who uses a space-time jutsu as well as with style. We were wrong about the assumption of his jutsu. Instead of using two distinct jutsu to phase through matter and teleportation, he uses a single jutsu, a single Manjikyu Sharingan dojutsu to be exact, and the name of dojutsu he uses is Kamui," said Kakashi in a weak tone. His expression was gloomy at the same time filled with uncertainty. "Kamui?" Shisui and Itachi both looked at each other. Neither of them has ever heard of the dojutsu named Kamui. Even in the history of the Uchiha clan that records almost all the known dojutsu up until now, there is no record of a dojutsu named Kamui, so they can't be sure if the two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan can have the same dojutsu. Shisui said with a sigh, "So, in the Akatsuki organization, besides Shinichi, there is indeed another Uchiha who has the Manjikyu Sharingan." Kuroto has mentioned to Shisui and Itachi that the spiraled masked man named Toby is most definitely an Uchiha, and he is undoubtedly the one responsible for the death of Yondaime Hokage, and also releasing Kyuubi on Konoha about 6.5 years ago. He is also the one responsible for the death of Uchiha Kurumi, and the defection of Shinichi to Akatsuki. At this time, Guy asked with a curious tone, "Kakashi, how can you be so sure? Does he, like me, also shouts the name of the moves he uses?" Chapter 446. "I know the name of his Manjikyu Sharingan dojutsu because my Manjikyu Sharingan dojutsu is also Kamui," said Kakashi with a bit of hesitation. Guy asked in shock, "Does that mean you were also able to make yourself intangible using that dojutsu?" Kakashi shook his head. "No, the dojutsu is similar and has the same name, but there are few key differences." Itachi has also known that Kakashi's left eye is Manjikyu Sharingan, but he had to act ignorant here, else it could prove to be troublesome in the future, so he asked with a surprised tone, "Kakashi-san, the Sharingan in your left eye was a Manjikyu Sharingan?" Kakashi nodded lightly. The surprise on Itachi's face deepened, and he asked something that was genuinely his doubt. "I heard that you had transplanted a two-tomo Sharingan. Is it possible that you awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan on your own? And if you did, then when and how did you awaken it?" Kakashi said, "I don't know either. How and when did the two-tomo Sharingan in his left eye turn into a Manjikyu Sharingan? Kakashi himself is not very much sure, or maybe that's just an excuse because he did not want to bring up that matter. It was probably at the time when I killed Rin. But Kakashi isn't sure how to mention this." Itachi did not pursue the matter, just sighed slightly. "A non-Uchiha can awaken Manjikyu Sharingan from a two-tomo Sharingan. This is simply unbelievable." "It really is, but it has also shown how impactful the death of Rin was on Kakashi," thought Kuroto, then asked, "Kakashi, did you use this Kamui in your fight against Toby?" Kakashi nodded. "Yes, the situation was extremely critical at that time. Toby was also using his jutsu upon me, so I figured that I would die regardless of anything I did. Therefore, I decided to use Kamui in order to kill Toby along with myself. But unexpectedly, we both teleported from Konoha to a different dimension." "A different dimension?" Shisui muttered as he tried to analyze Kamui. "So he travels to a different dimension in order to prevent the attacks on himself?" "My guess is exactly the same as yours. The dimension connected by Kamui is the key secret to his intangibility. Whenever he chooses, he can transfer himself into that dimension to avoid any damage." After a pause, Kakashi asked again, "Shisui, in the Uchiha clan, has there ever been a precedent where two different pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan awaken the same dojutsu?" Kakashi needs an answer to this question more than anything in order to maintain his sanity because he has come to realize something after realizing the secret of Kamui, and Kakashi doesn't want his guess to be true. The masked Toby who attacked him happened to reveal the Sharingan in his right eye, while Kakashi coincidentally had the Sharingan in the right eye. Coincidentally enough, it happened to be a Manjikyu Sharingan of the same pattern, and also had the same or similar dojutsu Kamui. One coincidence may not explain much, but three different coincidences, each one pointing towards the same conclusion, made Kakashi feel uneasy. Listening to Kakashi's question, Shursui thought about it, used his understanding of the Manjikyu Sharingan, the information and analysis of Manjikyu Sharingan that Kuroto had given him about the Manjikyu Sharingan and dojutsu, as well as the information about the various records left within the Uchiha clan, and finally, he said, as far as I understand, an Uchiha awakens the Manjikyu Sharingan when he goes through an intense emotional turmoil that is akin to despair or probably a similar emotional turmoil. The deeper the emotional turmoil, the stronger and freakier dojutsu he awakens. The dojutsu he awakens with the Manjikyu Sharingan is related to the kind of emotion, or probably desire. Or to be more exact, the thought he has at the time of awakening Manjikyu Sharingan. In a way, it can be said that Manjikyu Sharingan responds to the deepest desire within the heart of the awakener at the moment of awakening and give birth to corresponding abilities in the form of dojutsu. Each dojutsu is different from the other because the thoughts of each individual are different from the other person at the moment of awakening. Even if the thoughts are quite similar, they won't be the same. Theoretically speaking, two different pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan can have the same or similar dojutsu, so it's possible that two different pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan can have the same dojutsu, that is Kamui in Kakashi-san and Tobi's case, but the chances of both of them leading to the same dimension are very low, very low, unless there is some connection between the two. Kuroto also groaned but did not speak. As Shursui has said, it is entirely possible to awaken the same dojutsu. Itachi and Sasuke in the canon are perfect examples. Both Itachi and Sasuke awaken Amaterasu, but Kuroto is not sure if it is also attributed to the transcription seal. After all, Itachi sealed Amaterasu in Sasuke's left eye, and coincidentally enough, Sasuke awakened Amaterasu in his left eye. Secondly, both Sasuke and Itachi are brothers, so that might as well be one of the possible causes. And thirdly, Amaterasu is relatively ordinary when compared to Kamui. Even Nine-Name Hokage stated that he has previously seen Amaterasu, although it was not as powerful as Sasuke's. These words of Nine-Name Hokage clearly indicate that Amaterasu must have appeared even before Itachi and Sasuke, but no one had previously seen or heard of Kamui. Listening to Shursui's analysis, Kakashi swallowed deeply. Although Shursui did not say it explicitly, his words do indicate that the Sharingan that was with Kakashi and the Sharingan that is with Tobi is somehow connected. And there is no doubt that Kakashi has already a guess in his heart, but Kakashi does not want to believe that his guess is true. Shursui asked at this moment, Kakashi-san, other than us of the Team 11, did anyone else know about your Manjikyu Sharingan prior to this incident? Kakashi shook his head, no one currently alive. Kakashi himself has never disclosed the secret of his Manjikyu Sharingan to anyone, not even to Sandaime Hokage. So, all those who had known about his Manjikyu Sharingan are already present in this ward. Shursui then glanced at Guy, who also shook his head. I have never mentioned it to anyone. Receiving a positive reply, Shursui said with a confused tone, so, if none of us revealed the information about Kakashi-san's Manjikyu Sharingan, then how did Akatsuki come to know about it? Tobi must have known that you have the Manjikyu Sharingan, because if he wanted the Sharingan, then he did not need to specifically target you. There are so many Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan, he could have taken it from anyone there, similar to how he did with Uchiha Hiragi a few years ago. Guy asked, could it be because of your presence, Shursui? Shursui pointed at himself, because of me? But, if he can travel to and fro from a special dimension, he didn't need to be afraid of me. Not to mention, with how Kakashi-san was attacked, it seemed as if Tobi was specifically aware that Kakashi-san occasionally visits Konoha Cemetery. The attack pattern clearly shows that he is quite familiar with Kakashi-san's habits. Kakashi's face turned gloomier. This was another point that pointed toward what Kakashi fears the most. At this point, Itachi suddenly asked, Kakashi-san, if I remember correctly, the Sharingan of your left eye was a gift from Uchiha Obito, right? Kakashi nodded. Yes, Obito is a war hero, he sacrificed himself, and just prior to his death, he gave me his Sharingan, so that I can see the world for the both of us. How Kakashi spoke reflected that he is desperately trying to convince himself against all facts. Kuroto could only shake his head as he looked at Kakashi's desperation. Itachi then said with a calm tone, "Same dojutsu, your left eye, and his right eye. Even if we assume that he is an Obito-san, his right eye is very likely to be Uchiha Obito's that he managed to obtain somehow." Shursui suddenly said, "So does that mean he wanted to take away Kakashi-san's eye in order to make a pair, this way he will be able to use Susanoo too?" Might Guy suddenly asked in a low tone, "Kakashi, you don't think it's Obito, right?" Kakashi gulped. What he feared most has been spoken, but knowing full well that Guy's guess is most likely correct, Kakashi berated him in a stern tone. "I said that Obito sacrificed himself. He is a war hero, he wanted to be Hokage, he valued his friends and comrades over everything, even his own life. He is the one who taught me the importance of comrades. He would never become an evil person and join the likes of Akatsuki who intends to destroy this world. Toby has to be someone else who managed to get his hands on Obito's right eye and somehow managed to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. So, we both may have similar dojutsu." This was not a denial to Guy, but himself, but even then, Kakashi's words are somewhat persuasive. If a non-Uchiha can awaken Manjiki Sharingan, then certainly Toby, who could possibly be an unknown missing Uchiha, can also awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, so it's not impossible that both have a similar dojutsu. But Guy's next words completely shattered through Kakashi's persuasive shell. "Then why did he not kill you before he left?" Kakashi couldn't answer, because he knows that no amount of reason or persuasion could answer this question. If Toby isn't Uchiha Obito, then why does an evil criminal like him, who did not hesitate to kill countless shinobi at aim, almost incited civil war within Konoha by capturing and nearly killing Uzumaki Naruto, not kill you immediately after he had taken the Sharingan? Why did he leave you alive with the possibility that you can be saved? If this would have happened in a deserted place, then it would seem reasonable because no one could find you, and you'd have died without a doubt. But it happened in Konoha, so he should have definitely considered the possibility that someone would eventually find you, and you were likely to not die. Even then he still left you knowing full well that the intelligence about Kamui can be leaked through you, not to mention that he even knew about you learning flying Raijin, which could turn out to be problematic for Akatsuki, and yet, he did not finish you off. Why?" Guy asked again while pointing out all the facts to light. Faced with Guy's question, and the facts that Guy brought to light, Kakashi couldn't answer, because he knows that there is only one answer to this question, and in his heart, Kakashi knows the answer, more so because of those words that have been constantly resounding in his heart: "If you don't show me anything worth it, I shall reflect the light on the moon and cover this accursed reality in infinite Tsukuyomi for all eternity." But Kakashi doesn't yet understand the meaning of these words. At this time, Kuroto said to Guy, "Guy, let's not put too much pressure on Kakashi, he is seriously injured, and needs to recuperate. Putting too much pressure on him wouldn't be good. Kakashi needs time to collect his thoughts, and I think we should give him that time." Kuroto could see the struggle in Kakashi's heart, which is why he did not say anything to break that shell of Kakashi. After all, Kuroto can be sure that Kakashi too has come to realize it, but just isn't ready to face it. Besides, even if the identity of Toby to be Obito is revealed, it would change nothing in the broad sense. After all, Naruto is far from mastering his talk no jutsu to god level, so no one can change Obito's determination for Project Tsuki no Mi. And there is no one left in the village to whom Obito is attached. His only grandmother had been dead for a few years now. Even the last bond with Kakashi was also cut when he took back the Sharingan. So, at this point, revealing Toby's true identity wouldn't do any good, and only put more pressure on Konoha and give an excuse to other shinobi villages to target Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Chapter 447. Listening to Kuroto's words, Guy, Itachi, and Shursui nodded. They too can see the struggle in Kakashi's heart, and since the current Kakashi's spirit is extremely sluggish and tired, so they too understood that it's not the right time to delve into the true identity of the attacker. So, after some more casual talk with Kakashi, the four of them left the ward. And after bidding farewell to Guy at the hospital gate, Kuroto, Shisui, and Itachi too proceeded towards their home, and on the way home, Kuroto can't help but think about the reason why Obito went as far as to take back his left Sharingan. Why did Obito do this? This question is quite reasonable because Kuroto thinks that unless something extreme happens, Obito wouldn't bother taking back his left eye from Kakashi. No one knows of this fact better than him, therefore, he feels a bit overwhelmed, and to be honest, caught off guard. He had expected everything and made a lot of calculations, but he did not even take into account the possibility that Obito would take back his left Sharingan. Was it because of his defeat against Tsukihei at the Mizukage building? Was a momentary thought, and it seemed reasonable enough. In the canon, the reason why Obito never bothered to take back his left eye from Kakashi was that after the death of Yondaime Hokage in the aftermath of the Kyuubi's chaos, there was no one who could actually threaten him in the entire shinobi world. At least not until the Fourth Great Shinobi War started, when he was slightly coerced by Kabuto, who had somehow found the remains of Uchiha Madara and used the forbidden jutsu, Edo Tensei, to reanimate Madara into the shinobi world. Therefore, Obito was left with no choice but to agree to Kabuto's proposal. Not to mention, by the time the Fourth Great Shinobi War started, Akatsuki had already captured 7 of the 9 Bijuu, so even then Obito did not bother taking back his left eye. In addition to taking into account his past fetters with Kakashi, it was also because there was not much need. After all, with just the Kamui of his right Manjikyu Sharingan, Obito was capable of controlling the entire shinobi world in the palm of his hand, well, except for a few deviations that mostly involved the existence of Uzumaki Naruto. But this is not the case in this time and space. The existence of Amatsukami is a very big variable to which Obito has yet to find even the slightest of hints that might lead to a possible solution. When Obito realized that Yama, the leader of Amatsukami, actually possessed terrifying power that could rival the Rinnegan, he was obviously shocked and uneasy. The calmness he had when dealing with the first iteration of Akatsuki, and even at the time of conspiring against Yondaime Hokage and Konoha, naturally disappeared. And what really drove Obito to make up his mind should have been the battle against Homasubi in the Mizukage building. At least Kuroto thinks so. If he had lost to the leader of Amatsukami, Obito might have been able to grudgingly accept it. But at the Mizukage building, he was fooled by Homasubi and lost to her, who is probably not even the second strongest member in Amatsukami, so Obito obviously couldn't accept this fact. Without the necessary strength, collecting all the 9 Bijuu will be close to impossible, and Project Tsuki no Mi will obviously never be completed if he can't even collect the 9 Bijuu. And compared to Project Tsuki no Mi, the bond with Kakashi is not so important. Okay, maybe it is important, but that is probably the only reason why he did not finish off Kakashi, but still, the fact that Obito took back his left eye really caught Kuroto off guard. Damn it, the plot has changed so much that I cannot judge anything. Even the characters and thinking process of others cannot be judged by using my knowledge of the canon. I should have known that this would happen eventually, and I should have taken the Sharingan in Kakashi's eye, or even if not taken it, I should have at least made Shisui seal Koto Amatsukami in Kakashi's Sharingan, or maybe made Itachi seal Amaterasu in Kakashi's Sharingan. This way the threat of Obito would have been neutralized. Kuroto sighed. Obito with just the right eye is still within the scope that can be dealt with. Even if killing him is extremely difficult, he could still be fought against. After all, in order for him to attack someone, he must first manifest himself in close proximity to the target, to be able to touch him, and once he manifests closer to the target, it is possible for him to reveal flaws that can be utilized, and even if he doesn't reveal flaws, the target himself can act as bait in order to lead Obito into a trap. Just like Tsukihei did at the Mizukage building. But after Obito has gained both the left and the right eye, not to mention being able to use Susanoo, that too can use Kamui, Kamui Shuriken, and who knows what other powers, just the long-range version of Kamui of the left eye alone is a one-hit kill attack dodging, which is almost close to impossible because his attacks cannot be predicted, and even if they can be predicted, specifically what he is targeting cannot be predicted. Just imagine a guy hiding somewhere in a dark corner, hundreds of meters away from you. He just stares at you, and you are done for. Who will not be fearful of him? And unlike Kakashi, who is limited by his chakra, Obito, the original owner of the eye, can spam Kamui without any worry of chakra or exhaustion. After all, he has Hashirama cells transplanted into him. Even thinking of this possibility, Kuroto can't help but feel stressed. Ever since the War of Summit at Amigakure, things have started to get out of his control. One by one everything is changing drastically and Kuroto has been unable to keep up with the changes. This is probably fate's mockery, and I am still too weak to be able to completely resist it, thought Kuroto while clenching his hands. At this time, Itachi asked telepathically, Kuroto-san, if this person of Akatsuki really has both the eyes of Uchiha Obito, won't he be able to use Susanoo too? Shursui continued with a solemn expression, and he can even use with style, probably because he has the cells of Shodame-sama transplanted into him. Kuroto rubbed his temple in stress, even though he fears when he thinks about it. After all, Obito's Susanoo is something that can not only interfere in the battle against Otsutsuki Kaguya but even injure her. Itachi then asked, how should we respond to this? For Itachi, Sharingan, or Manjikyu Sharingan are not very important. Different from other Uchiha, Itachi does not care too much if the Kekkai Genkai of the Uchiha clan falls in the hands of others. As long as someone can use it, they can obviously have it, and if they use formal means to get their hands on the Sharingan then all the better. But what Itachi can't accept is the fact that someone using the Kekkai Genkai of the Uchiha clan to cause harm to the village, shinobi world, and the Uchiha clan. For Itachi, the existence of Shinichi is still acceptable, because Itachi has made a lot of guesses about why Shinichi is in Akatsuki, but the existence of this Tobi fellow is unacceptable even for him. This is why Itachi is quite eager and really wants to get rid of Tobi. Shursui also looked at Kuroto with an expectant look. These days, whenever he encounters trouble that cannot be solved no matter how he thinks about it, he would subconsciously look at Kuroto, hoping for some kind of solution, and this is why Shursui really feels that he has grown dependent on Kuroto. After pondering a little, Kuroto said, I do have an idea that might prove effective on Tobi, but to find that solution I need more information, and the most likely source of obtaining that information is the ancient scrolls of the Uchiha clan. Itachi replied, most of the scrolls that record the secrets of the Uchiha clan are probably in the hands of Oto-sama, so obtaining them will be an extremely difficult task without alerting him. However, the stone tablet at the Naka shrine is accessible if it is of any use in finding the information. Shursui then nodded, and said, if I remember correctly, there are a few ancient scrolls hidden at the Naka shrine too, they might prove to be useful. Itachi nodded yes, although those scrolls at the Naka shrine mostly record the millennium-year history of the Uchiha clan, not anything related to secret jutsu, or kenjutsu. We can go through them, and maybe we will find what you are looking for in them. Kuroto nodded, alright, we will go to Naka shrine tonight. While Kuroto, Shursui, and Itachi discussed their further actions, a group of people walked in their direction from the opposite side. This is naturally the Otogakure team, being guided by Anko as per the mission assigned to her. As soon as Anko saw Kuroto, she quickly waved her hand and greeted him. Kuroto, what are you doing at Konoha Hospital at this hour? Kuroto stopped his discussion with Shursui and Itachi, then nodded towards Anko and said with a smile, something came up so I had to visit Konoha Hospital. It's nothing too big. What about you, Anko-chan, still guiding the Otogakure team? As soon as she heard Kuroto's question, Anko nodded with an annoyed expression, then walked a little closer and whispered, I am telling you, Kuroto, this Otogakure team is such a pain in the ass that I would much rather dump them in pits and feed them all to my snakes, rather than having them escort them all over Konoha. If it wasn't a mission, I would definitely kick them away right this instant. It's obviously getting so late, yet they don't want to stay at the assigned guest house and have to visit Konoha's night market. They have been annoying the hell out of me. Although the volume of Anko's whisper was low, her words were still heard by everyone. Shursui and Itachi felt awkward upon listening to Anko. Kuroto chuckled and didn't care too much about what Anko said. Obviously, he understands Anko's character and knows full well that she has deliberately said this to make the Otogakure team embarrassed. Since this girl has walked out of Orochimaru's shadow, she has become more and more unruly, doesn't care about what others think and speak, nor does she shy away from embarrassing others. While Kuroto and Anko were talking to each other, Kimimaro looked at Kuroto and his indifferent expression changed slightly. His expression was clearly hostile towards Kuroto. In Kimimaro's opinion, Hyuga Kuroto has betrayed Orochimaru-sama, so he is a traitor, and traitors must be eliminated. Haku, who was standing at the end of the team, also glanced at Kuroto, then immediately lowered his head. He felt guilt for leading with Kabuto without even informing Kuroto. The disguised Orochimaru's gaze crossed Kuroto and then fell on Shisui and Itachi standing behind Kuroto. Both of them are the Uchiha whose bodies have been coveted by him for a very long time, but he has never been able to obtain their bodies. Thinking something, Orochimaru gave Tenzo signal, who was standing next to him. Tenzo obviously understood Orochimaru's instruction, and after coughing slightly, he said to Anko, "Ano, Mitarashi-san, is there a restroom nearby?" Anko frowned upon hearing Tenzo's question. "Didn't you go to the restroom a few minutes ago?" "Ugh," Tenzo was embarrassed, then said with a panicked tone, I have to go again, or something bad will happen." Okay, don't cry, I will take you," said Anko with a sigh. Then she turned towards Kuroto, and said, "Kuroto, keep them company for a while until I come back." To which Kuroto nodded. Then Anko led Tenzo to the nearby restroom, all while muttering, "So young, and your kidney is already failing? It's a real pity." Chapter 448. In the strange gaze of everyone, the flushed Tenzo hurriedly left behind Anko, seemingly wanting to get out of here as soon as possible for some reason. Kuroto naturally saw that Tenzo had deliberately led Anko away, so he also said to both Shisui and Itachi, who were standing behind him, "Both of you can go. If there is anything new I find, I will let the two of you know." "All right, Kuroto-san, we will wait." Both Shisui and Itachi nodded, and soon left in the direction of the Uchiha clan grounds. Orochimaru's quirked his eyebrow for a moment, and a hint of suspicion flashed on his disguised handsome face. Because of his keenness, Orochimaru caught a small inconspicuous detail in Shisui and Itachi's attitude towards Kuroto. The way Shisui and Itachi followed Kuroto's instructions surprised Orochimaru. He felt that the relationship between Kuroto and the two Uchiha was slightly different from friends and colleagues. It seemed a bit like that of a superior and subordinate, and Shisui and Itachi seemed unusually respectful towards Kuroto, which surprised Orochimaru because this is very strange in his eyes. According to the information provided to him by the few spies still lurking in Konoha, Orochimaru can be quite sure that Kuroto and Shisui do not have a superior and subordinate relationship in the Anbu. As for Itachi, although Orochimaru is not aware of what position Itachi holds in the Anbu, given the fact that Itachi is next in line to the position of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he has no reason to be so respectful to a Hyuga of the branch family. In fact, it should be quite the opposite. Moreover, Shisui has the Manjikyu Sharingan, and since the news of Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan has yet to be revealed to anyone, Orochimaru is quite sure that he is one of the very few alive who actually knows of the fact that even Uchiha Itachi has the Manjikyu Sharingan, which is why he is more surprised upon noticing the respectful attitude of both Shisui and Itachi towards Kuroto. Orochimaru knows that the current Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are undoubtedly the highest fighting power in Konoha. This is also the reason why he did not try to mess around in the village this time. After all, he wouldn't want to be tortured for more than 72 hours while tied to stakes in less than a second and then again be burned to death by those black flames like the last time, right? Nor would he want to be pummeled by the giant green humanoid made of chakra or be brainwashed by Uchiha Shisui. That's why he is quite curious, and as he noticed Shisui and Itachi leave, Orochimaru can't help but ask inquisitively, "Kuroto-kun, I am very curious about the means you used to win over Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. You wouldn't mind sharing them with your sensei, right?" Kuroto originally planned to say a few words to Orochimaru. After all, no matter how vicious the other party may be, he is still the one who taught Kuroto most of the things, and Kuroto seriously respects him. But upon noticing the hostile look of Kimimaro, an imaginary light bulb lit on the side of Kuroto's head, and after thinking a little, he suddenly changed his mind and said in an arrogant tone, "Humph, if I am stronger than both of them, they will naturally follow." Really? Orochimaru didn't really believe in Kuroto's nonsense, especially that fake arrogant tone. Others might think that Kuroto's arrogance is genuine, but as someone who knows Hyuga Kuroto quite well, he naturally saw through Kuroto's fake arrogance. At the same time, Orochimaru didn't believe in Kuroto's reasoning either. he knows that the kid has Ryumyaku in his hand, and might as well have gained a good level of control over it with the passage of time, so his strength is definitely not weak, and possibly one of the strongest in Konoha, but to be able to subdue both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi at the same time? That's just unreasonable. In Orochimaru's eyes, apart from the leaders of the Akatsuki organization and Amatsukami, no one in the shinobi world can defeat the joint strength of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi at the same time. Humph, obviously. Kuroto snorted, then continued with a frivolous attitude, Orochimaru-sama, why are you still playing these children's games? Does it even make any sense to bring these dead weights with you to Konoha, knowing full well that your cover might get blown away? Especially when Akatsuki is after you? Orochimaru did not answer, the reason being that he could feel that Kuroto's words weren't actually targeting him, rather they were targeting one of the kids standing behind him, so Orochimaru was quite curious about who Kuroto was targeting, and what were his intentions. And obviously, Kuroto's words worked. Kimimaro suddenly burst out with chilling killing intent, and the surroundings turned colder. Even the villagers in the surroundings subconsciously walked away because of feeling uncomfortable. Kuroto smiled inwardly, the best way to provoke Kimimaro is by ridiculing Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru reached out his hand to stop Kimimaro, who wanted to lash out at Kuroto, then said with a sly smile, Kuroto-kun, I feel quite hurt that you have forgotten a few things about your early Genin days. Didn't you also follow me like these kids and grew up all the way? Kuroto snorted, but I was different from these kids even during my Genin days. These kids can't even figure out anything. Then he deliberately showed an impatient expression. Well, unlike you, I have some important things that I must take care of, and I don't have much time to waste on a Nuke-nin, so if there's nothing else to say, I will take my leave. After that, Kuroto didn't wait for Orochimaru to answer and directly walked away with an indifferent expression. Let's see if this plan of mine works, thought Kuroto all while walking away. On the other hand, Orochimaru's mood remained the same. Obviously, Kuroto's fake arrogance and frivolous attitude would not affect Orochimaru, but he was quite curious about Kuroto's attempt to incite the kids and paid attention to their individual reactions. Kimimaro was angrier at Hyuga Kuroto, but because Orochimaru had stopped him before, so he temporarily suppressed his killing intent and did not immediately rush toward Kuroto. However, in his heart, Kimimaro was determined to assassinate Hyuga Kuroto before they left Konoha. Haku still had his head down. As a result, he really did not pay much attention to what Orochimaru and Kuroto discussed. It wasn't until Kuroto disappeared from their gazes that Kimimaro asked Orochimaru with a puzzled look, Orochimaru-sama, he dared to be rude to you so openly, why did you stop me from teaching him a lesson? Orochimaru lightly said, 3 Konoha Umbu are hidden, and keeping a watch over us. Had you made a move they would have wasted not even a second to subdue you, and even attempted to take me under custody. Kimimaro immediately apologized, forgive me for not noticing. Then covered his killing intent towards Hyuga Kuroto. Orochimaru shook his head and did not say anything to Kimimaro, but inwardly, he had a smile and thought, so it is Kimimaro he was trying to rile up. What does this kid intend to do with Kimimaro? Sigh, his behavior is getting more and more difficult to read. At this time, Anko walked back with a flushed Tenzo, and noticing that there was no sign of Kuroto, she asked the disguised Orochimaru, where did he go, the one with the white kimono? The disguised Orochimaru said, oh, he said that he had something very urgent to do so he left. Anko nodded, and did not question anymore. Then she escorted the 4 Otogakure shinobi to the night market of Konoha. Looking at the grown-up Mitarashi Anko, Hyuga Kuroto, and the third kid he met up with not too long ago, even Orochimaru can't help but reminisce the old days when he took the 3 young genin under his wing. Sometimes later outside Naka Shrine. Kenji, man, did you hear about the duel that took place today? Asked the Uchiha guard responsible for guarding the Naka Shrine. Of course, I heard about it, Tanaka-san. The Uchiha named Tanaka nodded, then continued, who would have thought that Sasuke-sama would awaken the Sharingan at such a young age? Hee, Sasuke-sama is certainly Fugaku-sama's son, and Itachi-sama's brother. Sasuke-sama too will become a very strong shinobi in the future. The Uchiha named Tanaka said. I couldn't agree more, Tanaka-san. Kenji nodded with a chuckle. Step, step. At this moment, both Kenji and Tanaka heard the sound of footsteps and were on full alert. Tanaka even had a signal flare drawn out. After all, he doesn't want to become a victim similar to Uchiha Ryota, Uchiha Hideki, and Uchiha Haragi. Soon the sound of footsteps got closer. Both Kenji and Tanaka got a closer look at the identities of the persons who came to the Naka Shrine, and then took a light breath. Itachi-sama, Shisui-san, you both come to the Naka Shrine at such an hour? Itachi nodded and said, good work Kenji-san, Tanaka-san. The reason for coming to Naka Shrine at this hour is actually very important. We have something we have to check. It won't take very long. We can take a look, right? Tanaka hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes, of course, take your time. If there is any way in which we can help your search, then please don't hesitate to ask us, Itachi-sama. Itachi nodded then said, it's alright, there is no need to worry. Both of you can take a good rest. We will be here for some time, and don't worry, we know what we are looking for, so we can find it ourselves. Kenji nodded, alright Itachi-sama. And the very next moment, both Uchiha Kenji and Uchiha Tanaka fell into a deep sleep all while standing in their positions. From beginning to end, neither of them noticed the third person standing behind Shisui and Itachi, nor did the two realize that they were under Genjutsu from the moment they heard the sound of Itachi's footsteps. Noting the two asleep, Shisui said with an impressed expression, voice-induced Genjutsu, huh? Itachi nodded, yes, I used the sound of my footsteps as a medium to disturb Kenji-san and Tanaka-san's chakra, then used my voice as the command to mind control the two into putting them to sleep. Kuroto quirked his eyebrow and asked, if I am not wrong, one of the partners of Zabuza during the Kirigakure d'etat used such type of voice-induced Genjutsu, right? Itachi nodded, yes, this Genjutsu is called demonic Genjutsu, Cajolery of Glamour, and it was used by a Kirigakure shinobi named Jango. His use of Genjutsu piqued my interest as it is quite similar to Shisui-san's Koto Amatsukami, although much weaker. After I had captured him and went through his memories, I learned quite a lot about voice-induced Genjutsu and its potential. The current him was not much proficient in this form of Genjutsu, but its potential cannot be denied. It can take many by a surprise who are vigilant against the Sharingan. Kuroto and Shisui nodded in understanding. Sharingan is a fear of many, and they train specifically in order to avoid being trapped in a Genjutsu. Might Guy is one such example, in which case sound-induced Genjutsu would work wonders against such fellows. After all, nobody would think that an Uchiha with the Sharingan would use sound-induced Genjutsu, rather than a visual Genjutsu. Itachi continued, in any case, now that the coast is clear, we can go inside the Naka Shrine. I will also spread my crows in the surroundings to keep watch for anyone else coming here, so we can search for what we are here for without any worry. Kuroto and Shisui nodded and proceeded towards the inner hall of Naka Shrine. There was no other guard in the main hall, so Kuroto went unimpeded all the way as if strolling through his back garden, and soon arrived at the secret underground meeting place of the Uchiha clan, beneath the 7th tatami mat from the far right. Looking at the stone tablet in front of him, Kuroto muttered lightly, so this stone tablet is the cause of all the problems? This stone tablet was left behind by Rakudo Sannin in order to discourage the descendants of Otsutsuki Indra from attempting to recreate the Rinnegan, but because it was tempered by Black Zetsu, so it can be said to be the cause of all the problems. After all, if Madara had not read the stone tablet, he wouldn't have chosen to leave Konoha and proceeded with Project Tsuki no Mi, so it wouldn't be wrong to say that this stone tablet is truly one of the greatest causes of all the problems. At this moment, Itachi arrived after spreading his crows, then said, the stone tablet can be deciphered by the Sharingan and the Manjiki Sharingan, but even me or Shisui-san cannot fully decipher it, as we would most likely need a higher level of visual prowess for it. Kuroto-san, do you need me to decipher it? Kuroto shook his head, there's no need. Chapter 449. There's no need, said Kuroto as his Byakugan turned into the Tenseigan. Looking at that royal blue dojutsu with a white floral pattern in Kuroto's eyes, and feeling the power emanating from them, even the always calm and collected Uchiha Itachi felt waves in his heart. Shisui patted his shoulder, and explained, that's the Tenseigan, a dojutsu above the Byakugan. You do remember what Tsukihei-san told us, right? Itachi nodded. Yes, Tenseigan, a dojutsu that can rival the Rinnegan. In the Summit War at Amigakure, while fighting against Conan, Itachi did see quite a few abilities of Kuroto, but this is the first time he has seen the dojutsu itself, and he could feel the power that it contains, although he doesn't really have much of an understanding of Tenseigan given that he has only once seen Kuroto using its powers. And this is also reasonable, because Kuroto rarely uses his Tenseigan these days. After all, there are very few enemies who could force him to have to use the Tenseigan. Besides, the current Kuroto's Byakugan is also one of the purest, so using only the Byakugan is more than enough for completing most of the Umbu missions. Kuroto ignored Shisui and Itachi's discussion and focused on deciphering the stone tablet in front of him. For him, who has the Tenseigan, the stone tablet can obviously be deciphered without any issue. After all, the key point is the visual prowess. And in the face of the visual prowess of the Tenseigan, the entire stone tablet was deciphered quite easily. After reading the content of the stone tablet, Kuroto sighed. It really is one of the two major causes of all the problems the Uchiha clan experienced and is still experiencing. According to Kuroto, the content of the stone tablet can be roughly divided into 4 parts. And the higher the visual prowess of the reader, the more parts of the stone tablet they can decipher. The first part is sort of a fairy tale. It mentions the story of Otsutsuki Kaguya, who ate the fruit from the Shinju and became the first human to bear chakra. Then using that power she calmed the troubled times, unified the world, and later gave birth to a child. Although it contains a lot of information, for the most part, it is of little significance to the present and can be read by those with the 3-tomo Sharingan. The second part has some more important content. It mentions the story of the son of Otsutsuki Kaguya, who became the first human naturally born with chakra. He defeated the violent Shinju turned Jubi and came to be known as Rakudo Sannin. Later he spread the creed and teachings of Ninshu, becoming the forefather of all shinobi. It then states some of the secrets of Manjikyu Sharingan, the method of obtaining it and how it can be used to control any of the 9 Bijou. It also states the regrets of Rakudo Sannin, the worries he had for the future of the shinobi world and the Uchiha clan. This part clearly points out that the Uchiha clan are the descendants of Rakudo Sannin, and is perhaps one of the key reasons for the inborn arrogance of the Uchiha clan. In addition to having the extraordinary chakra that the Sharingan grants to the Uchiha, the words left by Rakudo Sannin on the stone tablet may also have a certain influence on the mindset of the Uchiha clan and ingrains them to have a natural superiority when compared to others. After all, when an Uchiha gets to learn that he is a descendant of Rakudo Sannin, the forefather of all shinobi kind, he would obviously be subconsciously proud of his ancestry and his origins, thus giving birth to natural superiority and arrogance towards others of not so superior ancestry. Then there is the third part, and Kuroto can guess that it can't be deciphered with the ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan. The reader either needs the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan or probably the Manjikyu Sharingan with a very high visual prowess that can match up to the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. The third part records very little content and can be easily summed up in a single line: seeking stability, one god was divided into yin and yang, these opposing two acting together obtain all things in creation. The meaning of this line is very simple, but it actually has two meanings. One is the true meaning and the other one is the meaning that Uchiha Madara and perhaps most Uchiha perceived, that is, only by combining the yin of the Uchiha clan and the yang of the Senju clan can the chakra of Rakudo Sannin be obtained, which is ultimately the Rinnegan. Although this is not wrong, it is not the correct meaning either. Originally, the intent of leaving behind the stone tablet was to discourage the Uchiha from awakening the Rinnegan. Rakudo Sannin actually hoped that the Uchiha clan will realize that only when the Uchiha and Senju unite, that is, the Uchiha's reconciliation with the Senju clan will truly save the Uchiha clan and the shinobi world. Madara obviously misunderstood the underlying meaning, which is why the Battle of the Valley of the End took place. Madara may have lost the battle, but he completed his objective and gained the Yang Chakra of the Senju clan, more specifically, the Yang Chakra of Asura that resided within Shodame Hokage. Therefore, he managed to combine the Yin and Yang and obtain the Rinnegan that represented the power of all creation. Then finally there is the fourth part, which mentions the sealed Kaguya and the concern of Rakudo Sannin towards the other Otsutsuki clan members. Obviously, Rakudo Sennin did not know much about the Otsutsuki clan, but he still feared the origins of his mother, the warning regarding her infinite Tsukuyomi, and the possible reasons for using it. Looking at the whole content from a bystander's point of view, Kuroto might as well regard this stone tablet as the last words or death wish of Rakudo Sennin to his son Otsutsuki Indra, and Indra's later descendants. It not only tells the origin of the Uchiha clan, but there is also mention of chakra fruit, Shinju, and Jubi. Important information about Yin and Yang, the method of awakening the Rinnegan, and finally the sealed Kaguya, warning regarding Kaguya's infinite Tsukuyomi, the misfortune that Sharingan brings, and a few other minor details. Of course, this is all the content that Kuroto has deciphered after removing and re-editing all the information related to Project Tsuki no Mi. Black Zetsu cleverly made changes to the stone tablet, and what was supposed to be a warning regarding Kaguya's infinite Tsukuyomi has turned into the only jutsu that can save the Uchiha clan and the shinobi world. This part recorded when someone who possesses the power of samsara approaches the moon, and I will open that is reflected on the moon to grant the eternal dream. Which is basically the instructions to perform the infinite Tsukuyomi, and all of this was attributed to Rakudo Sennin's method of saving the Uchiha clan. At that time, Madara was emotionally agitated because of the death of his younger brother Azuna, whom he deeply cared about, and had just awakened the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, so when he deciphered the stone tablet up to here, there were obviously waves in his heart. Later Madara realized that forming the village won't lead to true peace, thus his conflicts with the Shodaime started. He tried to convince the Uchiha clan to leave Konoha, but no one chose to follow him. Betrayed by the shinobi of his own clan whom he protected for all those years, Madara left the village alone, determined to complete the Project Tsuki no Mi and bring true peace to the shinobi world. It's a pity, thought Kuroto, but didn't really care too much. After regaining his gaze, Kuroto did not care much about the stone tablet, but he still had a few doubts in his heart. Black Zetsu neither has the Sharingan, nor the Rinnegan or any other dojutsu of the same level, yet he can decipher the stone tablet and also edit the inscriptions without leaving behind any traces, and this is quite puzzling. If not for the fact that Kuroto had known the truth beforehand, even he would have been confused and swayed into believing it to be true. Does that mean Kaguya, the creator of Black Zetsu, also gave him a port to her own powers? Kuroto can't help but make such a guess. The reason for this guess is also thought about a little, because even with the Tenseigan, Kuroto knows that he can't change anything in the stone tablet, but Zetsu, who has no dojutsu, can do it, so it can only be attributed to Kaguya's power in Black Zetsu. And it's very likely that Kuroto's guess is true, that is to say, Kaguya's chakra is indeed sealed inside Black Zetsu, although Kuroto can't be sure how much of that chakra is still left given that almost a millennium has passed, but there has to be Kaguya's chakra still present inside him, otherwise how else did he manage to succeed in his sneak attack on Madara? Chapter 450. After becoming the Jinchuriki of Jubi, Madara with a single Rinnegan could survive against Might Guy, who had opened all 8 gates, and even if injured to such an extent he still managed to recover. So, at that point, Madara was obviously invincible. But Black Zetsu was able to subdue that invincible Madara, even if we take into account the element of sneak attack. The mere fact that Black Zetsu had the power to threaten Rakudo Sennin level powerhouses means that Black Zetsu can never be underestimated. So the next thing that Kuroto has doubts about at the moment is, how much of Kaguya's chakra still remains within Black Zetsu, and how many times can he make attacks of the level he used against Madara? If there is only one time, then Kuroto can rest assured against Black Zetsu, because Black Zetsu's threat will be small, as he will definitely not waste it upon Kuroto. No matter what happens, he will only use it on the Jinchuriki of Jubi for reviving Kaguya at the most critical time. But if he can use such an attack twice, or maybe 3 times, or perhaps even more times, then the threat of Black Zetsu is perhaps no inferior to Nagato and Obito. Black Zetsu is the entity that Kuroto and the rest of the members of Amatsukami will have to be extremely careful against. Sigh, I must calm myself, thought Kuroto, then looked at Shisui and Itachi, and asked, what do the two of you think about the message left by Rakudo Sennin? Itachi said seriously, Jinjutsu is Jinjutsu, no matter how one describes it, and what's false will remain false until the very end. I don't know what Rakudo Sennin thought while leading such a message for us Uchiha, but I do not think that the infinite Tsukuyomi can save the Uchiha clan or bring peace to the shinobi world. Undoubtedly, Itachi who possesses Tsukuyomi do not agree with Project Tsuki no Mi, even if it is something proposed by Rakuto Sennin himself. This is because Itachi knows better than anyone that infinite Tsukuyomi is an artificially created Jinjutsu world working as per the wishes of the creator. If the world itself is artificially created, which means if the world itself is a false one, then how can it bring true peace? The peace brought by infinite Tsukuyomi will be false peace as well. Shursui also shook his head immediately. The peace on the stone tablet is directed by manipulating the entire humankind. Such peace which is brought forth at the cost of everyone except for the caster being manipulated cannot be true peace. It's just a Jinjutsu and it won't change the reality no matter how one might try to glorify this sickening truth. Shursui, who has the Kodo Ematsukami as his Manjikyu Sharingan Dojutsu, understands better than anyone that manipulating others won't bring true peace. Kodo Ematsukami allows Shursui to manipulate anyone, anytime, anywhere as per his own whim at the mere cost of some chakra, and precisely because of this Shursui is very resistant to the idea of infinite Tsukuyomi. After all, when one person is being manipulated by the other, then they are not even on an equal footing, nor do they understand each other. Because people who really understand each other do not need to rely on a Jinjutsu to see through other person's reality. If both of you realize and understand this fact, then I am relieved. Kuroto was indeed relieved. Although, he believed that neither Shursui nor Itachi will be confused by the idea of Project Tsuki no Mi, or Infinite Tsukuyomi, but he was indeed somewhat worried, and now that he has heard their individual opinion on Infinite Tsukuyomi, he was very much relieved. Immediately, Kuroto can't help but snicker a little. Oh, the irony. Neither Madara nor Obito possesses a Jinjutsu-type Dojutsu, nor are they Jinjutsu-type by nature. Of course, they may be extremely proficient in Jinjutsu, but Jinjutsu is not their specialty, and both of them were confused by the Project Tsuki no Mi and wanted to reflect the light on the moon to cover the entire world in a Jinjutsu. They thought Project Tsuki no Mi to be the only method to save the world and bring peace to this war-torn world. On the other hand, Shursui and Itachi are both the Jinjutsu type, perhaps being the two best Jinjutsu masters in the entire shinobi world, including the past, present, and perhaps even the future. And despite their Jinjutsu mastery, neither of the two is confused by Project Tsuki no Mi and understood that such a peace can never be considered true peace. Ironic indeed. Thought Kuroto, then did not care about the stone tablet at all, rather he focused on the objective at hand, and asked Itachi, "Where are the ancient scrolls?" Itachi nodded and immediately opened a secret compartment hidden in the wall, and took out a delicate box containing several scrolls and a few books. The books appeared quite old, with yellow pages, clearly indicating how old they are, giving Kuroto a bit of expectation and hope that he might be able to find what he is looking for in them. Sitting in a seiza position, Kuroto, Shursui, and Itachi immediately started to go through these books and scrolls in search of information related to what Kuroto was looking for. First scroll, second scroll, third scroll, fourth scroll, fifth scroll, sixth scroll, and so on. Kuroto read and read and read in the hopes of finding the information he wanted, but found nothing worth attention. These scrolls and books record the history of the Uchiha clan, but what these scrolls specifically focus upon are the wars that the Uchiha clan fought. In this particular year they defeated that particular shinobi clan. These many Uchiha were sacrificed, and while these many enemies they killed, ultimately the Uchiha clan won the war. Then this happened. Then in that particular year, the Uchiha clan fought against this particular clan. These many Uchiha were sacrificed, while these many enemies were killed. The war lasted for these many months, and so on and so forth. There is hardly any useful information recorded in these scrolls, as these scrolls don't even record the situation and causes of the war and conflicts, so no matter how much Kuroto read through them, he couldn't find anything worth noting. It seems either the scrolls recording what I want are with the Uchiha Patriarch, and if that's not the case, then perhaps Madara took away that information with him when he left Konoha. Thought Kuroto. Kuroto is more inclined towards the first option, because if Madara really bothered about such petty things and took away all the important information, then the Uchiha clan wouldn't have had any information or knowledge about Izanagi and Izanami. Therefore, What Kuroto is looking for has to be in the hands of the Uchiha Patriarch, but obtaining it from Uchiha Fugaku's hands is an impossible task, as that would most likely leak information about Amatsukumi or Amatsukumi's intentions. Itachi noted Kuroto's expression, and said, "Kuroto-san, it doesn't seem that what we are looking for can be found here." Nodding slightly, Kuroto changed his mind and decided to use a different approach, and for that, he turned towards Itachi and asked, "Itachi, if both Shisui and I were to die at the hands of Akatsuki or for whatever reasons, and both Konoha and Uchiha clan are about to be destroyed at the hands of Akatsuki, then what will you do?" Itachi was startled by such a question that came out of nowhere, but after quickly calming down himself, he thought and tried to imagine it. Shisui also looked at Itachi curiously, waiting for his answer. And after a while of thinking, he suddenly asked, "What about Tsukihei-san, Suijin, Fujin, Karanchan, and Garakuen?" Kuroto was speechless at Itachi's question, then said, "Of course, Uchiha Tsukihei, Suijin, and Fujin are also dead." Itachi immediately shook his head. "Something like this will never happen. I will definitely not be the last one alive." Kuroto was again speechless. This kid. Ha ha ha. On the side, even Shisui chuckled a little at Itachi's response. Kuroto sighed and said, "Well, imagine a situation where all the senior members of Amatsukumi, except for you, have died. You, Karen, and Gaara are the only ones left in the Amatsukumi, and you have to bear the responsibility of not only saving the Uchiha clan and the village but also defeating the entire Akatsuki organization as well as stopping their plans. What would you do?" This time, Itachi had to consider it more seriously, and said, "I will think of ways to increase my personal strength because that's very important if I want to stop an organization like the Akatsuki, then search for allies with a similar mindset and high-end strength, of course. The alliance with the 5 great shinobi villages would prove to be useful, especially when Kazekage-sama and Mizuki-sama are both members of Amatsukumi too. Maybe I will try to contact Orochimaru-san and convince him to cooperate with me. In short, I would leave no stone unturned to find a method of stopping the Akatsuki." "Yes, that's the intention." After a slight nod, Kuroto continued, "Think of all the ways you can, and will try to use in such a desperate situation in order to increase your personal strength. Jot it down somewhere, and show it to me." Kuroto found nothing that would point him towards the 2 spiritual artifacts, namely Totsuka sword and Yata mirror, and Kuroto has no idea where they were originally present, not to mention he doesn't even have enough time to search them all over the continent, so Kuroto can only use this method to search for Totsuka sword and Yata mirror. Kuroto thinks that, since the Totsuka sword can seal its target even from a long range in a Genjutsu-like world of drunken dreams for all eternity, it has a very good chance of succeeding in sealing the DMS Obito if used as a surprise attack. Although Kuroto can't guarantee it given the fact that Kamui can even be used to transfer chakra from the Pure Land to the Shinobi world or Kaguya's dimension, it is still one of the best means that has a high chance of success. And using Sword of Totsuka is much easier and without any sacrifice when compared to Izanami or the Reaper Death Seal. After all, the price of using one is permanent blindness in one eye, and death for the second option. Itachi was at a loss upon hearing Kuroto's words. Has the situation arisen to such a desperate state, and he can't help but wonder. Obviously, Itachi still doesn't have much of an idea of how powerful can DMS Obito be, so he is not so sure, but given how serious Kuroto is, even he felt that he needs to consider things very carefully from here on out. Chapter 451. Before leaving the Naka Shrine, Kuroto gave several instructions to Itachi, exhorted Itachi to stay close to Shisui and protect him during the adaptation period, and at the same time warned Shisui to be especially careful these days against enemy attacks. After all, Obito, Danzo, and Orochimaru, all are threats that cannot be underestimated. Moreover, all 3 of them have the right motivation to deal with Uchiha Shisui, the current strongest of the Uchiha clan, because to deal with the Uchiha clan one must first overcome the obstacle of Uchiha Shisui. But because Shisui is not in the right condition now, therefore, he can't use his true combat power, which is why he must be protected. Itachi obviously understood Kuroto's reasoning and made sure that he would protect Shisui. At the same time, he would carry out other instructions given by Kuroto as well. Satisfied, Kuroto bid farewell to Shisui and Itachi, then quietly strolled back towards his home. On the way to his home, Kuroto of course thought about the many changes that happened during the day, and honestly, Kuroto is quite glad that he did not become arrogant and overconfident after awakening the Tenseigan and did not expose his true combat power and true identity to the public, otherwise, he would have become the center of attention of all the enemies. And if that had been the case, Kuroto would have to be constantly worried and guard against all kinds of conspiracies, not only from Obito and the other enemies but also from many people around him. After all, who knows when someone will start getting strange ideas, or maybe the people they cherish the most are taken hostage, so that would leave them with no choice but to fulfill the instructions of the kidnappers. Judging from the method Obito used to conspire against his own sensei, he is definitely the kind of guy who has no bottom line when it comes to achieving his goal. Of course, Kuroto is no different, but that's not the point here. The point is that, had Obito known Kuroto's true identity and power, Obito would gain more chess pieces that he can use to take advantage of Kuroto's weakness, but that wouldn't be the case for Kuroto. After all, Obito is completely empty from the inside and someone who doesn't even care for who he is, and since there is no one left alive whom Obito seems to care about any longer, so there is probably nothing stopping him from using even the dirtiest of means to take advantage, but Kuroto won't be able to do so. Then, Kuroto would have no option left but to bring Noara Rin back to life and use her to deal with Obito, but bringing her back to life would be a very difficult task for the current Kuroto, because if the current him were to bring her to life, then he would die as a result, which is definitely not beneficial enough. Fortunately, Kuroto has been a level-headed person, and only chose to reveal himself to the extent that wouldn't be too suspicious, and wouldn't cause him too many problems. Now one could argue that if Kuroto really wanted to, he could have completely hidden, not garnered even a bit of attention, and that would have been much more advantageous, but Kuroto doesn't think that way. According to him, being too inconspicuous is also quite suspicious, as it would at some point definitely garner attention. After all, there's only so much one can truly hide, and there's only so much one can survive against just based on luck. This is why, it is better to reveal a few things, make others think that they are the ones in control, make others believe that they know everything about him when in reality they would have no idea of the true depths of his abilities. This way others will believe that he is a bit difficult person to deal with, but at the same time, he is not too big of a threat and can be disposed of any time if they really feel like doing it. As a result, they will focus on things and people who are more important and more threatening, that is the Amatsukami, compared to just an elite Umbu squad captain. Now considering the fact that Amatsukami is very secretive and hidden too well, so Obito and the rest of the Akatsuki will have to direct more and more of their attention and efforts towards finding and understanding them to be able to deal with them. But since they won't be able to find them, so they will also fear Amatsukami. After all, the fear of the unknown is the greatest of all fear. And this unknown, that is the Amatsukami, will also stop them from running rampant, and restrict them subconsciously so that they would not dare to act rashly. I suppose that even now, all Akatsuki personnel are more than likely either increasing their individual strength or investigating the traces of Amatsukami all over the world now. Thought Kuroto as his lips curled into a mocking snicker. Before finding Amatsukami that is playing Akatsuki and the other villages in the palm of their hands, Akatsuki should not dare to deal with the 5 great shinobi villages, unless they are confident enough. The lesson they learned at Amagakure should have been more than enough to keep them in check. After all, even Nagato, who had the Rinnegan and could summon Geto Mazo, and Nibi almost lost his life at the hands of the leader of Amatsukami. So even if Akatsuki is reluctant, they have to admit that Amatsukami can actually threaten their existence. This is probably the only reason why they have been quiet for so long and haven't carried out their other plans. Even Obito sneaked inside Konoha and took back his eye, but did not care about the Uchiha clan that hasn't been destroyed yet, nor did he care about all the movements that Konoha has been making these days. In Obito's eyes, the threat of a mere Uchiha clan and Konoha is nothing compared to Amatsukami, but what he doesn't understand is that if he doesn't make his move on the Uchiha clan and Konoha, he would never be able to find anything about Amatsukami, which will eventually form an endless loop. In Konoha's guest house, Kimimaro looked at the night view outside the window with many thoughts going in his mind. The events that happened for the whole day kept flashing in his mind, but the major part of all those flashes was the scene where Hyuga Kuroto dared to satirize Orochimaru-sama openly. Intense killing intent appears in his heart whenever he thinks of Hyuga Kuroto. At this time, a shadow emerged from the darkness and sneaked into the room quietly. "Who are you? Show yourself." Kimimaro turned around quickly and said, all while a bone blade extended out from his hand, staring at the intruder with cold eyes. The shadow wasn't panicked under the cold gaze of Kimimaro, rather it smiled and said, as expected of Kimimaro. "Kabuto?" Kimimaro recognized that tone, and asked, "What are you going here?" Kimimaro adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, then said, "I have heard about everything that happened today. How does it feel to be able to defeat the genius kid of the Uchiha clan?" "The genius of the Uchiha clan? He wasn't enough for me to even bother to care about, because the victory against Uchiha Sasuke was too easy." Kimimaro felt no sense of accomplishment. Kabuto smirked and said in a casual tone, "That's right, compared to the hateful Hyuga Kuroto who betrayed Orochimaru-sama, the genius kid of the Uchiha clan is really not worth mentioning, huh?" As soon as Kimimaro heard Kabuto's words, his face turned gloomy. Kimimaro can ignore others insulting him, but what he can't ignore are the insults to Orochimaru-sama, and Hyuga Kuroto not only dared to betray Orochimaru but even satirize Orochimaru to his face, which really made Kimimaro angry and determined to assassinate him. "That's right, Kabuto should know, huh?" Kimimaro's eyes lit up, and after making up his mind, he asked Kabuto, "Kabuto, you should know where he lives, right?" Kabuto was obviously surprised by Kimimaro's question, and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Don't forget that we are currently in Konoha, and from what I have heard, he is a jonin." Kimimaro said coldly, "Tell me where he lives, and you don't need to care about other things." With a bit of hesitation, Kabuto drew a map on a piece of paper, then handed it to Kimimaro with a worried expression. "Be careful, if you feel that you don't stand a chance then don't insist on it." With an indifferent look, Kimimaro took the map from Kabuto, and without saying a word he disappeared from the room. After Kimimaro left, Kabuto showed a strange smile. Similar to Kimimaro who hates Hyuga Kuroto, even Kabuto hates Hyuga Kuroto, and he too wants to get rid of Hyuga Kuroto. After Kimimaro had left, a hoarse voice suddenly came from behind Kabuto. "Kabuto, I don't remember I allowed you to do something like this." Kabuto turned around with a shudder, immediately knelt respectfully on the ground, and said, "Orochimaru-sama?" Ads by PubFuture. Orochimaru slowly walked out of the shadow and said, "Aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Sweat poured out of Kabuto's forehead, and he swallowed deeply upon feeling the heavy pressure he was subjected to. "Orochimaru-sama, I just wanted to clear away the traitor." "Is that so?" With a smile, Orochimaru cast his gaze outside the window, and said, "It's fine then." Upon noticing that Orochimaru does not have any intention of pursuing the matter, Kabuto sighed in relief. At the same time, he also realized that if Orochimaru was really opposed to the idea, then he would have stopped Kimimaro before Kimimaro left. Gazing at the night view of Konoha outside the window, Orochimaru said lightly, "It's okay for him to try it out, but whether he succeeds or not is an entirely different matter." At the same time, Orochimaru perceived the reaction of Umbu Shinobi to Kimimaro's movements and quirked his eyebrow upon noticing something. "It appears that he is not taking any chances, was his thought. Initially, Orochimaru had completely different plans for the alliance ceremony. Orochimaru wanted to embarrass his sensei, Sandaime Hokage, in front of all by using the Edo Tensei of Shodaime and Nidaime to kill him. Whenever Orochimaru thinks of Sarutobi sensei being forced to battle to the death against the two previous Hokage, who are also his sensei, and the scene where all the three of them together destroy the village in the aftermath of their battle, Orochimaru feels extremely excited. For him, other than the pursuit of eternal life and mastery of all the jutsu, destroying everything that his sensei loves and cherishes has become a joy for him. But Orochimaru never expected that Konoha's defense would be so rigorous, much stricter than the spies initially reported. The presence of the representatives of Sunagakure, Kusagakure, and Takigakure was a matter Orochimaru did not take into account. Not to mention there are also Jiraiya and Tsunade in the village. Then the Konoha military police force led by Uchiha Fugaku too, and finally the identity of one of the Umbu keeping watch over him. Although the fourth Umbu joined in keeping watch over him not very long ago, Orochimaru recognized him based on the recent intelligence he has just received from Shimura Danzo only about an hour ago. The fourth Umbu with the weasel mask keeping watch over him turned out to be none other than Uchiha Itachi of the Uchiha clan. No wonder Uchiha Itachi was respectful to Kuroto-kun. After all, he is a subordinate in Kuroto-kun's Umbu squad. Thought Orochimaru about what he had learned from Shimura Danzo's mouth in exchange for some things. In the face of so many high-tier combat personnel, especially Uchiha Itachi, even Orochimaru can't help but sigh and dared not act rashly. Besides, Orochimaru is also not sure about what combat power can the two Edo Hokage display, therefore, he decided not to make any move on Konoha, for now, at least. But of course, this doesn't mean that he won't test a few things. For example, what does Hyuga Kuroto want from Kimimaro? And the attitude of Uchiha Itachi towards Konoha and Hyuga Kuroto. After all, the moment Kimimaro sneaked out, he was obviously noticed by the four Umbu, but neither of them stopped him, not even Uchiha Itachi. Therefore, Orochimaru was more curious about a lot of things. Among the four Umbu, Hana asked Weasel, "Is it alright to ignore him?" Weasel, Crow Clone, nodded. "I have had my summon follow him secretly, so his movements are still under my watch." Rabbit said, "But I wonder what does Captain wants from him?" Akame answered Rabbit's doubts. It's to obtain intelligence on Kaguya Kakashi, the newest member of Akatsuki, as per the intelligence Captain managed to obtain while he was in Kirigakure. Kaguya Kakashi along with Hoshigaki Kisame and Shino Ikemajita have also joined the Akatsuki, and since this kid, Kimimaro, is one of the last two members of the Kaguya clan, therefore, he is a source of intelligence that we can't let go so easily. Hana nodded. Makes sense, I suppose. Then without any more care, she continued the mission assigned to the four members of Team Row by their captain. Chapter 452. Today was really exhausting. A Konoha Chunin who was walking in the direction of his home said while taking a puff of smoke from the lit cigarette he held with his index finger and middle finger. The companion who was walking on the side said, "Fortunately the alliance ceremony went without a hitch, and no one caused any trouble." Konoha's incredibly tight security naturally did not come without a price. In addition to the Konoha military police force, the workload on many Genin and Chunin also increased a lot to make sure that the alliance ceremony went without any obstructions. The Chunin who was smoking, threw the cigarette butt on the ground at this time, stepped on it in order to extinguish the spark, then said, "It's already so late, I don't think that anything major will happen now." As soon as he said so, a shadow swooped on him from behind and made a few precise jabs on the back of his neck. "WH," were his last words before he lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground. Someone wants to take advantage of the night and cause chaos, was the thought of the other Chunin as he tried to launch the signal flare, but before he could, he suddenly felt a tremendous force on his abdomen causing him to vomit out some fluids. His body arched under the huge force and he too lost consciousness. "They are unexpectedly weak," muttered Kimimaro with a doubtful expression. The young age and the lack of adequate experience, as well as the simplicity of his mind, have made Kimimaro's conception of the outside world very limited and completely dependent on the narrations of Orochimaru and Kabuto as well as the few battles he has had against strong fellows. Although Kimimaro knows that he is quite strong based on what Kabuto has told him, how strong to be exact, Kimimaro is not so sure. Both Kabuto and Orochimaru know that Kimimaro is already reaching the level of a Jonin, and when using the curse seal, his strength might as well be on the level of an elite Jonin. So, no matter which village, he already belongs to the elite class. This is the main reason why Kabuto has some confidence in Kimimaro's abilities at being able to assassinate Hyuga Kuroto. And also, the reason why Orochimaru did not stop Kimimaro. After dragging the two Konoha Chunin inside an alleyway and tying them up, Kimimaro again checked the map to discern the right direction, then his figure flashed and disappeared into the direction of the Hyuga clan, but not before changing his appearance into that of one of the Chunin with the use of transformation jutsu. Of course, Kimimaro did not notice the lone crow sitting on top of an electric pillar who has been following him silently and observing everything that he has been doing. Running all the way, Kimimaro arrived near the compound of the Hyuga clan, and thought, based on what Kabuto has told me, if I have to go from here on out, then I must transform my appearance into that of a Hyuga clan shinobi. This is the only way, else I would be noticed by their Byakugan. With this thought, Kimimaro used transformation jutsu upon himself to change his appearance into that of a Hyuga Kuroto and then proceeded in the direction of Hyuga Kuroto's home. Fortunately, it was already past midnight, so there was hardly anyone present on the streets, and those Hyuga guards who noticed him recognized him to be Kuroto-sama, so chose not to disturb him. After passing through a few blocks, Kimimaro gently landed on the roof of a house and made sure to not make even a bit of sound, neither from his footsteps nor from the creaking of wood. Standing on the roof, Kimimaro scanned the house in front of him and the nearby streets with a cold expression. According to the information given to him, the house in front of him is undoubtedly Hyuga Kuroto's house. I will make sure to end your life today. After secretly making up his mind, Kimimaro covertly crossed the street and sneaked into the courtyard of Kuroto's house. He stayed hidden inside the canopy of the small tree for a few minutes, silently observed the surroundings, and perked up his ears, while trying to listen to any sound that came from inside the house, but even after a lot of waiting, nothing except for smooth rhythmic breathing came, which can only mean one thing. Kimimaro was now certain that Hyuga Kuroto was most likely asleep on the first floor of his house and no one else was present at his house, which means Kimimaro's presence was not noticed by anyone, including Hyuga Kuroto. With that understood, Kimimaro exerted strength into both of his legs, then jumped up and sneaked inside the room on the first floor from the open window. Although the lights in the room were switched off, the moonlight coming from outside the window was bright enough for Kimimaro to clearly see everything inside the room. You are awake?" Kimimaro was taken aback. He can be quite sure that he heard rhythmic breathing coming from this room, but now he sees that Hyuga Kuroto is sitting on a chair facing the window and there is no one else in the room. What's more frustrating is that Hyuga Kuroto is sitting leisurely with his right arm on the armrest of the chair and his head resting on the right arm, giving off a strange feeling as if he was expecting a visit. Looking at Kimimaro, Kuroto muttered with a faint smile, "It seems that my luck hasn't yet run out completely." Kuroto's entire purpose of mocking Orochimaru on the street was to lure Kimimaro to his house. The purpose is obviously to obtain Kimimaro's cells. Obito's sudden action of taking back his eye from Kakashi has also put a lot of pressure on Kuroto, therefore, he must do everything in order to speed up his Project Godhood. However, if Kuroto were to take initiative to find Orochimaru and ask for Kimimaro's cells, then obviously he would have to give something in return too. At the same time, he will be able to figure out a few things. Therefore, Kuroto used this approach. He stimulated Kimimaro to come to Kuroto's house on his own initiative. Of course, since the security in the village is so tight, so Kuroto wasn't exactly sure if Kimimaro would dare to sneak into his house, but he did, and it means that Kuroto's plan worked. As for the matter of obtaining information on Kaguya Takashi, it was just an excuse Kuroto made up to make sure that his subordinates of Team Ro, who are keeping a watch over the Otogakure squad under Kuroto's instructions, don't stop Kimimaro. If Kuroto really wants information on Kaguya Takashi, then Yonde Mizukage is a better option, but using this excuse is also believable and enough of a reason for Hokage-sama to ignore this matter, otherwise it would have been impossible for Kimimaro to sneak up to Kuroto's house. At this time, Kimimaro also realized something and said, "So you were prepared?" He soon recovered from the shocked expression as a bone blade extended out from the palm of his hand, and said coldly, "That's good then. I too want to have a fair fight with you." "Ignorant kid, there is no such thing as a fair fight in this shinobi world. If you do see a fair fight, then it's all just someone's manipulations. Either you are capable of noticing those manipulations and act accordingly, or you remain ignorant and still act accordingly," said Kuroto and tapped the fingers of his left hand on the armrest of the chair he sat on. "What do you mean?" Kimimaro frowned, But not caring about whatever nonsense Hyuga Kuroto was spouting, Kimimaro crouched down a little, in order to rush towards Hyuga Kuroto. But as he did so, Kimimaro was shocked to find out that his body is trapped and he can't even take a single step forward. He looked downwards to see the cause, only to notice that the ground has unknowingly come to life and risen upwards, encasing his feet up to his waist inside it, as a result restricting his movements. Ads by PubFuture. When did he use Earth-style jutsu to trap me? Kimimaro can't help but frown again, because he did not even notice Hyuga Kuroto using any hand signs, nor did he notice any chakra fluctuations from the surroundings. I mean exactly what I said. Anyway, now that I have you as my prisoner, I can do anything with you," said Kuroto in a wicked tone, and licked his lips in the same manner that Orochimaru does. Kimimaro snorted, "Don't think that just this can stop me," and decided to make some bones sprout out of his legs and break the ground that is trapping him. But strangely enough, not even a single bone came out. Now Kimimaro had to take this seriously. What's going on? As I said, you are now a prisoner of mine, and obviously I can't allow a prisoner of mine to be able to use chakra. Now, can I? Said Kuroto and pointed at Kimimaro's chest. Look at your chest. Kimimaro looked down and noticed black symbols appearing all over his body, and these symbols were sealing his chakra. Can you seal my chakra without even weaving any hand seals or touching me? Kimimaro asked after recovering from the shock of having his chakra sealed. Who knows? I have no interest in answering questions of an ignorant fool like you, said Kuroto as he looked at Kimimaro's state with a provocative smirk. Kimimaro gritted his teeth and decided to use the cursed seal of earth. Kuroto still sat on his chair and asked, "Are you sure that you want to go so far? Do you really think that your actions are concealed and no one has noticed you coming here?" Kimimaro said, "It doesn't matter what happens to me." Kuroto chuckled, then said, "Naive kid, you coming here can still be attributed to just a small conflict between you and me, but if you decide to use the cursed seal implanted by him, then it would be noticed by Konoha as well as other shinobi villages, and they will realize that Otogakure is a shinobi village established by him. What do you think will happen then?" Kuroto's words made Kimimaro stop midway, and he was now considering the implication of Kuroto's words. Upon realizing that he might create trouble for Orochimaru-sama, a hesitation flashed on Kimimaro's young face. Kimimaro is ready to bear everything, but he does not want to cause any trouble for Orochimaru-sama. Kuroto obviously knows this, so he said with a smirk, "Don't worry, as long as you answer all my questions, and do not make any unnecessary moves, you can safely go back to the guest house that you sneaked out from. Even he won't be implicated. How does that sound?" Kimimaro hesitated, and asked, "And why do I trust your words?" Kuroto chuckled, "It's not like you have any other option. The fact that you dared to sneak here alone can create a lot of trouble for him, so now you are to follow everything I instruct you to do, without any question. That is, if you want to go back safely and not cause any trouble for him, else I don't mind to instruct the Umbu stationed around the guest house to act immediately and take him as a prisoner." Kimimaro snorted, "He will not be captured by those weaklings." Kuroto said with an evil grin, "Maybe, but are you sure that you want to take the chances? Trust me when I say this, but even if it is him, he will not be able to escape scot-free if you were to make even a single rash move." Looking at Hyuga Kuroto's face, and listening to his words, Kimimaro suddenly started to have a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 453. Kimimaro asked with a sigh, "Fine, what do you want?" Kuroto chuckled at the fact that Kimimaro finally gave in, and asked, "Information. I want information about the Kaguya clan and the shinobi named Kaguya Takashi who has recently joined the Akatsuki organization." As said previously, Kuroto doesn't really want information on Kaguya Takashi, but to provide a cover to his real objective, he must ask this. Kimimaro frowned but understood that the question was reasonable. And given the fact that Akatsuki is an enemy of Orochimaru-sama too, so he complied and answered nonetheless. Although, the information he gave was not very useful, as Kimimaro himself did not know very much about the Kaguya clan or Kaguya Takashi, so all the information he gave was based on his fight against Kaguya Takashi from a few days ago. Kuroto still paid a good amount of attention to Kimimaro, as there is a distinct possibility that Kimimaro as a member of the Kaguya clan might know something that Kuroto or the Yonde Mizukage are not aware of about the Kaguya clan. At the same time, a voice sounded in Kuroto's mind, "Kuroto-sama, the Genjutsu is in perfect effect, am I allowed to kill him?" "Oh right. Did I mention that all of this discussion of mine was happening in a Genjutsu? If I didn't, then I guess now's the time to tell," thought Kuroto after he heard that voice. Then he also focused his attention on the real world. Real world. In the real world, Kimimaro is standing motionless with a dazed expression. Kimimaro has yet to realize that the moment he stepped inside Kuroto's house, he has been under a Genjutsu. Kuroto looked at Kimimaro, who is completely vulnerable at the moment. Kuroto nodded to himself, then looked at the person responsible for casting this Genjutsu on Kimimaro. "I must say, the Genjutsu mastery of the three priestesses of Ryuchi Cave is indeed praiseworthy," said Kuroto with a bit of an impressed tone as he looked at the floating girl next to him. "Nini Kuroto-sama, should I make him suffer mentally, should I? Should I? Once he suffers a lot, his chakra will weaken and it will be on the verge of disappearance, and just before he dies, I can eat all of his chakra. I love chakra which is weak and is about to disappear," Ichikishima asked in an excited tone as some of her snake characteristics appeared on her face and she licked her lips, greedy for eating Kimimaro's chakra. Kuroto immediately shook his head. "No, he has to be kept alive." Ichikishima seemed a bit dejected by Kuroto's refusal, but she quickly regained her cheerfulness and started to float around Kimimaro, observing his unique features. Since the Genjutsu used by Ichikishima is based on the use of natural energy, therefore it can be classified as a Senjutsu. Therefore, breaking out of it is an extremely difficult task, not to mention breaking out. Even realizing that one is subjected to a Genjutsu is an extremely difficult task unless they are experienced enough with Genjutsu. Although not as strong as the Genjutsu used by the combined effort of the two great sage toads of Mount Maiboku, which is capable of trapping even the Rinnegan and Tenseigan bearers, it is still one of the strongest Genjutsu there is. This is why Kuroto isn't really worried about the possibility of Kimimaro realizing his current situation or being able to break out of it. At this time, Ichikishima, who was floating around Kimimaro, asked Kuroto with a curious tone, "Since he is not here to be fed to me, then why is he here, Kuroto-sama? What do you want from this brat?" Kuroto did not answer Ichikishima but took out a storage scroll and unsealed the contents inside it. The contents inside the storage scroll included several test tubes injections, as well as other pieces of equipment necessary to collect cell samples. Since he is a prisoner of mine, so naturally he must pay some ransom to be released, don't you think, Ichikishima? I am not going to kill him as he is of use to me, but I will take some of his cells to carry out tests and experiments," said Kuroto to Ichikishima, then proceeded to collect Kimimaro's cell samples. Although Ichikishima didn't really understand what experiments Kuroto-sama wants to conduct, it didn't really matter to her. As long as she is fed chakra, she doesn't care what Kuroto does. Normally, Ichikishima likes to eat decaying chakra, the chakra that is on the verge of disappearance, which is why she usually traps her victims in a Genjutsu world, then makes them collapse mentally. But for some reason that even she doesn't understand, she likes to eat Kuroto's chakra too. Maybe it's because his chakra is Yin dominant in nature. She can only think of this as the possible reason, as any other explanation doesn't make much sense. Oh well, it doesn't really matter anyway. But she doesn't really care too much about the exact reason either. On the other side, Kuroto considered that there wouldn't be many opportunities in the future, so he collected several times the normal and also made sure to take Kimimaro's blood samples, bone samples as well as hair samples, and then sealed them all in a storage scroll. After Kuroto was done in the real world, he focused his attention back on the Genjutsu world that Kimimaro was trapped in. Genjutsu world. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N.O.V.L.B.I.N. By now, Kimimaro has also finished giving out all the information that he knew about the Kaguya clan and the shinobi named Kaguya Takashi. After Kimimaro was done, Kuroto in the Genjutsu world was silent for a while, then asked curiously, "By the way, is there anything unusual in your body?" Kimimaro frowned. What do you mean by unusual? Kuroto said, in the sense that, have you been feeling any sudden weakness or unnatural paralyzing sensations in your body? Kimimaro narrowed his eyes, and asked, how do you know? Kaguya Takashi has told him about the curse of the Kaguya clan, but Kimimaro has yet to tell anyone about it. Even Hyuga gave his words to Kimimaro that he won't talk about this to anyone, even to Orochimaru-sama, unless Kimimaro instructs him to. Even before, Kimimaro did not mention anything about the curse of the Kaguya clan, because he did not want to give out information about his weakness. But the fact that Hyuga Kuroto knows about this has surprised him. Kuroto did not answer Kimimaro's question. Instead, he asked a question in return. What is Orochimaru-sama's theory about the cause of your illness? And what treatment is he using? Kimimaro's tone became heavier. I have yet to inform Orochimaru-sama about it. Kuroto was stunned, then said, it doesn't matter whether you have told him or not, he must have noticed that something is unusual with your body, but maybe he lacks the right information to be able to properly understand what it is. I advise you to tell him everything you know about your illness immediately. If he understands the true cause of your illness early enough, maybe you will be able to survive. You don't need to worry about my business or my well-being, said Kimimaro in a cold tone, although his expression said that he was seriously considering Kuroto's words. The reason why Kuroto advised Kimimaro is not because of his kindness or worry for Kimimaro, but to better understand Shikatsumiyaku. At the same time, he also wants Orochimaru's research on this Kekkei Jinkai and the results he obtains while trying to figure out a way about how to cure the curse of the Kaguya clan. Kuroto knows that the true potential of Shikatsumiyaku is very, very high, and traces back to Kaguya's use of all-killing ash bones, which is a Kekkei Morijutsu. All-killing ash bones are even superior to the truth-seeking orbs when it comes to their potential. Just a single touch is enough to turn even the six-path level opponents into ashes. This is why Kuroto is very interested in it. And seeing that Kimimaro has taken his words seriously, Kuroto said nothing more, just released the seal on Kimimaro that was sealing his chakra, still in the Genjutsu world. At the same time, the ground that was encasing Kimimaro also retracted backward under Kuroto's command, still in Genjutsu world. Kuroto then said, all right then, since I have obtained what I wanted, you can go back now. Also, this is Konoha, so you better not run around like this time. The number of people in this village who are capable of killing you is more than several dozens. Once you are caught snooping around, even he won't be able to save you. Kimimaro snorted and jumped towards the window, and just before he left, he looked at Kuroto coldly, and said, this time I lost, but next time it won't be so easy for you, Hyuga Kuroto, you are a traitor and I will definitely eliminate you. Kuroto just chuckled, is that so? In that case, I will wait. Kimimaro snorted and jumped out of the window and went back towards the guest house. Poor kid doesn't even realize that the entire time he was in my house, he was under a Genjutsu, thought Kuroto, then shook his head. Kuroto knows that Kimimaro's potential is extremely high, but neither does he have any understanding of natural energy, nor any in-depth experience of Genjutsu, so it was natural that in his normal state Kimimaro did not figure out that he is under a Genjutsu. Of course, if Kimimaro had used Curse Seal, then he would have been able to sense that something is wrong and maybe be able to take countermeasures, but Kuroto of course did not allow Kimimaro to do so, as he wasn't interested in fighting a child. After Kimimaro was gone, Kuroto turned towards Ichikishima and said, you can also go back, I will summon you if I need you. Ichikishima nodded, and just before disappearing in a poof of smoke, she did not forget to speak, don't forget to prepare prey for me, Kuroto-sama. Kuroto nodded, but not so seriously. Now with Kuroto left alone in the house, he murmured, Obito and Nagato probably won't give me much time, so I need to speed up the Project Godhood. Inside a secret underground base of Akatsuki organization, a spiraling whirl appeared in the void, and Obito, without a mask, walked out of it. Zetsu and Toby Sr. came over and looked at the left eye of Obito and asked, how does it feel? Do you have any method to turn this Sharingan into the Manjikyu Sharingan? Obito indifferently replied, it's already a Manjikyu Sharingan. Toby Sr. said in a surprised tone, already turned into a Manjikyu Sharingan? You really are worthy to have been selected by Madara-sama. Obito shook his head. No, it was Mangekyou Sharingan, even before I took it back. Having said that, Obito's face showed a trace of emotion and remembered the time when he witnessed Rin's death. Hatake Kakashi probably awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan at the same time as I did. Even Black Zetsu was surprised, but he chose not to speak anything. A shinobi who is neither an Uchiha nor a Senju or Uzumaki, and doesn't have any close blood relationship with the descendants of Hashirama, actually managed to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan? In Black Zetsu's opinion, the talent of Hatake Kakashi is extremely high, one of the best talents to have ever been seen in the shinobi world. Obito doesn't seem to want to talk too much about Hatake Kakashi or the Mangekyou Sharingan, so he turned towards Zetsu and asked, "Forget about these things, let's talk what's important. How is Nagato's condition? Has he adapted to the transplantation?" White Zetsu said with a smile, "It went unexpectedly good. The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are really worthy of being close relatives. His body almost perfectly adapted to Hashirama cells." Obito nodded, but also whispered to himself, "I will have to make sure that Nagato does not get out of hand." Obito is very clear, and perfectly understands that if Nagato is too strong it would be difficult to control him. At the same time, he is left with no other choice, because if Nagato were to die, and if the Rinnegan were to be destroyed, then the Project Tsuki no Mi cannot be completed, so he was left with no choice but to transplant Hashirama cells in Nagato. But because the stronger Nagato will be extremely difficult to control, with Obito's previous strength, and this is one of the reasons why Obito took back his left eye as well as increased his direct control in the Akatsuki organization. Obito then turned towards Toby Sr. and asked, "How is the adaptation of the person inside you?" Toby Sr. crossed both of his arms, and said with an excited tone, "He was a perfect choice." Obito nodded, then said, "How much combat power do you think you have with him inside you?" Toby Sr. thought a little, then said, "I think I will be able to suppress the 5 Kage quite easily." "Even Yagura?" Obito asked again. He knows that it is the case, but he just needs to be sure. Toby Sr. nodded. After all, the one inside me has both the Sharingan and would release." Zetsu said from the side, "It was a waste to let him stay with Shimura Danzo. Taking him was the best thing, although, the fact that he didn't have one arm was a bit of an issue. With Toby wrapped over him, it wouldn't be a problem." Obito nodded. "In that case, you can officially join the Akatsuki, and you replace me as the only Toby." Zetsu asked, "Then what about you?" "I will need a new mask, and I will be the one who I am, Uchiha Madara," said Obito with an indifferent tone. "All right." Zetsu wasn't much surprised and nodded. Before Madara died, he entrusted Obito to be Madara in his place, and Obito is Madara in his place. Zetsu then said to Obito, "The investigation against Amatsukami has still not resulted in any useful information. Except for some rumors that have no conclusive evidence to back them up, there is nothing we can find about them. They appear out of nowhere and vanish into nowhere. It's as if they don't exist at all." "And what about the Temple of the Land of Sky, that disappeared?" asked Obito. Zetsu said, "It hasn't been sighted. It's possible that either it has been disposed of somewhere, or maybe it has been hidden too well that we are unable to find it. Continue to investigate, we will find something useful sooner or later," said Obito as he walked towards a glass wall. At a glance, the glass wall is made up of many glass containers, and a few of these glass containers seem to have something floating in them which looks like eyes. Some of them were brought by Madara when he left Konoha. As the former patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Madara obviously had a lot of Sharingan of the dead Uchiha in his hands. So, when he left Konoha, Madara brought them with him. Then many others have been collected by Zetsu clones from the graves of the dead Uchiha, while some of them were stolen by Obito from the root base at the time when Shinichi defected. Looking at the Sharingan in front of him, Obito had a thoughtful expression. After considering for a while, he took off his Akatsuki robe, as well as his combat gear, then said to Zetsu beside him, "I need you to transplant a few Sharingan as a sacrifice for using as Izanagi." Zetsu asked, "But you already have both of your eyes, where to transplant them?" Obito said indifferently, "Anywhere in my body where they are not directly visible to me. I do not want to see these eyes." Zetsu said, for the maximum effect, the eyes must be connected to the optic nerve. If it transplanted in other parts of the body, then the effect may decrease. Moreover, there is a distinct possibility of rejection. Obito did not care, and said lightly, "It doesn't matter, we have more than enough Sharingan to try multiple times." Obito knows very well that what Zetsu has said is true, but to him, it does not matter. The effect ultimately depends on the control of the user. And for him, who has Hashirama cells in his body, the effect will certainly be good. Besides, as long as he gets even a single second while using his Itachi, it is more than enough for him. "Alright, lie down, I will transplant them," said Zetsu as he started with the work, but suddenly he remembered something and said again, "By the way, it seems that Nagato's training is going quite smoothly, and he has been planning something recently." Obito quirked his eyebrow, and asked, "What's he planning?" Zetsu said, "I am not too sure, but he seems to want to make Konoha feel pain or something along the lines." Chapter 454. Because there were no deaths in the incident, and because the Konoha Umbu pretty much knew who the culprit of the attack on the two Chunin was, therefore, the actions of Kimimaro did not cause any commotion. And because Kuroto provided the intelligence of Kaguya Kakashi in a timely manner, therefore, nothing major about that incident happened except for a warning that the leader of the Otogakure squad received to make sure that his subordinates remain in check. In this regard, Kuroto can also understand that Hokage-sama seems to have no intention of creating conflict with Otogakure. However small the newly created shinobi village Otogakure may seem, Sandaime does not have any intention to create any conflict with Otogakure either way. The attack on Kakashi has already proved that Akatsuki organization is showing signs of making their move again, so the more difficult the situation, the more calm and collected Sandaime will have to be, else it would be too devastating for the village. So, after receiving the intelligence on Kaguya Kakashi, the matter was not pursued any further. Early next morning, Kuroto left a shadow clone of his in the village to act as his replacement, then quietly sneaked out of Konoha with the newly obtained samples of Kimimaro's cells. Flying all the way, Kuroto soon arrived at the air fortress flying on the east side of the Land of Fire. During this period of time, under the control of Sandaime Kazekage, the air fortress has been hidden inside the cover of dense rain clouds and drifting over the sea. Because it has been hidden fairly well inside the rain clouds, and because there are hundreds of seal enchantments covering the air fortress, therefore, no one has been able to see or locate Anchor Vantian as of yet. Of course, this is not without its own disadvantages. The long-term hiding inside the rain clouds has caused continuous exposure to moisture, which further results in corrosion of the outer structure of the air fortress. The defensive enchantments that have been active 24/7 have prevented the corrosion quite a lot, but there is only so much that can be prevented. The defensive enchantments that remain active 24/7 cause a lot of chakra consumption, and it's only because of the existence of Morio that has been sealed in the energy room that such high chakra requirements are met. Otherwise, not only the air fortress would have been detected long ago, it would have even fallen down. After arriving at the air fortress, Kuroto first checked the current status of chimera buds he had planted a while ago, chapter 329, 330. And as he expected, among all the chimera buds he had planted, 2 buds successfully combined with his cells, thus, making them suitable to be transplanted into his body for the chimera jutsu. Looking at the 2 successful buds, although Kuroto is happy that he is a step closer to the fusion ceremony, Kuroto knows that he can't be as reckless as Hirako was because these buds have a tendency to even swallow the host. "I will have to be cautious when dealing with them," thought Kuroto. The immature chimera buds may seem harmless at first or second sight, but Kuroto knows better than anyone that these buds are actually monsters that are capable of truly fusing the flesh and blood of several people into the host. Once such a monster gets out of control, it is difficult to imagine how disastrous the consequences will be. Kuroto has gained a deeper level of understanding of chimera buds after research and development for the past few months. No matter what he has been doing, the matter of chimera buds has never once left his mind. The approach that Hirako used in dealing with the chimera buds was clearly seen and then repeatedly postulated by Kuroto. According to Hiriko's approach, he relaxed the restrictions on chimera buds to enhance the fusion ability of flesh and blood to increase the success rate of the ceremony. Of course, from a certain perspective, there is nothing wrong with Hiriko's approach. After all, in the field of science, the success rate matters most. After all, if the experiment itself results in a failure, then what's the point? That is to say, if Hiriko's existence itself would have been erased, then what would have been the point of there being hidden dangers present or not in his experiment? They would have been meaningless, right? Therefore, first, the experiment is carried with keeping the highest success rate in mind, which Hiriko did. Afterward, the subsequent improvements in various parameters are made to eliminate the hidden dangers while keeping the same success rate in mind, and later the success rate is further increased. Hiriko followed the first step, but unfortunately for him, he won't be able to proceed to the second step or the third step, because once a subject is tested, then there is no going back for that particular subject. So, the state Hiriko is in is fixed, and even if Hiriko may have estimated the hidden dangers of the chimera buds, he obviously underestimates them. The chimera buds are monsters. They are true chimera-like creatures that are capable of fusing flesh and blood, but the problem is that their ability to fuse flesh and blood is too strong and sort of instinctual. At the same time, they have independent consciousness. This independent consciousness normally helps the host in healing the injuries and protects the host while he is unconscious, but they are also capable of forcibly taking control of the host's body and consciousness, which can be extremely harmful. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site, and it might become difficult at some point to judge whether it is the original host that is controlling the chimera buds in his bodies, or the chimera buds controlling the host. And the stronger the host, the stronger the chimera buds will be. Therefore, Kuroto knows that he must be extremely cautious when dealing with these seemingly harmless creatures who are not so different from Venom of the Spider-Man verse. Rubbing his chin, Kuroto thought inwardly, it seems that I will need to use someone for step 2, in order to further improve and correct all the parameters to make the experiment safer, at the same time, also improve the rate of success of the operation. Kuroto really admires the courage of Hiriko to dare to cross the river by feeling the stones, but on the path to godhood, there is no return. It's either success at the end, a partial success that is a dead end, or simply death. So, Kuroto cannot do what Hiriko did, else only death will give him another chance. Therefore, Kuroto needs a pawn, a sacrificial pawn who hopes to become the king, but completely unaware that a pawn can never become a king in a game of chess. Who can be the most suitable pawn, was the thought in Kuroto's mind as several candidates appeared in Kuroto's mind in a flash. Of course, not just anyone can be a good pawn. He should be a capable person, but not capable enough, else he will be difficult to control. He should be knowledgeable, at the same time should not be knowledgeable enough, else he won't be a good pawn because he would realize that he is being used. And yes, the pawn must have enough financial power because his pockets will be cut loose in his false hope of becoming the king. What's most important is that the pawn must be ambitious enough. In fact, the first 3 criteria are not that important. What's most important is ambition. When Kuroto thinks about it, there is only one person who matches all the 4 criteria. And when Kuroto thinks of his name, his lips curl into an evil smirk. It's time for you to play your part, Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo is the kind of man who will not hesitate to use the Chimera Jutsu upon himself. Kuroto can be sure about this. After all, the man has no bottom line. He actually dared to transplant Sharingan and Hashirama cells into his body. On a side note, Shimura Danzo is also one of the high-level leaders of Konoha, so he has a lot of political power and financial resources in his hand. He is capable of investing large funds in the further development of Chimera Jutsu. He is also capable and knowledgeable enough, but is not knowledgeable enough as he often relies on Orochimaru and other researchers to achieve his objective. And what's more important is that he is an ambitious man. Even in the decaying old age, he still dreams to become Hokage and spends all his effort towards it. At the same time, he has no bottom line for it. After all, the man actually dared to issue several missions with the objective of assassinating Sandaime Hokage, so he is definitely the pawn Kuroto is looking for. Others might be able to resist the temptations of Chimera Jutsu, but Shimura Danzo, who has been trying to acquire this jutsu for such a long time, won't be able to resist the temptations, especially if Kuroto considers the recent restriction Sandaime has placed on Shimura Danzo and his root subunit. With that understood, Kuroto sealed a copy of the scroll of Chimera Jutsu along with the incomplete Chimera buds that have no cell of his into a storage scroll, and thought, I guess I can sell this to Shimura Danzo for a good price that should be between 150 million ryo to 200 million ryo. It is not too expensive and not cheap either. After dealing with the matter of Chimera buds, Kuroto put it aside for now and focused his attention on the Wind Nature clone, and started to carry out the cell fusion process for the Wind Nature clone. As always, before carrying out the actual cell fusion process, Kimimaro's cells need to be filtered in order to remove or decrease the potency of other chakra natures except for the wind chakra nature. At the same time, because Kimimaro's cells also contain Orochimaru's cursed seal of earth, therefore, the cursed seal of earth that contains Orochimaru's chakra needs to be removed too. So the whole filtration process took 3 days in total. Among the 200 cell samples that Kuroto used, 17 groups successfully survived the filtration process while still maintaining their strong vitality. In the process of filtration, Kuroto found that Kimimaro's cells contain very large proportions of yang chakra, so despite the repeated filtration, a potent yang chakra still remained in his cells. This is also natural. After all, Shikatsumiyaku Kekkei Jinkai, which is the manipulation of the skeletal structure of the body, is heavily dependent on the yang chakra nature. And this is also in line with Kuroto's theory of the Kaguya clan representing the yang part of Hamura's descendants. And as per Kuroto's analysis of the yang chakra present in Kimimaro's cells, the physique of Kaguya clan members is second only to the Senju clan and Uzumaki clan. After obtaining these results, Kuroto continued further, and, since the filtration process went smoothly, then he proceeded to the next step, which is the most difficult of all, the cell fusion process. While creating the fire clone, Kuroto encountered too many troubles, and no matter how much effort he put, there was no success except for one clone with the female gender. Left with no other option, Kuroto had to compromise and chose the Tsukihai clone. However, the cell fusion process for the wind clone went unexpectedly smooth, too smooth that Kuroto was extremely surprised. Of the 17 samples, 10 samples successfully fused and still retained high vitality. Achieving such a result, even Kuroto was taken aback, because all these 10 samples can be used to create the cloning bud and start the cultivation in order to cultivate the clone. It seems that my theory was indeed correct. The Hyuga clan and the Kaguya clan are indeed distant relatives, was the conclusion in Kuroto's mind. There were rumors and speculations before about 2 great shinobi clan, the Hyuga and the Kaguya, to be closely related to each other for generations. But the communication between the 2 clans is completely in the hands of the main family, and Kuroto, who is a member of the branch family, does not have much knowledge about this. Moreover, due to the 2 clans being part of different nations, the 2 clans have become quite distant from one another over the years, especially after the village system was started. Not to mention, the impact of the 3 great shinobi wars that have taken place in the past few decades. The 2 clans that were once closely related to each other are now completely broken from one another with no communication left whatsoever, so there's not much one can guess. But the results of the experimentations in front of him clearly points that the Hyuga clan and Kaguya clan are closely related to each other. Chapter 455. Don't just rely on visual perception. Sense of smell and sound that you hear are also the source of information about an enemy's movements. And make sure that you are not always dependent on these senses, as these senses can be tricked using Jinjutsu, and that would make you cause errors, which is unacceptable in a battle. Don't hesitate. Even a momentary hesitation in the middle of a battle can become a cause of your death. Is this all your strength? Such an attack won't even smash a bone, much less defeating or killing a shinobi. Using sand to protect just your vitals, then exchanging injuries is indeed a good tactic, but what will you do if the opponent is using some kind of poison? You will be the first to go down should that happen. Kuroto trained Gaara all while instructing and correcting his errors. In Kuroto's view, at a young age of less than 10, one doesn't need to spend too much effort or chakra to learn all kinds of flashy ninjutsu. what children of young age actually needs to learn is the physical form of combat, which include taijutsu, shurikenjutsu, kenjutsu, bokujutsu, etc., as well as chakra control to increase efficiency. These types of physical training can not only hone a ninja's physique and willpower, but will also increase their insight, battle analysis skills, and judgment skills to determine the best course of actions or moves to defeat the enemy with no or minimal losses. And these skills are exactly what makes a shinobi an exceptional shinobi. This is why Kuroto did not let Gaara waste his time in learning to control a greater and greater amount of sand. Rather, Kuroto made Gaara maintain control over a small volume of sand at all times. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB, J, N. The volume of sand one can control is never the key, at least, in Kuroto's understanding. What's important, or deciding factor in a battle is the accuracy, speed, and density of the sand that is controlled. As for the matter of quantity, when Gaara grows up, he will also gain complete control over Shikaku in his body, so the amount of chakra will not be a problem for him. The chakra of Shikaku is naturally based on sand control, so Gaara will be able to control as much sand as he wants. He might as well be able to control an entire desert if he feels like it. To improve the speed and accuracy of sand control, there are no shortcuts, only regular small improvements through long-term continuous practice. And this kind of exercise can not only hone his chakra control but will also allow his body to adapt to sand control subconsciously. Over time, maintaining control over sand that generally requires concentration will become an instinct or something like an involuntary muscle movement where Gaara wouldn't have to put even any effort to effortlessly control sand to his liking. But of course, he is still quite far from reaching that point. Bang! With a muffled sound, the wooden shurnai in Kuroto's hand hit the sand protecting Gaara's shoulder, but it did not cause him any injury as the sand was able to bear the brunt of the attack and nullify the kinetic energy in the wooden shurnai. Kuroto nodded while tapping the shurnai on his shoulder. Very good, your control over the sand has become significantly faster and better compared to a month ago. Huff huff. As soon as Kuroto's words fell, Gaara collapsed on the ground in tiredness. His chest was rising and falling. Despite all this, his immature face had a joyous expression. It seemed that the exhaustion of the body was nothing compared to Kuroto's praise. I wonder if I should tell him the truth, sighed Kuroto upon looking at Gaara's expression, at the same time at the squirming sand around him. Kuroto knows that even if Gaara doesn't take the initiative to control it, the sand around him that contains his mother's chakra would protect him. But it's just this protection is only effective against the likes of Genin and Chunin level shinobi. If Gaara were to encounter an enemy at the level of Tokubetsu Jonin, or that of higher strength, then the sand protecting him wouldn't be able to keep up with the enemy's attack speed. The same thing happened in the second round of Chunin exam arc. In the battle between Gaara and Rock Lee, after Rock Lee removed the extra weights, his speed faintly exceeded the level of what Gaara's sand protection could keep up with. And when Rock Lee opened the first 4 gates from the 8 inner gates formation, Gaara's sand could no longer keep up with Rock Lee's attack speed. So just relying on the autonomous protection of sand, Gaara may be able to run wild at the level of Genin and Chunin, but the higher level he goes, and the difficult opponents he encounters, the autonomous sand protection would no longer be able to keep up, and it will result in a similar passive situation he had during the Chunin exams. While Kuroto was pondering over a few things, at this time, Gaara recovered his breath, and stood up. Kuroto-sama, what you said is really true. After reducing the volume of sand, the control has become much better than before. Kuroto nodded, and said, right, don't waste chakra in creating sand armor. For now, you have to learn how to defend against all types of attacks using the minimum amount of sand necessary in combination with taijutsu. The tanuki in your body has been sealed by me, so with your current chakra amount, controlling too much sand will not be as effective, or rather it would be burdensome. As such, you must learn to get around your disadvantages and turn them into an advantage. As long as you make the sand dense enough, even the mightiest of attacks can be resisted. Gaara nodded in a respectful tone. I will keep that in mind, Kuroto-sama. Kuroto continued as he drew back the shurnai in his hand. Remember, whether you are eating, sleeping, playing, or doing any other thing, you must always maintain control sand around you. Make it into a habit, then slowly an involuntary muscle movement, then finally into an instinct. Gaara nodded and got ready for another round of training. Come on, Gaara-kun, you can do it, show him who's the boss. At this time, the cheering voice sounded from the side. Hearing this voice, Kuroto looked at the source of the voice, then sighed. Kuroto had to admit that he somewhat underestimated the physique of the Uzumaki people. The scrawny and afraid little girl that had suffered too much in Kusagakure before Kuroto took her under his wing is no longer the same. The rehabilitation of the past few months, along with the more than appropriate diet that she has had in this period, has completely changed the girl. Karen, who used to be skinny, bony, and sickly pale, has now become quite chubby with visible baby fat on the cheeks, a healthy rosy color complexion, much like a healthy young girl of her age should be. Overall, Kuroto would even say that now she has become too cute and would definitely attract quite a bit of attention from the members of opposite genders. But, all that aside, there's one problem with all of this. As the days have passed, this girl is expanding like the Akimichi people, and Kuroto can't have that. Ads by PubFuture. Kuroto raised his face and said, Karen-chan, I want you on the training field, right now. What? Karen, who was holding cheesecake in her left hand, and a stick containing dango dumplings in the right hand, suddenly opened her mouth in shock. Even the crumbs of cheesecake on her mouth fell to the ground. What are you staring in a daze for? Come here, said Kuroto with a stern tone, and continued, from today onwards, your formal training as a kunoichi will start. If you are unable to keep up with the daily training schedule, you will have to go to sleep on an empty stomach. Hearing Kuroto's words, Karen hurriedly put aside the remaining cheesecakes and dango dumplings, then after whispering a few words to the Kazekage puppet who was dressed as a nanny, she came to the training field. Hunger and an empty stomach will often bring back the painful memories of her time at Kusagakure, which is something Karen doesn't want to remember. Kuroto stared at Karen, then asked, I take it that you have completed all the basic tasks I assigned you? Karen said, I have learned calligraphy, as well as completed the mathematics part of the syllabus assigned to me. Kuroto nodded, then said, and, are you able to run chakra through your whole body smoothly? Yes, Kuroto-sama. Karen nodded and also demonstrated it. Very good. After a nod, Kuroto said, your basic lessons will be similar to Gaara-kun, and will involve taijutsu training along with chakra control exercise to increase your chakra control. Karen quickly asked, should I also practice the same form of taijutsu as Gaara-kun that involves around sand control? Kuroto shook his head. No, that style will be unique to Gaara-kun, as only he can manipulate sand. You will have to choose some other form of combat that would match your style. Karen tilted her head to the side and said with a confused tone, but I don't know what style would suit me. Kuroto thought a little, then said, for now we can start with strengthening your basic physique and combat analysis skills, but sooner or later you will have to figure out a combat style of your own as your training schedule will be designed accordingly, understand? Karen nodded, I understand, but Kuroto-sama, how do I figure out what's the best style for me? Kuroto said, there is no best style for anyone at the start, one has to experience different combat styles and then figure out accordingly. Once you figure out which combat style you want to use, you will have to adapt yourself to that style and slowly improve yourself to make yourself the best at it. Karen nodded, all right, I will that in mind, Kuroto-sama. Kuroto then said, the style of combat aside, there is one thing I want you to continue to learn and master, and that is Fuinjutsu. You are an Uzumaki, and Fuinjutsu is in your blood. So, Fuinjutsu is a field where you will definitely progress rapidly, so do not stop your studies of Fuinjutsu. Yes, Kuroto-sama. Karen nodded happily. With that understood, Kuroto formally started Karen's training too. After instructing a few key points, Kuroto left 2 shadow clones, one for each one of the 2 kids, then left the training hall. After all, the 2 kids are still far from reaching the point where Kuroto would need to put more than a shadow clone's worth of effort to train them. After dealing with this, Kuroto walked towards the outer platform of the Sky Fortress, and after opening a small hole in the enchantment, Kuroto allowed the 2 crows waiting outside to enter inside Anchor Van Tien. Chapter 456. These two crows are the ones Kuroto sent to the current Mizukage and the current Kazekage before he sneaked out of Konoha. Since the current Mizukage Karatachi Yagura and the current Kazekage Pakura are his subordinates, so the secret archives of the two great shinobi villages are naturally databases to be used by Amatsukami. For this reason, Kuroto asked the two Kaguya to send several documents that he needed to study. From Sunagakure, Kuroto asked for the scrolls detailing magnet release and scorch release. These two Kekkai Genkai involve wind as an element, therefore, Kuroto asked for this information. On the other hand, from Kirigakure, Kuroto asked for information on the Kaguya clan. After the extermination of the Kaguya clan, a large number of ancient scrolls and a lot of information detailing the origins of the Kaguya clan were confiscated by Kirigakure. Kuroto, of course, read many of these documents previously while he was staying in Kirigakure, but he did not read everything due to the lack of time, and even the ones he read, Kuroto did not pay too much attention to them as at that point, Kuroto was more focused on studying mini jutsu for his Suijin clone. And now that he is creating the wind clone using the genes of the Kaguya clan, so Kuroto needs to consider more things and study the Kaguya clan in more detail. At the same time, there is also some interest in finding information about the relation of the Kaguya clan with the Hyuga clan. So carrying the two scrolls, Kuroto came to his study, and after putting aside the two storage scrolls, Kuroto focused his attention on the two letters that are sent to him by the two Kage. After opening the letter sent to him by Yagura, Kuroto started to read. Firstly, Yagura described the recent changes in Kirigakure, the progress of finding and retrieving the lost 7 swords, and also the progress of hunting the Nuknin of Kirigakure. At the same time, he has also detailed the recent trainees that have been recruited to the 7 ninja swordsmen of Mist. Of all the trainees, 2 trainees, namely, Ringo Amuri and Hozuki Mengetsu, are quite good and are deemed to match with Kiba and Hiramakari, respectively. There are many more such details, but Kuroto didn't pay much attention to it and started to speed read it to make sure he gets the basic gist of Kirigakure's situation. As he proceeded further, suddenly his expression changed as a certain piece of unexpected information caught his attention. Yagura has stated that recently, the Toad-Sanin Jiraiya personally went to Kirigakure. Of course, his visit was extremely secretive, so barely anyone knew about it, but more than his visit, the purpose of his visit was what surprised Kuroto. This chapter was originally shared via /n/o/vel/b/n. Jiraiya went to Kirigakure representing Sandaime Hokage, and the purpose of his visit is to invite Yondaime Mizukage Karatachi Yagura to the 3rd Gage Summit. The reason Yagura wrote this letter to Kuroto is to ask whether he should participate in the 3rd Gage Summit that is to be held secretly in Konoha. Kuroto was surprised by such a piece of information, and muttered to himself with a doubtful expression, "The village is going to hold a secret Gage Summit? I didn't receive any news about it." Kuroto was doubtful, and in order to clear his doubt, he quickly opened the letter sent to him by Pakura. Similar to Yagura, Pakura firstly detailed the recent changes in Sunagakure, to which Kuroto only paid a little bit of attention. Then there's the news about her recent action, which was to adopt an 8-year-old boy by the name of Itsuki as her son, to which Kuroto quirked his eyebrow because he did not expect to hear such a piece of information. The fact that Pakura went as far as to adopt this Itsuki boy must mean that he has something extraordinary, thought Kuroto, and his doubts were soon cleared because Pakura then describes that this boy named Itachi seems to be able to use magnet release Kekkai Genkai. Huh. This is unexpected. If I remember correctly, there was no boy who could use magnet release at this point in time in Sunagakure. Only Gaara, who could control sand, and it was many years after the 4th Great Shinobi War that the boy named Shinki was adopted by Gaara, and that boy Shinki too could use magnet release, but that's another issue. What's important now is, where did this boy come from, muttered Kuroto with a doubtful expression. Since Pakura, the Godaime Kazekage, has adopted him, so obviously she would have checked his background, which obviously includes no connection to the Akatsuki spies lurking in Sunagakure. Therefore, Kuroto is not that worried that him being a spy or anything. What's Kuroto worried about is that fact that this kid did not exist in the canon at all, and yet here he is. What could be the logical reason for the reason he did not appear in the canon but is present here, muttered Kuroto while thinking to himself, and there is one theory that seems plausible. In the canon, this kid might have either died while performing some mission or he might have died during one of Gaara's rampage. Gaara's rampage obviously killed many of the Sunagakure people, and it wouldn't be strange if one of his rampages also killed this kid named Itsuki before he had the chance to awaken magnet release. But since Gaara has been taken in by Kuroto, and since one of the rampages was also stopped by Kuroto and Shisui, so it's quite plausible that this kid survived and later awakened magnet release. It seems likely, but I suppose I should still be careful. The appearance of an unknown element is clearly the work of butterfly wings, so it wouldn't be a surprise if more of such elements appear over time. So, it seems that I must become more cautious. After reaching this conclusion, Kuroto quickly went through the other information, before finally reaching the part that he wanted to read. And as he expected, Sunagakure too received an invitation for the third Gage Summit that is to be secretly held in Konoha. The one to pass this information to Pakura was none other than Elder Chiyo and Elder Ebizo, who have recently returned to Sunagakure following the conclusion of the alliance ceremony. After reading this information, Kuroto put aside the letter and thought, so, Sandaime-sama really intends to hold Gage Summit secretly in Konoha? And he has decided to not even inform the Umbu of such news. I mean, it's not that surprising considering how much of a serious blow the Tri-Alliance suffered against Akatsuki at the War of Summit and Amigakure, but still. Kuroto was really relieved that he has the Mizukage and the Kazekage as his subordinate, else he might have never even learned of this news. At the same time, Kuroto can also understand the thinking of Sandaime-sama. The failure of Tri-Alliance consisting of shinobi from Konoha, Suna, and Kumo against Akatsuki, which even resulted in the capture of Niyujito and the death of Yondaime Kazekage. Then the later reveal of the Yondaime Mizukage being secretly controlled like a puppet by Akatsuki. It has become a common understanding that the threat of Akatsuki is too great. At the same time, there is no telling who might be a spy of Akatsuki. So, Sandaime doesn't seem to want to take any chances. This is why the Gage Summit, which used to be held openly in the past, can only be carried out in secrecy nowadays for the sake of the safety of the Gage and the 5 great shinobi villages. After all, if Akatsuki were to learn of the news of the Gage Summit, and also learn of the location that the Gage Summit is being held, there's no guarantee that they wouldn't take advantage of it. Either they can directly attack at the location that the Gage Summit is being held, which would either result in the death of Gage, or them becoming a hostage in the hands of Akatsuki, or Akatsuki could use their absence from their villages as an advantage and attack the villages to capture the Jinchuriki, at the same time destroy the entire village. Akatsuki certainly has the power, so it's obvious that the Gage will be careful against them. It seems that Sandaime hasn't been sitting idle these days, muttered Kuroto, as he is really surprised by political maneuvers Sandaime has been making these days. Firstly, Sandaime drew the surrounding small shinobi villages, including Kusagakure, Takigakure, Otogakure, and tied them to Konoha's chariot using the alliance ceremony that was held a few days ago. With this political maneuver of his, the pressure on the borders of the Land of Fire would decrease significantly, allowing Konoha to shrink its strength to be deployed on important locations. Subsequently, Sandaime sent invitations to the other 4 great shinobi villages for the purpose of secretly holding the Gage conference. Kuroto has to especially admire the timing that Sandaime used. From a general perspective, Sunagakure has formed an alliance with Konoha, and taking into account the fact that both Sandaime Kazekage and Yondaime Kazekage died at the hands of Akatsuki, so Sunagakure would definitely agree to participate in the Gage conference in order to figure out a way to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Then there's another fact that Kumogakure's Niyujito is in the hands of Akatsuki. Whether she is still alive or she has died is not yet known, so the probability of Kumogakure participating in the Gage Summit is very high. If anything, Yondaime Reikage would definitely want to take revenge. On the Kirigakure side, Yondaime Mizukage Karatachi just got rid of the control of the Akatsuki organization, so his reputation has been harmed terribly. At the same time, he must bear hatred towards Akatsuki organization for controlling him, and for what Akatsuki did to Kirigakure. Therefore, it's quite obvious that Kirigakure too would agree to participate in the Gage Summit. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, 4 have high chances to participate, and that Tsuchika Jinoki must also realize this thing. He would be under tremendous pressure, and wouldn't have any other choice but to agree to participate as well. From all these political maneuvers of Sandaime, it can be seen that he has come to the realization that when fighting alone, no village is strong enough to resist the Akatsuki organization. As such, he has started to weave a big net for the Akatsuki to trap them inside it. And for this purpose, neither the Umbu members, Umbu squad captains, and not even the Umbu commanders were informed of this news of the Gage Summit. The fact that Umbu, the most trusted subordinates of Hokage, were not informed goes to show the level of secrecy this Gage Summit holds. Kuroto naturally has no objection to it. In fact, he is quite happy to see these changes. Therefore, he immediately wrote a reply to both Hyuga and Pakura, instructed them to participate in the 3rd Gage Summit to be secretly held in Konoha, and after putting the letters inside the mouth of the 2 crows, he sent them towards the 2 villages. After dealing with this matter, Kuroto put his attention to the scrolls of Kaguya clan that Hyuga sent him as per Kuroto's instructions. These scrolls not only record the family tree of the Kaguya clan for over a millennium but also records various secrets and forbidden jutsu of the Kaguya clan. At the same time, many of these scrolls also record millennium-year-long research, exploration, and understanding of the Kaguya clan towards their Kekkai Genkai Shikatsumiyaku. While going through them, Kuroto soon stopped on a particular part that intrigued him, the blood exchange ritual. According to the millennium-year-long research of the Kaguya clan, they have found that the more talented a shinobi of their clan, the more prone to early death he would be, and the more frequently he used Shikatsumiyaku, the shorter his lifespan would be. Such a thing obviously made the elders of the Kaguya clan frown deeply. Because more than the deaths in battles, the members of their clan would die of unnatural causes due to some kind of sickness. This cause of unnatural deaths due to some unknown sickness later came to be known as the curse of the Kaguya clan. Determined to find the reason for the curse, the bodies of the dead individuals were inspected, and after much research and postulation, Kaguya clan came to figure out the cause of this unnatural death. They were surprised to find that their bodies contain a certain type of toxin-like substance, and this toxin is the cause of their unnatural deaths. And this toxin actually takes birth in their bones and would later travel to all the body parts, thus, quickly spreading its effects all over their bodies. Their guess was only confirmed when they found that the more talented a shinobi, and the more he uses Shikatsumiyaku, the higher the percentage of this toxin present in their body. This also made them understand if they don't use Shikatsumiyaku, then they are unlikely to suffer from this unnatural illness, as the toxin would neither take birth nor spread to the whole body. But Shikatsumiyaku is the foundation of the Kaguya clan. The members of Kaguya clan are heavily reliant on this Kekkai Genkai of theirs. Using Shikatsumiyaku was also their only option to survive through the chaotic years of the Warring States era. Upon finding these results, the Kaguya clan did what any clan would do in their situation. They blocked this news and forbid it to be ever disclosed to anyone. Other than the patriarch and a few select elders, no one would ever come to know of this. In order to have time and opportunity to break through the curse of the Kaguya clan, the members of Kaguya clan traveled from the land of fire where they once lived, and where the conflicts were prevalent, to the land of water, an isolated country with not so much conflict at that point in time. Of course, they did not stop their research all this while and delved all their efforts into finding a cure to solve this curse of theirs. Many inhuman experiments were carried out. There were many sacrifices of not only those of the Kaguya clan but even those of the other shinobi clans. Even the innocent non-shinobi and common folks were also sacrificed in order to find a way to cure the curse of the Kaguya clan. But unfortunately for them, they never found a cure that could permanently solve this curse. Although they did discover the method through which this toxin spread throughout the body, it was obviously through their circulatory system, which means the blood was the carrier of the toxin. While keeping this in mind, Kaguya clan soon reached the conclusion that as long as the blood is purified or changed, the volume of toxins in the body would be greatly reduced and the shinobi after the blood exchange would be able to live more compared to before. This was a temporary solution and it greatly helped in ensuring the survival of the clan. And a few decades later, the Kaguya clan also discovered an herb that, if refined in a particular manner into a medicine and used in conjunction with the blood exchange ritual, it would further increase the effects of the blood exchange ritual. Now they could increase their survival rates significantly and less prone to unnatural deaths, but the story doesn't end here. Of course, the blood exchange ritual proved to be effective, but it was not without its own disadvantages. Aside from the normal issues related to blood infusion that one has to deal with, one more problem started to emerge. The infused new blood, since it didn't belong to the shinobi himself, would cause some drastic effects on some specific parts of the brain, turning the members of the Kaguya clan into savage, bloodthirsty, battle-hungry, and ferocious from what they used to be. Initially, the members of the Kaguya clan did not have such a character. They were calm and peaceful people, much like those of the members of the Hyuga clan, but this toxin and its subsequent effects, including the treatment, changed them over time into what they became feared for, and what became the cause of their near extinction. But until the very end, they did not find any permanent solution to cure the curse of the Kaguya clan. It turns out that even after researching for centuries, the Kaguya clan couldn't find any solution. No wonder Orochimaru-sama, who had much less time and much less knowledge about the Kaguya clan, was unable to solve Kimimaro's unknown illness, muttered Kuroto in realization. But after understanding this, Kuroto's expression turned into a frown. He hurriedly left his study and went to the incubation room. In the incubation room, 2 clones are being cultivated in 2 large incubation capsules, nutrition tanks. Although Kuroto obtained 10 samples of successful self-fusion, Kuroto's current finances obviously don't allow him to cultivate all the 10 clones at once, so he can only make do with what he has. Therefore, Kuroto chose the best 2 samples, the ones that seemed most active, and cultivated them into clones. And even if Tenseigan chakra is used to catalyze the cultivation process, the growth of clone will take at least a month, so the current 2 wind clones inside the large incubation capsules are only about the size of a palm. Staring at the 2 clones, Kuroto muttered inwardly, if the whole Kaguya clan suffers from the curse of the Kaguya clan, then I am afraid that even my wind clone will not be spared. The source of cells for the wind clone comes from Kimimaro, and Kimimaro seems to have already started to suffer from the curse of the Kaguya clan, so that means certain traces of toxin must have been present in the cells Kuroto collected. And no matter how many times Kuroto may have filtered these cells, there is no guarantee that it would have been washed away, so it is obvious that his wind clone too will suffer from the curse of the Kaguya clan. And according to the research, only a blood exchange ceremony can decrease the volume of that toxin in the body. What's more important is that the blood must belong to the members of the Kaguya clan, should be of the same type, and the person whose blood is being used in the ritual must not be suffering from the curse of the Kaguya clan at the time of donating the blood. In other words, it must be someone who is a member of the Kaguya clan, but shouldn't have awakened Shikatsumiyaku. No other option would work. And according to the information given to him by Yagura, other than the Kimimaro and Kakashi, no members of the Kaguya clan exist anymore, and even if they somehow exist somewhere, finding them would be much more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack, so that option is no longer useful for Kuroto. I must think of some way to cure the curse of the Kaguya clan. While thinking about how to cure the curse of the Kaguya clan, Kuroto suddenly thought, what exactly is this toxin? And why is it that it only affects those who use Shikatsumiyaku? And most importantly, if this toxin is related to the Kekkei Genkai of the Kaguya clan, then why aren't the members of the Kaguya clan immune to this toxin? Chapter 457. If this toxin is related to the Kekkei Genkai of the Kaguya clan, then why aren't the members of the Kaguya clan immune to this toxin, was the thought in Kuroto's mind. Kuroto, who has studied and compounded various types of poisons and venoms for many years now, is no stranger to toxins. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to say that he is also one of the few shinobi with an in-depth knowledge of both biological toxins or mineral toxins. Therefore, he understands well enough that all animals and plants that carry any kind of toxins are generally either directly immune to their own toxins, or they have a certain mechanism in their body that prevents the toxin to harm themselves. This is not some kind of magical thing, it's a strict requirement to ensure their own survival. If a species doesn't have a protective mechanism against the toxins produced by their own bodies, then that species wouldn't be able to survive for very long and would soon go into extinction. After all, the survival of the fittest is not a joke. But the Kaguya clan managed to survive for a millennium despite the harmful toxin in their bodies. This shows that the toxin rooted in their bodies, more specifically in their bones, does not directly affect the Kaguya clan's survival. What this toxin restricts is the upper limit of their strength and how much they can or cannot use or explore Shikatsu Myaku. And this uncharacteristic restriction somewhat reminds Kuroto of the Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The Manjikyu Sharingan in a true sense is just the product of the Uchiha clan's in-depth development of their own Sharingan Kekkei Jinkai. True, there are several extra requirements involving emotional stimulations and whatnot, but at the end of the day, it is still the next stage of the evolution of their Kekkei Jinkai. Manjikyu Sharingan represents the pinnacle of visual prowess that a single Uchiha can have, before losing his light and eventually going to blindness upon continuous use unless he awakens the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan by taking the eyes of his blood relatives, preferably siblings. However, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and his eldest son, Otsutsuki Indra, never faced this problem of blindness. Why is that the case? It's obviously because their chakra was strong enough, but that alone cannot be the reason. After all, if it's just chakra, then Madara and Sasuke also shouldn't suffer from this blindness effect because they are reincarnations of Otsutsuki Indra, thus possessed Indra's chakra. Yet, they did and suffered, which means that strong chakra itself is not the key. Kuroto attributes this to the thinning of their bloodline. Rikudo Sannin and his son Indra's bloodlines were pure. As such, they never needed the eyes of their brethren. However, the blood of Rikudo Sannin in itself has gradually become thinner and thinner generation by generation over the course of 1,000 years of reproduction. Even if Uchiha clan took the policy of not allowing the blood of the clan from flowing out of the clan, or foreigners not entering into the clan, and limited marriage between the members of the clan only, it couldn't have been a 100% foolproof approach. There have to have been hundreds of instances in the millennia when the members of the Uchiha clan reproduced with the non-Uchiha, as a result, gave birth to half-Uchiha children whose bloodline was thinner compared to their parents. And this process went on until the bloodline of Indra became extremely thin. As a result, a single Uchiha is unable to support the huge consumptions caused by the Manjikyu Sharingan, and his eyes will inevitably be sealed the more he uses. The Uchiha clan should have been trapped in this problem for many years, but they eventually found a solution, which is the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. That is, by the fusion of the Manjikyu Sharingan of two blood relatives, preferably brothers, they are probably able to bypass the thinness of their bloodline and obtain eternal light. This way, the problem of bloodline thinness is fundamentally solved for that particular Uchiha, and his eyes again evolve into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, a Manjikyu Sharingan that does not go blind. And for some reason, the curse of the Kaguya clan seems a bit similar to Kuroto. Of course, there are many differences, but the matter of bloodline thinness seems to be the cause. Does that mean the cause of unnatural illness caused by this toxin in the Kaguya clan is also the result of their bloodline becoming thinner over course of the millennia? As this thought came into Kuroto's mind, he quickly realized that if his guess is correct, then the mysterious toxin rooted in the bones of the Kaguya clansmen is not a simple toxin. But this is just a guess, and it is not enough to prove Kuroto's theory. So, instead of speculating out of thin air, Kuroto started to carry out a few experiments that would help him in understanding the true characteristics of this toxin. Because the toxin is circulated throughout the bodies of the Kaguya clan members with blood as the medium, so Kuroto quickly took out the sample of Kimimaro's blood and tried to extract the toxin out of it in order to research this toxin. And the extraction process went quite smoothly. Kuroto quickly identified the unknown toxic substance in the blood of Kimimaro, then separated it from the blood using the simple centrifugation process. But as the toxin particles were gradually separated from Kimimaro's blood and collected in another solution, Kuroto soon encountered a problem. Kuroto was surprised to find that once this toxin present in Kimimaro's blood was purified to a certain level, it became impossible to collect, or rather, impossible to hold somewhere. No vessels in his laboratory could hold the toxin. Even if they were made of some of the best and strongest substances in existence, they would just collapse in the face of this toxin and turn into ashes. Kuroto never expected that a day would come where he would encounter such a problem. Holding a mere toxin has become an impossible task. Okay, not a mere toxin, but I think that the main point is still cleared. No equipment in his laboratory was capable of holding the purified toxin. Although he felt troubled, Kuroto did not let it bother him too much, because this phenomenon of things collapsing and disintegrating into ashes reminded Kuroto of the effects of Otsutsuki Kaguya's all-killing ash bones. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V3LB11N. Kaguya's all-killing ash bones are capable of disintegrating anything and everything with a mere touch alone, and unlike the truth-seeking orbs, which have similar effects, in the case of all-killing ash bones, even Senjutsu is pretty useless, so anything that these bones touch soon collapses into nothing more than ash. Upon this discovery of his, Kuroto was more sure of his guess. It does seem that the Kaguya clan's ability to control their bones is a much weakened version of Otsutsuki Kaguya's ability to manipulate her bone structure into all-killing as bones. After understanding this, Kuroto's gaze flickered, and he entered a thinking mode. Otsutsuki Kaguya also protruded all-killing ash bones from her body, but she remained unharmed from them, which means that she is immune to the effects of all-killing ash bones. But the members of the Kaguya clan aren't. Ads by PubFuture. Of course, just because Otsutsuki Kaguya is immune to the negative effects of all-killing ash bones by no means imply that those of the Kaguya clan have to be immune too. It can also be attributed to Otsutsuki Kaguya being the progenitor of all chakra. Her Byakugan is a true Kimimaro, and her body is extremely strong, probably the strongest in the shinobi world. This means that her body is strong enough to negate the negative effects of all-killing ash bones. And if all his guesses are indeed true, and if Shikatsumiyaku is a weakened version of all-killing ash bones, then Kuroto feels kind of sorry for the Kaguya clan, as they have probably been the unluckiest of all the descendants of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Even though Kaguya clan inherited the most dangerous ability from the arsenal of Otsutsuki Kaguya, but because of thinning of their bloodline over the course of millennia, they cannot use this most dangerous ability. In the case of the Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, they only lose the light of their eyes because of their thin bloodline, but in the case of the Kaguya clan, as their Kekkei Genkai develops more and more, and as it reaches closer and closer to its true form and slowly starts to acquire the characteristics of all-killing ash bones, it actually results in the death of the Kaguya clan shinobi. Even if the Kaguya clan inherited the sage body of Himura, even if their yang chakra is extremely strong, even if their physique is perhaps of the same league as that of the Senju and the Uzumaki clan, in the face of all-killing ash bones, that is capable of killing even 6th-path level people with just a single touch, how can the mere Kaguya clan people who are nowhere near close enough to 6th-path level shinobi resist, and not die? After inferring this, Kuroto also understood that the blood exchange ritual that the clansmen of the Kaguya clan used to decrease the level of their blood toxicity is not actually a cure, but a method of self-weakening for self-preservation. When the toxicity levels in their blood decrease, the speed at which Shikatsumiyaku develops into all-killing ash bones decreases, so although the members of the Kaguya clan get to live a longer life, they do so by sacrificing their strength. Of course, even this method of self-weakening is not a permanent cure, as sooner or later they do die, and this hasn't changed. The solution found by the Kaguya clan is completely incomparable to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan has found a method to bypass the thinness of their bloodline and attain greater power in the form of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. But the Kaguya clan has only found a temporary method to extend their lives for a few, and that too after sacrificing a lot of theirs. Of course, the ancestors of the Kaguya clan cannot be blamed or called incompetent for this. After all, no matter how much they try, dealing with all-killing ash bones is simply impossible. If there really is a method to cure the curse of the Kaguya clan, then it is by possessing bodies as strong as Kaguya, Hagoromo, and Himura, so that the bodies can withstand the attacks of all-killing ash bones. Kaguya's Byakugan and Hagoromo's Rinnegan are Kimimaro. In fact, Kuroto even speculates that Himura's Tenseigan is probably Kimimaro too, and as for how strong their bodies truly are, it is extremely hard to imagine even for Kuroto. And attaining Kimimaro is obviously no joke. Let alone Kimimaro, that is the fusion of all 7 chakra natures, even reaching the level of 6th path by the fusion of yin-yang and attaining the power of all creation is no joke. Therefore, the fact that the ancestors of the Kaguya clan could find a solution to cure the curse of the Kaguya clan cannot be blamed. At the very least, they did find a method to increase their survival rate by using the blood exchange ritual. After everything was said and done, Kuroto can't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Orochimaru-sama couldn't save Kimimaro. In the canon, it's not that Orochimaru did not try to save Kimimaro. In fact, he did use everything he could to find a cure to the disease that Kimimaro suffered from, but he was completely helpless. The lack of knowledge about the Kaguya clan became one of the many causes of Kimimaro's early death. It is quite ironic to think that the curse of the Kaguya clan is actually a genius disease. The more genius a member of the Kaguya clan, the earlier he would die. Sighed Kuroto. Kimimaro died at the mere age of 15. He did not even have any chance of leaving behind any descendants. However, Kuroto soon put aside the thought, and muttered to himself, "It seems that I will not be using the blood exchange ritual. The so-called ritual is actually self-weakening, not healing, and I obviously wouldn't want to weaken the clone." Despite this, Kuroto isn't much worried, because he is working towards Project Godhood. And the Project Godhood would be completed when Kuroto attains Kimimaro. When Kuroto attains Kimimaro, his body would be as strong as Otsutsuki Kaguya, so the curse of the Kaguya clan would obviously be meaningless upon him. Chapter 458. The next day, Kuroto received a letter from Itachi, and in the letter, as instructed by Kuroto, Itachi jotted down all that he can and will do should the situation become desperate enough under the assumption that all the senior members of Amatsukami are dead, while the Uchiha clan, the village, and the entire shinobi world is facing the threat of Akatsuki organization. Kuroto read the details, crossed out some parts that involved various forms of training, then drew several circles one after another on several parts. These parts specifically marked several locations not only around the Land of Fire but also included locations from other countries spread all over the continent. One thing, without an exception, is common about all of these locations. These are all places that have had something to do with the Uchiha clan at some point in time during the Warring States period before the Uchiha clan moved to Konoha. In the past few days, Itachi worked day and night to find, theorized, and finally jotted down these locations from the scrolls that the three read at the Naka Shrine a few days ago. It seems that Itachi wants to enhance his understanding of Sharingan and the roots of the Uchiha clan from these places. It certainly is a good idea and will probably give him valuable insight on things that have been lost or ignored by the clan. And perhaps even give him something that will help him improve his strength. Thought Kuroto. The information that we know of isn't always true, it's always manipulated, bent, and forged in a way that would benefit our way. As it's stated that the might makes right, the winners are always the righteous ones, so there is no guarantee that what they have learned in the clan and the village is the real truth. So, tracing back the past, the roots of the Uchiha clan, and the Sharingan might as well be what's needed for him to figure out his path ahead. The relics of the past can teach us a lot of things. Things that have been left out, things that were forgotten, things that were intentionally ignored, or the things that were unintentionally lost. Things that were hidden from the others, and the things that no one knows anything about, can all be learned from the past. And perhaps tracing the past of the Uchiha clan is the only method to get Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror. Even in the original time-space, Itachi must have done something similar. At that point, Itachi's situation was much worse than it is today. He was in a real desperate state, had no one he could truly trust or rely on, so the relics of the past must have been his guide to forge his path ahead. And perhaps Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror are what he got his hands on while exploring the roots of the Uchiha clan. Muttered Kuroto. Itachi's complex life in the original time-space is difficult to understand, his choices in life are not to be questioned. But keeping the track of his involvement in various things is quite simple. Itachi awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan at the age of 12, perhaps. Then, he destroyed the Uchiha clan when he was about 13 years old and left the village in order to spy on Akatsuki for the village. He worked in Akatsuki for 7 to 8 years, and by the time he was 21, Itachi died of his illness at an Uchiha hideout after sealing Amaterasu in Sasuke's right eye after their battle. Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror are special spiritual artifacts and require the use of Manjikyu Sharingan. So, it is very likely that Itachi acquired the two artifacts after he had left Konoha. Kuroto again held his chin with a thoughtful expression. Black Zetsu was watching the battle between Sasuke and Itachi, and when he saw Itachi use two artifacts, he was obviously quite surprised, which means that the Akatsuki organization had no clue about Itachi having the two artifacts in his hands. After eliminating the possibility of Rakuto Sennin intervening and helping him, the only possible location where Itachi could have gotten his hands on the two artifacts is one of these locations. If I want to find the two artifacts, then I must visit all these places. These are hundreds of places, and even then, there is no 100% guarantee that I will find those two artifacts in either of these locations. Kuroto couldn't reach a conclusion. Even after thinking about it for a very long time, Kuroto still couldn't find a solution, so he decided to put this matter aside for a few days. After all, Shursui is still in the recovery and adaptation period. Firstly, he has to return to normal levels, then further train himself in order to understand and then adapt to the increase in his strength levels. And all this while, Kuroto wants Itachi to stay by Shursui's side, not only protect him but also help him adapt to his new strength by sparring with him. On the other hand, Kuroto too has too much on his plate. Firstly, Kuroto has to keep a watch over the two wind clones that are being cultivated, then he has to research and further understand the curse of Kaguya clan at a deeper level. Then he has to study and understand various Kekkai Jinkai related to wind chakra nature. Figure out what's best suited for the wind nature clone, and then learn that Kekkai Jinkai too. He has to also keep a track of all the Umbu missions Team Ro is and will be performing. Train Gaara and Karin, this is very important. Gaara is the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. If Gaara's strength is strong enough, then capturing him would further become difficult for Akatsuki. At the same time, Karin has the potential to become the best Irionin in the world, so obviously, she cannot be ignored. Create a completely new body for Sandaime Kazekage. The threat of Akatsuki has been increasing day by day, and Kuroto needs more people who have high-level combat power. Sandaime Kazekage is a good choice for a combat personnel, and if Kuroto creates a completely new and better body for him, then it is very likely that he will be able to display much higher power than his keep as the Kazekage. At the same time, Kuroto also needs to understand puppetry for many things. Then comes more crucial things. Kuroto has to learn Senjutsu. This has been delayed for quite a while, but Kuroto doesn't think that he is in any position to delay this anymore, given how serious the current situation is. And the most important of all, Kuroto has to also keep an eye out for Akatsuki's revenge on Konoha. So, overall, it wouldn't be wrong to say that Kuroto is too busy and can't possibly spend any of his personal effort in the search of Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror unless he has some solid clue pointing towards their exact locations. Then there is also the fact that just because Itachi could find the clues does not mean other people can find them too. And there is no guarantee that there won't be any repercussions along the way, so the safest approach is to let Itachi delve his efforts into finding them, as he did in the canon. This is why Kuroto has decided to wait until Shursui's body recovers and he gets used to his new strength, then he would make both Shursui and Itachi run around together in order for them to investigate clues about the two artifacts. When the two of them are together, as long as they don't run into Nagato, both of them should be fine. With this objective in mind, Kuroto focused on the list of what he has to do as well and then started hustling. Chapter 459. 2 weeks later. On one of the isolated islands somewhere in the land of water. The figure of two kids, both with redheads, can be seen playing along the shore, while the figure of two other people, one with brown hair and the other with purple hair, can be seen a little distance away. Yes, that's it. Nodded Ichikishima Haim as she observed the blending of nature energy with the inner spiritual energy and physical energy of Kuroto in a balanced 1:1:1 ratio. I do feel a little different compared to usual. At the same time, I am also able to sense a completely different type of chakra. muttered Kuroto as he sensed his current chakra, the Senjutsu chakra, which is different from the Tenseigan chakra he usually uses. Senjutsu chakra is basically a balanced combination of natural energy with your own chakra. Since you have already been able to sense natural energy, and are also adapted to natural energy to a certain extent even before we started the Senjutsu training, so absorbing natural energy was not that difficult for you, especially with Toyama-sama residing within you, and reaching this perfect balance, as well as maintaining it is the next step for you, Kuroto-sama. Explained Ichikishima in a guiding tone. Senjutsu chakra is basically a balanced combination of natural energy, with the user's inner spiritual energy and physical energy. To be able to use Senjutsu chakra, the user must be able to draw natural energy from the heaven and terrain inside himself and blend it with his own spiritual and physical energy to give birth to a stronger and more powerful chakra, which is basically the Senjutsu chakra. This advantage of yours has significantly shortened the time it took you to reach this perfect balance. Muttered Ichikishima and continued, I am still amazed that you have reached this level in just 3 weeks. And this time her tone clearly dictated her wonder as she noticed that there are no animal characteristics on Kuroto's skin, so it wouldn't be wrong to say that the Sennin mode he is using is the perfect one. But still, there should have been some kind of pigmentation, and that too is not available. If I hadn't known any better because of the dense Senjutsu chakra inside Kuroto-sama, I would even think that he is not in any Sennin mode. Thought Ichikishima as she looked at Kuroto's face. Unlike many Sennin mode users, there is also no pigmentation of any color around the eyes of Hyuga Kuroto either, which is kind of strange in Ichikishima perspective. The pigmentation around the eyes is proof of entering the Sennin mode. The users of Sennin mode taught at Ryuchi Cave have purple or black pigmentation around their eyes, along with vertical snake slits irides. The users of Sennin mode taught at Mount Myaboku generally have orange, yellow, or red pigmentation around their eyes along with horizontal toed slats irides, and finally, the users of Sennin mode taught at Shikatsu Forest have either black or perhaps blue pigmentation around their eyes as well as rest of their bodies. But Hyuga Kuroto has no pigmentation around his eyes, which is something new. Maybe it's because he did not use any external shortcut to speed up his learning. This was Ichikishima conclusion. To increase the speed of learning, and to make it easier for the users to sense natural energy present in heaven and terrain, each of the 3 unexplored sage regions has its own methods that they use. At Mount Myaboku, they use toad oil and rub it on the practitioner's skin to make it easier for them to perceive natural energy. Ads by PubFuture. At Ryuchi Cave, the 3 priestesses, or the white snake sage herself, inject natural energy in the form of snake venom inside the body of the trainee through a snake bite. This snake venom allows the practitioner to directly feel natural energy, then try to control it. And finally, at the Shikatsu Forest, the practitioners have to soak their naked bodies in the mucus secreted by Katsuyu for a very long time to be able to sense the natural energy. Each of the 3 sage region has its own method, and these methods allow the practitioner to slowly and steadily be able to use the Sennin mode of the corresponding sage region. Of course, these 3 are not the only methods to learn Senjutsu, and there are many other methods and sources, but finding them is an incredibly difficult task. Hyuga Kuroto did not use any of the 3 methods. Neither did he use toad oil of Mount Myaboku, nor the snake venom from the Ryuchi Cave, and also not the slug mucus from the Shikatsu Forest, and this is probably the reason why there are no signs of pigmentation on his face. But this doesn't mean that there are no indications or no change in Kuroto's appearance. At least, his Byakugan, which was featureless white until a few minutes age, seems to have changed and turned golden as Senjutsu chakra gathered in his dojutsu. Kuroto was also surprised by this change. He did not expect his Byakugan to turn golden. There is not much known about the Golden Byakugan in the canon, but in the Boruto series, Golden Byakugan has been displayed a few times, and all those times it was possessed by the members of the Otsutsuki clan. But it seems that these Golden Byakugan that I have in the Sennin mode are different from the ones the Otsutsuki have. This was the thought in Kuroto's mind as he analyzed this change in his dojutsu. What are the exact requirements of having Golden Byakugan? And what exactly is Golden Byakugan? Kuroto doesn't have much of an idea. In fact, Kuroto isn't even sure whether the golden Byakugan he has in the Sennin mode is the same as the golden Byakugan possessed by Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki in the canon. After all, their methods of the transformation of this dojutsu are different. Otsutsuki Momoshiki ate the chakra of Otsutsuki Kinshiki in order to gain golden Byakugan and the golden Rinnegan, while Otsutsuki Urashiki ate the chakra of his fishing rod and container along with both of his dojutsu in order to awaken the golden Byakugan and golden Rinnegan. On the other hand, Kuroto did no such thing. He has only mastered how to be able to use Sennin mode, so although his current chakra is stronger than usual, but Kuroto doesn't really think that it's enough to meet those requirements. In fact, Kuroto himself doesn't feel any big difference except for some obvious increase in the range of his vision. Whether these dojutsus are same or different can be determined sooner or later anyway. For now, I must focus on getting used to the Sennin mode, muttered Kuroto as he got up from the tile he was sitting on atop a pointed rock. To absorb natural energy, one must stay still, as even a bit of body movement can result in the disruption of absorption of natural energy. Therefore, Kuroto has been sitting still, without even a bit of body movement for quite a long time. Normally, the issue of staying still to gather the natural energy is not that big of an issue for Kuroto, as he can always use the natural energy from Toyotama's chakra in his body, but for the sake of learning and experience, Kuroto first decided to get used to the basics in the standard way to get the gist of Sennin mode. Afterward, he can obviously make the best use of his own advantages. And now that he has entered the Sennin mode, Kuroto must get used to the Sennin mode, figure out what new abilities he has gained as the byproduct of Sennin mode. After all, whether it is the Toad Sennin mode of Mount Maiboku or the Dragon Sennin mode of the Ryochi Cave, each of them has their individual fighting style in the Sennin mode. In the canon, Uzumaki Naruto, after learning the Toad Sennin mode, also learned Frog Kata, a unique combat style used by the Toad sages. And Kabuto, who learned Dragon Sennin mode from Ryochi Cave, also learned several of their Senjutsu, including the Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation, Sage Art, White Rage Technique, etc. Therefore, Kuroto is also quite certain that he should be able to use at least a few Senjutsu that his Sennin mode would allow him. "Let's begin, Ichikishima," said Kuroto to the Snake Priestess, who nodded and got ready for the combat. "Yes, Kuroto-sama." 3 weeks later. For the next 3 weeks, Kuroto focused most of his attention on learning and getting used to the Sennin mode. And he made quite a bit of progress at it. But what's problematic is that his strength in Sennin mode is not as strong as his strength in Tenseigan chakra mode. This is natural given the fact that Tenseigan chakra mode is stronger than the Sennin mode. This is why, after Kuroto was sure that he is quite apt with the Sennin mode, he tried to stack the Sennin mode on top of the Tenseigan chakra mode, just like Uzumaki Naruto stacked his Sennin mode on top of Kurama chakra mode, or was it the opposite? I don't remember exactly. Kuroto knows that if he succeeds in doing it, then his strength in the newfound Tenseigan Sage mode will increase by leaps and bounds. At least, it will be on the same level when he uses the Tenseigan chakra mode while drawing chakra from the giant Tenseigan on the moon, which is obviously much stronger compared to when Kuroto uses his own or Toyotama's chakra. The difference is obviously because the giant Tenseigan contains chakra purely representing Himura, while Kuroto's own or Toyotama's chakra is different. It can be explained by creating an analogy. If we assume that Kuroto's chakra is similar to Naruto, Asura's chakra, then Himura's chakra for Kuroto is similar to the chakra of Rakuto Sennin for Naruto. The effects it brings are obvious. So Kuroto tried to achieve this synchronizing, and the result? Kuroto failed at it miserably. It was too miserable that it's almost embarrassing. No amount of effort or hard work changed this fact. As soon as Kuroto activates the Tenseigan, the Senjutsu chakra in his body becomes unstable. And if he tries to enter Sennin mode with the Tenseigan activated, it just doesn't work. Kuroto is unable to enter Sennin mode while the Tenseigan is activated. Kuroto tried theorizing the possible cause for his repeated failure in this, and he did have a few guesses. "Is it really as she said?" muttered Kuroto in doubt as he thought of the words of Ichikishima Hime. Kuroto is able to individually use both Tenseigan chakra mode and Sennin mode but is unable to combine them. According to Ichikishima, the reason is an imbalance of spiritual energy and physical energy while the Tenseigan is active. According to the knowledge Kuroto has acquired up to now about Senjutsu and Sennin mode, and according to what Ichikishima has spoken, physical energy is more important to be able to use Senjutsu compared to spiritual energy. This is also the reason why the reincarnates of Asura can master the Sennin mode much easier when compared to the reincarnates of Indra or other people. This also explains why the Uchiha and Hyuga who represent In have never been known to use Senjutsu. Meanwhile, those of the Senju and Uzumaki who represent Yang are able to use Senjutsu if they manage to learn how to use it, that is. This is all because Asura inherited the physical energy from Rakuto Sennin. But if we go by this theory, Kuroto shouldn't be able to even learn Senjutsu much less use it, but that's not the case. The problem of physical and spiritual energy imbalance is not an issue for Kuroto while he is in base form and is not using the Tenseigan, because, with just his Byakugan active, Kuroto's physical energy is more than enough to keep up with the spiritual energy of the Byakugan. But this changes completely when Kuroto uses the Tenseigan. As soon as the Tenseigan is activated, Kuroto's spiritual power increases exponentially. True Tenseigan is a dojutsu of the same level as the Rinnegan, but different from the Rinnegan. The necessary condition to awaken it is not the fusion of Yin and Yang. In reality, the Tenseigan, much like the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, is a Yin dominant. Awakening naturally increases the physical energy of the body in correspondence to the increase in spiritual energy over time, but the balance still remains Yin dominant. So, Kuroto's chakra, all this while has been Yin dominant. This is also the reason why Ichikishima likes to eat his chakra. And because of all these reasons, when Kuroto tries to synchronize his Senjutsu chakra with Tenseigan chakra he fails at it, the physical energy is just unable to keep up. And this is also the reason why his body starts to petrify when his body absorbs excess natural energy from Toyotama while using the Tenseigan chakra mode. This petrification happened when Kuroto was fighting against Nagato and Amigakure. Initially, Kuroto thought that because he has not mastered Sennin mode, so absorbing too much natural energy is the cause. It is the cause, but not entirely, and the main cause is low physical energy compared to spiritual energy. Sighing slightly, Kuroto thought, sigh, now I must also figure out a way to increase the physical energy of my main body. Else I would never be able to synchronize Tenseigan chakra and Senjutsu chakra. Thus, the objective of increasing physical energy was also added to the list of things that Kuroto must put on the agenda. Chapter 460. In the past more than a month, Kuroto of course did not focus solely on learning and training the Sennin mode. When he was not learning the Sennin mode, Kuroto focused his attention on other things that are on his plate. In addition to keeping a constant watch over the cultivating wind clone, Kuroto also made sure to not slack Karin and Gaara's training. Although this point has been repeatedly emphasized by Kuroto, there is no harm in mentioning it again. Kuroto knows that Gaara's talent is extremely high, coupled with the seriousness, hard work, and determination, very difficult to be expected from a 7-year-old kid. He has been putting in the training in order to live up to Kuroto-sama's expectations. The speed of his growth is incredible. Whether it is sand control or taijutsu, Gaara's progress is incredible in both aspects. Based on Kuroto's estimation, the current Gaara's pure taijutsu skills are superior to Uchiha Sasuke, and coupled with sand control, he should be able to defeat Uchiha Sasuke without breaking a sweat. The progress of Karin is also quite good, although not as much as Gaara's given that she has started her formal shinobi training just about a month ago. Meanwhile Gaara has already been training for quite some time, so there is an obvious difference, but Kuroto would still commend the girl for putting all her efforts into training. There is also the fact that Karin lacks fierceness and ruthlessness in nature. Maybe, the her, and Canon had the ruthlessness because of her continued suffering, but the current her does not have that fierceness ruthlessness in her nature. However, Kuroto is not too worried about this. Throwing her in the Colosseum of the Hidden Island near the Land of Lightning would change this nature of her. Fortunately enough, the high-intensity daily physical workout has prevented her from gaining weight and stopped her horizontal development. As for the training of Fuinjutsu, Kuroto has put a stop to that part for the time being. Fuinjutsu is extremely chakra-consuming and requires a lot of practice. Karen may be an Uzumaki, but she is still a young child and her chakra is not enough to be able to do everything. Kuroto doesn't want to burden her too much, else it would stunt her growth. Of course, despite all this, she is still regularly gaining theoretical knowledge. In fact, both Karen and Gaara are to improve their understanding of the shinobi world and not remain ignorant children. In addition to training, Kuroto would also take the two kids to visit several places, including the city of Daimyo of the Land of Fire, famous beaches of the Land of Lightning, the capital of the Samurai Nation, the Land of Iron, to the hot springs of the Land of Hot Water. The purpose is to educate them about the world by real experience as well as not make them socially awkward. Of course, Kuroto would make sure that the three of them are properly disguised, else it could be troublesome. Besides these visits, Kuroto would also tell them stories. He has narrated the entire fairy tale, Hunter x Hunter, the One Piece up to the point he knew, Bleach, Code Geass, as well as several other stories in order to keep their minds imaginative too. These things are not that unusual for ordinary children, but for Gaara and Karen who have lived a tough life, such experiences are a gate to an all-new world. On the other hand, the progress of the cultivation of Wind Clone under the stimulation of chakra also went quite smoothly this time. The two wind clones that have been cultivated by Kuroto were successfully completed under the continuous stimulation of chakra. Looking at the two clones immersed in nutrition solution inside the large incubation capsules in front of him, Kuroto for a moment had a dazed look on his face. Perhaps it's because of the difficulty Kuroto faced while cultivating the Fire Nature clone, it left a deep psychological shadow on him. So, now that he is looking at the two wind clones that grew quite smoothly, Kuroto feels a bit overwhelmed. In fact, the two clones were even completed in less than 2 months. Sigh, it's really strange that I'm feeling a bit shocked at my success. Muttered Kuroto, then converged the thoughts in his mind and focused on observing the two wind nature clones. The appearance of the two clones is very similar and can be said to be a shadow of Kuroto's own appearance. The only difference to be seen is in their temperament. While Kuroto's own external temperament appears to be quite gentle, which it isn't actually, the temperament of the two clones seems to be quite cold and dangerous type. Additionally, the hair color of the two clones is also different from Kuroto's brown hair color. The color of the two clones is grayish-white, similar to Kimimaro's hair color. After marking the two clones as Clone A and Clone B, Kuroto started to record their stats, and also compare the differences between the two clones. But before he could begin, Kuroto frowned slightly as something caught Kuroto's attention. Kuroto found that on the forehead of Clone A, there are 2 extra bulges, or to say more exactly, there are extra protrusions on both sides of the forehead. Those are, muttered Kuroto with a doubtful expression, horns? Kuroto can be sure that at least 2 days ago, there were no such inconspicuous protrusions on the forehead of the Clone A. Doubtful, Kuroto activated the Byakugan. The veins protruded in Byakugan was instantly activated. Kuroto looked at those protrusions carefully with his Byakugan and he had to admit that there really are bones protruding outside from the forehead on both sides, they really are horns. But this confirmation did not ease Kuroto's doubts, rather, Kuroto's frown deepened. The horns on the forehead are a dominant trait of the members of the Otsutsuki clan. And in Kuroto's knowledge, apart from the members of the Otsutsuki clan, only the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers have a pair of horns. It is said that the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers have the blood of Rakudo Sannin flowing in their bodies. When swallowed by Kyubi, the two brothers managed to survive for 2 weeks in the stomach of Kyubi by eating his flesh and were later spit out Kyubi. And what's amazing is that after eating the flesh of Kyubi, not only the two brothers did not die, but in fact, they also managed to gain a small fraction of Kyubi's power. The fact that they did not die immediately after eating the flesh of Kyubi alone is amazing. After all, there was an instance when someone from Kumo tried to swallow the flesh of Hachibi, and he died. So, the fact that both Kinkaku and Ginkaku are related to Rakudo Sannin cannot be ruled out. Anyway, except for the true Otsutsuki clan and Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers, nobody seems to have horns on their forehead, not even the members of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, at least not under normal circumstances. A single horn on Tonri's forehead does appear when he enters the Tenseigan chakra mode, but that's just a horn made out of chakra. As for Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, the two of them also had horns on their foreheads, but it was after they became the Jinchuriki of Jubi. In normal condition, neither of the two had horns. Realizing what this meant, Kuroto muttered, "It seems that some kind of mutation has happened due to the combination of Hyuga and Kaguya bloodline. As a result, the body seems to have produced a pair of white horns. But whether it is the Hyuga clan or the Kaguya clan, both of them are the descendants of Otsutsuki Himura, so the appearance of horns is not a bad thing. It only means that due to the combining of the two bloodlines, the DNA combination of the clone A became quite closer to Himura, so Kuroto estimates that the strength of the clone A must be exceptionally high." Chapter 461. With some expectations in his heart, Kuroto drained the used nutrient solution from the large incubation capsule, then took out the clone from the capsule and placed it on the test bench. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N. After recording the basic physical stats of the clone A, without any weight, Kuroto immediately used the Tenseigan soul descend to transfer his soul from his main body into the clone A body. As Kuroto used the Tenseigan soul descend, the eyes of the main body were closed, and the very next instant, the eyes of the wind clone A, lying on the test bench, opened. Kuroto, who has just changed his body, sat up from the test bench. While trying to get used to this new body and moving his limbs, Kuroto also condensed chakra by combining the spiritual and physical energies, then directed it to flow through the chakra pathway system of the clone A. This feeling and the result surprised him. For some reason, clone A gave him a weird feeling. It felt as if it has already been developed, and the synchronization between Kuroto's soul and the clone A body seems almost perfect. There were no signs of sluggishness, and the control over the body seems almost perfect. This is completely different and exponentially faster from what Kuroto experienced while developing the soul-body synchronization with the water-nature Suijin clone and the fire-nature Tsukihai clone, as their development took a long time and is still going on. This was weird in Kuroto's understanding. After all, it seems as if this clone has already been developed. Why is this the case, thought Kuroto, as he never expected such a result. According to Kuroto's own guess, and based on the previous experience of developing the Suijin and Tsukihai clone, the run-in time is necessary for the development of clone A. There are no shortcuts to this, and it would generally take about 3 years of stay in the clone body or several fierce high-speed battles to achieve this soul-body synchronization. But this wind clone A is different. From the very beginning, it seemed to be tailor-made for Kuroto's spirit body, and the synchronization of soul and body seems to be on the same level as his main body. There is no resistance at all. "Is it because of these horns?" muttered Kuroto as he felt the pair of horns on his forehead. After suppressing the doubts in his mind, Kuroto started to individually check the various parts of the clone A body. Byakugan. As the chakra was poured into the eyes, the nerves on the side of his eyes bulged and Byakugan was activated. This pair of Byakugan is really of a higher purity than the main body. After taking a look around, Kuroto even felt that this pair of Byakugan is extremely pure, of the same or perhaps even higher purity than the Byakugan of his main body. It must not be forgotten that because of injecting gene activation fluid in his main body, the Byakugan of his main body is perhaps the purest in the entire shinobi world, including the main family and the branch family of the Hyuga clan. And now it turns out that the pair of Byakugan of this clone is of a higher purity compared to the main body. So, it is surprising that this clone, which perhaps doesn't even have all its gene activated, has a pair of Byakugan of a higher purity compared to his main body. While observing his surroundings, Kuroto also observed inside the body of this clone A and soon discovered that the volume of chakra that this clone has is also amazing, far beyond what Kuroto expected. The chakra volume of this clone is even higher when compared to his main body. What the heck? The data on all aspects of this clone is too exaggerated. It already has a soul-body synchronization. The Byakugan is of a higher purity than even his main body. At the same time, the chakra volume of this clone is higher when compared to his main body. Did I find a treasure or something? Or is it that other wind nature clones are also this good? Muttered Kuroto with a doubtful expression. Thinking of his doubt, Kuroto subconsciously turned to look at the wind nature clone bee suspended inside the nutrient solution and the other large incubation capsule. With the same doubt, he drained the used-up nutrient solution from the incubation capsule, then took out the clone bee and placed it on a test bench. After recording the basic stats, Kuroto again used Tenseigan's soul descend and transferred his soul inside the clone bee. Upon his inspection, Kuroto soon discovered that the clone bee is much more normal. The quality of clone B is also very high, but not as exaggerated as that of clone A. Whether it is soul-body synchronization, Byakugan purity, or the chakra volume, it is far inferior when compared to the clone A. After carefully comparing the data on all aspects of both the clones, Kuroto murmured, "It really is some kind of mutation." Understanding this, Kuroto transferred his soul back to the clone A, and after dressing himself in a simple white kimono, Kuroto walked out of the incubation room. He soon walked towards the personal training site, and on the way, he also picked up the scroll that records the jutsu of the Kaguya clan. While walking, Kuroto unfolded the scroll and studied it carefully. The jutsu that Kaguya clan uses are mostly taijutsu with the combination of their Kekkai Genkai Shikatsumiyaku, and since the main chakra nature of the Kaguya clan is wind, so they are also experts in taking aid of the wind for a better cutting effect. With this combination, even those with mediocre qualifications, as long as they have awakened Shikatsumiyaku and received even a bit of training, can smoothly grow into qualified shinobi. Therefore, almost all the members of the Kaguya clan, once they awaken Shikatsumiyaku, are capable of fighting well and are among the best of shinobi. Upon arriving at the training site, Kuroto put aside the scroll, then stretched out his right hand towards the target at a 50 m distance, then after brewing chakra, Kuroto shouted, 10-finger drilling bullets. As soon as Kuroto's voice fell, the skin of his fingertips ruptured, then bullets made out of bone were fired from the fingertips of his hand and shot towards the target at the 50 m distance. Swish, 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 swish. The bullets, while moving towards the targets, also started to spin and drill through the target. Not only that, after drilling through the wooden target, the momentum of the bullets did not stop at all, and one after another, they rushed towards the wall behind the target. Even the reinforced wall was not enough to stop the bone bullets, and carrying the previous momentum, they drilled out 5 holes in the wall that is reinforced with condensed iron sand and rushed towards the next room. Huh! Looking at the fragmented target board, at the 5 holes in the wall, then finally at his own fingertips that were healed visible to the naked eye, Kuroto had a stupefied look on his face. His objective was to try out and see if he could successfully use Shikatsumiyaku, the Kekkai Genkai of the Kaguya clan, but he never thought that it would actually turn out like this. Chapter 462. Looking at his fingertips that healed instantaneously, and then thinking back at how easily he managed to use the Shikatsumiyaku jutsu just a few moments ago, Kuroto can't help but mutter and wonder, is this how a genius feels? The 10-finger drilling bullets that Kuroto used a few moments ago was used with incredible ease. There was no resistance, no need for guidance, nothing at all. No, it felt natural, as if he should be able to use it without a doubt, sort of like an instinct to the body. And this feeling made Kuroto sort of overwhelmed. After all, he has always had a mediocre talent and has always required a lot of practice and hard work to gain proficiency in any ninjutsu. Condensing his divergent thoughts, Kuroto slowly walked towards the center of the training site and clapped his hands. As soon as Kuroto clapped his hands, several humanoid puppets appeared out of the storage rooms. These puppets were sent by the Godame Kazekage Pakura as per Kuroto's instructions, and Kuroto then gave these puppets autonomy using the demon Morio's chakra to make these puppets serve as the objects of training. The strength of each of these puppets varies, with some being Genin level, a few at the Chunin level, and even Jonin level based on how much chakra they contain. The purpose of varying degrees of strength is to make them simulate a real war situation where the strength of the enemy is not always the same, as each enemy has a different strength. Unfortunately, these puppets are only capable of using taijutsu and shinobi tools like shuriken, sunban, and kunai, etc. because Kuroto has no method to enable these puppets from being able to use ninjutsu, jinjutsu, other forms of jutsu or different Kekkai Genkai, else he would have surely done that for better war simulation. Clack clack. After these puppets took their respective positions and surrounded Kuroto from all sides, the lights in the room dimmed. Normally, Kuroto has no problem seeing in the dark because of the Byakugan, but since he is testing a few things, so Kuroto did not activate the Byakugan. In fact, he even closed his eyelids, then bent forward, changing the center of gravity of his body. Let's start, and the very next instant, these puppets started to attack Kuroto in a perfectly coordinated manner. All sorts of kunai, shuriken, and senbon rushed towards Kuroto from all directions. The attacks weren't solely focused on him but arranged in such a manner that his retreat options were also very limited. And since Kuroto's eyes were closed, so he did not know of which directions to take. Well, technically, he shouldn't have known of which directions to take, but for some reason he did. Feeling the minimal changes in the airflow around him, and listening to the sound of each shuriken, kunai, and senbon cutting through the air, Kuroto murmured slightly as his lips arched in a smirk, "I feel it." Just before the tools hit him and caused an injury, Kuroto's figure turned into an afterimage. And this afterimage was like an inexplicable ghost, moving all over the room, calmly evading each and every attack by the use of minimal movements necessary. "This is the feeling," muttered Kuroto, as he easily dodged another rain of shuriken and a blade attack. What Kuroto is currently practicing is another jutsu of the Kaguya clan, the Dance of Willow, that was recorded in the scroll. The Dance of Willow is not as simplistic as it appears. In fact, not even a single dance of the Kaguya clan is as simplistic as they appear to be. The dances of the Kaguya clan highly revolves around sensing the minimal changes in the surrounding airflow, then responding accordingly. Those of the Kaguya clan rely less on vision and more on the changes in airflow, and thus their moves appear to be bodily instincts. Clang clang ding ding. A series of metal crashing sounds rang through the room, and the kunai and shuriken cut by the bone blades fell to the ground. Kuroto finally stopped at this moment, and the several bone blades that were protruding out of his palm, elbows, shoulders, and knees retracted back inside the body. At the same time, the skin that had ripped wide open was healed again. "Next is Dance of Camellia," muttered Kuroto as he pulled out a single modified sword made out of his upper arm bone, and using this sword made out of bone, Kuroto started to repeatedly stab the various puppets at such rapid speed that it literally created several afterimages. Each stab was directed at a different part of the puppet, and at a different angle with slightly different regularity, so Kuroto's movements became increasingly difficult to predict. By the time Kuroto stopped, all the puppets in the room along with the swords in their arms were cut into pieces by the bone blade and collapsed on the ground. Seeing this scene, Kuroto squatted on the ground and looked at the fragments of the puppets and the swords scattered on the ground, and he wasn't much surprised to find that each cut was extremely neat and smooth, clearly indicating the sharpness that the bone blade carried. After pondering a little, Kuroto again shook his right hand, and a bone blade stretched out from the palm of his right hand. Then, Kuroto picked up a kunai lying on the floor. Ding! The bone blade and kunai were struck against each other, and accompanied by a sharp sound, the metallic kunai was immediately cut into two fragments by the bone spur. "The sharpness of the bone is extraordinary," muttered Kuroto as he looked at the bone blade in his hand. The kunai was cut into two pieces when Kuroto did not even put too much force in it. This alone shows how sharp a simple bone blade is. Normally, Kuroto should be happy about it, but he was not, and a trace of worry grew in his heart. The more talented the members of the Kaguya clan, the earlier they die. Kuroto certainly has very high expectations from this wind nature clone. The high volume of chakra, Byakugan purity, and body-soul synchronization alone is more than enough to make the potential of this clone very high. This is why Kuroto didn't need this clone to have very strong potential towards Shikatsumiyaku, because the strong the potential of Shikatsumiyaku, the severe disease to the body, and the earlier this clone would be destroyed. After thinking for a while, Kuroto decided to use Shikatsumiyaku less in the future, and immediately after that, he pondered on which Kekkai Genkai to master for this clone. There is more than one option at Kuroto's hand, as Kuroto has information of quite a lot of Kekkai Genkai, with wind as one of the chakra nature of that Kekkai Genkai. Ice release, scorch release, magnet release. But neither of these three is a Kekkai Genkai purely based on wind release. Ice release can be discarded because it contains too much water nature chakra, so the two options in front of Kuroto are magnet release and scorch release. Which one should I choose? Magnet release? Or scorch release, muttered Kuroto with a thoughtful look. Chapter 463. The first choice is magnet release. Magnet release is a Kekkai Genkai assumed to be the combination of wind release and earth release. Magnet release has also become symbolic to Sunagakure. It was created by Sandaime Kazekage upon studying the abilities of Shikaku, and it won't be far-fetched to say that mastering magnet release is equivalent to becoming a candidate for the position of Kazekage. It's a very useful and versatile Kekkai Genkai. Then the second option Kuroto has is scorch release. According to the information given to him by Pakura, the Kekkai Genkai scorch release is a combination of fire release and wind release. Scorch release is a very special and unique Kekkai Genkai, as Pakura is the only known person to have mastery over this Kekkai Genkai. Of course, there is also a third Kekkai Genkai that Kuroto has deeply considered, that being Typhoon release. Typhoon release is also a nature transformation Kekkai Genkai, and Typhoon release is also a unique Kekkai Genkai. But Typhoon release in essence is just an enhanced version of wind release that uses the phenomenon of change in air pressure to cause the wind to rotate at high speed, forming a cyclone. And given the fact that the wind chakra nature of this clone is too high, so Kuroto doesn't even feel the need to master this Kekkai Genkai. It can even be said that this clone was already born with Typhoon release. So after a whole lot of consideration, Kuroto decided to learn both magnet release and scorch release, the reason being that neither of the two has wind as their primary chakra nature. So, mastering both the Kekkai Genkai, along with the Typhoon release, will make this clone's mastery over the wind release extreme, which is what's Kuroto's primary objective. Now Kuroto isn't really worried about the need to have to master the earth chakra nature and fire chakra nature for learning both the Kekkai Genkai. The reason for this is, although unwanted, is quite unchangeable, in fact. Despite Kuroto washed his own and Kimimaro's cells repeatedly to clear away the other chakra natures, except for wind chakra nature, when Kuroto passed the chakra of this clone through chara induction paper, the paper split into 4 unequal parts. The largest part turned into dirt and crumbled, the second largest part was ignited and turned into ash, then the third part wrinkled, and finally the smallest part became wet, which indicated that this clone has an affinity towards all 5 basic chakra natures because of the split, crumble, burn, wrinkle, and wetting. And if Kuroto includes this clone's incredible ability to manipulate osteoblasts and osteoclasts, at the same time also being able to use Byakugan, which is of very high purity, it would further imply that this clone also uses Yang release and Yin release to a very high degree. When all of these facts are put together, the result is already making Kuroto cry tears of blood. He did not want this clone to have an affinity towards all the 5 chakra natures. The affinity towards lightning and water are totally unnecessary. But alas, Kuroto is helpless. He has no option but to make do with all the 5 affinities. Who would have thought, of all things, one day I would regret having an affinity towards all 5 basic chakra natures? This clone is too exaggerated. And if not for the fact that my main body can also use Tenseigan chakra mode, otherwise, the strength of this clone is definitely higher than even my main body. Which is completely unbelievable. Sighed Kuroto helplessly, then focused his attention on the matter at hand. The first thing that Kuroto has to focus on now is learning magnet release. Aside from having the scroll of magnet release sent by Pakura, Kuroto also has Sandaime Kazekage puppet at his disposal. Since the Sandaime Kazekage puppet can use magnet release, so Kuroto has obviously experienced how to use this Kekkai Genkai several times. So, it wouldn't be wrong to say that of the people currently alive, Kuroto's understanding of magnet release is second only to Sandaime Kazekage, the creator of magnet release. Magnet release, as its name suggests, involves controlling the magnetic force. Normally, magnetism is involved, or should have been involved, with lightning release to generate magnetic force and magnetic field by the use of electricity, then use that magnetic field to control metallic dust. But that's not magnetism, that's electromagnetism. Magnet release actually involves earth release and wind release. Each element, elements of the periodic table not nature affinities, has its set of positive and negative ions in its nucleus and electron shells. The result of the number of positive and negative ions determines the resultant charge of that atom. The resultant charge could either be zero, positive or negative depending on the overall sum of the charge. Each of these stable atoms when viewed in a mass quantity have an overall zero polarity because the positives cancel out the negatives, resulting in a stable zero-charge substance. Overall, zero charge is necessary, else the element would be highly reactive, and wouldn't be able to exist as an individual element in nature, rather it would exist either as a molecule, or in some kind of bond, be that chemical, physical, or metallic with itself or some other element, so as to maintain an overall zero charge for stability. However, when particles vibrate or are rubbed against each other by any means, they gain some form of polarity which results in a static current, just how pieces of paper are attracted towards a plastic comb that is rubbed on hair. This combination of static current produced from countless particles produces a large amount of current which induces an overall magnetic field. This induced magnetic field can be used to control metallic substances such as iron dust, gold dust, sand dust mixed with many different types of magnetic elements or metallic substances like shuriken, etc. So, in a broad sense, it wouldn't be wrong to say that magnetic force is generated using earth release chakra. And it is the basic mechanism of magnet release. But it's not so simple, as there is also a natural magnetic field of the planet, which would most of the time cause deviations in the resultant vector. Then there is also gravitational field which would act on the substance, again changing the direction and magnitude of the resultant vector. Additionally, there is also air resistance, which would further influence the resultant vector and decrease the power output. All these natural forces naturally affect the resultant vectors and decrease the power output. So, to overcome this problem of various deviations, wind release is used in conjunction with the earth release. Instead of using the magnetic field to guide the metallic substances, wind release is used to guide the magnetic substances, while the magnetic field is only used to shape the magnetic substances. By doing this, the magnetic field is only limited to the substance. As a result, it is not easily influenced by the magnetic field of the planet. And wind release also decreases the air resistance, as wind easily cut through the air, further decreasing the amount of chakra needed for many things. And that's how magnet release functions, well, theoretically at least. After understanding the principles and mechanism of the magnet release, Kuroto summoned Sandaime Kazekage Puppet to the training site. For Kuroto, who has already mastered ice release, blaze release, Ashihomi, and Ozuki clan's hydrification Kekei Jinkai, learning magnet release is not that difficult. So, Kuroto borrowed some iron sand, gold sand, and other types of metallic sand, and normal sand from the Sandaime Kazekage and quickly began practicing magnet release. There is a reason for taking different types of sands. Each person has a different type of chakra and their chakra matches with a different type of magnetic substance. For example, Sandaime Kazekage's chakra matches up with iron sand, which is a paramagnetic substance, while the Yandaime Kazekage's chakra matches up with gold sand, which is actually a diamagnetic substance. Gaara's chakra matches up with both paramagnetic and diamagnetic substances, but that's just an individual case. Kuroto doesn't know what type of substance does his chakra matches up with, as there is no method to determine it without actually controlling the substance with magnet release. Therefore, he has both paramagnetic and diamagnetic substances in the training site. Chapter 464. Under the guidance of Sandaime Kazekage, Kuroto became more and more focused on inducing magnetic force within the particles of different types of substances lying before him. The state of concentration reached such a degree that aside from himself and his objective at hand, nothing around him caught his attention. Undoubtedly, being able to induce constant and regulated magnetism in these substances is a very difficult task. After all, the polarity and magnetic movement of each atom differ, so rearranging the polarity of each atom in a particular direction to induce the maximum static electricity and maximum magnetic force is not an easy task and requires extreme control over chakra. Because even if magnetism is induced, it won't be permanent and will slowly diminish as energy is lost. Therefore, a need for constant chakra supply and control arises, and maintaining a permanent chakra control is not an easy task. This is different from general ninjutsu because once a particular volume of chakra is dedicated while using a particular ninjutsu, there is no further need to direct chakra into it, there is just a need to control it telekinetically. But this is different from magnet release, as the user has to constantly keep the magnetic field induced, else the magnetism will be lost. And this process is not only extremely hard but also extremely chakra consuming, thus tiring. Precisely why even though Sunagakure has figured out the process of learning and training magnet release, very few are able to actually use it and have truly mastered it. In Kuroto's memory, at this point in time, only the boy with the name Itsuki, the adopted son of Godame Kazekage Pakura, is able to use magnet release, and he too has awakened it naturally. Of course, awakening magnet release naturally is not really impossible. Gaara awakened magnet release naturally. Gaara's ability to manipulate sand is, of course, inherited from his mother, but not magnet release. Maybe magnet release was the result of being the Jinchuriki of Ichibi, but there is also a second possibility, maybe he inherited magnet release from his father. Anyway, as Kuroto continued on the process of magnetizing the particles in deep concentration, few iron sand particles started to get affected by the magnetic force, and slowly but steadily, more and more of them, under the effects of magnetism, started to rise into the air. Kuroto was so immersed in training that he did not even realize how much time had passed, and it wasn't until he felt a sense of hunger deep that Kuroto's mind came out of the training, and his control was released. Ding 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 ding! As soon as he withdrew from his concentrated state, the floating iron sand in front of him scattered on the ground, causing the harsh sound to resound in the whole training room. When the harsh sound reached his ears, Kuroto was immediately awake and opened his eyes abruptly with a shocked look, and after realizing the cause of the sound, he can't help but mutter in wonder, "No way, did I succeed in the first try?" "What?" muttered Kuroto in a shocked tone, as he looked at the traces of iron sand still floating in air. Only now did the realization dawn on him that he had not only succeeded in controlling iron sand but was doing it for quite a lot of time. Upon confirming from the Sandaime Kazekage puppet beside him, Kuroto learned that he has been continuously controlling the iron sand for the past 8 hours without even realizing it. Strange, I have been standing in one position for the past 8 hours without even realizing it. No wonder I felt so hungry. Obviously I haven't eaten or drank anything for the past 24 hours. With that said, Kuroto immediately got up, went to the kitchen section of the Anchor Vantien, found himself something to eat which also included milk, as calcium is extremely important for Shikatsu Myaku. And while filling his stomach, Kuroto also thought about a lot of things, in particular related to magnet release. On the first attempt, a weak magnetic field was induced by him. Of all the metallic sands scattered in the room, the iron sand, in particular, reacted the most. Other types of sand also reacted, but iron sand was most affected, which means that this clone's chakra synchronizes with the paramagnetic type substances more. Whether this is a good thing or not is yet to be determined, but Kuroto is without a doubt happy. After all, he managed to succeed in the first attempt. This is by no means a small accomplishment. Aside from Kuroto's own understanding, the reason for success is perhaps also related to the clone's natural affinity towards all the 7 chakra natures. Additionally, there is also another reason for his success. The iron sand that Kuroto used was borrowed from Sandaime Kazekage puppet, who occasionally uses this iron sand while using magnet release. And because of repeatedly being magnetized, the iron sand used by him is quite sensitive to the magnet release chakra, so even if there is small magnetic induction, it is more susceptible to react. All these factors, when taken into account at the same time, become the reason why Kuroto managed to succeed in his first attempt. Well, now that I have succeeded, and got the hang of it, I must get used to manipulating iron sand and improve my degree and range of control over it. Additionally, I do have a few other jutsu that I want to use for this clone. Let's see to what extent, and to what variant will I be able to develop this clone, muttered Kuroto as he finished his meal, then ventured towards the training site. 2 weeks later. Kuroto, who was controlling the wind nature clone, stood calmly in the training field. Opposite him stood Sandaime Kazekage puppet at a distance of 20 m. Sandaime Kazekage had iron sand floating at his back, while Kuroto was wearing a hooded cloak made of iron sand, sort of like the one Shinki uses in Boruto. The two were facing each other. Additionally, iron sand particles were also floating in the entire room. Some were repelling each other, and some were attracting each other. Sometimes, then would fly in Kuroto's direction, while the other times, they would move towards the puppet's direction. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V3LB11N. The different magnetism shown by iron sand particles indicates the two different magnetic fields in the room, trying to overpower each other. This alone indicates that although the two are standing still without making any move, the battle between the two is going on. It appears that I will be the one to make the first move. After a while of trying, Kuroto realized that in the face of experienced Sandaime Kazekage, Kuroto is the one slowly losing, so he changed his tactics and chose to make the first move. Magnet release, iron sand, black iron wings. His cloak unfolded and took the shape of iron sand wings. Instantly, Kuroto rose into the air and fired countless iron sand feathers towards Sandaime Kazekage puppet. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. Sandaime Kazekage printed the hand seals and instantly controlled the iron sand around him, forming hundreds of iron sand bullets. The iron sand wings and iron sand drizzle were fired toward the enemy at the same time and countered each other. Kuroto did not waste this opportunity. Instantly, a large part of iron sand covering him appeared out of the cloak and took the form of several small iron balls with a sharp end. Then, under Kuroto's further control, these iron balls with a sharp end started to revolve over his head at an extremely high speed, and this speed continued to increase, faster and faster and faster, gradually forming a chakram of visible current around it. Magnet release, electromagnetic chakram. Instantly, under Kuroto's control, the revolving chakram rushed towards Sandaime Kazekage. That's dangerous, can't let it hit me. Upon realizing how dangerous this attack is, Sandaime Kazekage dared not show any carelessness and instantly controlled almost all the iron sand he had access to create a sand shield in order to block the incoming chakram. However, contrary to what he had expected, when the chakram met the iron sand shield, there was no sound of impact, nor was there any struggle for dominance. Because of the current produced by the electromagnetic induction due to the acceleration of particles forming the chakram, the electromagnetic field of the iron sand shield created by Sandaime Kazekage collapsed. Scatter, scatter, scatter. The very next instant, iron sand shield collapsed, the iron sand scattered and the spinning chakram continued towards the Kazekage puppet. Heh! Kuroto smirked and immediately stopped the chakram just when it was an instant away from cutting the Kazekage puppet into two halves. He was satisfied with the result, and there is no need to destroy the puppet. The purpose of using this attack was to test whether this attack could exploit the weakness of magnet release. That's the weakness of magnet release. In the face of lightning release, the electromagnetic field keeping the hold of the magnetic force collapses. As a result, the metallic sand scatters. Kuroto of course knows that this weakness of magnet release can also be exploited by others against him. Therefore, he worked on methods to negate that effect. Induction of current by the use of the high-speed rotation of charged iron sand particles is the best way to counter it. As long Kuroto continues to supply chakra, the acceleration of charged iron sand particles will not stop. As a result, it will continue to produce currents through electromagnetic induction, which will negate lightning release attacks to a certain extent. Chapter 465. After spending more than 2 months out of the village, Kuroto returned back to the village. In the past 2 months, Kuroto learned Sannin mode, created and trained Wind Nature clone to some extent, trained both Gaara and Karen, and also did a few other things. And after he was done, Kuroto returned back. Of course, before returning, Kuroto did not forget to check up on the status of the 2 new clones he has set up in the incubation capsules 2 weeks ago. These 2 new clones are made up of Sandaime Kazekage's cells. As per Kuroto's initial plans, the puppet body of Sandaime Kazekage is to be discarded and an all-new enhanced body is to take that place so that the strength of Amatsukami can be increased. Since the creation of these two clones had nothing to do with the fusion of cells or anything tedious, so the initial process was very easy, and after the cloning bud was created, the clone was set up in the incubation capsules to be grown. As per Kuroto's estimation, this clone will be ready for Sandaime Kazekage to take over in about 2 to 3 more weeks. The reason for such a long time is to maintain a high quality of the clone. After completing most of the things that Kuroto had to do at Anchor Vantian, Kuroto returned back to the village. After returning, the first thing he did was to meet up with his shadow clone that has been acting as his replacement in the village for the past 2 months. As for people wondering why the clone did not dispel itself or disappear even after the real Kuroto used Tenseigan's soul descent to repeatedly transfer his soul from one body to another? For this, Kuroto will have to be grateful to Toyama Hime, Ryumyaku. She made sure to keep a constant supply of chakra to the clone to ensure that the clone does not disappear. In fact, she also made sure to continuously heal it if injured, to again ensure that it does not disappear into a poof, as that would have been very problematic and very difficult to explain for Kuroto. And now that Kuroto returned to the village, he dispelled the shadow clone who has been performing the Umbu missions as the captain of Team Ro. The moment the shadow clone disappeared, 2 months' worth of memories instantly flooded Kuroto's mind, causing him to feel a bit overwhelmed as he realized just how many things have happened in the past 2 months. After recovering from the migraine caused by the sudden influx of memories, Kuroto slowly started to sort out the memories one by one to get a general idea of everything that the shadow clone went through. In the past 2 months, after Konoha's alliance with the surrounding nations was concluded, everything on the surface became extraordinarily calm and peaceful, giving great relief to the villagers exposed to the light, but those working in the shadows, i.e., the Umbu in specific, were more than clear about the wind and waves that have started to blow, and clearly showing signs of a storm that is soon about to hit this shinobi world. Kuroto was also surprised upon learning how busy his shadow clone was these days. Basically, the shadow clone had no free time. In his absence, the shadow clone continued performing missions assigned to him by Sandaime-sama, some with the Team Ro, some with only one other member, and a few even solo missions that were very secretive. Each mission was classified as Rank S, and few even surpassed Rank S, for which Team Ro would team up with another Umbu teams to ensure that the mission is completed without a hitch. Kuroto doesn't understand why exactly, but for some reason, the 3 members of Team Ro, except for Itachi, suddenly became adamant in training to get stronger. And since Kuroto is their captain who is much stronger than all the 4 combined, so obviously they started pestering him to train them. Therefore, Kuroto's shadow clone had no choice but to also make some time in his schedule in order to train Kurenai, Heiate, and Hyuga. And since the 3 of them were training, so Itachi, being a member of Team Ro, also trained. Thus, Kuroto's shadow clone was no different from Kuroto, too busy to be able to relax. Ads by PubFuture. Another thing that surprised Kuroto was the information he concluded based on all the missions his shadow clone completed. While sitting cross-legged in his room, Kuroto muttered, "What is Sandaime-sama's source of information? All the signs indicate that Sandaime-sama has been planning something in secret. It stands to reason that Akatsuki has not made any move for so long, so the village's vigilance should gradually relax." However, not only the vigilance and security wasn't relaxed, in fact, it was gradually strengthened. This unreasonable behavior, coupled with all sorts of infiltration and assassination tasks that Team Ro has been performing, undoubtedly shows that Sandaime-sama is very sure about something. And more than likely that something is related to Akatsuki's revenge on Konoha that should be getting closer and closer. But why is Sandaime-sama so sure? Kuroto can't help but doubt this. All the knowledgeable people understand that Akatsuki would undoubtedly seek revenge on Konoha, but given the fact that so many months have passed and yet there was no sign, so obviously many thoughts have started to emerge. One of them is about the possibility of Nagato's death, yet Sandaime-sama dare not relax the vigilance. Why exactly? Is he aware of something? I am not. But if that's the case, what exactly, and how exactly, muttered Kuroto as the frown on his face deepened. Since the summit war at Amigakure, Kuroto has completely lost contact with Uchiha Shinichi, and as time passed by, Kuroto has become more and more worried about Shinichi's safety. There are only two possibilities: either Shinichi's identity has been exposed and he has already been killed by the Akatsuki organization, or Shinichi has been put under 24-hour surveillance, so he is unable to deliver any message. Of course, Kuroto hopes that it is the latter option, not because he is worried about Shinichi's life, but he is worried about the intelligence that Shinichi has. Shinichi has also seen Kuroto's Tenseigan chakra mode, so he knows the true identity of Yama. If his identity as a spy is exposed, then it is very likely that all his memories have been extracted by Nagato, which would mean that Nagato also knows about Kuroto, and this is something Kuroto does not want. Therefore, Kuroto hopes that it is the latter, and if it is the latter, then that would mean Akatsuki has changed its policies. They no longer allow loose management of the members of the organization, and now strictly monitor all their movements. And since there has been no sighting of any member of the Akatsuki, other than the time Obito sneaked inside Konoha in order to take back his left eye, so it can only mean one thing: all of them have gathered in one place. Are they really planning on something big? This strange calmness in the shinobi world has made Kuroto think of this possibility. Otherwise, why would all the members of Akatsuki gather in one place? The members of Akatsuki are nukenin from multiple villages. They have to not only guard against various enemies, they have to be cautious against each other too, but given the fact that all of them are more than likely to have gathered in one place, so it can only mean that the Akatsuki organization is planning something big. After reaching this conclusion, Kuroto left his house and walked in the direction of the Uchiha clan. On his way, Kuroto thought about many things, and after considering these various things, there was only one conclusion in his mind: although I am not sure how he is doing it, Sandaime-sama must know something about Akatsuki's latest plan. Since the failure of the joint raid at Amigate Cure, Sandaime has become more and more secretive. Even the well-informed and trusted Umbu members loyal to him are not aware of most of the things. No one is able to figure out what exactly he is doing. Even Kuroto is unable to. If it wasn't for the fact that Kuroto was a member of Umbu Team 11 and had a close friendship with Kakashi, else he wouldn't have gotten any information about the attack on Kakashi. At the same time, if not for the fact that Pakura and Yagura are his subordinates, Kuroto wouldn't have gotten any wind about the upcoming Gage Summit that is going to be held in secrecy in Konoha. Sandaime suppressed the news of the attack on Kakashi, renounced Shimura Danzo's control over Root's subunit. Then, coupled with all these assassination missions Team Ro is performing to stabilize peace in the Land of Fire, all signs indicate that Sandaime-sama is trying to show or maybe confuse others and making them think that Konoha is safe. At the same time, we secretly contacted the Kage of the other 4 great shinobi villages to hold a secret Gage Summit in Konoha, meaning he wants the other 4 Kages to be in Konoha, covering signs of all enemies' activities in the village and the country. While summoning the other 4 Kages in the village, it is as if Sandaime-sama knows when and what is going to happen in the village, and deliberately summoned the 4 Kage to help Konoha, muttered Kuroto in a shocked tone, and even he was taken aback by this absurd guess of his. But if this absurd guess of his is correct, then Sandaime is not only secretly weaving a trap against Akatsuki organization but is also using the other 4 Kage in this trap. He may have gotten old and weak with time, but there is no change in his savvy character. In the name of Gage Summit, he intends to use the other 4 Kage to protect Konoha, muttered Kuroto in an admirable tone. Then he no longer cared about it, and proceeded towards the Uchiha clan. Sooner or later, his questions will be answered anyway. Pakura and Yagura will give him information. It didn't take long for Kuroto to come to arrive at the back forest of the Uchiha clan, and he saw Shisui and Itachi training. Noticing Kuroto's arrival, the 2 Uchiha teenagers who were busy in high-intensity combat stopped tacitly and quickly greeted him. Kuroto returned the greeting, then asked Shisui, "How is your physical condition, Shisui?" Shisui said with a genuine smile, "My body has completely adapted. There is an additional increase in my physical strength, and my chakra volume has almost quadrupled since the day of transplantation." "That's good." Kuroto nodded. He wasn't much surprised, as these were expected results. After the recovery and training of more than 2 months, it is natural that Shisui's body adapts to the Hashirama cells. In fact, aside from his physical strength and chakra reserves, his visual prowess has also increased quite a lot. As for the 4 times increase in his chakra, Kuroto feels that Shusui's chakra should increase more as days pass by. After all, Hashirama cells are no joke, and given the fact that currently, Shisui is not even an adult, so his chakra reserves are bound to grow. After understanding this, Kuroto asked Shisui again, "And have you noticed any negative effects?" Shisui thought a little, then shook his head, "None so far." "Alright, that's good, and are there any white face marks on your body?" Kuroto asked again. This was very important. If Hashirama's face were to appear on Shisui's body, then it could cause problems. Shisui looked at Kuroto with a weird expression, and asked doubtfully, "No, was a face supposed to appear on my body?" Receiving Shisui's reply, Kuroto had a thoughtful look on his face, then said, "If it hasn't appeared then that's good, in any case, we can replace those eyes." Shisui nodded quickly, "Alright." In order to make sure that Hashirama cells do not take over Shisui's body during the adaptation period, Kuroto did not replace the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan with Shisui's Manjikyu Sharingan. And now that his body has perfectly adapted, so there is no need for Shisui to not have his eyes back. The operation site is still the secret laboratory in the Forest of Death. Because it was a simple eye replacement operation, so it only took a minute for Kuroto to skillfully remove the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan out of Shisui's eye sockets, and then he replaced them with Shisui's original eyes. After completing the eye replacement, "How do you feel?" asked Kuroto, all while observing Shisui's vital signs. After a long silence, Shisui removed his hands from his eyes, and said, "I feel the same as I did earlier." Kuroto nodded, then asked, "And what about your vision?" "I am not sure yet, the eye has just been replaced, maybe it will take some time when my vision is restored," answered Shisui with a doubtful tone. Kuroto nodded, "It will take about 2 to 3 days for your eyes to restore their normal vision, and then be enhanced further. At the same time, your visual prowess will also increase significantly." Shisui nodded, then got off the operation table, bowed towards Kuroto, and said sincerely, "Kuroto-san, thank you for everything that you have done for me. If not for your help, I would have been blind with probably no solution at hand." Kuroto waved his hand, and said, "Don't worry about it. You are a member of the organization, so obviously, there are some special benefits. And I am just doing what's important for the village and the organization, nothing more." Shisui said again, "Even so, I am grateful." Kuroto smiled and didn't say anything more. He just proceeded to take a sample of Shisui's cells in order to study the changes in Shisui's cell and DNA structure. In this transplantation operation of Shisui, Kuroto also gained a lot of things. In addition to the obvious increase in the visual prowess of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan under the nurturing of the Hashirama cells, Kuroto also gained experience of transplanting Hashirama cells in a living person's body. This experience is very useful, and will definitely come in handy in the future while Kuroto plays around with the Hashirama cells, especially when he creates the Yang Nature clone. Therefore, it is Kuroto who should be grateful to Shisui for willingly allowing Kuroto to experiment on his body, not the other way around. But even if Shisui had known Kuroto's thoughts, he would have been grateful towards Kuroto either way. Chapter 466. After the transplantation operation was completed, Kuroto discussed his guess with Shisui and Itachi. Upon listening to Kuroto's guess, Itachi asked doubtfully, "If Kuroto-san's guess is correct, it means that Hokage-sama not only knows about Akatsuki's plans, but he also has a rough understanding of the time Akatsuki will attack. Such a piece of secret information, how can Hokage-sama know about it?" Shisui also said, "Did Hokage-sama also planted a spy in the Akatsuki organization?" The reason for using the word also has only one meaning, that being the identity of Uchiha Shinichi. Shisui by now is more than certain that Uchiha Shinichi is a spy Kuroto-san has planted within the Akatsuki organization. After all those pieces of intelligence that Kuroto-san knows have to come from somewhere, right? And Shinichi once gave them information about Shino and Anchor Vantien, although Uchiha Tsukihime never explicitly stated that Shinichi is a spy and that was only a one-time thing. Shisui had some other thoughts. Then there's also the fact that Shinichi did not cause too much damage to the Tri-Alliance at the Summit War, and coupled with few other theories, Shisui is certain that Shinichi is a spy. After all, Kuroto never talked about Shinichi as a threat. This could only mean that Uchiha Shinichi is a spy, otherwise, how else did he survive against Kuroto-san back when he defected? Kuroto did not point out Shusui's also, and Itachi did not comment on it either. The two of them consciously ignored it. Then Kuroto said, unlikely, Akatsuki had suffered a serious loss not long ago. Their base Amagakure was completely destroyed, and their leader Nagato almost died. Now they would definitely be very careful, so infiltrating into Akatsuki as a spy would be very difficult in my opinion, much less be aware of their plan of action. Even Shinichi, who has already become a trusty member of the Akatsuki, does not have the opportunity to pass back any piece of information, so how can Sandai manage to make his spy not only infiltrate the Akatsuki organization but also pass back the intelligence in such a sensitive period? After pondering a little, Itachi said, which means Hokage-sama must have some external means to get intelligence on Akatsuki's movements. Kuroto nodded slightly. I suspect the same. Most likely, there is some other organization that is collaborating with the Akatsuki, and Sandai-sama has either managed to make someone infiltrate that another organization, or he has managed to sway some of the members of the second organization to side with him, and this spy, or this someone, is the source of intelligence. The second organization can be any other shinobi village, or some other organization, or perhaps some individuals. Kuroto isn't sure as to who exactly are they, but this possibility is the most reasonable. Shursui asked, if that's the case, what should we do? If Akatsuki were to attack Konoha, it would cause serious losses to the village. Kuroto nodded, took out the training plan Itachi sent him about 2 months ago, and said, I am giving the two of you a new mission. Visit all these places marked on the attached map and search them thoroughly. Shursui took the pages that Kuroto handed to him, and was taken aback. He obviously knew what these pages are. These pages are part of the training plan Itachi created to improve his strength as per Kuroto's instructions. But what's strange is that everything related to actually improving strength, including taijutsu, shurikenjutsu, jinjutsu, dojutsu etc., has been crossed out, leaving only the part that recorded the locations of places that had some connection with the Uchiha clan at some point in time before the establishment of Konoha. Itachi also looked, and was surprised. Kuroto-san, are you serious about this? Kuroto nodded, and explained, while researching about my own Kusanagi sword, I happened to learn about 2 artifacts that once existed in the shinobi world. One of the 2 artifacts is called Sword of Tatsuka, a variant of the Kusanagi sword that is capable of sealing the targets it pierces through inside a Jinjutsu-like world of drunken dreams for all eternity. I used various means to search it, but couldn't really find it, but there was a clue I managed to obtain, and it pointed towards the Uchiha clan. So, if my guess is correct, then this sword is very likely to be hidden somewhere in the Uchiha clan. And perhaps only an Uchiha can find this sword. Itachi was stunned and remembered various past instances in a flash. No wonder you mentioned this sword of Tatsuka and Yada mirror several times to me. I did some personal research on these 2 artifacts, but there wasn't much I could find about them. Kuroto nodded and said, if we want to deal with the masked Uchiha who now has access to Kamui in both eyes, then we would definitely need this sword. And the 2 of you are the only ones who can find this sword. It doesn't really matter which of the 2 of you find, but one of you must find this sword. It is very, very important, at least I think it is. Shursui said with a worried tone, but what about the village? For now, Sword of Tatsuka might be our only method to deal with the masked Uchiha. I am not sure if anything else is going to work. After all, Tsukihei has already once killed him, but he did not die because he used his Anaji, and there is no telling how many times he can keep using his Anaji, as we don't know how many disposables 3 Tomo Sharingan he has. Resolving the threat of this masked Uchiha would at least put us in a better situation. So, don't worry about the safety of the village. Hokage-sama has his own plans, and he would do his all to protect the village. Rather than wasting time and effort on weakening the enemy, Kuroto prefers to focus on improving himself. As long as he is strong enough, no one would be a threat. Because Kuroto has both direction and plan, so as long as he is given enough time, Kuroto has confidence in reaching the top of the shinobi world. Once he reaches the top, no one can threaten him, and he calmly deals with everything with just a few flicks of his fingers. So, aside from their enmity, Akatsuki and Amatsukami are also in a race. A race to ascend. Whether Project Godhood is completed earlier, or Project Tsuki no Mi is completed earlier will determine everything. Whether Kuroto achieves Kekimimaro earlier, or Nagato/Obito/Madara becomes the Jinchuriki of Jubi earlier will determine everything. If Kuroto achieves Kekimimaro earlier, then all the problems this shinobi world is facing will not be problems anymore, but if Akatsuki were to revive Jubi earlier and any one of Nagato/Obito/Madara becomes the Jinchuriki of Jubi first, then Kaguya would come back to life, and Kuroto would have no choice but to face Kaguya, and obviously, Kuroto would die in that situation, because he would be no different from a slightly stronger cannon fodder as the current Kuroto is far from reaching the level Sasuke and Naruto after they received Rakuto Sennin's chakra. Therefore, other than preventing the revival of Jubi, Kuroto doesn't care about what actions Akatsuki is taking, and he is not very interested in wasting his energy on every action that Akatsuki takes. While Shisui and Itachi were thinking a few things, a ninja crow flew in and landed on Kuroto's shoulder. Taking out the letter from the crow's stomach, Kuroto opened it, and after taking a look, he immediately said to both Itachi and Shisui, "Pakura seems to have already arrived in the village." Already? Itachi and Shisui were surprised. Kuroto was no less surprised than Itachi and Shisui, and said, "It can only mean that the threat of Akatsuki is reaching closer. And since Pakura has already arrived in Konoha, it also means that Sandaime-sama's plan is proceeding smoothly. The two of you need not worry about it and focus your attention on finding Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror." Itachi nodded and Shisui nodded with a serious expression. "Leave it to us, Kuroto-san." Kuroto nodded, then the three separated. Itachi and Shisui left towards the Uchiha clan in order to prepare for the mission, while Kuroto returned back to his home. Of course, he did not forget to instruct the two of them to leave behind Shadow/Crow clones, because, given the state of emergency, they wouldn't be allowed to leave, especially Shisui. His combat power is indispensable for whatever Sandaime-sama is planning, that is why he wouldn't be allowed to leave, no matter how important mission. This is the reason why Shisui has been staying in the village for so long and has not performed any Umbu mission. His presence alone is very important for the village's safety. So, if the two want to leave for finding the two artifacts, then obviously they will have to leave behind Shadow/Crow clones so that they act as the replacements. After arriving at his home, Kuroto took out the storage scroll that he prepared 2 months ago. The objective is very clear. Kuroto plans to sell this scroll to Shimura Danzo for a good price. Given his current economic situation, Kuroto is in some serious need of funds. After all, the creation of Wind Nature clone, along with the Kazekage clone that is being cultivated, has again consumed a lot of his funds, so by selling this scroll to Shimura Danzo, Kuroto is shooting 2 birds with 1 stone. After preparing the disguise, and leaving a shadow clone again in the village, Kuroto quietly sneaked out of Konoha. In a mountainous forest outside Konoha, a figure can be seen walking step by step through the forest. The figure is dressed in a midnight black cloak with a complex golden pattern made of gold thread, the symbol of wind chakra nature on the chest, and 5 chakra natures at the back surrounding the yin-yang symbol, along with a wind pattern mask to cover the face. He is slowly walking towards a hidden cave in the distance. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, 2 figures dressed in Konoha Umbu disguise appeared in front and behind the figure, and immediately launched an attack on him from both front and back. At the same time, a third Umbu sitting on top of a tree at a distance away was ready to throw shuriken and kill him should the figure jump upwards. However, before the 2 Tonto could reach closer to the figure, both the blades stopped midway, and not just the blades, even the bodies of 2 Umbu stopped as they were entangled by iron sand that completely imprisoned the 2 Umbu. The figure did not care about the attack from the 2 Umbu. He turned in the direction of the third Umbu, who has changed his tactics and was about to fire a lightning jutsu at him, but stopped midway upon listening to the words of the figure. "Tell Shimura Danzo that Amatsukami wishes to make a deal with him." Chapter 467. Are you a member of Amatsukami? The third Umbu exclaimed in shock upon the other party's mention of Shimura Danzo and Amatsukami. The two Umbu who were imprisoned by iron sand were also flabbergasted now, and because the iron sand covering them was squeezing them tighter and tighter, so they were already breathless. Indeed, this one is a member of the famed Amatsukami, nodded the figure. Disguised as Fujin, it is undeniably Hyuga Kuroto controlling the Wind Nature Clone. The reason he came here is obviously to make a deal with Shimura Danzo, at the same time spend some time in Wind Nature clone of his. The third Umbu who was sitting on the tree was about to say something, but before he could, one of the Umbu Fujin had captured spoke. What does a member of Amatsukami want from Konoha? I must alert Danzo-sama that someone of Amatsukami is here before this man makes any other move, thought the third Umbu as he started to print hand seals. But before he could continue, iron sand appeared out of the ground and covered him too. At this time, Fujin tilted his head to the side, then said, "Did this one not mention it before? This one is here as a representative of Amatsukami to make a deal with Shimura Danzo." The third Umbu, who was also entangled by Fujin and was now brought close to him, immediately asked, "What kind of a deal? I wonder if this one should talk about the deal with a subordinate," muttered Fujin as he walked forward and removed the mask of the third Umbu, and looking at the face under the mask, he said, It turns out you are not a shinobi-kun but a kunoichi-chan, and a beautiful one at that?" The one under the mask is a young kunoichi about 15 to 16 years of age. She has long sky-blue hair, a fair appearance, and blue pupilless eyes of the same color as her hair, although, when it comes to the chest part, she is as flat as a board, a pity. Although she couldn't the other party's eyes, her instincts told her that her chest was being looked down, and feeling this, the kunoichi gritted her teeth and roared, "I am still developing, you bastard." And instantly lightning appeared on her body which removed the iron sand covering her. The very next instant, she drew out her blade from behind and fiercely waved it towards Fujin. Fujin obviously dodged all her slashes with perfect ease, then locked her movements so she could no longer move, and said, Now, don't be so fierce, Bishojo-chan, although this one likes women who take the lead, this is neither the right time nor the right place. Currently, this one is only here to make a deal with Shimura Danzo, so go and inform him that a member of Amatsukami is here, Bishojo-chan." The kunoichi had a light blush upon hearing right time and right place, but she immediately recovered and snorted coldly, but knowing that she couldn't defeat the guy she stopped struggling, but said nonetheless, "He is not here." Fujin wasn't surprised, and said, "Really?" Then after a bit of thinking he said again, "Well, if Bishojo-chan doesn't want to tell him of this one's visit, then no matter, this one will personally go all the way and verify, it's not too troublesome anyway." And after speaking so he started walking towards the hidden cave. He obviously knew that the kunoichi was lying. The kunoichi's face stiffened. "Please wait a moment." Fujin smirked under his mask, and after turning around, he asked with a clueless tone, "Is there something Bishojo-chan wanted to say to this one?" I will go and inform him that someone from Amatsukami is here," said the kunoichi. Fujin nodded, "Then please hurry, Bishojo-chan, this one's schedule is very tight." The kunoichi didn't reply, but she disappeared and hurried in the direction of the hidden cave. Looking at her back from a distance, Fujin thought, this one wonders what's her story? From the look in her eyes, and from her actions, it doesn't seem that Bishojo-chan is very loyal to Shimura Danzo, yet she is willing to work for him. This one wonders what is Shimura Danzo offering Bishojo-chan in return? From a rough understanding from the short bout, Fujin determined that the strength of the kunoichi is about the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin, which is not too bad considering that she is only about 15 to 16 years old. Inside one of the rooms in the hidden cave, Orochimaru was leaning on the wall with his hands folded over his chest, and said in a sly tone, I wonder why you are still allowed to roam free. With the number of terrible things you have done, the old man should have already disposed of you, and yet, you roam free, even though your route has been disbanded, and yet, you have this much manpower in your hands. I wonder what is he thinking. The way Orochimaru spoke, he seems to be trying to intentionally provoke Shimura Danzo. Orochimaru, pay attention to what you speak in the presence of old man. Danzo slammed his crutch on the ground, and immediately a violent chakra burst out of his body, and several cracks spread on the floor. Feeling this violent chakra, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, and thought inwardly, it appears that my guess was correct. Shimura Danzo is around the same age as Sandaime, so his body should be going downhill, not to mention that Danzo's strength is inferior to Sandaime Hokage, so the fact that he, who should be old and weak, has such high chakra reserves prove that Orochimaru's guess is indeed correct. And he asked with a surprised tone, "So you succeeded, huh?" Shimura Danzo did not deny it, and nodded with a solemn expression. Although it was difficult, the old man was finally able to control Shodaime-sama's cells. The reason why Danzo did not hide is that he wants Orochimaru to know that he is not so weak as Orochimaru may think. This is necessary for their continued cooperation. "Sure enough," muttered Orochimaru as he looked at Danzo with a bit of respect. Orochimaru may as well be considered a crazy and mad man, but in fact, he is a very cautious person. The cautiousness has been ingrained in his bones. After all, the ultimate goal he pursues is immortality, and for that, he is unwilling to take risks that would result in his death, so any experiment that has a high mortality rate is dispensable for him. But despite his cautious nature, Orochimaru can't help but admire those who are willing to take extreme risks to change their destiny. Of course, admiration is only slight because most of the time these people are foolish and tend to overestimate themselves. Danzo observed the changes in Orochimaru. Then after a bit of silence, he said, "Orochimaru, you were part of the Akatsuki organization, and you are an old acquaintance of Hiriko. You must have the scroll of Chimera Jutsu in your hand. Trade it with the old man, as long as it's not too much. The old man is willing to satisfy your greed." Orochimaru licked his lips and was about to speak. Whoosh! But before Orochimaru could speak, a Root Umbu appeared next to Danzo and whispered words to Danzo. Danzo frowned upon hearing the words of the Root Umbu, and his expression changed suddenly by the time the Root Umbu was finished. After a while of thinking, he questioned, "Are you certain?" Danzo was silent, then looked at Orochimaru from the corner of his eye, then instructed the Root Umbu, "All right, bring him in." "Yes, Danzo-sama." The Root Umbu nodded with a respectful tone and immediately disappeared from the room. With the Root Umbu gone, Orochimaru, who was standing on the side, asked, "Who is coming?" Danzo said with a playful tone, "Why don't you try guessing? Someone can make you temporarily suppress the desire for Chimera Jutsu. The identity of the other party must be extraordinary." After a pause, Orochimaru continued, but with a chilling smile, especially since Danzo looked at him before instructing the Root Umbu, "It wouldn't happen to be a member of Akatsuki organization, right?" Danzo shook his head. "No, if it was Akatsuki, then it would have been Danzo running towards the village, not inviting the other party to his base of operation." Orochimaru thought about it, and he too felt that it wouldn't be Akatsuki organization, so he asked again, "Then is it the Amatsukami?" "I wonder," muttered Danzo, then moved his gaze towards the entrance of the room. After a while of wait, a figure in very familiar clothing and a wind-patterned mask walked into the room under the escort of 3 Root Umbu. The previous Root Umbu was in the front, while 2 more were behind him. Orochimaru immediately cast his gazes and looked up and down at the figure of Fujin. Fujin also spotted the figure of Orochimaru in the room, and can't help but think inwardly in surprise, "Why is Orochimaru-sama here?" Shimura Danzo stood up, his one hand already on the seal of his right hand, and he asked, "Who are you?" Danzo's little movements were obviously noticed by Fujin with his Byakugan, but he did not care, and said, "Shimura-san may refer to this one as Fujin of the Amatsukami." "Fujin!" Danzo and Orochimaru both chewed out the name at the same time. By now everyone knows that each member of Amatsukami has a code, and this code is not only a name but also represents the member's main chakra nature. For example, Suijin of the water style with ice release Kekii Genkai, Homusubi of the fire style with an unknown golden fire type Kekii Genkai, and Sharingan. The person in front of 2 has the code name Fujin, so his main chakra nature has to be wind. So, he has to be the user of wind style who has already made several appearances in the shinobi world but never interacted with anyone. And if he is the same one, then the Kekkei Jinkai he uses is without a doubt magnet release. Danzo did not relax his vigilance, and said, "How do you prove that you are a member of Amitsukami and not an imposter?" Fujin chuckled. "Why don't Shimura-san ask his subordinates?" This one thinks that Shimura-san's subordinates would be willing to prove that this one is original, and not an imposter. Danzo frowned, and continued, "The old man must confirm himself." The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0/V3LB1N. If Shimura-san is so doubtful, then this one shall comply to his request. As soon as Fujin's words were finished, Iron Sand rushed out of the ground and tried to pull him under the ground. Danzo's figure immediately flashed away, and he barely avoided the iron sand, then had a thoughtful look on his face. He is using magnet release. Maybe he really is a member of Amitsukami, but when did he transfer his iron sand under the ground? I didn't even notice. He is certainly strong, as the rumors suggest, but how strong exactly? I have no method of knowing this without a fight. Should I capture him, it would certainly be beneficial for Konoha, but there's no guarantee if I will be able to do so without revealing all my cards. Or should I send a signal to Hiruzen? No, if it is revealed that I am working with Orochimaru, then it would be more troublesome. Moreover, other members of Amitsukami can also be present in the surroundings, and if a fight breaks out here, who knows what will Orochimaru do? Well, given the fact that he is here to talk about something, I suppose I can talk. I can also think about what to do with him in the meantime. Thinking so, Danzo said, "So, why is Amitsukami looking for the old man?" Fujin said, "This one is here as a representative of Amitsukami to make a deal with Shimura-san." "A deal? What kind of deal?" asked Danzo with a frown. With so little information on Amitsukami, he isn't even sure what would interest Amitsukami. Fujin nodded, and explained, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha, with his policies has disappointed Amitsukami. He neither has strength, nor the courage to be the leader of the strongest shinobi village. For the future of this shinobi world, Konoha needs a new Hokage, someone courageous enough to stand against the wind, and Amitsukami has chosen Shimura-san for this purpose." Orochimaru's expression changed. He certainly agreed on the part that Konoha needs a new Hokage for a better and more glorious future, but why does Amitsukami care about Konoha's future? And what kind of deal are they talking about? Danzo had the same thought, except for a few extra ones, but calming his emotions, he asked again, "And should the old man believe a mercenary organization?" After all, his doubts are reasonable. Danzo can guess that Amitsukami probably wants to have some cooperation with Konoha. Their leader had talked about it with Hiruzen at Amigakure, but Hiruzen did not respond immediately. So perhaps Amitsukami is disappointed with Hiruzen? But what's the guarantee that Amitsukami is not trying to take advantage of him? Fujin knew Danzo wouldn't trust him, but that's the intention. Fujin wants Danzo to focus on another thought of Hokage, cooperation, and disappointment, while Fujin himself will complete his main objective. With a smirk under his mask, Fujin said, "It certainly is not an easy task to trust us, which is why this one mentioned a deal. This one has learned through the grapevine that Shimura-san seems to have an interest in the Chimera Jutsu created by Perfect Hiriko of the 5 style, Hiriko's alias. And this one has Chimera Jutsu with him, so if Shimura-san can afford it, this one is willing to sell Chimera Jutsu and a Chimera Bud to Shimura-san as a mark of sincerity." Danzo's expression changed. How does Amitsukami have Chimera Jutsu? Danzo had just proposed a deal to Orochimaru about Chimera Jutsu, and suddenly a member of Amitsukami came out of nowhere to his door for some reason with the exactly same jutsu. Obviously, this is going to make Danzo vigilant. And what did he mean by grapevine? I can be certain that very few know about my desire for Chimera Jutsu, so how does he know? Fujin said without hiding, "Some time ago this one killed Shino, who used to be a member of Amitsukami, and back then this one obtained Chimera Jutsu." Orochimaru immediately thought, so it really was Amitsukami who killed Shino. It must mean that Amitsukami has also acquired Anchor Vantien. Very few people knew about that floating fortress, and Orochimaru obviously did. While Danzo had a different thought, so, they acquired from Shino. It must at least be genuine. And after a while of consideration, he asked, And what does Amatsukami want in exchange for the scroll of Chimera Jutsu? Fujin thought a little, then said, how about 170 million ryo? Danzo suddenly frowned, so cheap? Hearing Fujin's price, Danzo subconsciously began to have second thoughts. He began to wonder if the Chimera Jutsu in the hands of Amatsukami is even real or not. Chapter 468. Cheap huh? Looking at Danzo's doubtful face, Fujin suddenly felt that his and Shimura Danzo's concept of money seemed to be on a completely different channel. 170 million ryo may not be a very huge amount, but it's not cheap either. After a secret cry inside, Fujin immediately cursed, damn it, what is up with this geezer's concept of money? Does he have a personal bank or something? Fujin obviously has a reason to be angry at Danzo. After all, the price of 170 million for the Chimera Jutsu was spoken after long and careful consideration. It must not be forgotten that even Tsunade Hime only asked Kuroto to pay 85 million ryo debt in exchange to take Yui as her disciple. In other words, the huge sum of 85 million is almost equivalent to being a Sannin's disciple, which brings a lot of benefits, a whole lot of benefits. From learning all sorts of ninjutsu to the special social status of a Sannin's disciple. If calculated in reference to the bounty of Sarutobi Asuma, one of the elite jonin of Konoha, a former member of the Guardian 12 Shinobi, and the next heir to the position of the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan was only 35 million ryo in the canon. Even Shusui's current bounty is only 50 million ryo, and that is when his strength has already surpassed the level of a Kage. Not to mention that even the bounty on the head of Hyuga Patriarch is only 100 million, which is equivalent to getting one's hands on the Byakugan and its secrets. Therefore, 170 million ryo, which is double what Tsunade Hime asked, 70 million ryo more than the bounty on the head of Hyuga Patriarch, can be considered a good sum of money for just a scroll of Chimera Jutsu. In fact, Fujin was even thinking that his price is a bit unreasonable and Shimura Danzo might not agree to it, but the opposite party is saying, cheap? So, obviously, Fujin can't help but be surprised. Bang! At this time, Danzo banged his crutch on the ground, and said in a deep voice, as long as the scroll of Chimera Jutsu in your hand is genuine, money is not a problem for the old man. Had it not been for maintaining the majesty and mystery of Amatsukami, Fujin really wanted to change the price to 1 billion ryo on the spot and make a new offer. But the price has already been said. At this time, if Fujin were to change his words, Danzo would definitely look down on Amatsukami. So, Fujin suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a smile, if Shimura-san feels doubtful, he can take a look at the scroll of Chimera Jutsu first and then pay the price. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0 Vel B J N. After that, Fujin took out the pre-prepared storage scroll from the inside of his cloak and threw it towards Shimura Danzo. He isn't really worried that Shimura Danzo would dare to betray by not paying the price. After all, 170 million ryo is cheap for the other party, so obviously for just a small sum of money he wouldn't want enmity of Amatsukami, right? Because the consequences of enmity from both Akatsuki and Amatsukami can be too terrible. Before the scroll could reach Shimura Danzo, one of the Umbu standing on the side appeared in between and caught the scroll. After checking the scroll completely and making sure that it wasn't rigged with any booby trap, he respectfully passed it to Shimura Danzo. Worried that it would be a trap? Don't worry, Shimura Danzi, you are useful to this one, so obviously this one wouldn't kill you so early. Thought Fujin as he watched Danzo taking the scroll from the hands of the rude Umbu. As soon as the scroll of Chimera Jutsu appeared in the hands of Shimura Danzo, a rare expression of excitement appeared on his face. With the crutch still in his hands, he unfolded the scroll and checked the contents sealed inside it. Shimura Danzo seems to have really desired Chimera Jutsu much more than this one expected, thought Fujin as he looked at the rare look of excitement on the face of Shimura Danzo, and Fujin really felt that maybe he should have asked for a higher price. In Fujin's view, Chimera Jutsu does have the ability to swallow Kekkai Jinkai, but it is not without its hidden dangers that decrease the success rate. Shimura Danzo may not be a researcher unlike Orochimaru and Fujin. He has been immersed in the field of forbidden arts for a very long time, therefore, in Fujin's understanding he should be able to see some risks of Chimera Jutsu. However, it turns out that Fujin has underestimated Danzo's greed for Chimera Jutsu, or to be more precise, Danzo's ambitions, but it's not a bad thing for Fujin's plan. Good, the more ambitious you are, the easier it would be for this one to control you. On the other side, after taking a closer look at the contents of the scroll of Chimera Jutsu and then at the Chimera Bud, Shimura Danzo suppressed the joy in his head and looked at the person standing not far away, Orochimaru, see if this scroll is genuine. Orochimaru, who has been observing everything silently with a curious look, took the scroll from Shimura Danzo's hands and took a closer look. He soon found out that the contents of this scroll are much more detailed and more in-depth than the scroll he had obtained from Shino back then. Obviously, Hyuga Kuroto made many improvements in this scroll as per his understanding and research of the Chimera Jutsu, so when Orochimaru read it, he became quite interested and paid more attention. After a while of silence, he folded back the scroll and nodded, well, it's genuine, in fact, it's quite advanced than the one I have. After getting the affirmative reply from Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo's excitement increased. He ignored the majesty that an elder of Konoha should have, and picked up the Chimera Bud as if it is a priceless treasure. Fujin, who had his Byakugan activated the entire time, looked at Shimura Danzo. There was something he was curious about, and he wanted to verify it. In his Byakugan vision, he was able to clearly see that there are two chakra sources inside Danzo's body that are constantly fighting for domination. Expected, thought Fujin as he looked at the two different types of chakra signatures in Danzo's body. Danzo's current body is half fire and half ice, and both fire and ice have reached a weak balance, which makes him very lucky to survive. Fujin had known about Danzo's Sharingan and Hashirama cells transplantation for quite a few years now. At that time Kuroto hadn't researched Hashirama cells and Sharingan enough, so he wasn't aware that taming Hashirama cells and Sharingan is not so easy as it seems, and it takes years to perfectly tame them unless transplantation is at the genetic level, which is the case in Shisui. Shimura Danzo's case is obviously very different from Shisui's. His transplantation is not genetic, and because he is not an Uchiha, so even though he may have managed to take control of Hashirama cells, the Yin chakra of Uchiha and the Yang chakra of Senju are not yet combined into one and are raging for dominance. If he were to face a dangerous battle and if either side is overdrawn, then this weak balance will be disrupted and his own body will be swallowed by the other side. Thinking of this, Fujin decided to remind Shimura Danzo, do not underestimate Chimera Jutsu Shimura-san, its ability to swallow flesh and blood is beyond imagination. Amatsukami has conducted its own research on this forbidden jutsu, and we have determined that it is very difficult to control and the survival/success rate is very low. If you wish to become a perfect shinobi similar to Hirako, then you must be fully prepared when you use it. Shimura Danzo did not expect Fujin to give him such a warning when he clearly didn't have to, and he looked at Fujin in a completely new light. Orochimaru also squinted and cast his gaze on Fujin, then thought, Amatsukami is being such kind towards Danzo, do they really want Danzo to take the position of Hokage? What Fujin had said is indeed the truth. Of course, it is not that he is being kind towards Danzo or care about him, it's just that Danzo is a test subject, and if he really wants to use all of Danzo's worth, then he has to give Danzo this warning. After all, Fujin wouldn't want to see the scene where Danzo just transplanted the Chimera Bud and died inexplicably, right? But what Fujin didn't expect was that Danzo actually took his warning to heart. He waved his hand and said with a warm smile, it's merely a Chimera Bud, worry not Fujindano, the old man will make them surrender. Fujin was stunned by the respectful tone of Danzo. What suddenly happened to him? Why is he being so respectful towards this one? While Fujin was still recovering from the shock, Danzo turned towards the root Umbu standing on the side and said to him, go and prepare the sum. The root Umbu hurriedly nodded and quickly left the room. After about 2 minutes, he appeared back in the room with 3 bags and walked towards Fujin. When 2 steps away, he opened the 3 bags to show that the bags were indeed filled with Ryo bills. At this time, Danzo said, this is 170 million Ryo, the price of the scroll of the Chimera Jutsu. The old man has also written down the favor of Fujindano and Amatsukami. The old man will certainly repay the favor. Chapter 469. After sealing the 3 bags containing 170 million ryo inside a storage scroll, Fujin soon left the root base. Fujin did not intend to stay at the new secret base of Root for very long, nor does he intend to immediately help Danzo for his purpose, as that would make others suspicious of Amatsukumi's true purpose. The geezer thinks that Amatsukumi just sold it to him. Let him think this. All the pieces will be laid out slowly and steadily. Not long after he had reached a few miles away from the Root base, Fujin suddenly stopped, turned around, and said to seemingly no one, "This one is wondering as to how long are you going to follow." This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site. As soon as Fujin's words fell, a figure walked out from behind a tree not far away, and said with a sly tone, as one would expect from a member of Amatsukumi, very sharp. Fujin knew that nothing Orochimaru does would be good, but he has to play his character, so he asked, "Orochi-san, is there something you need from this one?" Orochimaru leaned against the tree and after folding his arms over his chest, he asked, "I am just curious is all, why does Amatsukumi choose Shimura Danzo? I don't think it's just about him becoming the Hokage, that's obviously a ruse, isn't it? So, I want to know what you people want to use him for." Fujin was surprised by Orochimaru's question and said with a smile, "And here this one thought that Orochi-san doesn't care about Konoha anymore." Orochimaru said with a smile, "As I mentioned earlier, it's a little curiosity." "Oh, is that so? Since Orochi-san is so interested, then this one will obviously satiate his curiosity." After a pause, Fujin said again, "But it won't be so easy. If Orochi-san can win against this one in a fight, then this one will answer all of Orochi-san's question." To be honest, Hyuga Kuroto really wants to use this Fujin clone to fight against a master like Orochimaru in order to test the true limits of the strength of this clone in actual combat. After all, no matter how good Kazekage Puppet is until his clone body is completed and he gets used to it, the strength he can display in a battle is quite limited, so even Kuroto does not know how strong Fujin clone is actually. As Fujin said so, iron sand started to appear out of the cuff of his sleeve. Seeing that Fujin had plans to do something, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. He is indeed curious why did Amatsukumi suddenly come to Danzo, and why would an organization such as Amatsukumi support Shimura Danzo's ambition of becoming the Hokage, but when he thought that there are more important things has to take care of, so he immediately shook his head, and said, "Forget it, it is just a trivial curiosity, I have no intention to be hostile to Amatsukumi." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru instantly disappeared from his position with a body flicker. Fujin, who was preparing for a fight, squinted a few times because he was taken aback by the sudden action of Orochimaru, and muttered with a suspicious tone, "Huh, Orochi-san withdrew so easily?" Orochimaru has never been a guy who can be easily subdued. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he is one of the unruliest guys out there and his curiosity is simply insatiable, so Fujin was quite certain that Orochimaru would agree to a fight just for the sake of his curiosity. But this time he withdrew so quickly and without even putting any resistance, so Fujin felt that there is really something important Orochimaru is focusing his attention on. Any other option doesn't make sense. So, no longer caring about Orochimaru, Fujin soon left the forest. The evening of the next day. After performing his mission for today, Kuroto was sitting in his study, reading the scroll of Scorch Release. Knock knock knock. Suddenly there was a rapid knock on the main door. Kuroto quirked his eyebrow again. Lately, a lot of people have started to visit him, and he was wondering who is it this time. After folding back the scroll and putting it in his pocket, Kuroto got up and walked out of his room to open the door. Opening the door, Kuroto found that the one visiting him this time is none other than the little Miko, wearing a traditional red hakama, a white kosode, along with a red ribbon that ties her light blonde hair that falls down to her waist. But for some reason, Cheyenne was looking a little upset while Teruho, Cheyenne's guard, was standing behind her with a smile. "Oh, Cheyenne-chan, what happened? Why do you look upset?" asked Kuroto after crouching down to Cheyenne's level. Cheyenne said quickly, "Kuroto and I have a secret I must tell you." "Oh, a secret, is it?" Kuroto quirked his eyebrow, then led Cheyenne and Teruho inside his house. During this period of time, Cheyenne has been living in Yui's house because Kuroto is too busy to be able to take care of her. Fortunately enough, Hyuga Yui's parents like Cheyenne very much, and treat her as their own daughter. Sandaime and Hyuga Patriarch also gave Cheyenne a very high-level treatment considering her identity as the next generation of Miko of the Land of Demons. The Land of Demons may have fallen and become a country where criminals from all places gather, but it doesn't change Cheyenne's identity as the next Miko. Therefore, her life in Konoha has always been like that of a princess. In fact, people even refer to her as Cheyenne. After coming to Kuroto's study, Cheyenne looked around several times with a cautious look, and after repeatedly confirming that no one was around, she came closer to Kuroto and whispered in his ear, "Kuroto and I foresaw a death prophecy." Kuroto, who was sitting casually and waiting to listen to Cheyenne's little secret, suddenly changed his expression as soon as he heard Cheyenne's words, and asked, "Whose death did you foresee?" Cheyenne immediately said, "It's the Oba-san who sells takoyaki." Teruho, sitting on the side, quickly explained, "Kuroto-sama, she is the owner of Tanakawa Takoyaki located near the Konoha hot spring." A civilian. After thinking so, Kuroto asked Cheyenne, "How did the Oba-san die in the prophecy?" Cheyenne entered a deep concentration mode, with a small bulge in her mouth and her finger constantly tapping over her cheek, which Kuroto found kind of cute. After a while, Cheyenne said, "She seems to have been buried by the roof." "No, not right. She seems to have been smashed by the big wooden door of the shop." "No, or maybe, whatever, the picture isn't very clear as there seems to be some kind of chaos. I can't remember how exactly did the Oba-san die." Kuroto pat her head, and urged, "Try to remember, Cheyenne-chan. What else did you foresee in the prophecy?" Cheyenne held her chin and tried remembering other details, then said, "She died at night, and there seems to be something huge in the sky. Moreover, there was also fire lit over the village." Kuroto said again, "Something huge, and fire, is it? And anything else, any other details that you noticed?" "Right, Ichiraku ramen shop was also destroyed in the prophecy." Speaking until here, Cheyenne suddenly folded her hand over her chest, and muttered to herself, "Well, I still have a coupon that I haven't used yet. I must use it before it is destroyed." "Ichiraku ramen shop is also destroyed," muttered Kuroto, then thought, "Ichiraku ramen is located at the center area of the village. If even Ichiraku ramen is destroyed, it means that the attack overs almost the entire village." "Alright, now tell me, did you tell anyone else about this prophecy?" asked Kuroto. Cheyenne said, "Yuine hasn't been home for the past few days, so I never had the chance to tell her. As for Fume Oba-san and Fumihiro Aji-san, Hyuga Yui's mother and father respectively, I did not tell them because Teruho told me not to." Teruho immediately said, "Kuroto-sama, Cheyenne-sama has not told anyone about the death prophecy except for you and me, as per your instructions." As the guard of Cheyenne, Teruho has been specifically instructed by Kuroto to make sure that if Cheyenne were to ever foresee a death, she does not tell anyone. Listening to Teruho's words, Kuroto nodded, "Very good, make sure to not tell anyone about it. This is for the safety of both Cheyenne and those around her, because once this ability is exposed, the people around her will subconsciously stay far away from her, which is not good for her. As for the others, knowing when and how one will die is not a good thing. Specifically, it cannot be changed. Just because Uzumaki Naruto can change the destiny of his death does not mean everyone can change the destiny of his death." Cheyenne asked in a low voice, "But Kuroto and shouldn't we inform Hokage-sama? In the prophecy, I foresee many people getting injured too." Kuroto pat Cheyenne's head, and said, "I will take care of notifying Hokage-sama, you don't have to worry about it." Kuroto is very clear that Sandaime-sama has been preparing the trap for Akatsuki for a very long time, so he must be prepared for the attack on the village. Therefore, even if Sandaime is informed about the content of the prophecy, it is unlikely that it would reduce the village's losses. After instructing Cheyenne, Kuroto asked Teruho, "Have you participated in the evacuation drills organized by the village?" Teruho nodded, "Yes, Kuroto-sama." Kuroto nodded, and said in a low voice, "If something happens in the village, Your only task is to give priority to the safety of Cheyenne, do not care about others, just make sure that Cheyenne is safe, understand? I understand, Kuroto-sama. Teruho nodded with a solemn expression. After the matter of death, prophecy was finished, Kuroto asked Cheyenne about her progress in training. Since Yui is extremely busy, so Cheyenne's training is also affected, but there's not too much problem because Cheyenne is going to be joining the academy soon enough. A while later, Cheyenne and Teruho left Kuroto's house, and now him alone in the room, Kuroto muttered, "What could be that something huge in the sky?" Kuroto probably knew the answer to his own question, and thought, I suppose I should go and see Pakura, although chances are low given his wickedness. Perhaps I can get a better understanding of Sandaime-sama's plan, and also use this opportunity to personally experience scorch release from her. Chapter 470, Uchiha Clan Ruins from the Warring States period. Uchiha Shisui stroked the murals on the walls with a deep look and shouted, "Itachi, come here and take a look at these." Uchiha Itachi, who was not very far away, walked over and carefully studied the murals Shisui pointed at. The murals tells the tale of an Uchiha shinobi. Long ago, there was an Uchiha. He and one other child were born as the children of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and a kunoichi from some other clan whose name hasn't been mentioned. Perhaps she was a Senju? Uzumaki? Hyuga? Kaguya? Or maybe some other shinobi clan? But it didn't matter because soon after she gave birth to the two children, twins, she died due to severe weakness and exhaustion. The existence of the two children, one boy and one girl, was kept a secret, and the two of them were raised by one of the loyal subordinates of the patriarch. The boy, older of the two, was trained to become the next patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and he was an exceptional shinobi the Uchiha clan had ever seen. Whatever was taught to him, he would always grasp it at once and improve it to various degrees. His wisdom was unlike any other. He always fought on the front, and never lost even a single battle. Rumors said that he was born with a special body, and whatever injury he received healed soon enough. There was no correct answer as to what was the exact cause, but he was deemed to be the strongest of all, strongest to have ever lived. When his father died, his eyes changed into a different pattern and he gained more power. He used that power to kill more enemies. With him on their side, the Uchiha clan was confident in being able to dominate the Senju clan. With him on their side, the Uchiha clan was confident in finally dominating the entire shinobi world. But one day, when the Uchiha clan was returning from the war against the Senju clan, something happened. What exactly happened was unknown, but it was a disaster for the Uchiha clan. The invincible Uchiha, who was said to be undefeated, died of assassination, and the person who killed him was none other than his own younger sister. After killing her brother, the sister also mortally wounded the wife of her older brother and then fled the scene. The wife, because of her critical injury, died soon after. The Uchiha clan searched the shinobi world to find the whereabouts of the treacherous sister for months and years. They had to punish her for her treachery, but they could never find her. Perhaps she had escaped to the edge of this world and died, or maybe she committed suicide out of guilt. The true cause of her disappearance was unknown, but she was never seen again. Strange, why would the sister kill her own twin brother for seemingly no reason, muttered Itachi with a thoughtful look on his face. Shisui was also confused, and said, there could be countless reasons, and we wouldn't know the exact cause, but that aside, look here. Do you see this? Itachi followed Shisui's gaze and looked at two different murals. There too were paintings of two different Susanoo facing each other. What's noticeable about these two Susanoo is that they seem to carry two different types of weapons. The first Susanoo carries a huge gourd while the other Susanoo carries a huge shield. Itachi said with a doubt, a huge gourd? And a giant shield? Shisui added, moreover the color of both gourd and shield is completely different from the color of the two Susanoo, which is black and white respectively. Perhaps these gourd and shield are not a natural part of the Susanoo. Although, these paintings are centuries old, reading and deciphering them is not a problem for Shisui and Itachi. The color contrast between black and white Susanoo and the two red weapons is so conspicuous that it is a bit difficult to not notice. And Itachi and Shisui are Uchiha who have experience of using Susanoo, so obviously they can recognize these differences. Both Shisui and Itachi understand that Susanoo is actually the manifestation of one's own chakra through Mangekyou Sharingan. The color of one's chakra can never have many distinct colors, therefore, any weapon of Susanoo should be of the same color as the main Susanoo body. Itachi said, "The gourd is most likely Sword of Totsuka." Shisui muttered with a frown, "But isn't Sword of Totsuka supposed to be a sword and not a gourd?" Itachi said after a bit of thinking, "According to what Kuroto-san has told us, the Sword of Totsuka is a sword of sealing. It's quite special and different from other Kusanagi swords. Its appearance may not be as simple as we think." Shisui nodded, then said, "If that's the case, then the shield is most likely Yata Mirror, right?" Itachi nodded, "Quite possibly." After reaching a consensus, the two separated and searched the ruins for any more clues that they can find. However, even after searching for a long time, the two never found any more clues related to the gourd or the shield in the mural. After meeting again, Shisui said, "There was no record of this gourd or shield in the clan archives. If we assume that one of the two artifacts was that of the brother, does that mean it is buried with the body of the brother?" Itachi also thought of the same possibility. If this gourd and shield are so powerful, there should have been some kind of record about them in the clan, yet nobody knows about them, no records were left. In fact, there is also no information about the twin siblings. This could only mean that everything related to the pair of siblings, including all the information, was either destroyed or lost. This strangeness made both Itachi and Shisui realize that something is wrong here. Unfolding the map, Itachi drew a few circles on the map based on his memory, then said, "I have checked the archives within the clan. These locations are the burial grounds. Maybe we can find some information here." After Konoha was founded, all the deceased ninja and civilians were buried at the Konoha cemetery, and the clansmen of the Uchiha clan were no exception. Therefore, the Uchiha clan cemeteries that were used during the Warring States period have long been abandoned, and most of them are left unattended. With a bit of hesitation, Shisui nodded, "All right, let's go take a look." Although, disturbing the slumber of the deceased ancestors is a very rude thing, in contrast, protecting the village and the clan is more important. So, if they can find any clue about the legendary Sword of Totsuka in the graves of the deceased ancestors, Shisui would rather disturb the slumber of the ancestors so that they can get their hands on the Sword of Totsuka so as to protect the village and the clan. There was no hesitation in Itachi's eyes, and he nodded, "Shisui-san, I believe that the ancestors would be willing to forgive us." Itachi believes that the ancestors would be willing to forgive the two youngins of their clan, as he and Shisui are doing this for the peace of Shinobi World and for the Uchiha clan. Shisui nodded, and the two left the site to start the grave robbery. Chapter 471. At the old base of Root. "Ah! Kuroto-sama, please don't be so rough, otherwise I will truly break. Yeah. Can you please shut up already? And stop acting like a masochist. It's not only embarrassing but also very creepy given the situation. I am only diving inside your brain, not doing anything of that sort," said Kuroto in an annoyed tone. "Mao, but by diving inside my brain and reading all my memories, Kuroto-sama is also able to see my darkest and dirtiest secrets, and it's making me go crazy, in a good way," said Kazekage Pakura with a visible blush on her as her breathing started to get rough. Kuroto looked at the current Pakura with a dead fish-eye look, and said, "I only want to see the memories related to Scorch Release, nothing else. Besides, I have already read all your memories back then, so would it really matter if I look through them again?" Pakura's blush deepened when she remembered the time she was tortured by Kuroto-sama and can't help but shudder in pleasure. She was never a masochist, but on that day something awakened within her. Of course, she has kept it well hidden from all her people in Suna, and perhaps even her disciple Maki is not aware of this newfound quirk of her sensei, but now that Pakura is in the presence of her master and that too alone with him, she can no longer hide it. The desire to get spanked in the butt is burning within her. But she also knows that her master doesn't have any interest in SM play. "It's a pity that Kuroto-sama doesn't have any interest in me either," sighed Pakura as she controlled herself, so as to not anger her master. "Alright, Kuroto-sama, you can see use that jutsu of yours," said Pakura as her rough breathing also returned to calm and she focused on the important objective for which Kuroto-sama has come to her room. Kuroto nodded and without any weight, he used Tenseigan's soul descend to take over Pakura's body. Because Kuroto has become quite proficient in using Tenseigan's soul descend and because Pakura did not pose any resistance and actively allowed Kuroto to enter her body and take over her consciousness, therefore, Kuroto easily managed to take the dominant position. "Now, I want you to use a small-scale jutsu of Scorch Release. Make sure to take it slow and steadily so that I can personally feel and understand the entire process," instructed Kuroto. Pakura in her consciousness nodded and decided to create a few very small scorch orbs. Under her control, the chakra in her body soon turned into a few small orbs and appeared around her hands. Kuroto of course observed the entire process and soon understood its mechanism. At the same time, Pakura also said, "Kuroto-sama, I take it that you have read the scroll of Scorch Release that I sent you?" Kuroto nodded, "Yes, I understand the theory and mechanics behind Scorch Release quite well." Pakura nodded then said, "All right, but even so, I guess I should explain Scorch Release once again." Kuroto did not mind. Perhaps it would give him a better understanding if Pakura were to explain Scorch Release personally. Basically, Scorch Release is an advanced nature transformation that combines fire and wind chakra to generate scorch orbs and manipulate scorching heat waves. Scorch Release is similar to Fire Release but is quite different at the same time. The Fire Release involves the use of fire to burn the target itself, but Scorch Release is different in this aspect. In Scorch Release, fire is condensed then amplified with wind to very high temperatures in order to create scorching heat orbs. And wind is again used to carry these scorching heat orbs and heat waves to boil and then evaporate the water from the target. I understand this part. Fire is fueled by the wind to create high-temperature fire orbs that radiate high-temperature heat waves to evaporate moisture from the targets, as a result, mummifying them. Is the gist, right? Kuroto nodded as he controlled the 9 small scorch orbs that are a bit similar to truth-seeking orbs, but much weaker and simpler in terms of power and functionality. Pakura nodded. Now despite being an incredibly powerful Kekkai Genkai, Scorch Release is also quite limited as it's mainly a close-range style of elemental technique, said Pakura, emphasizing the close-range part. Kuroto frowned. If he remembers correctly, Pakura had started to develop Scorch Release further in order to be able to use it at a large distance too. Pakura seemed to have guessed Kuroto's doubt, and said, "Its mainly close-range style element does not imply that it cannot be used for long range, it can be used with the help of stronger and more wind. Remember, the wind that is combined with fire is what is causing the scorch orbs to burn so hotly. The oxygen present in the wind fuel the flames, this is easy to understand, however, the stronger the flames, the faster the fuel i.e., oxygen is burned, this is important. This is the reason why I mostly use scorch orbs for close-range combat because even before a scorch orb is expelled, it already starts burning the fuel supply. If it is sent to a longer distance, then the oxygen supply it would consume would increase tremendously, and that is very taxing on chakra reserves. The longer the distance it covers, the more chakra it will consume, because we have to provide enough wind to fuel the oxygen supply until the scorch orb reaches the intended target. My own chakra reserves are not as high as that of a bijou, so I generally prefer to use my scorch orbs at short range, but if required, I am willing to use them for long-range targets too." Kuroto nodded in understanding, but he wasn't much worried about the problem of chakra reserves. The chakra reserves of his Fujin clone are even higher than his main body, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the chakra reserves of his Fujin clone are as high as that of Nibi or probably Sanbai, which is considered a lot. In Kuroto's view, Scorch Release is indeed an incredibly powerful Kekkai Genkai, and is incredibly rare too, as there have been very few users of Scorch Release in history. It's very versatile and dangerous, therefore, Scorch Release is very important for the Fujin clone. Scorch Release also made Pakura the hero of Suna during the Third Great Shinobi War, and Pakura's exploits speak for themselves about this Kekkai Genkai. The only weakness of Scorch Release is perhaps water release, so Kuroto will have to figure out a way to get around that, but it's no big deal in the end as Kuroto also has other Kekkei Jinkai for the Fusion clone. After completely understanding Scorch Release, Kuroto began to have a discussion with Pakura about the limits of Scorch Release and various other details about it. After completing her daily training regimen, Yuhi Kurenai walked to the side of the field, picked up a towel to wipe off the sweat, then drank water from the water bottle to replenish her water levels. Although she has to constantly perform missions as part of Team Ro, Kurenai is unwilling to relax her training. She would still spend most of her free time in training in order to hone her skills so as not to be a burden in the Team Ro. The mission of assassinating Yonde Mizukage left a deep shadow on her. She couldn't accept the fact that she wasn't even qualified to accompany the captain on the mission, and because of that the captain had to leave the other members of the team behind, else they would only be a burden on him. This is completely unacceptable. I will definitely surpass him. Kurenai would always encourage herself by thinking this. She wants to prove that she is no worse than the shinobi with dojutsu Kekkei Jinkai like that of Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Shursui. Although sometimes Kurenai is annoyed at Hyuga Kuroto's blunt words and how he always looks down on her, she also understands that some of his advice is indeed correct. This is why she has been trying to constantly improve her taijutsu proficiency, at the same time integrate her jinjutsu with taijutsu so as to cover up her weakness. At the same time, she has also started to learn ninjutsu in order to become a more versatile kunoichi. Jinjutsu is her specialty and she wants to continue improving this aspect of her, but she has also decided to not let jinjutsu limit her. While Kurenai was busy thinking about how to proceed further, a young man coincidentally happened to pass by. He noticed Kurenai, so decided to come and walk over and greet her. "Oh, Kurenai-chan, such a coincidence. I did not expect to meet you here. By the way, it seems that a new restaurant has opened in the village today. Would like to go have dinner there?" The young man is none other than Sarutobi Asuma, who has returned back to Konoha not long ago. After several years of experience working as a ninja in the Guardian 12, Asuma has obviously matured a lot. He is no longer the rebelling teenager he used to be back in the day. Kurenai was broken out of her thought because of the sudden words. She looked at the person in front of her only to notice that it is none other than Sarutobi Asuma, then shook her head. "I am sorry, Asuma-san, I have a mission tomorrow, so I must sleep early. Good night." Asuma quickly nodded. "Oh, a mission, huh? It's alright then. We can visit the restaurant on some other occasion. By the way, good night to you too." Kurenai neither agreed nor denied, and after picking up her belongings she directly passed by Asuma and left the training field. In fact, she was too tired and did not even pay much attention to Asuma's words. Looking at Kurenai's leading figure, Asuma murmured, "Was there a problem in my approach? But Kakashi said that it should work this way, or did I make a mistake somewhere? It seems I will have to take more suggestions from Kakashi." Asuma may have matured a lot as a person, but he is still far from reaching the point where he could court Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai came back to her home and wanted to take a hot bath, but before she could proceed to the bathroom to prepare hot water, Kurenai suddenly stopped, the reason being that her senses were screaming at her. It felt as if a vicious snake was looking at her as prey. "Yuhi Kurenai, you were able to notice my presence. It seems that you too have matured. Shinku-san would be proud of you." At this time a faint hoarse sound that seemed to contain hypnotic power came from behind her. Kurenai was shocked and turned around violently as she drew out a kunai from her shinobi bag, but looking at the person who had unknowingly snuck into her house, Kurenai's face turned from shock to a horrifying look. The person walked forward and said with a smile, My, no need to be so nervous, Kurenai dear, it's not as though I am going to eat you." Orochimaru? How did you sneak into the village? And, what do you want to do? Kurenai spoke in a panicked tone because the one standing before her is none other than the snake Sannin Orochimaru. Chapter 472. The strength of Orochimaru has been carved into the heart of every Konoha shinobi, especially the ones who have personally seen his power. Even Hatake Kakashi, the best and strongest of their generation, was frightened when facing Orochimaru. In the canon, Kakashi's first reaction in the face of Orochimaru was to do his best to be able to die together with Orochimaru, and later he realized just how absurd this thought of his was. So, how can Kurenai, who is obviously not the best of their generation, not be panicked in the presence of Orochimaru? Kurenai's first thought is not to die together with Orochimaru because she knows that even if she does her best, she won't be able to die together with Orochimaru. So, her first thought is to figure out a way how to get out of here, or at least how to notify her Umbu captain and the village that Orochimaru has sneaked inside the village. After forcibly calming her tense nerves, and taking a deep breath, Kurenai asked, what is your purpose of sneaking inside the village? Oh, I just need you to do something for me, it's not that big of a task, said Orochimaru as he observed every move of Kurenai. You want me to do something for you? But why me? In the first place, how did you sneak inside Konoha? Obviously Kurenai is trying to extract intelligence out of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, still as casual as ever, said, did no one ever tell you that knowing too much is not a good thing? Kurenai snapped, just to delay time, even if you are one of the 3 legendary Sannin, you will pay the price if you continue to look down upon me, as she started to print hand seals to use a Genjutsu in order to create a small opportunity that she would use to sneak out of her house. Oh, is that the case? Orochimaru smiled, not caring about Kurenai's attempt of using Genjutsu, and asked, what kind of price will it be? He is not afraid that someone will notice his presence in the village? Kurenai was full of doubts upon seeing that Orochimaru doesn't seem to have any intention of making a move to stop her. How tight the security of current Konoha is, Kurenai as an Umbu of the elite Team Ro is very clear. Umbu shinobis are on full-time duty to make sure that the security of the village is high. The members of the Konoha military police force are also taking rounds around the village. Moreover, several Kaguya-level ninjas including Sandaime Hokage, Sannin Jiraiya, Sannin Tsunade, Uchiha Patriarch, Uchiha Shisui are also present in the village. So, no matter how strong Orochimaru may be, he will definitely suffer if he were to fight so many Kaguya-level shinobi. Therefore, Kurenai was very surprised that Orochimaru, who specifically sneaked inside Konoha because he wants to use her for something, and yet he is in no rush to knock her out or stop her from using Genjutsu. Just as Kurenai was about to complete the hand seals, she suddenly realized her mistake. No. The only reason Orochimaru is not in a hurry to make a move is that he has already made a move long ago. But by the time Kurenai reacted, her consciousness was already a little faded, and she staggered a few steps, fell on the ground, and said intermittently, poison, poisonous gas. You, Orochimaru smiled. He walked over, and after squatting in front of Kurenai, who had lost all ability, he said, this is a new poison I created. Its specialty is that it's colorless, tasteless, and odorless, so it cannot be detected by normal senses. And the best part about this poison is that it does not take effect unless the target uses their chakra, and once a target uses their chakra, this poison would instantly plague their bodies, making them useless unless, of course, an antidote is provided. So, it's very deadly against shinobi. Now then, Yuhi Kurenai, tell me, how do you feel? You won't get away with this, were her last words as she lost consciousness. Being dealt with so easily by poison was the last thing she expected. But the kind of poison Orochimaru used is a really dangerous one. If this poison enters the body of a shinobi, it basically renders them incapable of using chakra, because using chakra would mean spreading the poison all over the body. But not using chakra would mean that they cannot put up a fight against Orochimaru. After Kurenai lost consciousness, Orochimaru, who is immune to the poison, stretched his hand to coil around Kurenai, picked her up, and muttered, I suppose I should get going there. After that, Orochimaru cleared away the traces of his poison and disappeared from Kurenai's house. Through the murals at an abandoned site, Shisui and Itachi, who had found some clues related to the pair of twin siblings and the wife, separated and started to search for further clues related to the 3. Solving the mystery behind the death of these 3 will probably lead them to the sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror. This is their conclusion. Because Shursui and Itachi do not know the name of either of the three, nor do the two know the year those three lived in, so obviously all graves had to be dug to find clues related to the three. Both Shursui and Itachi are from the Uchiha clan, and because of their previous searches, both of them know the distribution of the Uchiha clan cemeteries, coupled with their fast mobility, so in just a few days the two overturned several cemeteries. Most of the graves were dug by the two, even several old tombs were also unsealed, but they found nothing useful, so there was still no new clue about the two spiritual weapons. But Sword of Totsuka is important to the safety of the village and the Uchiha clan, so neither of the two have any intention of stopping, and they continued their mission of robbing graves. After unsealing another tomb, Itachi walked inside the gloomy passage with a thoughtful look on his face. Although he has yet to see the coffin inside, but based on the length of the passage, and several decorations and murals on the walls of the passage, Itachi can judge the identity of the person resting here must be extraordinary. When he reached the end of the tomb, a stone stele greeted Itachi's eyes. He looked at it and saw that this stone stele is quite familiar. It seemed that when Itachi was exploring a certain ruin, he had seen the exact similar stone tablet, except for an obvious protrusion at the center of the stone tablet. After carefully studying the stone stele with his Manjikyu Sharingan, Itachi immediately reached out and pressed the protrusion at the center of the stele. As soon as he did so, a stone medallion was dropped from the protruding part of the stone stele. The size of the medallion was the same as that of the protrusion, and it had some complicated engravings that were white on one part and black on the other, kind of like the Yin-Yang symbol. Yin-Yang, black Susanoo, white Susanoo. Is this medallion somehow related to the twin siblings? Was the thought in Itachi's mind as he also tried to remember the contents of the stone stele he had seen previously. After picking up the circular stone medallion, Itachi looked at the grave, and upon opening the cover he found that nothing was inside, not even bones, meaning, this is a fake tomb. Itachi then studied the stone medallion with his Manjikyu Sharingan and soon discovered that this stone medallion is a map pointing towards a location. And the half-black and half-white color of the stone medallion was also indicating that it might be related to the twins. Understanding this, Itachi sent a communication crow to Shursui and informed him of a nearby location to meet up in order to explore the location on the map together to avoid any danger. As soon as Shursui received the message, he rushed towards the location. The current Shursui can be said to be the second fastest shinobi in Konoha, and his speed is second only to Hyuga Kuroto, so it only took him about a few hours to reach the meeting point. After meeting Itachi, Shursui also saw the stone medallion and he too agreed that this really might have something to do with the twins, but the fact that the location it was pointing towards had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan was a bit confusing. Maybe the information about this place was kept hidden and not recorded in the Uchiha clan archives. After reaching this conclusion, the two rushed towards the location. The place they arrived at was an abandoned shrine in the middle of a dangerous forest, far away from any village or city with no signs of human or animal life around, giving it a ghostly vibe. But neither of the two was afraid and continued to move forward. After searching around for a while, Itachi found a similar stone stele from which he took the stone medallion, but this one had a depression in it, and the size and shape of the depression was exactly the size and shape of the stone medallion. Understanding what that depression was for, Itachi placed the stone medallion inside the depression, and soon both of them felt a wave of chakra. After a while of silence, Shursui and Itachi both looked at each other with their Manjikyu Sharingan activated, and Shursui asked, "Did you find that too, Itachi?" Itachi nodded, "Yes, Shursui-san. This is most definitely a Jinjutsu targeting the Uchiha clansmen, and the level of this Jinjutsu is very high. It is simply impossible to find the clues hidden within the Jinjutsu without the help of the Manjikyu Sharingan as a guide or having an incredible mastery in Jinjutsu." The moment Itachi placed the stone medallion inside the stone stele, the Fuinjutsu engraved on the stone stele activated and trapped both Shursui and Itachi inside a Jinjutsu. But thankfully, both Shursui and Itachi are masters of Jinjutsu and soon recovered their senses, and also got information about how to proceed further. The moment they recovered, they observed the changes in the room. On one of the walls, some kind of non-readable pattern appeared. Walking towards the non-readable pattern, Itachi and Shursui, both printed hand seals, the moment the two completed the hand seals, the wall slid to the side and a passage appeared. Without any hesitation, Itachi and Shisui walked into the passage and soon came to a tomb. Inside the tomb, there was no coffin, which was strange, but it didn't bother too much, as there was something present inside, and noticed that it was just a giant gourd-shaped stone sculpture that was giving off some kind of chakra waves. Itachi said, "There are no more clues left," which can only mean that this gourd-shaped stone sculpture has something to do with Sword of Totsuka. Shisui nodded. "I think we should notify Kuroto-san. He understands Sword of Totsuka better than us. If this gourd really has something to do with Sword of Totsuka, then maybe he will be able to take it." Itachi nodded and immediately sent the communication crow. Of course, even after sending the message to Kuroto, the two continued to search the tomb room except for the gourd-shaped stone sculpture, but found no more clue. With a frown on his face, Itachi walked towards the gourd-shaped stone sculpture and observed it carefully. Shisui asked, "Is something the matter, Itachi?" "The pattern on this sculpture, it reminds me of," said Itachi as he traced his hand on the carvings on the sculpture. Shisui on the side suddenly felt some kind of chakra emanating from the gourd and hurriedly said, "Itachi, distance yours." However, Shisui's reminder came to a step too late. The moment Itachi traced his hand over the gourd sculpture, he was sucked inside the gourd sculpture. "Itachi!" Shisui on the side panicked and hurried forward to catch Itachi before he is sucked in, but suddenly all the stone tiles under his feet disappeared and Shisui fell inside a who knows how deep pit. Chapter 473. Somewhere outside Konoha. Yuhi Kurenai, with her hands tied behind her back and a poisonous snake coiling around her neck, hobbled behind Orochimaru. The expression on her face looked a little wilted, but there was a stubbornness in her eyes. After a long silence, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Where are you taking me?" Orochimaru, who was walking in the front, replied casually, "When you get to the place, you will know." Kurenai frowned. "If you think that you can use me to cause harm to the village, then you are wrong. I would rather die than hurt the village." Orochimaru stopped and said with a smile, "Kurenai dear, you don't seem to understand the situation you are in." "Humph, think whatever you want." Kurenai snorted and turned her head to the side. She is no longer afraid of Orochimaru's threat. Staring at the resolute Kurenai, Orochimaru chuckled lightly and retracted his gaze. He then took out a half-black, half-white round stone medallion from his pocket and looked at it thoughtfully. After a long silence, he said, "You just need to do something for me. If it goes well, I can consider sparing you alive, and fear not, this matter has nothing to do with Konoha." If Itachi was here, he will find that the round stone medallion in Orochimaru's hand is exactly the same as the stone medallion that Itachi found out from the fake tomb. Obviously, Orochimaru has also been following clues of the Sword of Totsuka, and he has been searching the whereabouts of the Sword of Totsuka for a decade now. After years of search, he finally got his hands on this round stone medallion in one of the old ruins and soon figured out the location of that shrine that this stone medallion pointed towards. He also found the stone stele at that ghostly shrine and placed the stone medallion in the depression. But unlike the case with Shisui and Itachi, when Orochimaru installed the stone medallion inside the depression in the stone stele, the Genjutsu trap blocked him. He couldn't find the solution in that Genjutsu, therefore, his search came to a halt. To say that if Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, has any shortcomings, then Genjutsu should be the most obvious one. Even with his stats and databook where Orochimaru has 5/5 in Genjutsu, Genjutsu is still Orochimaru's greatest weakness. Shisui and Itachi deciphered the Genjutsu instantly, and also found the key in the Genjutsu in just a few short seconds, but Orochimaru has been stuck on that part for the past month. He even brought Hebiheim, one of his subordinates from Otogakure, to see if she can find anything in that Genjutsu, but even Hebiheim, who is extremely proficient in Genjutsu, also failed to find the key. So, Orochimaru was left with no other choice but to look for other people who are proficient in Genjutsu. And Orochimaru did look for many people who are good at Genjutsu, but without exception, all of them failed. Therefore, Orochimaru had no option but to look in Konoha. In Konoha, the Uchiha clan possesses the strongest Genjutsu skills, so they are naturally Orochimaru's first choice, but considering that there are also 2 Manjikyu Sharingan users in the Uchiha clan too, so Orochimaru dared not kidnap any Uchiha who is known for his proficiency in Genjutsu. Aside from the Uchiha clan, there is also the Kurama clan who are equally known for their mastery of Genjutsu, but the members of Kurama clan are very few, and recently there hasn't been any member in the Kurama clan who is exceptionally skilled in Genjutsu. So, Orochimaru's finally directed his attention to the Yuhi family. Currently, Yuhi Kurenai is the only member of the Yuhi family, therefore, she has no solid backing and is easier to kidnap. And even though Yuhi Kurenai's overall strength may not be very high, but based on the reports Orochimaru has received about her, her mastery of Genjutsu is second only to the Kurama clan and the Uchiha clan, so naturally she became Orochimaru's next choice. Of course, Kurenai is not the only choice of Orochimaru. If even she can't find the solution, then Orochimaru would think of using the members of the Kurama clan, and maybe even those of the Uchiha clan if required. But Orochimaru certainly hopes that Kurenai can solve the key. After putting the round medallion back in his pocket, Orochimaru glanced at Kurenai, and thought, maybe she will be able to find the key in the Genjutsu, but if I want to use her, I will have to be quick. If Kuroto-kun would find that I was responsible for her disappearance, then it might lead to another trouble. From the information he has obtained from Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru knows that Yuhi Kurenai is Hyuga Kuroto's subordinate in the Umbu. So, he knows that if Kuroto were to connect the disappearance of Kurenai to him, then the situation might become troublesome, as Orochimaru is not sure if Kuroto wouldn't give the intelligence of Otogekyure being connected to him to Sandaime Hokage. Frankly, Orochimaru doesn't care about Otogekyure that much, but it could hinder Orochimaru's attempt of searching Sword of Totsuka, therefore, Orochimaru wants to avoid unnecessary trouble. So, in order to avoid any trouble, Orochimaru held the languid Kurenai by her collar and hurriedly rushed towards the ghostly shrine. Konohagakure, Yuhi Kurenai's home. Kuroto activated his Byakugan and searched Kurenai's entire house with a sullen face in the hope of finding any clue that would explain the inexplicable disappearance of Yuhi Kurenai. The disappearance of Yuhi Kurenai was naturally noticed by Kuroto and the rest of the team because Kurenai did not appear at the appointed meeting place and time for the mission they had to perform today. Sandaime assigned the mission to another Umbu team and temporarily appointed Team to search the whereabouts of Yuhi Kurenai. Whoosh whoosh. With the sound of breaking wind, 2 figures appeared at Kurenai's house. The 2 figures walked inside the room. One of them said, "Captain, there was no sign of Kurenai-san at the training ground." The other one also said, "There was also no sign of Kurenai-san at any facility in the village." Kuroto nodded. Although it is only a preliminary investigation, Kuroto can already confirm that the disappearance of Kurenai is kind of strange. If not for the fact that Kuroto has been brainwashing her to cultivate her into a loyal subordinate for the past few months, Kuroto would even think that she might have defected. Ads by PubFuture. But Kuroto is sure that she hasn't defected. Instead, she was attacked, and Kuroto can already confirm that the place she was attacked in is her home. It seems that the one who attacked her is a true master. Kuroto, who has been training Kurenai for the past few months, understands her strength better than anyone. Her recent progress has been quite rapid, especially with the special training she has been carrying out in secret. Kurenai is definitely reaching the level of a Jonin. She is proficient in both stealth and assassination. She may not be the strongest of Team because of the presence of Kuroto and Itachi, but she is definitely not weak. There may still be many ninjas who can defeat her head-on, but not many who can make her quietly disappear without leaving behind any sign. Yet someone managed to easily kidnap her without leaving behind any trace of the fight. Shows that the opponent must be very tricky with exceptionally high strength. In fact, Kuroto can think of a few people who are capable of doing this, but he couldn't understand their motive behind this action. Why kidnap Yuhi Kurenai? She has no Kekkai Genkai, no specific or secret information about the high-level secrets of the village or any secret jutsu, so what's the point of kidnapping her? At this time Hyuga returned to Kurenai's home with someone and said to Kuroto, "Captain, he is the last person in the village who met up with Yuhi Kurenai. Maybe we can get some clues about her disappearance from him." Kuroto turned around to look at the person and found that it was none other than Asuma. Asuma, who had recently learned of Kurenai's disappearance, was very anxious, so even before Kuroto could question him, Asuma hurriedly asked, "Did you find any clue? How could Kurenai-chan disappear for seemingly no reason?" Kuroto looked around the room, then said, "She should have been attacked here." Asuma was angered, and asked, Who did it?" Kuroto silently shook his head. "We are not sure yet." Hyuga said, "In any case, we will have to figure out a way to rescue her." Kuroto did not reply, he was silent. Judging from the current situation, unless the attacker has some use of her, the probability of Kurenai being alive is very, very low. And Kuroto can't think of anything special that Kurenai could give to her attacker other than some pieces of information that she knows as an umbu. And once the information has been tortured out of her, obviously she would either be executed or imprisoned who knows where. "I will find her, I will definitely find her." But Asuma was too anxious to realize this. He was also a little lost and rushed out of the room with a dazed expression. With Asuma gone, Kuroto's eyes grew colder and he muttered to himself, "How dare you move your hands and feet on my subordinate? Don't let me find you, otherwise the consequence would only be death." Brainwashing is not an easy task, and Kuroto has been slowly brainwashing Kurenai, Hyuga, and Heiei to make them loyal subordinates. But now someone dared to kidnap one of his subordinates, so naturally, Kuroto would be angry. While Kuroto was thinking about the disappearance of Kurenai, Itachi, clone, who was outside the house, suddenly walked in and gave Kuroto a scroll. "Captain, this has just arrived." Kuroto nodded and took the scroll from Itachi's hands, and after glancing at it briefly, he can't help but mutter in a surprised tone, They both found out Sword of Totsuka so soon?" Sword of Totsuka is related to the ability to restrict DMS Obito and must be grasped as soon as possible, so Kuroto temporarily put the thought of Kurenai's disappearance aside and focused on Sword of Totsuka. After leaving behind a shadow clone in the village, and passing at the Gourd of Toyotama to avoid the possibility of sudden disappearance because of running out of chakra, Kuroto then transferred his soul into the Fujin clone using Tenseigan Soul Descend and quietly sneaked out of the village after instructing the shadow clone to search for the missing Kurenai. After leaving the village, Fujin immediately used magnet release to form a pair of iron sand wings behind his back and quickly flew in the direction of the isolated ghostly shrine. His flying speed with iron sand wings was extremely fast, and it only took him half a day to arrive at the location from where Itachi and Shursui sent the message. Hiss 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 hiss. While Fujin was looking around and observing the shrine, suddenly a slithering sound came from a distance. Fujin looked over and saw that rising a cover of smoke and dust, a huge snake was also coming towards the shrine. Chapter 474. Under the wind mask of Amatsukami, Fujin's Byakugan was activated and he looked in the direction of the smoke to see the cause of such a big movement. Seeing the identity of the person coming towards the shrine, Fujin frowned. "Orochimaru?" The cause of such big movements is none other than a huge green snake with two people standing on the head of the snake, and these two people are none other than Orochimaru and the missing Yuhi Kurenai. So, it turns out that it was Orochi-san who kidnapped Kurenai. No wonder it was so clean and clear, and with no clues were left behind, thought Fujin, but there were still many questions he had to figure out the answer of. Why did Orochi-san kidnap Kurenai? Judging from the huge snake's path and given this specific shrine, it wasn't hard to judge what Orochimaru is here for, and thinking of this, Fujin was stunned. No wonder Orochi-san walked away so simply the last time and denied fighting this one. It turns out that he too has found clues of Sword of Totsuka, and the reason he kidnapped Kurenai, it must because of the need of a Genjutsu master. Fujin wasn't much surprised to see that Orochimaru has also found the clues of Sword of Totsuka. Even in the canon, when Orochimaru was sealed by Uchiha Itachi using the Sword of Totsuka, he did say to Itachi, "Itachi, you had it all along," and Black Zetsu mentioned that Orochimaru was searching for Sword of Totsuka for all his life. This alone dictates that Orochimaru spent a lot of effort looking for Sword of Totsuka. However, this is also reasonable. For Orochimaru, who has personally experienced the power of the Rinnegan and has the desire to steal those eyes, he definitely needs the Sword of Totsuka, as this sword might be his only hope. Not to mention, Orochimaru has betrayed the Akatsuki, and no matter how lenient Akatsuki's management has been, Nagato would eventually want to get rid of Orochimaru. So whether Orochimaru likes it or not, or whether he wants it or not, Orochimaru must consider the possibility of fighting Nagato and the other members of the Akatsuki organization. But how to deal with him, this is the biggest problem. As Fujin was pondering over the issue of how to deal with Orochimaru, at the same time, Orochimaru, who was standing on the head of the large green snake, also noticed Fujin standing quietly on top of the large torii gate. His face turned displeased and he stopped the large snake. After a moment of thinking, Fujin looked at Kurenai standing behind Orochimaru and noticed that although Kurenai's expression was a bit sluggish, there were no particular injuries on her body, so after breathing a sigh of relief he coldly said to Orochimaru, "Let her go." Orochimaru's gloomy expression changed, and there was a hint of surprise on his face. In fact, not only Orochimaru but even Yuhi Kurenai, who was kind of scared because of spending these past few hours with Orochimaru, was also surprised at this moment. She never thought that the one rescuing her wouldn't be a Konoha ninja but a mysterious man dressed as a member of the mysterious Amatsukami. Fujin did not say let her go because he is worried about Kurenai. That's not the case at all. The reason he said so is that he wants to confuse Orochimaru as to why did a member of Amatsukami appear here? Although Sword of Totsuka is a spiritual weapon and is capable of sealing all its targets in the Genjutsu world for all eternity, but similar to every other jutsu, it too is not omnipotent. To be truly effective and to display its real role, Sword of Totsuka needs to be a surprise and unexpected. If the intelligence that Sword of Totsuka is in the hands of Amatsukami is known by anyone, then it's possible that Akatsuki organization might learn about it too, and therefore, Obito would definitely be vigilant against it. And if Obito is vigilant against Sword of Totsuka, then this Sakigari longsword would lose its effectiveness. This is why Fujin wants to confuse Orochimaru as to why did a member of Amatsukami appear here. Fujin doesn't want Orochimaru to conclude that Amatsukami too is looking for Sword of Totsuka. But this is a very difficult task given the peculiarity of this location and a member of Amatsukami appearing here of all places. So, protecting Yuhi Kurenai, who just happened to have been kidnapped by Orochimaru, becomes the only method of confusing Orochimaru. And surprisingly it did have some effect, but Orochimaru is not so easy to fool. With a suspicious expression, he asked, "Does Amatsukami insist on conflicting against me?" Fujin shook his head and said lightly, "As long as Orochi-san let her go, this one too will leave." Seeing Fujin's intention of protecting Yuhi Kurenai, Orochimaru's face became a bit curious, and he asked with an inquisitive smile, "Why would a member of Amatsukami care about a mere kunoichi from Konoha? Is she someone special to Fujin-kun?" Fujin replied with a flat tone, "It has nothing to do with Orochi-san." Orochimaru smiled. He reached out his hand to hold Kurenai's chin and looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Feeling Orochimaru's gaze on her, and his hand on her chin, Kurenai felt uncomfortable and immediately shook her head to shake off Orochimaru's hand, and said, "Don't look at me, I don't know him, neither have I ever seen him, nor do I know why is he trying to save me." Afterward, she looked at the member of Amatsukami standing on top of Torii Gate with a confused expression and thought, he is wearing the wind pattern mask, so he should be the one who uses magnet release, but, why would he bother trying to save me? Is it possible that he is one of my acquaintances? This can't be right, nobody I personally know uses magnet release, so who is he? And why bother saving me? Looking at Kurenai's confused expression, Orochimaru put away his smile, and said with a solemn tone, "There's no need for us to be hostile, just give me 3 days, I shall return her safe and sound in your hands after 3 days, I believe we can reach an agreement, right?" After listening to Orochimaru's words, Kurenai looked at Fujin with a nervous expression. She was not sure if the other party would be willing to face off against Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, just for saving her. Without any hesitation or calculation, Fujin said in a straightforward tone, "Let her go, immediately." From the manner of Fujin's tone, it wasn't hard to figure out that the other party is adamant and wouldn't budge in the slightest. This only made Orochimaru's face gloomy, and he spoke with a sigh, although I don't want to have a conflict with Amatsukami. However, if Amatsukami is adamant in interfering in my actions, then I have no option but to kill you." There was only silence from Fujin. As Orochimaru's personal disciple, he knows better than anyone that Orochimaru is still testing Fujin's true intention. And because he knows Orochimaru's true nature, therefore, Fujin also understands that just by relying on the organization name Amatsukami he can't scare the lawless Orochimaru. So, a fight between the two is inevitable. But this may not be such a bad thing for him. After all, Fujin also wishes to have a few good fights to test the actual combat ability of this wind nature clone, and Orochimaru, who won't die, even if he is killed, is a very good opponent. Ads by PubFuture. Understanding that Fujin was not about to budge so easily, Orochimaru waved the hand signs, clapped his hands, and shouted with his hoarse voice, "Ninpu, Kuchios, Edo Tensei no Jutsu." Boom boom. As Orochimaru weaved hand signs, two coffins appeared out of the back of the green snake with a loud bang. Looking at the two coffins, and noticing the lid of the two marked with Shodame and Nidame, even Fujin, who was eager for a fight, suddenly changed his face. Huh? Summoning those two? Is he so serious? Although it has been known that Orochimaru has been studying the forbidden art of reviving the dead in the form of Edo Tensei, Fujin never really thought that at this moment, he would be facing Shodame Hokage and Nidame Hokage at the same time. Bang bang. As the coffin lid slowly fell to the ground, two figures wearing red and blue armor walked out of the coffin. "Edo Tensei again," muttered Tobirama with a grumpy tone. "Who is that individual?" Hashirama, on the other hand, curiously looked at Fujin standing on top of the torii gate. On the other hand, Kurenai was shocked as soon as she realized the identity of the two people. Shodame Hokage-sama? Nidame Hokage-sama? Although it has been decades since the first two Hokage died, as a senior Konoha kunoichi and a member of the elite Umbu squad, Kurenai is well aware of the identity of the two, and she was shocked that they are brought out. "Orochimaru, you actually revived Shodame Hokage-sama and Nidame Hokage-sama. How dare you deride the souls of the dead?" Kurenai shouted at Orochimaru in anger. At the same time there was also disappointment in her heart, as the last hope of being saved was also lost. After all, Fujin would have to face Shodame Hokage, Nidame Hokage, and Orochimaru at the same time if he wants to save her, and Kurenai didn't really believe that this Amatsukami member would be willing to go so far, and even if he is willing to go so far, she didn't really think that he would be able to win against Shodame Hokage and Nidame Hokage. Orochimaru crossed his hands over his chest and said with a smirk, "I revived the first two Hokage using a jutsu I recently mastered. For quite a while, I have wanted to face someone with good strength to see the extent of this jutsu. Since you are so adamant to be my enemy, then I shall use this opportunity to test this jutsu of mine before I kill you." As Orochimaru said so, then without any wait, he again weaved hand sign, and the personalities of the two Hokage were suppressed, then ordered the two Hokage, "Now then, kill him." Whoosh whoosh. With the sound of breaking past the wind, the two Hokage who had been revived in the Edo Tensei form rushed towards Fujin, who stood on top of the large torii gate. Now that it has come so far, Fujin also had no choice but to bite the bullet and engage in combat with the two. Chapter 475. Bang bang bang. The three figures of Fujin, Hashirama, and Tobirama shuttled from one place to another as they were engaged in a high-speed close combat battle. "It's much easier than this one expected," muttered Fujin with a relieved look. At the same time he berated himself for panicking just because the two people in front of him are Shodame Hokage and Nidame Hokage. After all, there is no way Orochimaru would dare to revive the two Hokage close to their full combat power, right? Thought Fujin as he dodged another one of Hashirama's chakra-enhanced punch. And after a short exchange of blows, Fujin soon realized that he was right. Whether in terms of power or in terms of speed, neither of the two Hokage are close to their top form. In fact, they both are quite inferior to Fujin in terms of strength and speed. Although, their coordination is very good, which is the only thing that is allowing them to keep up with Fujin. In that case, let's take this up a notch. muttered Fujin after understanding the limits of the two Edo Tensei Hokage. Immediately afterward, his moves became fiercer, and strength in each of his blows increased sharply. A jab in the stomach of Hashirama, a quick dodge of Tobirama's kick by leaning backward, then a sharp reverse kick to Tobirama which was dodged by Tobirama, a backward flip to dodge a three-combo blow from Hashirama, and finally a full-powered uppercut under Hashirama's chin causing him to fly backward, and the very next second a combo of sweeping kick and roundhouse kick to Tobirama sending him flying all the way. Boom boom crack crack. Amidst the sound of cracking of the wood and breaking the walls, Hashirama and Tobirama that were blown away by Fujin crashed into the walls of the shrine after passing through several rooms, and there were some obvious depressions in the bodies of the two Hokage, which clearly showed how much power Fujin had in each of his strikes. On the other side, Orochimaru, who was standing on the head of the large green snake, muttered in a surprised tone, "Damn, can't afford to be hit by him, the power in each of his strikes is even higher than Tsunade's." As the controller of the two Edo Tensei Hokage, Orochimaru is naturally aware that these two reanimations cannot be compared to the real thing in their peak state. There are multiple factors responsible for this, but the strength of the sacrifices used and the limitations Orochimaru personally imposed are the main reasons. Because the development and research of Edo Tensei are still not completed, and since various aspects have to be considered, so Orochimaru has only used sacrifices that are at most at the level of low-tier Jonin to revive the two Hokage. And coupled with the fear that the two Hokage might undo the binding, Orochimaru specifically added a lot of mini-seals in order to keep the two under his control. Although all these measures allow Orochimaru to perfectly control the two Hokage, their strength is also weakened quite a lot. So, the current strength of the two Hokage is not only much inferior to their peak state but also weaker compared to the time they were revived using the White Zetsu clones. But even with all these constraints, they are still much stronger than the state when the two fought against Sandaime Hokage. On an analogical basis, it wouldn't be wrong to say that Tobirama is at the level of elite Jonin, while Hashirama is at the level of a Kage, and with both of brothers working together they are capable of suppressing even the likes of Raikage. Orochimaru himself isn't confident enough to be able to defeat the two. So, the fact that Fujin was able to dominate the battle fairly easily greatly surprised Orochimaru and also made him vigilant of that tyrannic strength. Now then. After sending the two Hokage flying away, Fujin waved both of his hands fiercely. Immediately, iron sand appeared out of the ground and wrapped around Hashirama and Tobirama firmly, restricting their movements by binding them inside cocoons made of iron sand. After having dealt with the two Hokage, Fujin's gaze turned towards Orochimaru and Kurenai, who stood on the head of the giant green snake. Feeling the killing intent from Fujin, even Orochimaru, who has never been afraid of anything, was a little dazed. His heart trembled, and his joking expression changed. And on the side of Orochimaru, Kurenai, who also observed the short battle, was surprised and can't help but mutter in admiration, "So strong." Whoosh! Fujin's figure flashed, he leaped high into the sky, and instantly, a pair of black iron sand wings spread behind his back, allowing Fujin to float high into the sky. On the back of the green snake, Orochimaru and Kurenai involuntarily raised their heads and looked at Fujin high above in the sky. The pair of huge black wings behind him, combined with the black cloak with gold threading, and a mask of wind pattern covering the face, gave an elusive look to Fujin in the night. Kurenai was a little dazed when she looked at the other party, and for a moment she even had an illusion that the other party might be a fallen angel of the dark night. Whoosh! While Orochimaru and Kurenai looked at Fujin floating high into the sky, his figure suddenly disappeared and appeared on top of the head of the giant green snake, and without wasting even an instant, Fujin condensed an iron sand spear in his hand and stabbed into the heart of Orochimaru without care whether Orochimaru would die or not. You! Before Orochimaru even realized it, Fujin was already standing in front of him, and an iron sand spear was piercing through his heart, and by the time he realized it, his expression changed into horror as he slowly lost consciousness. Kurenai was also taken aback. He killed Orochimaru so easily? Fujin said lightly, "Put away the act, you aren't fooling anyone with that crappy performance of yours." Listening to Fujin's words, Orochimaru's expression changed back, and the corner of his mouth twitched in annoyance. I used to think that you are just the most inconspicuous guy in Amatsukami, and the rumors about you being stronger than Homusubi and Suijin were false and deliberately spread, but it appears that I was mistaken and I underestimated you. After finishing his words, Orochimaru's body turned into mud and collapsed. Fujin hovered above and rushed in the direction of the two Hokage. He could see that Orochimaru was rushing in that direction in order to free the two Hokage from the iron sand binding. Orochimaru also noticed that Fujin has noticed his intention, and muttered, "Let me see what will you chose." Immediately afterward, he waved the hand sign, and the huge green snake under Kurenai's feet disappeared in a poof of white smoke. "Huh! Aha!" Kurenai exclaimed as the sudden disappearance of the giant green snake caused Kurenai's body to suddenly lose her footing, and because both her hands were tightly tied behind her back, and her chakra was sealed, so Kurenai started to fall towards the ground. The length of the giant green snake was at least 100 meters long, and before disappearing about half of its body was erected above ground, so the moment it disappeared Kurenai fell to the ground from a height of at least 50 m. Because hands are tied behind her back and chakra is sealed, so if Kurenai were to fall on the ground from such height, it would mean instant death. Fujin of course understood this, and with a sigh, he turned back and flew in Kurenai's direction. As Kurenai saw the ground approaching closer and closer, she also understood that it wasn't the ground, rather death, and Kurenai closed her eyes. There is no way I would survive this fall. But suddenly, her body, which was only half a meter above the ground, was caught. Just as Kurenai's body was about to collapse on the ground, Fujin leaped towards the ground and caught her in his arms. "What?" Feeling the sudden jerk and realizing that she hasn't yet died, Kurenai opened her eyes only to find that Fujin held her in his arms, and the rope that had bound her hands was also cut open by him at some point. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0v3 Elbin site. After saving Kurenai, Fujin asked, "Are you okay?" Kurenai froze for a moment. Although she doesn't think that she knows the other party, for some reason, it seemed as if this member of Amatsukami really cared about her. Seeing Kurenai frozen and not responding, Fujin thought that Orochimaru might have used some mind-controlling jutsu on her. A little worried, Fujin observed her body with his Byakugan and asked again while lightly slapping her cheek, "Hey, are you alright?" He asked this because although he could see that her chakra was sealed, there was nothing else wrong with her body. The stunned Kurenai immediately recovered, pushed Fujin's hand on the side, and tried to get away from him, only to realize that they are still in midair and if she makes any extra movement, she would definitely fall to the ground. Wait a second. Fujin realized that perhaps Kurenai felt uncomfortable. He landed on the ground and allowed her to stand on her own 2 feet. As soon as Kurenai landed on the ground, she asked Fujin, "I am fine, but who are you and why bother saving me? I don't even know you." Just as Fujin was about to make up something in order to divert the conversation, suddenly an earthquake came and the ground trembled. Because of the sudden earthquake, Kurenai lost her balance and fell on top of Fujin. I am sorry." Kurenai apologized with an embarrassed expression given that she even dragged Fujin as she fell. Fujin did not care. He got up from the ground and looked in the direction from where the earthquake came, and muttered, "It appears that we are in trouble." With Fujin's support, Kurenai also got up, and asked, "What's the trouble?" Before Fujin could reply, the sudden change in the surroundings answered her question, as one after another, trees started to rise from the ground. And the trees that were originally present in the surroundings also came to life and started to grow wildly. Dame Hokage-sama's would release, muttered Kurenai. The appearance of would release means Orochimaru managed to remove the iron sand covering the two Hokage, and Fujin understands that he must make haste. Hold me tight. Without giving Kurenai any time to react, Fujin held her and rushed out of the forest. The Edo Tensei form allows them to continuously use chakra without any worry of running out of it, and a forest is Hashirama's home ground. Therefore, if Fujin were to remain in the forest, he might be at a territorial disadvantage, as even with his iron sand, it would be a bit difficult to resist an endless stream of trees. Whoosh! So, without any more wait, Fujin again unfolded a pair of black iron sand wings, and immediately after that, he took off the ground in order to get out of the forest. However, the trees that were growing out were wildly started to weave a big net, trying to trap Fujin and Kurenai inside a cage. As Fujin shuttled through the forest while carrying Kurenai, Hashirama, and Tobirama also started to flexibly chase after him and soon pounced at him from different directions. Orochimaru, who was following the three from a safe distance, looked at the four with interest. Is Fujin really here because he intends to protect Yuhi Kurenai? He knows better than anyone that the current Kurenai cannot put up a fight, even a little bit of fight, so she is complete baggage in the middle of combat. And Orochimaru has ordered the two Hokage to kill both Kurenai and Fujin, especially focus on Kurenai. There is only one reason for doing this: Orochimaru wants to test Fujin's real intentions. Chapter 476. Previously, Orochimaru didn't believe in Fujin's rhetorical words, "Rescue Yuhi Kurenai?" As if Orochimaru didn't think that the sudden appearance of Fujin at this shrine was just to rescue Yuhi Kurenai. After all, the girl is just a Tokubetsu Jonin, and in terms of political status she is of civilian background, unlike the Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, or Uzumaki that are noble shinobi clans, and Yuhi Kurenai neither has any special Kekkei Jinkai nor any secret jutsu that would be useful to Amatsukami, at least not that Orochimaru can think of. Although she is a member of an elite Umbu squad, but that still doesn't make her important enough for Amatsukami to care. At the same time, the bounty on Yuhi Kurenai's head is not big enough to enter Amatsukami's field of vision. So then why would a member of the mysterious Amatsukami organization bother about what happens to her? Orochimaru initially suspected that Fujin is just trying to confuse him and his real intentions are different. Maybe Fujin's intentions are to capture Orochimaru, and this possibility is indeed reasonable. After all, Orochimaru has a big bounty on his head, along with many kenjutsu that Orochimaru has in his hands, and he is also a former member of the Akatsuki organization, so knows quite a lot about it. So, it wouldn't be wrong to assume that Fujin is here to capture or kill him. Yuhi Kurenai is being used as a decoy to distract Orochimaru. The second possibility is that Amatsukami is also after Sword of Totsuka, and this guess is also reasonable considering Sword of Totsuka's abilities and the location of the shrine. But after observing Fujin's actions and him continuously protecting Yuhi Kurenai regardless of the consequences, Orochimaru was a little uncertain about his initial doubt, and started to analyze why would Fujin, a member of Amatsukami's, rescue Yuhi Kurenai? Suddenly, Orochimaru had a guess in his heart. Fujin probably knows Yuhi Kurenai on a personal level, and there is an uncertain relationship between these two, and it is also possible that Yuhi Kurenai has his Amatsukami's spy in Konoha. This guess of Orochimaru is also not unreasonable, because he can't think of any other possible reasons that would make Amatsukami care about Yuhi Kurenai's safety. So it is very likely that Yuhi Kurenai either has an uncertain relationship with Fujin and knows him on a personal level, or she is a spy and probably knows some secret information about the Amatsukami organization, and Amatsukami doesn't want that information to get in others' hands, as it could be detrimental to their organization. Thinking so, Orochimaru licked his lips. Now he is also curious and eager to know what information does Yuhi Kurenai hides. With these intentions of his, Orochimaru muttered, "Let's take this up a notch," and weaved hand seals. On Fujin and Kurenai's side, numerous trees crazily grew and continuously tried to entangle Fujin and Kurenai. Although Fujin wasn't struggling much and was able to continuously cut down these growing trees, the area he could move around was also getting limited as time passed. As for why wasn't he flying away and getting away instantly? There are two reasons. The first reason is obviously that he wants to lead Orochimaru as far away from the shrine as possible. After all, Itachi and Shisui are probably also around. Fujin doesn't want Orochimaru to meet either of those two here. The second is that because he wants to use this clone for some fierce fighting, flying away would make Orochimaru helpless and unable to catch up to him, therefore he is shuttling through the forest. But Kurenai, who is being carried around by the iron sand, doesn't know Fujin's thoughts. All she could see is Fujin constantly struggling in order to protect her. Kurenai wants to help, but can't because of the seals Orochimaru placed in her body that seals her chakra, and the poison in her body makes it impossible for her to be able to do much, so she is currently very weak and a total burden. He doesn't have to protect me, so why is he doing this? This doubt has been plaguing Kurenai for a while now, and she can't think of a possible answer. Suddenly, Fujin felt a wave of chakra, and tree branches started to grow out of the ground near Kurenai. At the same time, the offensive he was facing also increased by 3 times. Fujin was still able to keep up, but his attention on Kurenai's side decreased a little bit, and in that little time Kurenai was entangled by branches and was dragged away. Seeing Kurenai being entangled and being dragged away by tree branches, Fujin sighed, "Damn it, I can't let her die or be captured, else Orochimaru's would doubt." Immediately, Fujin clenched his fist. More iron sand appeared out of the ground and combined with the iron sand that was initially protecting Kurenai and turned into a big hand made of iron sand. The iron sand hand then went forward and immediately grabbed Kurenai, who was being dragged away by the tree branches. At the same time, all the branches around her were shredded. At this moment, Hashirama flickered in front of Fujin and started another round of taijutsu battle while also using wood release, cutting technique, and while Fujin countered Hashirama's offensive, Tobirama appeared on top of a tree not far away and started to weave hand signs. Tiger, rat, horse, snake, dragon, hands clap. Although Fujin was busy fighting Hashirama, he did pay attention to Tobirama, and when he noticed the hand signs, he suddenly panicked. Can't let him use that jutsu on Kurenai. When Fujin was developing his Suijin clone, he studied and mastered many water-style jutsu. Therefore, the moment he noticed the hand signs, he immediately recognized the jutsu Tobirama was preparing to use. It's the highly dangerous water-style, water-severing wave. After needing enough chakra in his stomach, Tobirama spat out an extremely high-pressure jet of water from his mouth. Sui-is-cha. The jet of water was like a sharp knife. It severed everything that came in its path and rushed towards Kurenai, who was held by the hand of iron sand. Seeing that water-severing wave was about to reach Kurenai, Fujin instantly disappeared from his position and without any hesitation appeared in front of Kurenai. Fujin knows that if this water-style jutsu, which is capable of severing the roots of Shinju, were to even touch Kurenai, it would either kill her or take away some organ depending on where it hits. And with Kurenai's current condition it is impossible to dodge or defend against it, so Fujin can only choose to use his own body to block it by hardening his bones to the extreme degree. But Kurenai doesn't know this, so when she saw Fujin's action, her heart was touched deeply. She stared at his back with a blank expression, and for a moment a strange and unknown emotion that she has never felt before was felt by her for the first time. Fujin didn't notice Kurenai's change. He was busy controlling the iron sand to form a shield in front of him in order to reduce the momentum and pressure of the water jet. Sui-is-cha. As the water came into contact with the iron sand shield, it instantly cut through the iron sand shield guarding Fujin's body and made an ear-piercing sound that shook the eardrums of all the 3 alive people, and at the same moment, the water jet that slashed past the iron sand shield rushed towards Fujin without any decrease in pressure or momentum. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to /n/o/vel/b/n. The iron sand shield was completely useless, thought Fujin in amazement, as he was also surprised by this. Although the iron sand shield was hurriedly created and was in an incomplete state, so Fujin knew that it wouldn't be much effective, and didn't have many expectations of it to be able to stop the water-severing wave. However, the fact that it didn't pose even a little bit of resistance still surprised Fujin, albeit slightly. Sui-is-cha. With the sound of swish, the high-pressure water jet ran across Fujin's body from right leg to chest and all the way to the head. Crack crack. The wind mask on Fujin's face cracked because of the water jet. The cracks soon spread all over the mask. It shattered into multiple small fragments and fell to the ground. Not only the mask but even the black gold-hemmed cloak that Fujin was wearing was also cut open and fell on the ground. The metal mesh armor under his kimono was not safe either. It was cut into 2 pieces, and the same was the case with his skin and outer muscles that were cut and started to bleed. The blood gushed out and stained his clothes. Drip drip. At the same time blood dripped on the ground from the corners of his mouth. Ha ha, Fujin squatted on the ground and panted heavily. His long white hair was in a mess and covered his face. Even the iron sand hand that was protecting Kurenai collapsed, causing her to fall on the iron sand powder, so she wasn't injured. Kurenai was at a loss at what was happening. She got up with some difficulty and walked closer to Fujin with the intention of helping him stand up. Upon walking closer, she noticed the blood on the ground and also on his clothes, and unknowingly to her slight trickle of tears started to stream down her face. Kurenai tried to help Fujin get up but was rejected by her. Worried about his condition, Kurenai eagerly said to Fujin, "Please, just go. You don't have to worry about me. You don't have to put yourself at risk for my sake. I am only an orphan, so whether I live or die would make no difference for anyone. Nobody would mar." "Shut up," Fujin said in a low tone. "But you are seriously injured and he is after me. You don't, huh?" Kurenai tried to retort. "I said shut up," shouted Fujin in anger, and after taking a breath he continued in a deep tone, "I won't let you die here. So, just shut up and stay behind me." Kurenai was silent as she stared at Fujin. She didn't know what to say. She doesn't know what to do. All she could feel was her heart that was beating faster as she looked at the man in front of her. The fear and loneliness in her heart were also being cleared up. Truthfully speaking, Kurenai was scared, very scared. From the moment Orochimaru kidnapped her, she knew that Orochimaru would kill her after he uses her. After all, what reason does he have to keep her alive after he achieves his purpose? And even if he doesn't achieve his purpose, he would kill her regardless. After all, he wouldn't want to leak intelligence about his purpose, right? So, once she is dead, it would be all over for her. Her mother died in the Third Great Shinobi War, and her father died on the night of Kyuubi's attack. She is an orphan, therefore no one would know or deeply care about how she died and who killed her. In a way, it's not that bad. After all, Kurenai has been suffering from fear and loneliness for years, ever since she lost her father. So death could be a fitting end to it all, because even if she doesn't want to die, who would save her from Orochimaru? True, she has friends she can generally count on, but none of them is capable enough to rescue her from the hands of Orochimaru. Heck, they wouldn't even know who is the perpetrator. And even if they do know, they wouldn't be able to find her here in the middle of nowhere. Kurenai understands this full well because Orochimaru made sure to not leave any tracks behind. As for the village? Would village really care if an Umbu went missing? After all, this isn't too strange. The death toll in Umbu is very high. And as a member of the elite, Teamro Kurenai has also personally experienced the village's darkness and knows full well that if she went missing for a long time, she would either be considered dead or a missing nin. Rescue is unlikely, and both cases would ultimately mean death. And nobody would really mourn her death. Her friends may feel sad for a few days, but they would soon forget her and move on. Although that's cold, this is how shinobi are. This is shinobi's true nature, ruthless in their bones. Everyone has witnessed too many deaths to care about one more. This is why, when she sees this man fighting against Orochimaru to rescue her, giving his all just to protect her from him, and going as far as to shield her with his own body without any care about his own life, Kurenai is deeply touched. She doesn't know if she knows who this man truly is, but she doesn't want him to die for her. Yet, when he says, "I won't let you die here. So, just shut up and stay behind me," all the fear in her heart vanished instantly, and strong emotions burst out of her heart. All the words she wanted to use to persuade Fujin were choked back, and she could only nod obediently. Chapter 477. Following Kurenai's nod, Fujin stood up and pulled Kurenai behind him. Even though his current state looked a bit miserable because of all the blood, he wasn't really all that injured. The water-severing wave didn't cut deep enough to reach viscera, and the jet of high-pressured water was completely blocked by periosteum made of incredibly hard and dense bones. So, although there is a lot of blood because of tearing of the skin, making it seem as if he is seriously injured, but it's just skin injury and doesn't affect his combat power in the slightest. After pulling Kurenai behind him, Fujin looked in the direction where Orochimaru was hiding and cursed inwardly, "Orochimaru, don't force me to use Shikatsumiyaku, otherwise, I can't help it, and might really end up killing you." Shodame Hokage Hashirama and Nidame Hokage Tobirama are both Edo Tensei, so they are almost immortal. No matter how many times they are destroyed, they will keep on resurrecting unless their souls are pulled out of their bodies. If he was Hyuga Kuroto/Yama, that means using his main body, then he would have been able to pull out the souls of the two Hokage, or used truth-seeking orbs to permanently destroy the two Edo Tensei, or maybe used puppet cursing sphere on the two Edo Hokage to either take control of the two Hokage from Orochimaru, or used it on Orochimaru to make him print the Edo Tensei release hand signs, but unfortunately, currently, he is Fujin, therefore, neither can he pull out their souls, nor can he destroy their bodies with truth-seeking orbs, nor can use puppet cursing sphere to control either of the three. If he was Homosubi, then he would have either used Jinjutsu on Orochimaru to control him and release him using the Edo Tensei release hand signs, or simply used Enten, Ashihomi to continuously burn the two Edo Hokage, but unfortunately, currently, he is not Homosubi, so this option doesn't work either. And if he was Suijin, then he would have used Ice Collar of Subordination on either of the three to make them a puppet of his, or used chakra-locking ice cuffs to completely seal their chakra, but unfortunately, he is not Suijin either, so all these methods that could have easily dealt with Edo Tensei can't be used by Fujin. As for other methods, there is only Fuinjutsu, and not just any Fuinjutsu would work. The only one that would work is the Shiki Fujin/Reaper Death Seal that can seal the souls of the two Hokage inside the belly of the Shinigami. Sandaime Hokage also used Shiki Fujin/Reaper Death Seal when he faced the same situation. Just how experienced Sandaime Hokage is already well known. He is not called Professor for nothing and has mastered almost all the jutsu in Konoha, except for the Kekkai Genkai and Hidden Jutsu. So the fact that even Sandaime Hokage had to resort to Shiki Fujin/Reaper Death Seal in order to deal with the two Edo Tensei Hokage clearly implies that only Shiki Fujin/Reaper Death Seal can permanently deal with Edo Tensei. It's unfortunate that the current Fujin doesn't know how to use the Shiki Fujin/Reaper Death Seal, as it's highly secret, and no matter how much he searched, Fujin didn't find information about the seal. If Fujin were to look in the Scroll of Seals, then obviously he can find information about this Fuinjutsu, but can he get his hands on the Scroll of Seals? Obviously no. Moreover, even if he knew how to use this Fuinjutsu, Fujin wouldn't dare to use it. After all, he is not so eager to meet Yondaime Hokage and Inkyubi, right? Most of the other high-end Fuinjutsu wouldn't be able to remove the souls from Orochimaru's binding, and general sealing methods wouldn't work either, and it would be the same as before. Orochimaru would be able to remove those seals, thus managing to free the two Hokage. Moreover, there is no telling if Orochimaru has other Edo Tensei in his hands. Just as Fujin was pondering over how to deal with the two Hokage, the surrounding dimmed in moonlight completely disappeared, and all they could see was pure black and nothing else. Kurenai exclaimed, "What happened? A Jinjutsu?" Fujin nodded lightly. "Yes, it's just a Jinjutsu, used by your Shodame Hokage. It only affects your vision, other senses should still work, although, given your current condition, your senses seem to be dull." Kurenai was silent. She doesn't know how to respond to him. Fujin sighed and said, "Anyhow, stay close." "All right." Kurenai nodded. Fujin obviously knows this Jinjutsu, as he has also learned it. Infinite Darkness Jutsu places hallucinatory darkness on the target's eyesight, causing them to see nothing but black. Although the target cannot see, they can still sense chakra and rely on their other senses. Besides, this Jinjutsu is completely useless on Fujin, as he has Byakugan and can directly see chakra. Whyish. As soon as Fujin finished speaking, the surrounding trees again rushed at him in the cover of darkness. Seeing the endless stream of trees about to swallow Kurenai completely, Fujin had no choice but to get serious now. Immediately, he slammed his hands together and controlled the iron sand. Clap. As soon as Fujin clapped his hands together, the magnet chakra in his body surged, and under his control, all the iron sand that he could use quickly combined and formed a thick spherical metallic shell with a few small holes in it for the passing of air. The metallic shell was formed around Kurenai, so it trapped her inside. At the same time, it made sure that the trees would no longer be able to reach her. Although the spherical shell protected her, it also isolated her in complete darkness. And feeling no presence around her, Kurenai tried to move around to find Fujin but couldn't. "Hey, where did you go?" But there was no response from Fujin, only the sound of trees constantly colliding with the outer iron surface rang in her ears, which made Kurenai a little nervous. After using all the iron sand to protect Kurenai, Fujin looked at the endless trees constantly wrapping around him and sighed. He wasn't really worried. The trees do absorb chakra, but it's not that big of a problem for him. What's troublesome is that he will have to rely on his other Kekkai Jinkai. I have not yet mastered Scorch Release completely, so I shouldn't use it in this battle. Although I can also use Typhoon Release, it's not that useful in this situation. It seems I have no other choice but to use Shikatsumiyaku. Far away from the fight, Orochimaru, who stood on the canopy of a tall giant tree, stood with his hands on his chest and looked at the battle in the distance with a solemn expression. After he released a few restraints on the two Edo Tensei, the strength that the two Edo Hokage are able to use has increased. Therefore, Orochimaru thinks that the two Hokage should be able to deal with Fujin. After all, would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees is not a jutsu that can be withstood by anyone. This has been proven countless times when the village was created by Shodame Hokage. Therefore, Orochimaru is convinced that he must win. But even with this confidence, Orochimaru is not sure completely. There is also a matter that Shodame Hokage did not use it in his peak state, but even then, the background of Amatsukami makes him feel a bit restless. At this time, the fierce fighting in the distance came to a halt and those crazily growing trees also stopped. Orochimaru can be certain that Fujin has been trapped in the sea of trees, and everything returned to silence. Looking at the distance, Orochimaru muttered with a doubtful look, "Is it finally over?" Chapter 478. The current Edo Tensei is different from the Edo Tensei used by Kabuto during the Fourth Great Shinobi War. There are two reasons for this. First is that the development of Edo Tensei Jutsu is not advanced enough, so the Jutsu is still in the premature stage, and the second reason is that Orochimaru has added several restrictions on the Edo Tensei to make sure that the reanimated beings remain in his absolute control. This is why several abilities of Edo Tensei are not in Orochimaru's control. For example, unlike Kabuto, the current Orochimaru cannot occupy the bodies of Edo Tensei. And directly perceiving the battle situation through the reanimations is somewhat difficult for Orochimaru because he cannot carry out ultra-long distance remote control of the Edo Tensei. Of course, this also has its advantages, as Orochimaru's location cannot be perceived by the Edo Tensei either, unlike what happened with Kabuto. In the canon, Kabuto established a long-distance chakra connection with all his Edo Tensei. As a result, his location was perceived by Uchiha Itachi, who came to him and directly gave him a shot of Izanami to undo the Edo Tensei Jutsu, which became one of the major turning points of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Anyway, because Orochimaru can't occupy the body of Edo Tensei on the battlefield, therefore, he cannot confirm the exact battle situation at the moment, but through observation from distance, and the fact that the forest has returned to calm, he judged that perhaps the battle has really come to an end, and Fujin has been defeated. It seems the presence of Yuhi Kurenai became the cause of Fujin's defeat. It works for me, I suppose. Now I can also study the secrets of magnet release Kekkai Jinkai. Plus, this fight also gave me a lot of data and insight on the shortcomings of Edo Tensei, and I know how to improve this jutsu further," muttered Orochimaru with a thoughtful look. Then he raised his hands to wave the hand signs in order to put back the Edo Tensei inside the coffin. Boom, 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 boom. But just as he prepared to remove the Edo Tensei, the earth trembled. Orochimaru's eyes condensed, his hands came to an abrupt halt, and he muttered to himself, "Is he still not defeated?" As soon as his voice fell, a shocking scene appeared in front of him. Whyish, 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 whyish. Amidst the sound of ground rumbling and wind cutting, countless sharp and thick bone spears rose from the ground. These bone spears were so sharp that all the trees blocking them were instantly pierced and shredded into multiple fragments. Shikatsumiyaku. Orochimaru was startled when he realized that someone was using this rare Kekkai Jinkai, and muttered, "It isn't Fujin but someone else? Is there anyone else here? Could it be Kaguya Takashi of the Akatsuki organization?" The pale white bones were still coming out of the ground, and soon these bone spears reached the shrine and pierced through the stone walls of the shrine. In the blink of an eye, the endless green forest became an endless white bone forest. Wherever eyes could see, only sharp white bone spears were visible. Even the tall tree on which Orochimaru stood wasn't spared, and the bone-soon spears reached him. Orochimaru's figure shook and dangerously avoided the bone spear that suddenly appeared under his feet, but even then, the bone spear managed to cut his cheek slightly and continued to rise high above. Orochimaru landed a little distance away and looked at these bone spear with a dignified expression, then tried to locate the new enemy who was using Shikatsumiyaku. While Orochimaru was trying to locate the new enemy, suddenly a figure appeared on a bone spear behind him. The figure raised the bone blade extending out of the palm of his hand and slashed it horizontally without any hesitation. Slash, puff. The bone blade was slashed across and soon brought a bloody flower. Although Orochimaru was able to perceive the sudden appearance of the person behind him because of sensing the body heat, it was a step too late because the enemy's speed was too fast. He did manage to dodge the attack, but he was still harmed as the person behind him managed to cut his back deeply to the point that inner bones were visible. Dodged it, huh? The person didn't care and again merged back into the bone spear. Orochimaru, who has retreated sharply, turned around and barely managed to see the person who attacked him, and noting the identity of the person, he can't help but frown. Fujin? Although he didn't clearly see the appearance of the person and soon lost trace of his presence, however, Orochimaru was quite certain that it was Fujin. Fujin also has Shikatsumiyaku Kekkai Jinkai? Immediately Orochimaru's heart shook, and he muttered to himself, Fujin can not only use magnet release but also Shikatsumiyaku? 2 Kekkai Jinkai at the same time? Was he born with 2 Kekkai Jinkai similar to Terumi Mae of Kirigakure, or has he stolen them from different Kekkai Jinkai shinobis similar to Hiriko by using Chimera Jutsu? Both doubts are reasonable, but their implications are different. But now is not the time to delve too deeply into this matter, so after suppressing the doubts in his heart, Orochimaru looked around with utmost vigilance. Orochimaru knows the jutsu the other party is using. It is one of the secret jutsu of the Kaguya clan. The name of this secret jutsu is Dance of the Seedling Fern, and it is one of the strongest jutsu of the Kaguya clan. Once this jutsu is used, a forest of bones will appear, and this entire bone forest will become the opponent's area of control. With this jutsu, Fujin can freely shuttle from one bone spear to the another without any worry of being perceived by the enemy. The only shortcoming of this jutsu is that it has high chakra consumption and places a heavy burden on the body of the user. Even the patriarch of the Kaguya clan dare not use it casually, and even if he is in a serious pinch, the patriarch would only use it as a last resort. Orochimaru looked around vigilantly and didn't really care about the injury on his back, as the wound on his back was quickly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound on his back was indeed fatal, but was only for ordinary ninjas. For Orochimaru such a wound is nothing. After all, he has mastered the secret technique of physical regeneration and the forbidden technique of living corpse reincarnation. Orochimaru can unscrupulously squeeze the potential of the body without a care in the world, and even if the upper limit of maximum cell division in the body is exhausted, it's not that big of a deal for him, as all he has to do is change the vessel. Boom boom boom. While Orochimaru looked around vigilantly, the battle between Hashirama and Fujin's bone clone was still going on. Trees and bone spears were fighting against each other, and it was a total mess. Attracted by the sound, Orochimaru glanced at the far end. At this moment, the Edo Tensei Hashirama and Tobirama were entangled in the forest of trees and forest of bones, which is completely meaningless. After all, the main enemy is here, so Orochimaru decided to call them here. As long as those 2 Edo Hokage were to arrive near him, Orochimaru has the confidence of winning the battle by dragging it out until Fujin's chakra reserves are exhausted. But just as he revealed his intention to weave the hand signs to summon the Edo Tensei here, hundreds of figures appeared out of the bone spears around him, and all of them rushed towards him. Multi-bone clone jutsu? How high are his chakra reserves? Orochimaru immediately reached this conclusion and immediately crouched towards the ground and spat out countless snakes from his mouth. Formation of 10,000 snakes. Tens of thousands of giant snakes appeared out of Orochimaru's mouth and rushed towards hundreds of bone clones of Fujin. As they reached closer and closer to Fujin's bones clones, the snakes opened their mouth, out of which Kusanagi-like blades appeared and stretched towards the bone clones. Dance of Willow! None of the bone clone was panicked, they just crouched down and several bones appeared out of their bodies, and in this state, all the bone clones started to dodge or defended the Kusanagi-like blades, at the same time, started a snake-killing spree. While the bone clones were busy dealing with the 10,000 snakes, the main Fujin, who was still hidden inside a bone spear, appeared out, and after weeding the hand seals, he shouted, "Typhoon release, great consecutive bursting extreme winds." Immediately, under Fujin's control, a massive tornado intense enough to even dwarf the likes of complete body Susanoo was summoned with himself as the center, and everything including the tens of thousands of giant snakes, large bone spears, and even all the bone clones in the vicinity were affected by the high-speed strong winds of the tornado and were instantly shredded into countless pieces and engulfed by the tornado. Typhoon release? Another Kekkei Genkai, it seems my guess is indeed correct. Orochimaru thought upon noticing the appearance of such a massive tornado, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of this jutsu and immediately used hiding in the surface technique to hide under the ground and then traveled towards the eye of the storm in order to exploit the weakness of this jutsu. The eye of the tornado is the weakness of this jutsu as there are no winds in the center, so the user is left defenseless here, and Orochimaru intends to exploit this weakness. But how could Fujin not know such an obvious weakness? So, the moment Orochimaru entered under the surface area of the Eye of the Storm, the bone spears that were still present in the ground immediately started to grow, but different from before, this time, the bones did not grow like spears or blades, instead, they grew like fibrous roots in order to kill Orochimaru, and if not kill then make him come out of the ground. The moment Orochimaru noticed the bone roots spreading under the ground and restricting his movements by continuously attacking him, Orochimaru was again surprised and immediately ejected himself out of the ground, then jumped upwards. Since currently the two of them were in the eye of the tornado, so Orochimaru still intended to use this opportunity, and immediately after weaving hand signs, he shouted again, "Earth release, swamp of the underworld." Under Orochimaru's control, the ground in the surrounding turned into a large swamp, so the bone spears that were standing high inside the Eye of the Storm immediately started to sink. Of course, Fujin had to continuously jump from one bone spear to another in order to not get swallowed by the swamp that was spreading. Seeing that Fujin was jumping around from one bone spear to the other, maintaining his balance in order to stay away from the swamp, Orochimaru smirked and immediately stretched out both his hand towards Fujin, mini hidden shadow snake hand. Whyish 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 whyish. With the sound of breaking wind, dozens of large snakes shot out of Orochimaru's sleeves and pounced towards Fujin. However, even before those dozens of large snakes could approach Fujin, they were all chopped into countless pieces by Fujin's white hair that had elongated and took the form of multiple sharp blades. And Fujin didn't stop there. Immediately after dealing with the many shadow snake hands, he controlled his long white hair and shot hundreds of large hair senbon towards Orochimaru, hair needle senbon. Orochimaru's expression shrank as soon as he saw countless hair needles coming towards him, but soon returned to calm. As one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru has also seen Jiraiya use this jutsu countless times and knows that dodging this jutsu by the virtue of speed alone is almost impossible, so the only method to counter this jutsu is by blocking it. Of course, that's the case for most of the shinobi, but not for him. Slithering snake mode. Orochimaru turned the lower half of his body into a snake's tail, then opened his mouth to appear out of it in order to avoid the range of attack, then again opened his mouth, but this time the Kusanagi blade stretched out towards Fujin at lightning speed. The hair senbon of course did their job and pierced Orochimaru's body, but the original Orochimaru had already escaped out of his body by transforming his lower body into a snake. At the same time, the Kusanagi blade was coming towards Fujin at a lightning speed. Of course, Fujin wasn't all that panicked, and hardened all his bones to the utmost degree. The extended Kusanagi sword couldn't successfully pierce through Naruto's four-tailed Kyuubi cloak, so how could it pierce through the extremely hardened bones in Fujin's body? But Orochimaru didn't think so, and seeing Fujin's foolish actions, he smirked, "Hee hee, you are mine now." After all, only an idiot would try to resist the attack of sword of Kusanagi head-on, right? And just as Fujin expected, the tip of the Kusanagi blade reached near his heart and tried to pierce through, but couldn't because the bones were extremely hard and dense. What? But how could it be possible? This time Orochimaru was really shocked. He never expected that the bones of Fujin could become as hard as the Kusanagi blade. This is simply unbelievable. It must not be forgotten that this sword of Kusanagi in Orochimaru's stomach is also a legendary blade. It can even cut through the adamantine staff, Enma of Sandaime Hokage, yet it couldn't pierce through Fujin's bones? Just how hard are those bones? The degree of Orochimaru's shock can be imagined. Fujin didn't have any change in his expression. Just as the tip of Kusanagi blade touched his chest, he controlled the bone around his chest to wrap around the tip of Kusanagi's blade to make sure that Orochimaru can't dodge his next attack, then stretched out both of his hand and shouted, 10-finger drilling bullets. Whyish 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 whyish. One after another 10 bone bullets rushed towards Orochimaru, who was hanging in midair. Orochimaru's expression shrank. He immediately released the sword of Kusanagi out of his stomach, then dropped towards the ground, but Fujin was prepared, and he has already used the next jutsu, Art of the Raging Lion's Mane. Instantly, under Fujin's control, his long white hair again stretched out towards Orochimaru, who was in midair. Orochimaru hurriedly weaved hand seals, and shouted, "Fire release, flame bullet." Immediately, Orochimaru spat out fire from his mouth to burn the hair that was coming towards him, and of course, he succeeded. As Fujin's hair that was coming towards Orochimaru was burned by the flame bullet, a thick smell of protein being charred covered the air. And immediately after defending, Orochimaru stretched out his hand to take back the control of the sword of Kusanagi. The sword of Kusanagi that was earlier piercing Fujin's chest rotated under Orochimaru's control, but it seeing that it really couldn't penetrate, Orochimaru had it retract back and held it in his hands as he landed on the ground and looked at Fujin with a vigilant expression. As for why couldn't Fujin take control of the sword of Kusanagi? Obviously, because it seems to be spiritually bonded with Orochimaru. Cutting that spiritual connection is not impossible, but it would take time, and time is something Fujin cannot dedicate in the middle of a high-intensity battle. Chapter 479. If Orochimaru were to count all the enemies he has faced up to now, then Fujin would undoubtedly be among the top 3. The first position is taken by Tendo Pain aka Uzumaki Nagato, while the second position goes to Uchiha Itachi because of how easily he was killed by Itachi, but Orochimaru has to admit that Fujin is also on the same level as Uchiha Itachi. In Orochimaru's perspective, Fujin is simply a beast, capable of using 3 Kekkai Genkai. Are you kidding? That's 3 Kekkai Genkai, not 3 chakra natures. Orochimaru is quite sure that he has never seen or heard of a single shinobi capable of using 3 Kekkai Genkai through normal means. Of course, Hiriko of the 5 style is not normal, so he can't be counted. Here people are having difficulty being able to awaken 1 Kekkai Genkai, and Fujin is using 3 different Kekkai Genkai. What kind of a joke is this? Not to mention the other guy's taijutsu and kenjutsu skills. Orochimaru is not afraid of physical combat, but in the face of those incredibly tough bone blades that are as tough as his Kusanagi sword and those swift and fierce taijutsu and kenjutsu skills of Fujin that don't give Orochimaru any opportunity to exploit to his advantage, he started to feel a long-lost sense of fear. Even when facing the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, or the self-proclaimed god Tendo Pain, Orochimaru didn't feel even a bit of fear, but now he was feeling it because the other party is able to see through him at a glance. After all, if his body were to be chopped into multiple pieces, then even this secret technique of physical regeneration would be meaningless, as he can't reattach all his body parts. Ding 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 ding. Metal collision symphony resounded in the field, and Orochimaru kept using his Kusanagi sword to resist or parry the attacks of Bone Blade. Even when it was metal versus bones, the sound still felt metallic and sparks flew, which again shows how sharp those bone blades are. How could this guy's physical still be so strong? And what's up with that monstrous strength? Even Tsunade didn't hit so hard. Is he a Senju or what? These doubts were deeply plaguing Orochimaru's mind, as he could see that he was being dominated in the battle. Orochimaru admits that he is not the best when it comes to taijutsu and kenjutsu, but even then his taijutsu and kenjutsu skills are not weak. Orochimaru has faced countless shinobi who specialize in close combat, and he is generally not afraid of physical combat against anyone, not even against the likes of Senju Tsunade of the legendary Sannin. But when facing Fujin, the situation has gotten so passive that Orochimaru felt in a daze and even remember his early Jonin days before the Second Great Shinobi War. Back then he would occasionally practice against the White Fan of the Leaf, Hatake Sakumo, who killed all his enemies with his white light chakra saber. Yes, the degree of pressure from Fujin made him subconsciously think that he has returned to his early Jonin days. After such a long battle, he has come to realize that he can't defeat or kill Fujin, so he has already started to think of a way to retreat from here. Fujin looked at Orochimaru, who was fleeing in embarrassment, but his expression was still flat and there were no waves on his face. Years of training have made his close combat skills continue to improve. And Fujin has practiced all kinds of combat methods such as gentle fist taijutsu of the Hyuga clan, Konoha's strong fist taijutsu, which is mainly influenced from the Senju clan, Uchiha clan's taijutsu that is heavily dependent on the use of Sharingan, Nin taijutsu with his Suijin clone that works with the combination of ice release. Additionally, this wind nature clone A is of extremely high quality. The blood purity of this clone is very high, making it perfect in all aspects, far surpassing his Suijin clone, Suki clone, and even Hyuga Kuroto main body in terms of physique and strength. Moreover, the Shikatsumiyaku Kekkei Jinkai alone makes this clone suited for combat, and coupled with highly pure Byakugan that can perfectly keep track of all enemies around, it wouldn't be wrong to say that this clone is a completely ruthless killing machine that is impeccable in all aspects. And this encounter with Orochimaru has clearly proven it. Otherwise, how could Fujin manage to dominate Orochimaru in their entire battle? And still, retain a lot of combat power. After all, Fujin has still not used all his cards, nor has he used all his strength. Although Fujin knows that Orochimaru has also not used his entire strength yet, Fujin, however, has confidence that even if Orochimaru were to use those secret cards like summoning Manda or using Yamada no Jutsu, it would make no difference and the result would still be the same. Not let's take this up a notch, thought Fujin, and looked at Orochimaru's back with a smirk, then whoosh! Slash! In the sound of breaking wind, Fujin enhanced his speed with the help of strong winds to flash near Orochimaru, and before Orochimaru could react to the sudden increase in Fujin's speed, Fujin instantly cut Orochimaru's body into two pieces from the waist. Ah! Shouted Orochimaru in pain as his body was divided into the upper and lower half. Blood splattered all over the place, and dead white snakes that were cut from the middle started to wriggle and struggle out to reconnect with the lower half, but to no avail. Orochimaru, who was only half now grown while trying hard to climb on the ground, struggling to move, but in vain. At this moment, Fujin stepped out of the bone spear and indifferently glanced at the struggling Orochimaru. From the observation with his Byakugan, Fujin can confirm that Orochimaru in front of him is indeed the actual body, not any type of clone. After confirming this, Fujin walked step by step towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru rolled over with some difficulty and looked at Fujin coming towards him step by step, and as he noted Fujin's appearance, he was completely taken aback. Your eyes? They are. Even if Fujin's mask was destroyed by Tobirama using the water-severing wave, Orochimaru was unable to see Fujin's true appearance in the middle of the battle because most of the time, Fujin's face was covered by his white hair. But now that Fujin appeared in front of him, and since there was no obstruction of hair, so Orochimaru finally looked at the Fujin's face, and more specifically at those pure white eyes and the eye sockets of Fujin, and he instantly recognized them. How could he not? That's Byakugan, one of the three great dojutsu that's exclusive to the Hyuga clan. After discovering that Fujin also has Byakugan, Orochimaru was more than convinced that Fujin must have used Chimera Jutsu to absorb several Kekkei Jinkai. Otherwise, it is really hard for him to imagine that a shinobi could use any other means to possess not one, not two, but four and possibly more Kekkei Jinkai. It is simply impossible. Byakugan, Shikatsumiyaku, Magnet Release, Typhoon Release, and perhaps other Kekkei Jinkai too. So obviously, Fujin had to have used Chimera Jutsu just like Hiriko did. This was Orochimaru's conclusion. Of course, noting Fujin's appearance, Orochimaru for a moment even speculated that Fujin in front of him is his own disciple Hyuga Kuroto because there's an uncanny resemblance between the two, but Orochimaru soon denied this possibility because of various reasons. Although there is a clear shadow of Hyuga Kuroto in Fujin, there are also various differences, such as that pair of horns on Fujin's forehead. Those red markings above the eyebrows and red under-eye shadows that are unique to the Kaguya clan. The difference in hair color, Hyuga Kuroto's hair is brown while Fujin's hair is pale white with a grayish texture, along with the zigzag division in the middle. There are also obvious height, age, temperamental, and maturity differences. Hyuga Kuroto is already an adult and has the temperament of an adult, but Fujin looks more like a 16-17 years old teenager. And finally, the most important detail, there is no sign of caged bird curse mark on Fujin's forehead, but Hyuga Kuroto has it on his forehead. Orochimaru personally saw it only a few days ago. This detail alone implies that the boy in front of him is not Hyuga Kuroto but someone else. Although I do wonder if he has some connection to Kuroto-kun, thought Orochimaru, and decided that he would investigate this matter. After all, Yuhi Kurenai is part of Hyuga Kuroto's Umbu team, and now there is a teenager with quite a resemblance to Kuroto appearing here in order to rescue her? Orochimaru would be an idiot if he didn't notice that something's strange here. Under the rumbling sounds of wood and bones fighting each other not too far away, Fujin looked at Orochimaru without any hint of pride in his eyes for having defeated his sensei, because Fujin knows very well that Orochimaru was far from being defeated. Even that struggle is more of him is just an act to lure him closer. Stopping in front of Orochimaru, Fujin decided to play along with Orochimaru and said in a cold tone, "You are not dead yet. The vitality is indeed amazing." Although Orochimaru's spirit seems a bit languid at this moment, he still grinned and said, as to be expected from the members of Amatsukumi, none of them can be underestimated. Fujin stared at Orochimaru and questioned, "Are these your last words?" Orochimaru smiled slyly upon listening to Fujin's question, then he suddenly opened his mouth and spit out green smoke, venomous fog jutsu. The well-prepared Fujin immediately retreated backward, and immediately after weaving hand signs, he shouted, "Typhoon release, great balloon." Under Fujin's control, an enormous amount of wind was gathered, and after taking the form of a tornado it rushed towards the cloud of green poison mist. The poisonous green mist was immediately engulfed by the tornado and became a part of it. Fujin then directed this venomous tornado towards Orochimaru running in the distance. Obviously, using the cover of venomous green mist, Orochimaru used his unique substitution jutsu to escape towards the two Edo Hokage in the distance, so the body that was laying on the ground was just the outer skin Orochimaru shed, while his actual body was already moving in the direction of Hashirama and Tobirama. Fujin obviously recognized this Orochimaru style, substitution jutsu, which is quite different from general substitution jutsu. In fact, it isn't actually a substitution jutsu, rather it's snake skin shed, therefore he wasn't much surprised and had already directed the venomous tornado towards Orochimaru. With this unique type of substitution jutsu, Uchiha Sasuke managed to escape being burned to ashes by Itachi's Amaterasu. It must not be forgotten that even Yagura with Sanbai's version 2 cloak wrapped around his body couldn't escape being burned by Amaterasu and in the blink of an eye lost his consciousness, yet Sasuke, with Orochimaru's unique substitution jutsu, managed to escape. This feat alone implies the effectiveness of this jutsu. Of course, this substitution jutsu is not without its drawbacks. For one thing, it is highly taxing on chakra reserves, and for the other thing, using it to confuse Fujin is simply meaningless because of Fujin's Byakugan. As the venomous tornado approached closer and closer to Orochimaru running in the direction of Hashirama and Tobirama, suddenly a giant white snake appeared out of the ground beneath Fujin's feet and rushed towards Fujin's neck, while shouting, "Your body is now mine." Fujin sighed. He didn't even bother to reply and directly used the jutsu, Needle Jizo. Under Fujin's controlled, his hair elongated and hardened, then formed a protective barrier around him to make sure that this snake gets discouraged to implant the cursed seal on him unless it wants to die. And of course, the white snake was a bit discouraged, because approaching closer would mean being impaled by hardened hair. Fujin did not stop there and immediately used Art of the Raging Lion's mane to completely bind the white snake, and then killed him by cutting him with hair blades. Immediately after killing this snake, Fujin flashed and rushed towards the real Orochimaru. Earlier he wasn't sure whether this one was the actual body or the one rushing towards Hashirama and Tobirama is the actual body. But now that he has killed this white snake, and the fact that the other one did not die because of the venomous tornado implies that the other one is the actual body. The reason for being so sure is also because there is no other Orochimaru that Fujin sees in his Byakugan vision. With that understood, Fujin chased after Orochimaru. Even if Fujin didn't shuttle through the bone spears, and did not use iron sand to fly, the speed with just chakra enhancement was also extremely fast, better than his main body in the base state, and perhaps even faster than Shersue's body flicker. Therefore, even if he started late, in just a few short breaths, Fujin narrowed the distance between him and Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Fujin, who was approaching closer and closer, and his face turned gloomy. He thought that even if he couldn't fool the other guy because of the Byakugan, but the white snake clone he left behind should have been enough to buy him some time. Orochimaru didn't expect that Fujin would first use a jutsu on him, then deal with the snake clone in seconds, and then even manage to catch up to him. Everything he is doing is being read by the other party like an open book, curse his Byakugan. Obviously, Orochimaru analyzed that it's because of Byakugan that Fujin could keep track of all his movements and actions, so there is an obvious annoyance. At the same time, he is becoming more and more afraid of Fujin. Because everyone in the shinobi world knows that Hirako used Chimera Jutsu to steal 5 Kekkai Jinkai, so Orochimaru obviously suspects that in addition to Byakugan, Shikatsu Myaku, Magnet Release, Typhoon Release, Fujin also holds other Kekkai Jinkai. Moreover, there is no precedent that only 5 Kekkai Jinkai can be stolen by the use of Chimera Jutsu, so it's possible that Fujin has more than 5 Kekkai Jinkai, and Orochimaru is no longer interested in finding out what those other Kekkai Jinkai are. Chapter 480. After a while of chasing and fleeing, the two quickly arrived at the other battlefield. Seeing that Fujin was about to cut him again, Orochimaru hurriedly ordered the two Hokage, "Hurry up, kill her." Hashirama and Tobirama, who have just dealt with the bone clones and were now trying to break the iron sand shell that locked Kurenai inside it, cast their sluggish eyes on Fujin behind Orochimaru. "Already defeated my bone clones?" Fujin sighed. He gave up cutting Orochimaru and immediately used body flicker jutsu. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Fujin broke through the speed of sound. With this fast speed he appeared behind Tobirama and slashed with his bone blade. Under the sharpness of Fujin's bone blade, the Edo Tobirama was no different from butter under a hot knife. And with just a casual swipe he was cut into two without any resistance, and his body was divided into two parts, the upper and lower half. Fujin wanted to take this opportunity to temporarily paralyze Tobirama and put a seal on him that would at least restrict his movements even if it won't release the reanimation, so he started to print the hand signs, but before he could finish, several vines grew out of the ground and after entangling around his ankle they yanked him away. Being thrown into the air, Fujin's expression remained unchanged, and without even a need to gloss at the vines wrapped around his ankles, Fujin transferred chakra towards his tarsus bones, out of which several bone blades protruded out, and immediately cut off the vines entangling around him. After dealing with the vines, the bone blade retracted backward, then a spear of bone elongated on top of which Fujin landed to stop from his fall. Now standing on top of the bone spear, Fujin with his left hand on his waist, a bone sword protruding out of the palm of his right hand, stared at Orochimaru underneath with an indifferent expression. Orochimaru's face was gloomy, his eyes flickered as if he was thinking something, while Hashirama and the recovered Tobirama were protecting him from the two sides. Because a hole was opened in the iron sand shell by Hashirama some time ago, therefore, Kurenai was able to look outside at Fujin and Orochimaru confronting each other. Moreover, this time, because of no obstruction of hair, she was also able to note his appearance. Staring intently at Fujin standing on top of the giant bone spear, Kurenai murmured in a daze, "So, this is his true appearance." Immediately afterward, her attention was attracted by the white eyes in the clone. "So, his eyes are really Byakugan. The first time I noticed his Byakugan, I thought I was mistaken and it was my hallucination, but now it seems that he truly has Byakugan. Because the Umbu captain, Hyuga Kuroto, is a member of the Hyuga clan, therefore, Kurenai is no stranger to the Kekkei Jinkai of the Hyuga clan. This is why she recognized those eyes. And he has an uncanny resemblance to Kuroto-kun, but, while thinking so, Kurenai looked at the forehead of Fujin and thought, unlike Kuroto-kun, he doesn't have the caged bird cursed mark on his forehead, instead he has the symbols of the Kaguya clan along with those horns. Is he from the main branch family with some kind of connection with the Kaguya clan? Muttered Kurenai with a confused expression. Unlike Orochimaru, Kurenai didn't really think of Chimera Jutsu being the cause of Fujin possessing 3 Kekkei Jinkai. She doesn't know about Typhoon Release. Instead, she thought that perhaps Fujin is from the main branch family and either one of his parents was from the Kaguya clan. And similar to Orochimaru, Kurenai did not think that Fujin is Hyuga Kuroto. The reason is very simple. Hyuga clan is an ancient clan and practices internal marriages to prevent the outflow of their Kekkei Jinkai, so it wouldn't be too strange if a few members of the Hyuga clan were to have a slightly similar appearance. While Kurenai was thinking various things, the battlefield had come to silence, and a breeze blew by, swaying the leaves and dust. Both Fujin and Orochimaru were in a silent confrontation, but neither of the two made his move and both of them were waiting for the other party to take the initiative. Undoubtedly, now that the fight has reached this point, Orochimaru had to admit that he is not an opponent of Fujin. Orochimaru no longer has any interest in continuing this fight. After all, he has no personal conflict with Amatsukami, nor does he want to do anything with Amatsukami, and he is not stupid enough to provoke Amatsukami while he is already being relentlessly pursued by the Akatsuki organization. But the opponent's speed is too fast, all the moves are sharp and concise, whether it is ninjutsu, taijutsu, or kenjutsu, there are no flaws for Orochimaru to exploit at all. When coupled with Byakugan, fooling him is also a very difficult task as everything can be seen through, so even a bit of negligence could lead to death. So even if Orochimaru wants to retreat, he needs to think deeply and plan out how to escape safely, otherwise even retreat might become impossible and only death would be the end of this fight. While thinking of many ideas, Orochimaru's vertical slit eye inadvertently glanced at Kurenai inside the iron sand shell, then he glanced at Tobirama standing near him and suddenly had an idea in his heart, maybe I can use that. As soon as the plan was formed, Orochimaru smirked and licked his lips, then slowly lifted his hands and pressed them on the backs of Edo Hashirama and Edo Tobirama. Immediately after that, both Hashirama and Tobirama simultaneously weaved hand signs and launched their ninjutsu. Wood release, Hobi technique. Water release, water colliding wave. Tuck 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 tuck. Amidst the sound of wood piles closing, a protective wooden dome with the dragon's face was formed around Orochimaru and protecting him inside. At the same time, under Tobirama's control, a turbulent wave appeared out of the ground and instantly flooded the entire tree and bone forest. With the battlefield submerged in water, Hashirama instantly dived into the water and quickly swam towards the iron sand shell protecting Kurenai. Of course, the iron sand shell was also filled with water. And Hashirama went underwater just like a fish. He traveled close to the iron cage in less than a second. Since Fujin was standing on top of the bone spear, so he was obviously unaffected by Tobirama's jutsu, but seeing Hashirama rushing towards Kurenai, so obviously he couldn't sit back and watch him kill Kurenai. Therefore, Fujin merged into the bone spear he was standing on currently, then appeared out of the bone spear near the iron sand shell, and immediately reached out his hand to grab Kurenai. The surface of iron sand shell was touched by and under Fujin's control. The hole that has opened in the iron cage previously expanded to the size that allowed one person to pass through. Because of being totally submerged inside the water, the iron sand shell was totally filled by water, so Kurenai, who was still not in a state to be able to do anything despite all the struggle and was already suffocating, and it seems that it was very difficult for her to hold on her breath any longer. Therefore, as soon as she felt a hand on her shoulder, Kurenai seemed to have caught a life-saving straw and immediately hugged Fujin with all the strength she could muster. But suddenly vines grew out of the ground, and after wrapping around Kurenai's ankle they continuously tried to pull her downward in order to drown her. Fujin raised his bone blade to cut the vines, but before he could, Hashirama also rushed out of the water and used wood cutting to kill Fujin. While trying to bring Kurenai out of the water as she was continuously being pulled downward by the vines, Fujin parried Hashirama's attacks with his other hand. And to be honest, Fujin was a little overwhelmed here. One side Kurenai was being drowned, and on the other side, Hashirama was trying to kill him. Annoyed, Fujin kicked Hashirama away with all his strength, then immediately elongated the bone sword to chop off all the vines trying to drown Kurenai and pulled her out of the water. Just as Kurenai was pulled out of the water by Fujin, Hashirama again rushed towards Fujin, and while entangling him in combat, Hashirama used a small time window to throw a dozen kunai towards Kurenai. Whyish, 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 whyish. Fujin of course waved his bone sword to cut those kunai, but because Hashirama was also continuously entangling him, therefore, he missed 3 kunai that soon reached close to Kurenai. However, he wasn't much worried because based on their trajectories they wouldn't hurt Kurenai. But before Fujin could breathe a sigh of relief, with a white flash, Tobirama appeared in front of Kurenai and held one of the 3 kunai that was traveling towards Kurenai, and without wasting even an instant he immediately slashed the kunai across Kurenai's right shoulder to the chest, causing blood to splash. Fujin's heart sank. Of course. Flying Raijin, how could I have forgotten? Damn it! Because the kunai was thrown by Hashirama and not Tobirama, therefore, Fujin was a bit unprepared for the flying Raijin jutsu, and the opponent used this opportunity. Just as Fujin cut Tobirama, Tobirama's body turned into countless exploding tags. Oh no, even mutually multiplying explosive tags. This time even Fujin was really panicked. As soon as the sneak attack on Kurenai succeeded, Tobirama did not wait and immediately used mutually multiplying explosive tags. Even Fujin does not guarantee that he can remain unharmed in the face of this jutsu if he were to face this jutsu, although Fujin is not worried about himself, because he can just merge inside a bone spear and emerge a long distance away from the area of the explosion. However, this option is not possible for Kurenai, so Fujin had to find a way to protect Kurenai, else she even her bones will not be left, and all this fight would have been for nothing. So he immediately gave up all the entanglement with Hashirama, then immediately hugged the nearly unconscious Kurenai and protruded diamond-hard bones from his body to form a protective dome over him and Kurenai. But he didn't stop there and immediately controlled all the iron sand in the surroundings to form an incredibly thick layer of iron sand as a protection over the dome made of bone, and this was still not the end, as a towering tornado was summoned by Fujin in order to lessen the impact of the explosions. Before he was finished doing all this, the explosions have already started. Boom 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 boom. For the next 5 minutes, the explosion caused by Tobirama's mutually multiplying explosive tags continued, which shook the whole forest. When the explosion stopped, and the dust cleared away, a deep pit was revealed, and at the center of the deep pit, a white sphere with hundreds of cracks on the surface came to view. Seconds after, the white sphere that was filled with hundreds of cracks also turned into dust and fell apart to reveal the figures of 2 people. Fujin looked at his surroundings to find that except for himself, Kurenai, who is somehow clinging to life, everything else in the surrounding forest has completely disappeared. Thank goodness I was far away from the shrine, otherwise who knew what would have happened there. Sighed Fujin, then searched for the presence of Orochimaru and the 2 Hokage. With his Byakugan, it didn't take long for Fujin to capture the figure of Orochimaru running away in panic, but even if he did find Orochimaru, Fujin did not choose to pursue him, because he has already noticed that when Tobirama sneak attacked Kurenai, he also made sure to leave a flying Raijin marking on Kurenai's chest. If Fujin were to pursue Orochimaru at this time, then Tobirama, who has also recovered back because of being an Edo Tensei, can simply use the flying Raijin jutsu to teleport near Kurenai and kill her instantly. Therefore, unless the flying Raijin marking is removed from Kurenai's chest, or Fujin doesn't care about Kurenai's life and death, Fujin cannot go after Orochimaru. On the other side, Orochimaru, who was fleeing in panic, looked back at the battlefield several times, and after repeatedly confirming that Fujin did not choose to pursue, Orochimaru finally heaved a long sigh of relief. This time I was unlucky to encounter a monster like him. Being alive is already very good, I just need to get out of here. As for Sword Fo Tatsuka, I will think about it later, muttered Orochimaru, and further increased his speed to get out of here as fast as he can, without care about dignity or pride. After all, Orochimaru values his life more than his dignity or pride. As long as he is alive, all truths can be uncovered and everything can be researched, so life is much more important than anything. This is also the reason why, earlier, as soon as Orochimaru noticed that even under such a deadly attack as infinite explosions caused by mutually multiplying explosive tags, Fujin was not dead, so he had already started to flee in panic. Are you kidding? Even the explosions caused by Tobirama's mutually multiplying explosive tags cannot kill him, so Orochimaru can hardly imagine what jutsu will be capable of killing Fujin. It must not be forgotten that in terms of danger level, the infinite explosions caused by the mutually multiplying explosive tags somewhat match the danger level of Tsuchikage's dust release and Nide Mizukage's steam and danger tyranny, and yet it couldn't kill Fujin. So, which can kill Fujin? Although Orochimaru is curious to find out, however, Orochimaru is not an idiot and has restrained his curiosity, because curiosity often kills the cat, and he is not a cat, he is a snake, and snakes are more cautious than anyone. Therefore, Orochimaru cares more about his life than finding out what can kill Fujin, for now at least. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching. And I'll see you in part 12. Peace.